The man screamed for help as he sprinted forward with all his might. Dozens of zombies were chasing him frantically. After rushing onto the rooftop, Suhao abruptly turned around and quickly locked the door. In that instant, a figure silently appeared behind him. He turned around abruptly and, fortunately, the person who came was a normal human being and a stunningly beautiful woman at that. The woman was decked out in trendy designer brands from head to toe and exuded an innate air of arrogance. Her makeup was exquisite and meticulous, clearly showing that a lot of effort had been put into it, raising her original 70 points of appearance to around 80 points. She was wearing a well-tailored designer dress, but one of her shoes had slipped off, leaving her barefoot. When she saw the steel pipe in Suhao's hand, she immediately raised a slender, fair finger and pointed at him, saying, "Don't you have a weapon?" Suhao looked at the steel pipe in his hand and couldn't help but laugh. There were no fewer than 1,000 zombies gathered around the cafeteria alone. What good would it do if he swung the steel pipe until it was smoking? Even if those were 1,000 obedient pigs lying there waiting to be slaughtered, it would still take an unknown amount of time to kill them all. After a day and a night of toil, the two were starving and their patience had run out. Having gone without food or water for so long, they were parched and nearly dying of thirst. Suhao took out his phone to check the situation and found that the network was completely disconnected and even satellite positioning was not working. It seems that electronic devices are completely useless. He glanced at the last message in the group chat. Many people were calling for help, but no one knew the true situation outside. Meanwhile, the woman saw Suhao still checking his phone and was immediately enraged. Her phone had been lost the day before, and her emotions were now exploding. She stormed towards Suhao, ready to slap the phone out of his hand. "What kind of time is this? Can't you be of any use at all?" Slap! Suhao had anticipated this and grabbed her outstretched hand. "Are you sick?" Before he could finish speaking, Suhao turned his head to look at the outside of her arm. Concealed by the cool short-sleeved shirt, 3 bleeding wounds were clearly visible, already turning a pale purple, with the veins seemingly contaminated by some kind of toxin spreading outwards. Logically, such a minor injury should have scabbed over by now, but her wound had already spread to a large area. The woman noticed something was wrong, immediately pulled her arm back, and explained in a flustered manner, "This is a scrape I got while running away yesterday." Upon hearing this, Suhao only responded with his eyes, his gaze conveying a clear, "I'm not trying to hide anything." He knew all too well what a scrape was. It was something that often happened when he was running or playing basketball. And these wounds were almost identical to the marks he had made when he was scratched by the Black Hand. 3 wounds, neatly arranged side by side, without a doubt. In Suhao's eyes, this prospective socialite had already transformed into a prospective zombie. He glanced at the roll of duct tape that had been brought along with the steel pipe. Holding a steel pipe in one hand and duct tape in the other, he stood up. The woman immediately backed away, reaching out to stop him while shouting in panic, "No, no, what are you trying to do?" Suhao didn't chase after them. His tone was calm and collected. "The rooftop is only so big. Where can you run to? Tie yourself up. If I can find some food or water, you can have some. If you don't want to, I'll blow your head off right now." After he finished speaking, he threw the duct tape at her feet, gripped the steel pipe tightly in his hand, his muscles tense, his imposing aura clear. "If it weren't for the duct tape, you might already be thrown down here." Upon hearing this, the woman collapsed to the ground. After a moment, she began to tie herself up, tears streaming down her face. Suhao helped tie her hands last, then helped her sit against the wall. Time ticked by, and the zombies downstairs continued to howl incessantly. Panya sat on the rooftop, weeping as her body began to exhibit strange behaviors. Uncontrollable convulsions, a bluish complexion, and bloodshot eyes. By noon, Panya had completely transformed into a zombie, struggling on the ground. But the duct tape restricted her movements, leaving her only able to roll and rub against the ground, her flesh mangled and bloody. Suhao couldn't bear to watch any longer. He picked up the steel pipe, sighed softly, and said, "Rest in peace, Senior." With that, he walked up to her, gripped the steel pipe tightly with both hands, aimed it at her head, and smashed it down hard. After a few blows, Panya stopped struggling completely. Her life ended by Suhao with the steel pipe. Just then, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang in Suhao's mind. Mission triggered. First blood in the apocalypse. Congratulations on activating God-level choice system. Complete the mission to receive unlimited God-level rewards. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the beginner rewards and the first blood mission. Please choose 2 out of the following 2 or 3 rewards. New player rewards. Reward 1, 1 ton of gold. Reward 2, a beautiful woman with an appearance score of at least 90. Reward 3, cold weapon skill level, 10. Suhao's eyes flashed with surprise at first, but he quickly calmed down and finally chose level 10 cold weapon skill and a large alloy sword. The next moment, a vast amount of cold weapon skills, knowledge, and combat experience flooded into Suhao's mind like a torrent. Immediately afterwards, with a wave of his hand, he drew a large alloy broadsword, more than a meter long, from thin air. Suhao gripped the hilt of the knife, gave a slight flick of his wrist, and a blade of light bloomed in the air, the dark blue blade leaving a sharp afterimage. Then, he unleashed a series of movements, slashing, thrusting, horizontal cutting, and upward parrying. After all that, aside from being drenched in sweat under the midday sun, he was filled with joy. That was so refreshing. Cough, cough, Suhao couldn't help but exclaim, his throat dry from prolonged dehydration. He licked his chapped lips and looked towards the metal door on the rooftop. Hiss, roar, dash. Just then, several zombies wandered aimlessly near the lower staircase. Suhao, carrying his large horizontal sword, walked towards the metal door. It was time to go down. He couldn't stay on the rooftop forever, without food or water, just waiting to die. He went to the door, first making sure there were no zombies outside, then gently opened the door and looked down. Just then, the system triggered a new mission. Mission triggered. Slay 10 zombies. Upon completion, you will receive 1 unlimited God-level choice. Suhao silently reviewed the precautions in the mission information, then stepped downstairs to the corner platform between the stairs and the floor. He planned to use a high-to-low strategy to take down the stupid zombies downstairs. He coughed twice, and the 3 zombies downstairs were immediately attracted, turning their heads to look at the corner where he was. Facing the approaching zombies, Suhao showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. When the nearest zombie was close enough, Suhao swung his knife horizontally, the angle and force perfectly controlled. With a thud, 3 zombies fell to the ground, their bodies splattering and blood mist spreading. Mission progress, 3 out of 10 zombie kills. Phew, feels good. 7 more to go. Suhao murmured, glancing down at the passage below. Next target still needs to be cleared. Suhao, carrying his alloy broadsword, walked steadily toward the living room. As soon as he turned the corner and entered the living room, he glanced around and found that there were fewer than 20 zombies. Compared to the densely packed hundreds of zombies on the second floor, this place was much easier. Without hesitation, he drew his knife and stepped forward, locking onto the nearest zombie. With a sweep of his blade, the zombie collapsed to the ground with a thud. This attack instantly alerted the remaining zombies, who all pounced on Suhao. Suhao stared at the approaching small horde of zombies, licked his dry lips, and instead stepped forward. He knew that if he were surrounded by zombies, his options would be severely limited. Therefore, he chose to actively approach the lone zombies that had not yet gathered. He swung his blade, decapitating the enemy. He moved cautiously, constantly observing his surroundings, wary of tripping. He lingered along the edge of the horde, targeting scattered individuals with a steady, methodical approach. With his unparalleled mastery of cold weapons, Suhao wielded the meter-long broadsword with effortless skill, controlling his attack distance to within 30 centimeters of the blade's tip. Every strike was incredibly precise, each one a decapitation, without a single miss. The attrition tactic continued for a while, and he eventually eliminated all 20 zombies. Suhao walked to the window, sat down, leaned against the wall, and breathed heavily to recover his strength. During his break, he opened the system interface to check. Congratulations on completing the mission. 10 zombie kills. Infinite God-level selection activated. Please select one of the following 3 options. Reward 1. 100 tons of mineral water. Reward 2, 25 forged horse-slaying swords. Reward 3, 10 attribute points. Although Suhao was extremely thirsty, considering that the water source was not yet polluted and was not too difficult to obtain, choosing mineral water would be a waste. Although the second reward was a weapon, the 25 horse-slaying swords were not very useful to him. The alloy broadsword he had now was obviously more suitable. His gaze then turned to the third reward. This is 10 attribute points. He remembered that the previous 5-point bonus had a limited effect, but 10 points would have a very noticeable effect. He immediately opened his attribute panel. Strength, 73, Constitution, 71, Spirit, 70. After confirming, he decisively chose the third reward. Rewards have been issued. Add points. 7 points to Strength, 3 points to Constitution. The moment the points were added, Suhao felt a sudden increase in temperature within his body, and power surged forth like a torrent, sweeping away all his fatigue. He clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power surging through his fingertips. That feels great, he chuckled, then got up to continue his search for food. However, just as he was about to leave, a loud crash suddenly came from outside. Bang! A chair fell from a high point in the dormitory building, making a dull thud as it hit the ground. As soon as the sound rang out, a large number of zombies gathered around the falling object. Suhao looked up and saw a female college student waving at him from the girls' dormitory building next to the cafeteria. Seeing him look at her, the woman immediately increased the frequency of her waving, but still dared not make a sound, for fear of alerting the surrounding zombies. From her lip movements, it could be roughly determined that she was saying, "Help me." Suhao simply shook his head silently. He had no time to worry about any of that at the moment. Each dormitory room housed about 4 people, and the dormitory building had 6 floors. Conservatively speaking, there were at least 1,000 zombies in the building. To expect him to single-handedly kill thousands just to save one person? That's unrealistic. Besides, there are always women around. Why be fixated on this one? He even deliberately sized up the woman's looks. Around an 80 out of 100, slightly higher than the senior he'd personally defeated on the rooftop that morning. Even if I wanted to form a goddess team, there's no rush. Finding something to eat is more important. However, at this moment, host will detected. Task triggered. Assemble a goddess team. Task description. In the post-apocalyptic world, the team and technical support needed to restore order are crucial. Women are more likely to admire the strong, more easily tamed, and less prone to betrayal. Please identify the first woman you encounter, approach her, and obtain her detailed information. If your overall score reaches 85 points, you will receive system recognition and unlock rewards. Temporary mission reward. 1 infinite god tier choice. Permanent mission reward. 1 infinite god tier choice for each female member recruited with a score higher than 85. The sudden triggering of the mission caught Suhao quite off guard. The more missions he completed, the greater the rewards would be. There was no penalty for failing a mission. At worst, it would just be considered incomplete. He always accepted as many missions as he could, never complaining about having too many. For the sake of the reward, let's find a chance to go and take a look. Of course, this plan isn't something to be carried out impulsively. It needs to be planned separately. The current plan is to continue clearing the zombies from the cafeteria and find food to replenish our strength as soon as possible. Carrying his large broadsword, Suhao continued his meticulous search of the rooms on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Mineral water, potato chips, we'll want rice crackers, bread, biscuits, cola. It took him about an hour to completely empty the 3rd floor. Suhao found a considerable amount of food supplies. The Chinese habit of stockpiling snacks came in very handy at this moment. Many things that might be disliked on ordinary days have now become valuable emergency supplies. He even found a hidden snack box in a wardrobe, filled with cola and potato chips. Having received the food, Suhao immediately sat down to eat. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a whole day. Although it takes 3 days to die without water, in reality, just 1 day is enough to make someone extremely weak. While eating, he took out his phone to check the time, 3 p.m. According to the plan, he can only finish cleaning the 2nd floor at most with the remaining time today. He must return to a safe area to rest before dark and absolutely cannot linger at night. Trigger mission. Zombie 100 kill, 24 out of 100. Mission description. After accumulating 100 zombie kills, you will reach the proficiency stage in zombie combat. Mission reward. 1 unlimited god-level choice. A new quest has been triggered. Suhao always enjoys having many quests, especially this one with good news. It's a cumulative quest, and he's already completed 24. After resting for a moment, Suhao stood up, sword in hand. All right, get ready to start hacking. He gripped his alloy broadsword, adjusted his breathing and mindset, and headed up to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. The number of zombies was far greater than on the 3rd floor, and almost all of them were students. The cafeteria was in chaos, with tables and chairs overturned, uneaten food scattered everywhere, and refrigerators and other equipment knocked over. He glanced around and said, "There must be nearly 200 of them." The pressure was considerable. Suhao licked his lips, gripped the knife hilt tightly, steadied himself, and charged at the nearest pair of zombies. With a sweeping slash, both zombies fell to the ground with a thud. The remaining zombies, sensing the commotion, pounced on him. Suhao constantly maneuvered the battle, maintaining a safe distance of no more than 3 enemies between himself and the enemy, slashing and killing as he advanced step by step. As zombies were cleared away one by one, the number of zombies in the horde also decreased rapidly. But with nearly 200 animals, the pressure was still immense, equivalent to the number of students in 4 or 5 classes. No matter how well he pulled, he was gradually forced back to the stairwell. Chapter 5 Gene Optimization Fluid. sudden increase in physical fitness. On the second floor of the cafeteria, Su Hao, wielding a large knife, was forced to the stairwell by an increasing number of zombies. It wasn't that he couldn't beat them, but the space was too small, making it impossible for him to maneuver effectively. He also had to complete the game with 0 damage, which wasn't something you could just do by randomly hacking and slashing in a game. Fortunately, after adding attribute points, he managed to kill over 40 zombies before he started to feel slightly out of breath. The ground beneath his feet was a dense carpet of corpses, creating a speed bump that made it even more difficult for those who followed. At this moment, more roars of zombies came from the first floor. Su Hao knew that if he didn't adjust his position, he would be surrounded and killed. So he decisively retreated to the corner of the stairs, where there was more space and it was easier to defend himself. The landing at the corner of the stairs was spacious, and most importantly, it limited the number of zombies, preventing a large horde from swarming at once. Su Hao quickly retreated, with the zombies relentlessly pursuing him, their footsteps chaotic and their howls constant. Fortunately, the third floor had been cleared beforehand, so no zombies could attack from behind. Otherwise, being caught in a pincer movement would have been fatal. With his improved physique, his recovery speed was much faster than before, and after a short rest, he felt fully recovered. So, Su Hao swung his sword again, continuing to hack and slash at the charging horde of zombies. Flashes of blade light streaked across the battlefield. Heads flew off, blood splattered on the walls, and zombies fell one after another. Each strike was swift and decisive, giving the enemy no chance whatsoever. For more than 10 minutes straight, he barely stopped, hacking and panting heavily, sweat dripping down his face and arms like water. He had swung until his hands were numb, and his whole body entered a frenzied rhythm in his exhaustion. But the more he hacked, the more excited he became. The thrill of killing was like a release, completely immersing him in it. The flying heads and falling corpses were like a bountiful wheat field, and hacking away gave him a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, he stopped, not because he was tired, but because the zombies simply couldn't get through. The stairwell was piled high with corpses, and any zombies trying to squeeze through would have to climb over a wall of corpses first. But the shared scent made it impossible for them to distinguish friend from foe, so they could only spin around in place, falling down and getting up again and again. Su Hao was finally able to catch his breath. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for air, his entire body drenched in sweat. He raised a broadsword in his hand and glanced at it. The dark blue blade was stained with a few streaks of blood, which seemed to symbolize the glory of a warrior. This knife was more than just a weapon. It was a testament to his existence. He opened the system to see how many zombies he had slain. A notification popped up. Congratulations on completing the mission. 100 zombie slayers. 136/100. The mission rewards are as follows. Reward 110 tons of Dove chocolate. Reward 2. Junior Warrior Gene Optimization Fluid. Reward 3 50 cubic meters of system space. Looking at the first reward, Su Hao muttered, "What kind of reward is this? Who wants chocolate?" and promptly skipped it. Turning his attention to the next 2 rewards, he hesitated for a moment, then looked at reward 3 first. The system has a 50 cubic meter space, enough to fit a living room, a car, and plenty of room for food, drinks, and medicine. It's practical, but he still sighed. Improving your strength is the key. In the apocalypse, without strength, everything is meaningless. Su Hao continued to check reward 2. Junior Warrior Gene Optimization Fluid. Comprehensively improves physical fitness, plus 10 to all 3 attributes, enhances athleticism, reaction speed, and antiviral capabilities. What appealed to him most was the antiviral ability. The virus from ordinary zombies only caused the user to be weakened for 15 to 30 days. This meant that even if bitten, the user wouldn't die instantly. 30 attribute points added at once, plus virus resistance. What is steal? Without hesitation, Su Hao decided to choose reward 2. System notification. Use immediately? It is recommended to rest overnight after use and wait for your body to complete its evolution. He glanced at the pile of corpses. The stairs were completely blocked, so it made sense to clock out for now. He then found some furniture and appliances and used them to further strengthen his defenses behind the wall of corpses. Once everything was in place, Su Hao went up to the 3rd floor, shouting a threat to the zombies behind the wall of corpses before leaving. Tomorrow, none of you will escape. The only response he received was the same incessant roar. He turned and left, going up to the 3rd floor where he found a room with a window. He took the food and a mat inside, locked the door, and blocked the exit with a cabinet. After arranging everything, he sat on the cushion, finished his meal, placed the large knife beside him, closed his eyes, and silently recited in his mind, "Use the potion." The system responded. Potion successfully used. As he gradually drifted off to sleep, the gene optimization fluid began to take effect in his body. Su Hao's body entered a state of rapid evolution once again. His muscles were growing, his nerves were becoming more sensitive, his bone density was quietly increasing, and his internal organs were more vibrant. His entire being seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Even a number of neurons in his brain began to increase, and his thinking and reaction abilities were comprehensively enhanced. This was a complete qualitative change, not just becoming stronger, but a comprehensive evolution. At 10 p.m., Su Hao was 178 centimeters tall and weighed 160 gene, approximately 80 caddies. By 2 a.m., he had grown to 181 centimeters, and his weight had soared to 170 gene, approximately 85 caddies. By 6 o'clock in the morning, he had reached a height of 185 centimeters and a weight of 180 gene, 90 kilograms. His physique completely transformed. He had grown a full 7 centimeters and gained 20 gene, 10 kilograms. For an ordinary person, even if they ate like crazy, they could not gain such a weight overnight. Chapter 6: The 1,000-Man Kill Mission screams outside. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, gradually sweeping across Su Hao's body, finally illuminating his closed eyes. He let out a soft groan, opened his eyes, and sat up abruptly, feeling like a completely different person. He glanced down at his big gun at his waist, pressed it down casually, and then felt a surge of thirst. He picked up an unopened bottle of cola next to him, pulled the tab with a plop, and gulped it down. He gulped down the whole bottle in a few seconds, let out a satisfied burp, and felt much better. Su Hao got up and stretched, his first thought being, had he grown taller? Looking at his clothes and pants, which were now too short, he quickly realized he really had grown taller, and by quite a bit. The shorts that originally covered his knees were now almost like hot pants, and his t-shirt was so tight that it accentuated his muscle lines. He rolled up his sleeves, lifted his shirt, and stretched it out forcefully, revealing his bulging muscles with distinct lines, as if they had been sculpted, exquisite yet full of power. Great, it's grown taller, stronger, and completely evolved. As he spoke, Su Hao tugged at his belt, looked down, and suddenly his eyes lit up. What a steal! Even this place has been upgraded? This potion is too comprehensive. However, one must know when to stop. Too big, and it becomes inconvenient. Su Hao chuckled, loosened his pants, and stretched. He casually picked up the familiar large horizontal sword and began practicing his swordsmanship in the room. Swinging, slashing, thrusting, chopping. Each movement was smoother than yesterday, even carrying a more chilling aura of killing intent. Caught up in the practice, he even flashed a few sword flourishes before neatly sheathing the blade, nodding in satisfaction. The sword feels lighter now. Su Hao opened the system and checked the status. Name, Su Hao. Age, 19. Strength, 90. Constitution, 84. Spirit, 80. Reward, level 10 cold weapon, warehouse, alloy greatsword. Seeing the attributes, Su Hao felt incredibly satisfied. Strength of 90 was already the limit for ordinary humans, belonging to the level of the world's top athletes, and practically no one could match it. His physical condition is almost up to par. He can easily handle a full marathon and triathlon. He's practically a Superman in the making in this apocalypse. At least it's passable now. He stood by the window and glanced downstairs. The zombies were still the same, densely packed, like a vegetable market. This school is densely populated, and once trapped, most people have no way out except to jump off the building. The dormitory buildings have few entrances and exits, so if they are blocked, the only option is to fight their way out. I took down over 100 yesterday. In this state, I feel like I could cut down hundreds without even breaking a sweat. Thinking of this, Su Hao's eyes lit up. It's about time I went to find that girl from yesterday. Ow! By killing her, of course. A system notification popped up immediately. Mission triggered. Zombie 1000 kill. Current progress, 136/1000. Mission reward, 1 infinite god-level choice. Su Hao curled his lips. These missions are getting harder and harder, with a different reward for each stage, but at least the rewards are still there. The system continued to speak. New mission, fight your way out of the cafeteria. Mission reward, 1 unlimited god-level choice requirement. Fight your way out of the cafeteria within 1 day and travel to any new location. Not bad. Suao no did insatisfaction. Including yesterday's goddess team mission, he now had 3 missions. The more tasks, the better. At least it proves I still have things to do. Without further delay, he started moving the large wooden table and bench that had blocked the door yesterday. Moving the table used to be a bit difficult, but now it was easy. He could handle it with one hand. The 10-point increase in strength gave him a sense of qualitative leap. Sometimes, a tiny difference can mean the difference between life and death. After clearing the obstacles at the door, Su Hao gently pushed open the door and surveyed the third-floor corridor. No one's here. Safe. He reached the stairwell. The furniture and appliances that had blocked the stairs the night before were still there, and the corpses lay peacefully. However, the outer edge of the stairs couldn't be blocked anyway, and the zombies were no longer densely packed. Most had scattered and wandered off. There were only a few zombies at the stairwell entrance, and Suhao immediately decided, go over there and start hacking. He mastered this skill back in middle school. If he got surrounded, he could just flip back and try again. Without further ado, he grabbed his broadsword, braced himself on the handrail with one hand, and with a somersault, jumped from the third floor to the second. His toes touched the second floor handrail, and with another leap, he landed steadily. Hearing the commotion, the zombies immediately pounced. Facing the horde, Suhao shouted without hesitation, kill. With a swift stroke, his first blade slashed diagonally from a zombie's left shoulder to its right arm, severing both its head and arm. A gruesome scene. Before any more zombies could get close, he had already rationally controlled his knife, his steps steady and his movements agile. Every movement was precise and powerful, with no wasted effort. 3 came charging straight at him, and 4 more approached from the left. Suhao slashed down 3 first, then took care of 2 more to the left, before turning back to finish off the remaining 2. If it were yesterday, he would have had to maneuver back and forth several times, but now he could easily finish them off in just a few breaths and a few strikes. How many zombies he could kill in 3 breaths depended on how easily their heads flew. This killing spree lasted for over an hour. Only one figure remained standing on the second floor. That was Suhao. The rest of the zombies lay on the ground, their heads and bodies perfectly aligned, no more no less. Huff, Suhao gripped the still dripping broadsword, breathing slightly heavily. That was so exhilarating. This feeling wasn't just about the sense of accomplishment from victory, but also about the perfect coordination between body and mind. He was completely enveloped in pleasure. He checked the system. Mission progress update. 1,000 zombie slayer. 256/1000, that feels good. He let out a long breath, feeling refreshed, as if every pore was glowing. Am I really a battle maniac? He flicked his knife, wiping away the blood. Just as he was about to find something to eat and drink, and maybe clean up the second floor of the cafeteria, a piercing scream suddenly came from outside. Ah! Chapter 007, breaking out of the cafeteria, the arrogant senior. Just as Suhao was about to leave the second floor cafeteria, a burst of angry curses with a sobbing tone suddenly came from outside. The voice was heart-wrenching, seemingly mixed with despair and madness. He walked to the window and looked in the direction the sound came from. The shout not only made many zombies turn their heads to look, but also startled the surrounding dormitory buildings, and figures began to emerge from many balconies. Suhao glanced at it, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. There are more people still alive than I thought. However, this more was only relative to the silence of the previous 2 days. Before that, almost no one dared to show their face, and he thought everyone was dead. Just then, another roar came from downstairs. The voice was hoarse and somewhat deranged, as if the person had given up on living. Suhao and the other survivors in the dormitory looked over and saw a boy standing on the third-floor balcony, looking as if he had made up his mind. The guy hesitated for a moment, then scrambled down the balcony on all fours and jumped from the third floor. Judging from his movements and landing, he had clearly been starving for 2 days and was in very poor condition, but luckily, he wasn't injured. Suhao looked at the man and immediately guessed the reason. There probably isn't any food left in the dorm. Before the water supply dried up, they could still collect some residual water from the pipes or toilet, but once the food was gone, it was gone. They could endure being hungry for 2 days, but 3 days was the limit. Perhaps driven mad by hunger, the boy decided to jump down and risk his life, even facing hordes of zombies. Unfortunately, after landing a few steps, he was still scratched on the shoulder by a zombie, a chunk of flesh being torn off, and he let out a scream. Infection was inevitable. He understood that. There was no escape. But just then, the boy suddenly changed his attitude, his face filled with madness, and shouted at the dormitory building behind him. I don't want to live anymore. My life is yours, zombies. If you want to eat people, come find me. Don't touch anyone else in the building. After shouting, he ran and yelled, tried to attract more zombies towards the empty stadium. Suhao stood by the window and watched silently, a hint of respect flashing in his eyes, and sighed softly, farewell. Whether this person had a deathbed awakening or genuinely cared for others, their final actions at least saved many lives. And indeed, this proved true. Large numbers of zombies were drawn away. The area around the dormitory building, which was previously teeming with zombies, now had open spaces and visibility was much better. Some of the zombies had even just rushed out of the building following the sound. Many of the survivors, seeing this, sprang into action. Some climbed over their first and second floor balconies. Others, who were nearby, even reached out to help those on the upper floors get down. Seeing this, Suhao felt a mix of emotions. At least for now, humanity is still there, Everyone is trying to save themselves instead of killing each other. He also understood that at the very beginning of the apocalypse, humans tended to stick together rather than immediately turning against each other. Unless the temptation was great enough, who would fight over a few packets of instant noodles? At this moment, Suhao remembered the girl he had met yesterday. He hadn't finished his mission yet and needed to see her. However, looking at the zombies on the first floor of the cafeteria, he frowned. The mission only said to leave the cafeteria. It didn't require me to kill all the zombies. Why waste my energy? He wasn't crazy. He didn't need to leave a single one alive to be satisfied. Standing on the second floor, with his current physical condition, jumping down would be a piece of cake. As for how to get to the fifth floor, he observed how other survivors climbed over balconies and had an idea. Meanwhile, most of the people who had already escaped were moving towards less crowded areas like the gymnasium, the information building, and the art building. The teaching building was too crowded to linger in, and the dormitory building was even worse. It was a zombie-infested area. Just then, a familiar female voice softly called out from upstairs. "Do you remember me?" It was Huang Shanshan, the female college student who had stood on the balcony yesterday. She froze the moment she saw Suhao. "It's him? You've gotten taller and look much stronger." The knife was still the same, but his entire aura was completely different, as if he were a different person. Suhao glanced back at her, then prepared to go upstairs. Huang Shanshan quickly said, "Come save me. That boy lured the zombies away yesterday. Now's the perfect opportunity. I'm in the student council, and my boyfriend is the vice president. If you save me, I can arrange all my credits, scholarships, membership in the youth league, and recommendation letters." Hearing this, Suhao's expression was subtle, and all that remained in his mind was a big question mark. What did you say? I'm using your boyfriend's relationship to get credits? Are you serious? Or am I deaf? He almost turned around and left. This was outrageous. What a brain-dead script. But the mission wasn't over yet, so Suhao forcibly swallowed back his complaints. Suhao didn't bother to reply. He picked up his broadsword and leaped directly from the second-floor window, landing steadily. Without stopping, he crossed the road in a few steps and reached the dormitory building. Using the air conditioner on the exterior wall, he lightly jumped, firmly planted his foot on the edge of the balcony, grabbed the second-floor railing, and easily climbed up. With a single effort, he pulled himself onto the balcony, his movements clean and swift, without any hesitation. And so, he jumped up floor by floor, quickly reaching the fifth floor. As soon as he stepped onto the balcony, Huang Shanshan greeted him, but her words nearly caused Suhao to throw her over his shoulder. She pointed at the corpse on the rooftop, her expression suddenly turning serious and sharp. "You killed that corpse, didn't you? I saw it. But as long as you listen to me and protect me, I'll keep it a secret. I'm very tight-lipped." Chapter 8. Another senior student killed. Reward used twice. Suhao originally just wanted to try his luck and see if this woman was worth saving, but he didn't expect his luck to turn into such a huge mess. He had originally had some hope for humanity, but it seems he overestimated the intelligence of some humans in the apocalypse. Whether it's greed or stupidity, shouldn't they at least have some basic judgment? He stared at Huang Shanshan for a few seconds, sighed, and, too lazy to speak, directly unleashed a system scan to see if this person was worth rescuing. "You, the big sister of the student council. Now the only thing that can save you is your own rarity." As soon as the information was scanned, a complete set of personal data appeared on Suhao's retina in the next second. Huang Shanshan age, 21 overall external score, 66 overall internal score, 57 special ability potential score, 34 recruiting recommendation. Low note, external includes appearance, physical potential and genes. Internal includes personality, intelligence, values, and humanity. Special ability score refers to awakened talent and growth potential. After reviewing the data, Suhao almost burst out laughing. This system was incredibly detailed, even scoring people's values. It was so convenient. This mechanism was good. At least it could filter out 99% of garbage targets from the start, avoiding wasted time. The system was set to an average score of 85 or higher to be considered a goddess, but this guy hadn't even reached 60, purely dragging the team down. However, he was quite interested in the superpowers part. Although the rating was low, it proved one thing. Humans can indeed awaken superpowers. This indicates that the environmental changes behind the virus are driving the overall evolution of humanity. But what's frightening is that if this evolution extends to animals, plants, or even the ocean, the future could be truly unpredictable. After all, the ocean covers 70% of the Earth's surface. Who knows when a winged whale might emerge from the sea? Forget it, it's too early to think about these things. Just as he was thinking this, Huang Shanshan mistakenly thought that Suhao was moved by her words and continued her manipulative tactics. You need to know that the country will restore order sooner or later, and safe zones will be established then. You don't want to go to jail, do you? Listen to me. Lend me your knife, I can kill zombies too. Su Hao burst out laughing after hearing this. Huh, you really dare to say that. Huang Shanshan straightened her face, not to be outdone. What are you laughing at? If you don't agree, what are you going to do? Su Hao raised the large horizontal sword in his hand and examined it carefully. You mean this sword? You still want it? Yes. She nodded matter-of-factly. It's not really wanting it, just lending it to me for a bit. I'll return it to you later. Give it back to me. Su Hao smiled in sincerity. Is it the kind where you borrow it for a day and never return it? She finally realized she'd been seen through, and her tone immediately became urgent. Are you going to give it back or not? Su Hao was too lazy to waste any more words. He had important things to do and didn't have time to listen to this self-congratulatory nonsense. Right in front of her, he sheathed his broadsword and stood on the balcony, assuming a stance for a slash. His shoulder muscles bulged slightly, and his breath carried a chilling, killing intent. Huang Shanshan's face instantly paled. She was enveloped by a primal fear, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Are you crazy? You're going to kill me. I know Han Jiangxue, the senior from the Kendo Club. She's even better than you. I also know Su. Before she could finish speaking, Su Hao impatiently drew his sword. In a flash, Huang Shanshan was dead, her face still bearing the look of utter astonishment. You didn't really do that, did you? The corpse fell with a thud, blood seeping down the balcony. Before the flying head even hit the ground, Su Hao, on a whim, unleashed a flurry of aerial slashes. 3 consecutive flashes of light swept across the room. Finally, the head crumbled into garlic clove-like pieces, which flew off the balcony and were met by the zombies below. Su Hao shook his head and sighed. I don't usually kill women, but if I do, I won't hesitate because of gender. He wasn't actually feeling sorry for Huang Shanshan. He was just feeling a bit annoyed by this trip. He had just witnessed a boy risking his life to lure away zombies, and now he was encountering someone like this. The contrast was too stark. The gap between humanity's upper and lower limits is just too vast. He sheathed his knife and casually wiped the blade with a bedsheet. Although it was a high-grade alloy knife that didn't get covered in blood, he still felt that today's cut was a bit dirty, and wiping it off made him feel better. This was the first time he had killed someone with his own hands. He didn't count Senior Sister Pan on the rooftop. She had already become a zombie. He felt neither guilt nor pleasure, just pure disgust, like stepping into a pile of trash on the street. He glanced at the system task panel. Temporary task completed. Goddess team assessment. Reward. 1 infinite god-level choice. Main quest completed. Escape the cafeteria. Reward. 1 infinite god-level choice. This temporary mission was originally just to let him see if this woman was worth recruiting into his team, but the result was utterly disappointing. Real taming missions are long-term missions, depending on luck and encountering someone with a high enough rarity. Someone like Huang Shanshan, who doesn't even reach the passing grade, won't even be considered a success by the system. As for the fight your way out of the cafeteria mission, Su Hao didn't even bother. He simply jumped out of the second-floor window, and that was it. All right, let's check the rewards. He clicked Use Rewards twice. A system interface popped up. Please choose one of the following 3 options. 1. 100 tons of Overlord Tea Princess. Boy is broken string flavor. 2. 50 cubic meters of system space. 3. 1 truckload of custom-made high-end 4-season clothing. The second round of rewards continues. Please choose one of the following 3 items. 1. 100 tons of Mishua ice cream. Any flavor. 2. Zombie henchman, absolute loyalty. 3. 1 set of alloy general style full body armor. Chapter 9, 50 cubic meters of space, alloy heavy armor. Both mission rewards have been unlocked, but Su Hao finds that the beginnings of both rewards are making him a little tempted. One is Overlord Tea Princess, and the other is Mishua ice cream. In this apocalyptic world, milk tea is practically a luxury. Being able to drink a sip is even more joyful than winning an SSR in a lottery. After all, these drinks not only quench thirst but also replenish sugar and energy, serving as a partial source of supply in an environment lacking food and water. However, Su Hao wasn't without brains. Deliciousness was tempting, but compared to that, the other rewards were clearly more practical. In the first reward group, he decisively abandoned the milk tea and instead focused his attention on the 50 cubic meter system space. A storage space the size of a large bedroom is a treasure trove for survival. If it weren't for the second reward group, he would have placed the order immediately. As for a whole truckload of high-end seasonal clothing, Su Hao smiled wryly as he flipped through the pages. Don't even mention a truckload, I wouldn't want a whole trainload. This stuff can only be used as a blanket now, and it even takes up space. For this set of rewards, he tentatively chose the second option, system space. Next was the second set of rewards. He skipped the first reward, Mishua ice cream, and went straight to the second. Zombie subordinates, absolutely loyal. Su Hao glanced down from the balcony and was momentarily speechless. What could these zombies who only knew how to bare their teeth and claw wildly His subordinates moved delivery boxes. Its combat power couldn't even compare to his enhanced self, and it wasn't even eye-catching, purely superfluous. Unless one had some peculiar fetish, this option held no appeal whatsoever. He continued to the third item, alloy general-style full-body armor. After clicking on the details, Suhao immediately sat up straight. Alloy general-style full-body armor. Custom-made for 2055, using high-strength alloy, capable of withstanding 7.62 mm bullets. Includes helmet, shoulder armor, arm armor, leg armor, steel boots, and gauntlets, weighing 25 kilograms. Offers agile movement, comes with antique-style decorations, and features a system that allows for easy donning and donning. A perfect blend of practicality and style. After reading the description, Suhao's smile almost reached his ears. Brother, you know what? This is truly a man's dream. Normally, you wouldn't even see this kind of equipment, let alone wear it, and now it's being given away for free. The system really understands my mind. Immediately, he made his choices without hesitation. Reward 1, System Space. Reward 2, General's Full Armor. Rewards being distributed. The system notification had just ended when Suhao instantly received a new method for controlling the space and a sensory connection for wearing commands. He tried it out, thrusting the large broadsword forward. A ripple appeared in the air, and the broadsword vanished silently. A second later, he saw the greatsword lying steadily in his mind's eye, with the incredibly cool full-body armor displayed beside it. A thought struck him, and he silently uttered, "Put it on." The next instant, ripples appeared on Suhao's body on the balcony. When the ripples disappeared, he had transformed from an ordinary college student into a heavily armored knight nearly 2 meters tall. As soon as he put on the armor, Suhao clearly felt its weight, but the burden was only momentary. With his current physique and strength, he could easily withstand a 50-pound armor. Not to mention walking in it, he could even run and climb over walls without any problem. This sense of security is simply overwhelming. He raised his arms, looking at the arm guards covered with alloy plates. The inside was a soft lining, and the outside was a dense layer of metal, solid and heavy. The gloves were also very comfortable against the skin, with a bladed outer layer that could even be used as knuckle dusters, making them impervious to bites and tearing in close combat. Suhao glanced around and saw a full-length mirror in the girls' dormitory. He walked over. Each step his iron boots made a clack-clack sound, steady and powerful. In the mirror, he saw himself wearing a full-face helmet, a tiger head belt, and a beast-face breastplate, a complete and imposing set of equipment. That's seriously awesome. He stretched out his right hand, and a large horizontal sword appeared in his palm. Standing in front of the mirror, his eyes beneath the visor were cold and murderous. Good. He gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and sighed softly. Having obtained this treasured armor today, I must at least cut down some zombies as a sacrifice. But where should he cut them down? After a moment's thought, Suhao had a direction: the art building. Within the university structure, the art building is located behind the teaching buildings, in an area slightly inward along the central axis, where there might be fewer people and the target would be more concentrated. And his southeastern dormitory area was just a short walk across the lake and a plaza to reach his destination. Okay, target set, the art building. To facilitate his movements, he first changed back into ordinary clothes in the system space, then scaled the wall and descended the stairs, landing steadily. Once landed, he instantly donned heavy armor to avoid hindering his movements while re-equipping himself for the descent. Jumping from the second floor of the cafeteria was a forced act. This time, he needed to be more cautious and avoid making careless mistakes. The stronger one is, the more cautious one must be. Fully armed, he once again drew his sword and set off steadily towards the art building. The crisp, rhythmic sound of his iron boots attracted zombies within a 5 to 10 meter radius. But no matter, Suhao was already prepared. One comes, one dies. Beneath his cold, visor-like mask, his sword strikes were swift and decisive. A zombie that lunged forward was instantly decapitated. 3 at once, then 3 strikes, and he's done. As long as it's not a dozen or so attacking him at once, he can skillfully kite them and take them out one by one. And the density of these zombies is much lower than a few days ago, thanks to that male college student's heroic feat. Otherwise, Suhao would already be surrounded by a horde of zombies. And so, he went, killing as he went, passing through 4 or 5 dormitory buildings. The commotion he caused attracted a lot of attention. Some people peeked out from their balconies, their eyes filled with complex emotions as they watched him. Holy crap. Who is he? Where did he get that armor? He's incredibly skilled at hacking. He's taking down all the zombies with a single strike. Can he save us? Probably not. He's trying to break out. If he tries to storm the dorms, he'll just get stuck. But there are fewer zombies now, so shouldn't we try to break out? Yeah, if we stay here any longer, we'll starve to death. We need to find a chance to follow him out. Let's go. Follow him to those less crowded buildings. At least we can still survive. Let's go. Chapter 10. A no man's land of carnage. Heading elsewhere, the knife-wielding senior student. Inside the school, Suhao hacked his way through, advancing relentlessly. He discovered that 10 or fewer zombies posed no threat. A few strikes were enough to take them all down. As long as he wasn't surrounded by dozens, he could handle them with ease. Only when facing over 100 did he need to coordinate and fight back. However, the situation in the dormitory area was still relatively good. Most of the zombies had already been lured away by the boy, leaving only small groups of remnants wandering around. Suhao cleared the way as he walked out of the dormitory area, his blade flashing as it cut through the air, leaving a trail of corpses on the ground. The line leading from the cafeteria to the edge of the dormitory had become like a zombie no-man's land. Corpses littered the ground, forming a bloody path that ran through the entire area. Of course, this clearing was temporary. Zombies would slowly roam and replenish the area, but it was enough for him. Suhao arrived outside the dormitory area, where a wide park square lay before him, with a lake to his right. Passing through the lake would lead him to the art building and the gymnasium. Looking at the concrete road, brick path, and large lawn ahead, he didn't hesitate and stepped onto the grass. Suddenly, he turned around and saw 3 boys and 2 girls, wielding steel pipes and table legs, desperately chasing after him, their expressions frantic but determined. Clearly, they had rushed through the safe passage he had fought his way through. Their faces were contorted from running, their breaths ragged, but they finally caught up with him. "Brother, where are you going?" "Cough, cough, take us with you," one of them coughed, sweating profusely, pleading. Another boy suggested, "Let's go to the sports building. It's close to the staff dormitory, and there are lots of club supplies there." A girl chimed in, "Yeah, let's go to the Kendo Club. They have javelins and stuff there, and weapons too. And there are fewer zombies there," another girl added, her eyes full of anticipation. Suhao looked at them, said nothing, and simply nodded. His original destination was also the art building and the sports building, so their suggestion aligned with his plan. He turned around, knife in hand, and simply said, "Follow me." "Okay, bro. Thanks, bro." Trigger mission. Investigate the school's art district, sports building, and art building. Mission objective. Understand the current situation on campus, the distribution of resources, and the condition of survivors. Find the first group to band together. Mission reward. 1 unlimited God-level choice. Seeing the mission prompt, Suhao understood. This was one of those pre-exploration missions. Only by triggering it could more subsequent storylines be unlocked. These kinds of missions offered free rewards, so of course, the more the better. I initially thought these guys were just fast runners and probably not very brave, but their fighting ability was surprisingly good. When a few stray zombies approached, they even cooperated to kill 2 of them. Even the girls dared to lure the monsters away, while the boys dealt with them from the side. Suhao nodded, silently thinking, "That's right. People who dare to leave the dormitory are the kind of people who dare to take action. Those who are afraid of dying would have been hiding in their rooms, waiting to starve to death long ago. Those who still dare to come out and walk this bloody path are all brave and smart, and they are worth saving along the way." After slaying 3 more zombies, he watched as the group behind him also took down one together and offered a gentle but encouraging remark. Not bad. These people, though weak, hadn't held him back. In fact, they could lend a hand. He could take them along to survive. During the break, the boy who had spoken first looked at Suhao's retreating figure with eyes full of admiration. "Bro, you're a real tough guy. Walking with you makes me feel like the sun is rising. I'm Chenjiu. Bro, are you in the Kendo Club? How come our school has such a ruthless guy like you?" "Suo kachulidi blade. Suo, a freshman." This sentence left everyone speechless. "Huh, bro, you're a freshman?" the girl exclaimed in surprise. "You absolutely can't turn into a zombie. If you fall, all of humanity is doomed." Suhao was speechless. Was she genuinely praising me, or was she cursing me? But it was getting late, so he stopped smiling and looked around. "Stop talking. Let's go to the gymnasium." The others immediately responded, "Okay. Roger that, bro." And so, the 6 of them continued their advance towards the gymnasium, with Suhao leading the attack and the rest finishing off the rest. They crossed the lake, passed through the park, and traversed the square. With each place they passed, the number of corpses gradually increased, and the pace of the battle quickened. Suhao swiftly slashed his blade, killing at least dozens of zombies, yet his breathing remained steady, showing no signs of fatigue. Finally, they arrived at the plaza in front of the stadium. A quick glance revealed that an organized operation was already underway. Dozens of students were clearing away the approaching zombies. However, the problem was that there were still over 100 zombies on the scene, and the situation remained tense. To Suhao's surprise, these people weren't just carrying wooden sticks. Some were wielding javelins, others homemade weapons, and there were even a few sharp and long swords. And leading the charge was actually a girl. The girl had long, sweat-drenched hair, wore soft armor, and wielded a Miao sword that was even longer than Su Hao's broadsword. With a slight effort, she cleanly and decisively chopped off a zombie's head. If Su Hao was a heavily armored warrior, then this girl was a nimble, lightly armored warrior. She was tall, nearly 1.7 meters, and her amber eyes shone frighteningly brightly in the chaos of battle. Every dodge, slash, and movement revealed smooth, powerful muscle lines that rivaled any man's. Su Hao murmured in admiration. A fellow warrior indeed. In the post-apocalyptic world, hidden talents abound, and he never expected to encounter such a formidable character. He recalled the system's goddess quest, and thought to himself that this girl's rating must be quite high. Behind him, Chun Jiu's eyes lit up when he saw the girl. That's Senior Han Jiangxue, the big shot from the Kendo Club. We're saved. She has quite a few people with her, and they're fully armed. Then, he looked at Su Hao with a hint of worry. Brother, should we go help? Can they hold on? Su Hao didn't answer, but upon hearing the name Han Jiangxue, a hint of amusement appeared in his eyes. So she's the person Huang Shanshan was praising before she died. Let's see what Han Jiangxue is like. He drew his sword and charged forward, quickening his pace, like a god of war breaking through the ranks. Let's fight. Su Hao, in his heavy armor form, launched a powerful attack. Chapter 11 Armored Dump Truck Warriors launch an attack, destroying zombies. The battle had already begun in the square in front of the main entrance of the sports building. Before Su Hao even arrived, the scene was already quite intense, with a group of students struggling to hold off the zombie attack. After the boy lured away some of the zombies, the nearby horde of zombies began to scatter, eventually attracting a large number of zombies to converge on the sports building. This building is usually sparsely populated, and it was completely deserted when the apocalypse broke out, so there weren't many zombies to begin with, which gave nearby students the opportunity to gather. Many of them are participating in club activities, such as the Kendo Club and the Javelin Club, which gather here. When the zombies attacked, the students used whatever they could find: sticks, javelins, homemade weapons, and even a few collectible sharpened swords, and immediately went into battle. As the top student in the Kendo Club for 4 years, Han Jiangxue unsurprisingly won the Miao, Dao, and even put on protective gear. However, due to the heat and for the sake of flexibility, she only wore simple soft armor. The weather in June was already hot and humid. After fighting for only a short while, Han Jiangxue was covered in sweat, her cheeks were flushed, and her whole body was soaked in sweat. But she still managed to decapitate the zombie with a single stroke, her movements swift and clean. Despite her exhaustion, she didn't feel nauseous. Instead, she felt a surge of exhilarating pleasure. She never imagined that killing real people would be so satisfying. Before she could think it through, the number of zombies surrounding her had exceeded 100. The horde of corpses was as impenetrable as a human wall, advancing layer by layer and completely surrounding them. Someone shouted from the side, "Senior Han, there are too many zombies. If we don't retreat now, it will be too late." Another person anxiously suggested, "Senior, someone is injured. Let's retreat first and lock the door." Han Jiangxue was slightly taken aback, and various solutions quickly flashed through her mind. If we retreat now, the sports building will be completely surrounded, making it even more difficult to get out later. They couldn't possibly fight these 100+ zombies head-on. There were only a few dozen of them, and each of them would have to kill several. Their weapons and physical strength were simply insufficient. Run? Abandon the gym building? Before she could make a decision, a series of heavy footsteps came from her side and behind. The voice was deep and resonant, like a giant beast stomping on the ground, carrying a sense of oppression as it stepped into everyone's hearts. Then came the sound of flesh snapping, and the heads and half-bodies of several zombies flew into the air. Suawapyuth. He was clad in heavy armor, carrying a large broadsword, and jogged into the battlefield. As he approached the horde of corpses, he didn't choose to behead them, but instead cleave them in half at the waist. The slash, delivered with the force of a charge, cleaved the zombie cleanly in half, as easily as cutting tofu. And the sword strike continued unabated. From left to right, Su Hao slashed 8 times, cutting 8 zombies in half at the waist. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely brutal. Chun Jiu and the others who followed behind were dumbfounded, their mouths agape in an O shape, speechless with shock. A few seconds later, they came to their senses and shouted, "Charge!" They raised their steel pipes and charged after Su Hao. They avoided attacking the zombies directly in front of them, focusing instead on eliminating any stragglers rushing in from the sides, demonstrating exceptional teamwork. Su Hao, at this moment, was like a rampaging armored vehicle, each strike fatal, leaving a corpse with every blow. With each swing of his knife, he could take the lives of at least 2 or 3 zombies, blood splattering and limbs flying everywhere. The scene was so horrific, it was like being in a meat grinder. The students in the sports building plaza were stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Han Jiangxue was also stunned. She held the Miao sword, but for a moment she forgot to move, staring intently at the figure covered in armor. What kind of monster-level powerhouse is this? Once they realized what was happening, everyone rushed forward to help, and the situation instantly reversed. Han Jiangxue gritted her teeth and rushed forward, trying to imitate Su Hao's bold and sweeping fighting style. But she had only cut halfway down when the knife got stuck, and she was almost scratched by a zombie that pounced on her. She quickly kicked the other person away, drew her knife, and finished him off with a final blow. I can't do it. She knew clearly in her heart that the heavily armored warrior in front of her was no ordinary person. She couldn't even mimic the opponent's strength and rhythm. She could only revert to her familiar neck-chopping technique. However, while fighting, she kept observing Su Hao. She soon discovered that Su Hao initially had some sense of elegant beheading, but later found it troublesome and simply swung his knife randomly, cutting wherever he pleased. Sometimes they even pull off fancy moves, flashing their knives, and instantly killing several zombies around them. The movements were too fast. It was impossible to see how he swung the knife. All that could be seen was a series of afterimages and heads flying off one after another. This isn't human. This is a hexagonal warrior. Han Jiangxue was deeply shocked. Whether it's strength, skill, or reaction speed, the opponent is ridiculously strong. Before long, the horde of corpses was mostly cleared out and the siege was completely lifted. Everyone stopped and gasped for breath. Han Jiangxue was exhausted. She stuck the knife into the corpse, propped herself up on her legs, and breathed heavily. Her chest heaved violently, and her forehead, neck, and elbows were covered in sweat. She looked up at the man in the center of the battlefield. He casually flicked his knife, and the blood on the blade rained down like arrows, crashing heavily to the ground. He then slowly turned around and looked in the direction where everyone was. At this moment, the midday sun shines down, illuminating his alloy armor and reflecting a dazzling light. At that moment, Han Jiangxue felt that he was not an ordinary person, but rather a war god who had emerged from the apocalypse. Chapter 12, Fear is the instinct of living beings. Courage is the hymn of mankind. When Su Hao turned around and walked towards the crowd, even though everyone knew he was one of their own, they felt a tightness in their chests, their hearts racing, and their emotions inexplicably tense. Tension, unease, and even a bit of panic. This wasn't fear, but rather the oppressive feeling brought about by that murderous aura. Seeing their expressions, Su Hao roughly understood what was going on. So he raised his hand and gently removed his mask, revealing his clear features and strong facial lines. His gaze swept over the crowd. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief only after they realized he was a normal human being. One student tentatively asked, "Are you a student from Jiangnan University?" Su Hao nodded and simply replied, "Yes." He glanced around and asked, "How many people have gathered here now?" Han Jiangxue had recovered somewhat by this time and stepped forward to answer. There were only a few dozen people. Su Hao glanced at the Miao knife in her hand and then asked, "How many sharpened weapons do you have left? Do you have enough to eat?" Han Jiangxue sighed and shook her head. There are only 3 knives that are actually sharpened. The rest are all wooden sticks or homemade ones. There are no tools to sharpen them. At this moment, Chun Jiu chimed in. "Brother, there are 2 small shops in the sports building. They might still have some stock, and maybe we can find some food in the warehouse." Han Jiangxue nodded in agreement, adding that that was the basic situation. To put it bluntly, they had few people, poor equipment, and had to guess what they would eat. They were basically a makeshift operation with nothing to their name. Su Hao frowned slightly. Not ideal. He paused, then asked, "So, who are you taking orders from now on?" The crowd looked at each other, and after a moment, they all turned to look at Han Jiangxue. After all, her strength is undeniable. She was ranked first in the club for 4 years, and she was at the forefront of the battle just now. In addition, she has a powerful family background, so everyone assumes that she is the backbone of the organization. Han Jiangxue thought for a moment and said slowly, "It's not confirmed yet. My priority now is to organize everyone." Su Hao nodded in understanding. "Okay." Just then, someone in the front row started having a rumbling stomach, which was followed by several others behind them. Chun Jiu was no exception. Then everyone realized that they hadn't had a hot meal since dawn. Han Jiangxue quickly suggested, "Let's go back to the sports building first, have something to eat, and then we'll talk. We still have some dry food." Su Hao nodded slightly. "Let's go." So the group headed towards the sports building. On the way, the 2 students suddenly broke down. As I walked, I suddenly burst into tears. One of them trembled as he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a scratch on his arm. The other person's back was soaked, indicating that he had also been arrested. "I've been infected, sob. Leave me alone," I'm gonna find a place to lock myself up. He choked up and could barely speak. The pale-faced classmate next to him didn't say anything, but just lowered his head and cried along with him. This scene instantly plunged the team's morale into a slump. The atmosphere was so oppressive, it was almost suffocating. Han Jiangxue gritted her teeth and could only comfort her. Let's rest for a bit first. But Su Hao glanced at her and sensed something was off. Her tone was fine, and her facial expressions were appropriate, but there was not a trace of sadness or even a flicker of emotion in her eyes. Su Hao pondered, is she cold-blooded? Or maybe not. After all, she was the most aggressive when she was cutting down zombies. So as he walked, he silently scanned the girls around him one by one, activating the system's personal information detection. Let's see what level you all are at. My first glance naturally fell on Han Jiangxue. System information pops up instantly. Han Jiangxue. Age, 21. Overall external appearance rating, 94. Overall internal rating, 91. Overall ability rating, 96. Recruiting recommendation, extremely high. His superpowers are that high. Su Hao was slightly surprised, but then he noticed the detail. The internal rating was surprisingly the lowest among the 3 categories. He clicked on the detailed review and suddenly understood. System evaluation. Personality. Violent, cold-hearted, indifferent to the weak, prefers brutal methods. Has warlike tendencies in their genes, but these are not yet fully developed. I see. No wonder she was so satisfied with cutting down enemies on the front lines, yet remained indifferent to the wounded. The apocalyptic stage provided her with the space to unleash her true nature. Su Hao couldn't help but glance at her again. Just then, Han Jiangxue turned her head, and their eyes met. She looked slightly surprised, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Su Hao tilted his head, indicating, let's talk later. Han Jiangxue nodded gently. Upon arriving at the sports building, Su Hao discovered that there were still quite a few people inside who had not yet participated in the battle. It looks like this group of people have been hiding here the whole time. He looked at Han Jiangxue with a puzzled expression. Han Jiangxue shook her head with a complicated expression. Su Hao immediately understood. Some of these people were too afraid to go out because they were afraid of dying, some lacked weapons and dare not fight back, and some even gave up on saving themselves and just wanted to wait for the country to come and take them away. Upon seeing everyone return, these people immediately surrounded him and started chattering away. Are you alright? Don't get bitten. It'll be troublesome if you are. Sai, I told you long ago not to go out and fight. It's too dangerous. What do we do now? This person has been scratched. Should we lock him up? I think it's best to seal the gates and wait for reinforcements. Huh? Who's that in heavy armor? How come they have equipment? Su Hao heard all of these words. But to be honest, most of them are not very pleasant to hear. They fought their way back, but this group kept contradicting them. In reality, many people are not thinking rationally at all, but rather trying to alleviate their guilt. Therefore, they subconsciously belittle those who participate in the battle, making themselves appear right. This is what is known as your position determines your perspective. As the 2 injured men listened to the discussions, their faces grew increasingly grim and their eyes dimmed. They even regretted why they went out and risked their lives. Did I do something wrong? Seeing this, Su Hao stepped forward and gently patted their shoulders. His tone was calm, yet firm. I met a senior student who had been infected and mutated. She persevered to the very end and became stronger. I don't know if the virus can kill us, but I do know that we don't necessarily have to die. Don't wait until you regret it the most to deny the courage you showed in the past. Fear is instinct, but courage is the greatest glory of mankind. Chapter 013, The Situation at the Gathering Place, Su Hao's Future Plans. Fear is a biological instinct. Courage is the hymn of humanity. In Su Hao's view, these people who dare to come out and fight, even if they were not superior to these cowardly people, should not be berated by these petty people. As soon as he said that, those who were huddled together were all surprised. They seemed surprised that Su Hao had the right to say such things. Did he even deserve it? Those who had gone out to fight all knew how brave and capable Su Hao had been. Facing hordes of zombies was like cutting melons and vegetables. Ugh. Upon hearing this, the 2 injured men's eyes lit up with hope. They glared menacingly at the huddled crowd. Then one person went into a classroom and locked himself inside. Others can observe through the glass above the front and back doors. After the 2 went inside, seeing that there was nothing to criticize, the retreating crowd, after a period of silence, dispersed to find something to do. Responsible people are helping to pack things, prepare supplies, and move things. Those who lack a sense of responsibility simply sit and do nothing. It can be used directly as a manure-producing machine. Oh, Su Hao sneered after reading it. As the saying goes, the upper and lower limits of humanity are surprisingly polarized, with people on both sides exploring their own limits. This is also why Su Hao is unwilling to stick together in large groups, especially in safe urban areas or areas where humans gather. Under the apocalypse, he just wanted to create a small team that belonged exclusively to him. As long as the team is full of talented people, that's enough. Focus on quality, not quantity. We need talent in all fields. Give. At this moment, Han Jiangxue went to the warehouse, got some cola, bread, and potato chips, and handed them to Su Hao. She also carried bread and bottled water. Thanks. Su Hao thanked him, glanced at the second-floor balcony, and gave a knowing look. Han Jiangxue nodded, carrying Han Miao's sword. The two carried the food and walked towards the second-floor balcony. Su Hao remained in his heavy armor, only removing his face shield. He didn't even take off his helmet. To put it bluntly, his head wasn't designed to stop arrows or bullets, but his helmet could, if someone were to covet his knife and armor. That's hard to say. In the apocalypse, this is truly a treasure among treasures. While walking with food in his hand, Su Hao opened a soda and started drinking it. When we arrived at our destination, found a place to sit down. Su Hao took another sip and sighed. I don't know if I'll be able to drink it again. If I have the chance, I'll definitely stock up on 1,000,000 bottles. Han Jiangxue smiled gently upon hearing this. She checked the production date of the bottled water in her hand. Even disregarding the production date, it can only be stored for 2 to 3 years at most. Are 1,000,000 bottles consumed ahead of schedule, or how are they stored? Su Hao has a system space, but he definitely can't tell you right now. When items are placed in a space, they remain stationary and will not decay for thousands of years. However, he still joked, how about a cold storage? It can stay frozen all the time. Han Jiangxue took a bite of bread and shook her head. Putting aside the electricity issue, even if the storage time is doubled to 4 to 5 years, will there still be Coca-Cola left? What will it be like then? Su Hao looked at the Coke in his hand. It's such a pity. How could something so delicious disappear? But then I thought, if I have the recipe, I can see if I can make it myself. It will definitely be a valuable commodity in the apocalypse. Cola tastes sweet and refreshing, and is full of energy. It will be one of the hard currencies in the future. Han Jiangxue nodded in agreement. Yes. The two ate their food and quickly finished the potato chips and bread. After filling my stomach, the two then formally introduced themselves. Senior, Han Jiangxue. Freshman, Su Hao. After saying that, Han Jiangxue looked curiously at Su Hao's full-body heavy armor and his large horizontal sword, and asked, where did you get all of these? This armor of yours is obviously custom-made by a famous designer. It must cost at least 50,000 or even 500,000. And this sword must have cost tens of thousands. As the president of the Kendo Club, and also from a relatively well-off family, Han Jiangxue was well aware of the specific value of these items. They were definitely worth a fortune, the most collectible among collectibles in the category of adult super toys. She also has 2 good knives at home, one made of Damascus steel and the other of forged pattern steel. It's a pity they're all at home, not at school. Others couldn't use it anymore, so they gave it to me. Su Hao shook his head. That was all he could say. What the system gives you is something others don't want. Okay. But Han Jiangxue still coveted Su Hao's knife. She liked it so much. So she tentatively asked, can I touch one? Su Hao reached out and beckoned to her Miao sword. I'd also like to see yours. Good. The two exchanged knives and examined them. As soon as Han Jiangxue got her hands on the knife, she couldn't put it down. She bit her lip lightly, just like a gaming enthusiast seeing a 5090 graphics card. She not only carefully touched it, but even smelled it and got excited. It seems he really likes knives. Su Hao picked up the Miao sword and examined it. Generally, it's just an ordinary knife. After Han Jiangxue's attack, some areas already had gaps in the wall. This was clearly cut into a bone. That's normal. Swords and knives are much thinner than kitchen knives, especially cleavers and machetes. So if you use it slightly incorrectly, it might not even be as durable as a kitchen knife. Su Hao took off his gloves. He reached out and flicked the blade. Bite! There wasn't even much of an echo. Upon hearing this, Han Jiangxue regretfully returned the broadsword to Su Hao and took back her Miao sword. It's just an ordinary knife. It's a pity I didn't bring the one from home. Do you have many more at home? Su Hao asked curiously. Yes. Han Jiangxue nodded. There are 2 top-tier ones and many more collectibles, up to 16 in total. The problem is, nobody knows what's going on at home. However, Su Hao didn't have this problem. The two chatted like that. Then they talked about the current situation. Facing the crowd downstairs, Han Jiangxue silently shook her head, her expression a mixture of distrust and disappointment. I never intended to lead them. I just wanted to fight, survive, and, if possible, go home to visit them. So Han Jiangxue had no choice. She was pushed out. No wonder she had that expression just now. Then she turned to Su Hao and asked, judging from your tone and words before, you don't want to stick with them either. They are weak, timid, and irresponsible. There is no point in leading them. You will probably find an opportunity to leave soon. Han Jiangshue's gaze suddenly became somewhat intense. This was also Su Hao's original intention. He nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I can lead a small team, but I have no intention of being a leader. That's not something I should be doing. The leader, naturally, is a powerful ruler, someone with leadership and foresight. Su Hao couldn't stand this. Although he builds bases and acts as a war criminal in strategy games, such actions in reality are two different things. He only wanted to form small groups, small bases, and elite war criminal groups. Hearing Su Hao say that, Han Jiangxue pondered for a moment, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. In the apocalypse, the weak band together, and the strong are drawn to one another. Especially the inherent tendency to admire strength, a genetic instinct. If you are strong enough and the conditions are right, you don't need to do anything. People will naturally come to you. I've always believed that anything that requires force has probably never been handsome or strong in my life. And you, Han Jiangxue took a sip of water, just about to say something. But suddenly, screams of terror came from downstairs. Su Hao silently closed the bottle cap, got up, picked up a knife, and went downstairs to see what was going on. Han Jiangxue silently picked up her Miao knife and followed. Chapter 014, Slaying Former Teammates, and Winning Over Han Jiangxue. We went downstairs. No one needs to say anything. The first thing you see is a zombie that is undergoing mutation. And that person turned out to be one of the members who had gone out to fight earlier. Judging from the wound on his waist that was bleeding continuously, he had not only been scratched, but bitten on the waist. That's why the mutations happen so quickly. Normally, once the flesh is broken, it takes half a day to a day for the mutation to occur. It can take as little as half a day if you're quick, depending on the severity of the wound. If you get bitten, it might only take a few hours. This is quite similar to the speed of snake venom. Neurotoxins, blood toxins, or a mixture of toxins. Forehead. The person lay on the ground, making strange, inhuman roars. The people around hid to the side. Some were armed and ready to defend themselves. Seeing Su Hao and Han Jiangxue arrive, Chen Jiu ran over and said, he was injured but didn't say anything. However, the wound was too big and he mutated very quickly. Fortunately, it wasn't at night or when he was resting. If it's at night or during rest time. If he successfully mutates, he will at least kill a few people. The people around him looked at him with a mixture of pity and hatred. This is the contradiction in human nature. Going out to fight is brave. But it's normal to not dare to talk about it after being injured. Fear of being abandoned or blamed, despair about the future, and so on are all reasons. But no matter how you look at it, there's nothing that can be done once it mutates. Base. Su Hao silently drew his knife, walked to the person's side, and spoke calmly to those around him. I'll keep an eye on it. Everyone around nodded in agreement. Those who knew Su Hao were immediately relieved. As for the consequences for him, there's not much to say. If the mutation is successful, the person dies. Congratulations if it doesn't work. Han Jiangxue, holding her Miao sword, walked over to Su Hao's side and waited together. That's all. In the lobby of the sports building, the others rested on the edge, observing. Su Hao and Han Jiangxue stood motionless in the middle. The mutated person lay helplessly on the floor, his body trembling slightly, emitting weak moans, his eyes filled with terrifying bloodshot veins, as if blood would seep out at any moment. Drooling uncontrollably trickled from the corners of his mouth, gradually forming a small puddle on the floor. It looks like he's in pain, but there was no longer any consciousness in his eyes. Seeing this, Su Hao knew that the mutation was basically successful. Without consciousness, one is no longer human. But Su Hao waited a little longer. Half an hour later, roar. Then came a scream that was not human at all. Su Hao silently drew his knife and slashed at the bottom. Base. The zombie's convulsing, struggling body paused. The head and torso separated gently and tilted to the side of the neck. The people around stared wide-eyed. That's so clean and efficient. Clean it up. After Su Hao finished speaking, he put away his knife and turned to leave. Han Jiangxue watched as the knife fell with swift motion, gently biting her lip and pursing her teeth. Seeing Su Hao leave, she asked the people around her to come and clean it up, and then followed Su Hao back to the second floor balcony. Upon arriving on the second floor, Su Hao asked directly, "What's your next plan?" He checked the progress, took a look, and then decided on his next step. Han Jiangxue understood when she heard this. "Are you leaving?" Su Hao nodded. "There's no point in sticking with them. I want to find elites and build my own team." Han Jiangxue's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What kind of person qualifies as an elite in your opinion? Su Hao simply counted on his fingers, strength, knowledge, and skills out of a total of 100. As long as you get 85 points or more in any one of them, you're considered an elite. "Do I count?" Han Jiangxue asked directly. Suhao looked into her eyes, her clear brown eyes filled with an unbearable stimulation and fervor for violence. Her upbringing in an excellent family and the peaceful society she once lived in became her constraints. Only under the apocalypse can her true potential be realized. Suhao didn't care whether it counted or not. With a combined score of over 90, it's definitely a good score. So he didn't want to mince words and asked directly, "Are you coming with me? And can feelings develop over time?" Able. Good. A few words, spoken in an instant, like a rapid-fire Q&A session. When Han Jiangxue finally realized what was happening, her face turned bright red, and she glared at him fiercely with the whites of her eyes. They were talking so fast, without even thinking. By the time it was spoken, it was already an instinctive reaction. This is also the effect Suhao wanted. It's the end of the world. What's there to be so reserved about? Everyone here is a sensible person. It's good that it was consensual. Congratulations on completing the mission. Assemble a goddess team and recruit a goddess. Reward: 1 unlimited god-level choice. You can view the detailed information panel for team member Han Jiangxue. Suhao will reveal the reward later. Let's first look at the current plan. So, going back to the point, Han Jiangxue tacitly agreed to Suhao's suggestion and then asked a question. So what do you think we should do next? Suhao first looked at his task. Actually, there's still 3 tasks. The goddess quest can be completed repeatedly. One of the art districts is not yet complete because we have only explored the sports building. The art building and the 1,000-person kill area are still unexplored. Mission: slay 1,000 zombies. 376-1000. There are still over 600 that haven't been cut down yet. But zombies can be slashed anywhere, so there's no rush. So the main task right now is to find talent. Suhao pondered for a moment. Based on what I just said, how many talented people do you think there are in the school? Or whom do you know? Han Jiangxue already considers herself a member of the team. So the first thing to think about is what kind of talent to recruit into my team. She thought for a moment. At our school, only the medical department is probably useful to us. I only know Su Qing, the assistant professor in the medical department, and I don't know anyone else. After saying that, Han Jiangxue lowered her head slightly. I don't usually try to make friends. It's nothing. Suhao waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. People like Han Jiangxue really don't need to get to know anyone. They just need to live their own lives well. Suhao thought about the various colleges of this school. Subjects like Chinese language, art, politics, and education are largely useless in a post-apocalyptic environment. But people from medical schools are definitely useful. After thinking for a while, that's how the subsequent plans were determined. Okay, let's take these people downstairs and clean up the medical school's teaching buildings, dormitories, and canteen. Look for Su Qing, whom you mentioned. If you don't find her, that's fine. Once we're done cleaning up, we'll leave and go find talent outside the school. Okay. Han Jiangxue nodded, but then suddenly asked, what if we find it? Find them and leave. You'll understand what happens next in a while. Suhao was talking about evolutionary superpowers. By then, finding talent will be much easier. We could just focus on people with good superpowers. Han Jiangxue nodded, not asking any further questions. Okay, there's still a lot to come. Suhao didn't want to waste too much time at school. The school had virtually no supplies. He also needed to hurry outside the school to raid shopping malls, pharmacies, gas stations, tool shops, and so on. They also went to industrial zones and small workshops to raid machine tools, lathes, processing machines, and so on. These are the most precious things. Trigger mission: sweep through Jiang University. Chapter 0:15 Stamina Recovery Potion. All system map watch. Trigger mission: sweep through Jiang University. Mission introduction. You've discovered that Jiangda University doesn't seem like a good place for you. It lacks resources and its talent pool is unclear. Please quickly investigate Jiangda University's resources and personnel to proceed with your next plan. Task requirements. Clear at least the Jiangda area with a score of 35 or higher. Mission reward: 1 unlimited god-level choice. This is different from the previous mission. This mission also has requirements. That means clearing out at least 1/3 of the area around Jiangda University. In this mission, Suhao could also click on the details to see the area he had swept. Jiang opened the map. In the entire mini-map, only places like the sports building and the arts building are shown as green safe zones. In other areas, the color varies from light red to dark red. Some roads are free of zombies and are light red in color. Places like dormitory buildings are painted dark red. The teaching building is in the middle and is normally red. The South District cafeteria, which he had mostly cleared out, was also light red. Seeing this, Suhao understood. It seems that Jiangda University is really worthless now. Universities are places of education. There were hardly any useful supplies, except for those from mechanical, electromechanical, and industrial universities. Liberal arts colleges are of little value in an apocalypse. This includes supplies, machinery, and specialized personnel. Jiangnan University is one of them. It was afternoon. Everyone downstairs was resting. Many of them were taking a nap, mainly because they were exhausted. They don't have Su Hao's physique. After such a strenuous effort to kill zombies at noon, the body is so tired that it takes at least a night to recover. And for those who are weaker or haven't exercised, it can take 2 to 3 days to recover. Han Yang Su Yolfnet. Looking at Su Hao's heavy armor, she said, "Aren't you going to take it off? It must be very hot wearing this." Su Hao shook his head. "It's not hot. The main problem is that he doesn't trust the people here when he's away from home." Meanwhile, the heavy armor material is very heat insulating. The lining quickly absorbs and wicks away sweat, and the alloy dissipates this heat, so it stays within a completely acceptable range. If the air conditioning isn't on, it's better to wear it than take it off. However, it was on the second floor. There was no one around. Su Hao thought for a moment, then glanced at Han Jiangxue, who was staring at him. So he clapped his hands gently. Smack! A ripple of space appeared around his entire body, like the space distorted by a summer heat wave. It flashed by in an instant. Su Hao's heavy armor vanished instantly, leaving him in short sleeves and shorts. Han Jiangxue stared wide-eyed and opened her mouth in shock. At such close range, she was certain she wasn't seeing things. Disappeared in an instant. Han Jiangxue's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Su Hao, her gaze seemingly sparkling like stars. "How did you do that?" Su Hao thought for a moment. "Just think of it as a spatial ability. Superpowers? So, can we awaken superpowers too?" "Yes, but the timing is unknown." "What?" "The apocalypse is probably an evolution. All living things are evolving, and the future will be even more dangerous." "Is that so?" "Just this information." This made Han Jiangxue fall into deep thought. She thought deeply for a while, then looked at Su Hao again. Deep down, she admired the man before her even more. The end of the world has just arrived. Everyone else is patiently waiting for evolution. The man in front of them immediately began a killing spree. If talent is ranked into different levels, then wouldn't the talent of the man in front of you be off the charts? Everyone else is just trying to survive. He was busy killing people, searching for talent, and finding important supplies. No wonder he looks down on this place, these people, and this place. It turns out he had a much bigger plan and a more forward-thinking perspective. Or perhaps, subduing oneself is always a piece of cake. Perhaps I've just met Su Hao's standards? It didn't even reach that level, but it's number 1, so let's lower the standard a bit to make it a good omen. Han Jiangxue began a brainstorming session. But no matter what, I'm glad I did. I'm so glad I met Su Hao right at the beginning of the apocalypse. I'm so glad I was the first person to join the team. Get some rest first. Su Hao certainly needs rest too. He hasn't reached inhuman levels yet. He glanced at Han Jiangxue, who was still brainstorming. Ignore her and rest against the wall in a shady spot. Marble tile buildings do have advantages. Even without air conditioning, they remain cool, ventilated, and comfortable. Han Jiangxue was right beside him. Seeing this, I also started to rest against the wall. She was exhausted. Besides Su Hao, she was the most aggressive killer at noon. Even with years of training, she couldn't withstand such exertion and would definitely need plenty of rest. So he closed his eyes and leaned against the wall to rest. In this process, Su Hao took advantage of having some free time. Silently repeat to yourself, use the reward. Already used, 1 unlimited God-level choice. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, 100 tons of braised pork. Reward 2, 3 stamina recovery potions. Reward 3, holographic map watch. 100 tons of braised pork. Upon seeing this reward, Su Hao's first reaction wasn't to be tempted. It was just that I was craving something sweet. Braised pork belly will definitely have a chance to eat it for a while, but who knows what will happen after the apocalypse. However, it's still passed. Take a look at the details of Reward 2. Stamina Recovery Potion, a bottle of highly nutritious potion. Drinking it will replenish stamina from multiple aspects, including muscle fatigue, nutritional deficiencies, nerve signals, and energy loss. Aside from mental exhaustion, drinking it will restore your virility. It cannot replenish mental exhaustion. That's right, mental exhaustion refers to the conscious aspect of the brain. Physical supplements or other forms of stimulation can only lead to greater excitement, such as drinking coffee or taking hormones, but this does not constitute recovery, which is why the medication specifically states that it is not recommended. Anyway, let's talk about it later. Su Hao silently read aloud. Let's take a look at the details of Reward 3. Holographic Mapper Watch, a high-tech watch that currently only features holographic maps and basic functions. Future upgrades will allow for optional additions. It can be manually or solar-powered and is biometrically linked. Functions: time, calendar, alarm clock, calculator, vital signs monitoring, and holographic map. Holographic Mapper. capable of 3D imaging within the brain or virtual projection. Maps can be manually added by scanning real-world objects or digital data, or automatically scanned from within 10 kilometers in diameter and 1 kilometer up and down. This is high technology. Leaving aside the basic functions, the watch's battery life and power consumption are ridiculously high. The most important thing is the holographic map. It can directly absorb manual data or automatically scan map data around the watch or even above and below it. It can work both up and down. It's many times better than radar. These are just some of the functions of a watch. In the future, all relevant system rewards can be added. Forget about the stamina recovery potion. Suhao silently thought to himself. Choose reward 3. Sent to system space, can be worn with a thought. Chapter 016 to take a bath. First beat up Minghu. Then take a bath at Minghu. A high-tech watch has appeared in the system space. Suhao took a look. The overall appearance was perfectly fitted, neither too thin nor too thick, about the thickness of a chopstick, titanium silver, like a bracelet, and without a display screen. Where's the display screen? Suhao silently recited the instructions to put on his left hand. The watch was automatically put on his left wrist. He reached out and touched it. The entire bracelet lit up and began displaying information. I see. It turns out there was a monitor available. Instead, the entire bracelet is a display, and its entire exterior can display information, so it doesn't look like a display at all. When it's not displaying any content, it looks just like a bracelet. Suhao looked at the basic functions and was familiar with them all. It's quite interesting that there's only one life monitor. It accurately detected Suhao's vital signs, including heart rate, exercise level, sleep, body composition, and so on. Data analysis from modern medicine. It actually has most of them. Great feature. Finally, there's the holographic map. This will be very useful not only now, but also in the future. Without a map, how can you know where to go, what supplies are available, or where is suitable for short, medium, or long-term residence? It's fine in a city you're familiar with, but it's a disaster when you move to a different city. Moreover, this holographic map function is even better. Open the holographic map, Suhao silently commanded. The next moment, the watch projects a 3D model map. Starting from the sports building, an area with a diameter of 10 kilometers and a vertical radius of 1 kilometer was fully displayed, just like the AI projection in Iron Man. Suhao only needs to control it with his mind, or move his fingers slightly in place. You can control the map to zoom in and out at any time. That's really good. This function is very useful. Suhao looked at the map and carefully observed the school. Unfortunately, the watch's map function only shows the map. The surrounding zombies are not displayed. It should be something else, something like a life detector. Continue looking at schools. 2 canteens, a warehouse, a medical building, and a medical warehouse. Suhao found the place he valued most. It also allows you to save locations on the map. Wait a minute. Suhao suddenly remembered that it was possible to manually add scanned real-world maps or digital data. Can I add data to my phone? Suhao took out his phone and looked at it. It had been on standby for more than a day and was almost out of power, with only the last bit of battery remaining. It's currently in power-saving mode. Suhao couldn't care less about all that. Immediately open the map app on your phone and then press it onto your watch. Can this be uploaded? Do you want internet access? You don't need a data cable, do you? Where to insert it? Suhao picked it up again and looked at it. The phone remained silent, but the watch already displays. New map data received, update complete. Suhao reopened the map and took a look. Now it's not just within a 10-kilometer radius. After absorbing all the data from the phone, the watch can now display a detailed map of the entire country, accurate down to the street and alley entrance. You can also see rough map data for most countries in the world, accurate down to the road level. That's more than enough. With this map, things will be so much more convenient in the future. Let's see if we can get our hands on military maps later, Suhao pondered. Military maps are even more terrifying, precise down to the water source, terrain, material, and so on. But it's too early to think about these things now. Let's talk about it another time. Suhao threw his phone into the system space. Then I closed my eyes and rested. Puqian. At this moment, the person leaning next to him, Han Jiangxue, suddenly slumped onto his shoulder. Suhao looked down, and all he could see was her beautiful hair. Honestly, it doesn't smell. With so much sweat, it's a miracle it doesn't stink. After watching Han Jiangxue's long, drawn-out breaths, Suhao didn't care about anything else and continued to rest. I don't know how much time passed. Suhao fell asleep, then woke up again. He looked up and saw that it was not yet 2 p.m., and he had only slept for less than an hour. Han Jiangxue was no longer on his shoulder. She ended up sleeping on his lap. Suhao decided to take a walk, so he simply lifted Han Jiangxue's head, placed it on the cushion, and got up to leave. How could I possibly be a nice guy and wait until she wakes up before leaving? After Suhao got up to go to the toilet, Han Jiangxue was also about to wake up, stretching in the corner and opening her eyes. watching Su Hao's retreating figure. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and recalled the battle that took place at noon. Severed limbs and broken arms, used for chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Blood and flesh flew everywhere in a brutal battle. To ordinary people, this might seem terrifying, bloody, and unbearable to look at. At that time, she saw other club members constantly gagging and coughing. But for her, so enjoyable to watch. It was so satisfying to chop. It's absolutely gorgeous. How could Su Hao display such power and violent beauty when he was slashing? It's really addictive. Han Jiangxue touched her lips, then took the opportunity to get up. Suddenly, the sticky feeling between her arm skin and the ground made her extremely uncomfortable. I'm sweating too much. My skin started to feel oily and sticky. This is unavoidable unless you take a shower. But now, the power is off and the water is cut off. So if you want to take a shower, you have to find a place with water. Han Jiangxue thought for a moment. The lake on campus? This is all we have. But isn't that too dangerous? At this moment, Su Hao finished using the toilet and came out. He felt a pang of despair. There's no water. I can't even wash my hands or wipe myself down. He must have been sweating too. It's June now, and I've been sweating for 2 days straight. It would be strange if I wasn't sticky. It's really uncomfortable. Su Hao scratched his head. It'll stink in another day. Han Jiangxue nodded in agreement. It's time to take a shower, but there's no water. What do you mean? Su Hao looked at Han Jiangxue. How about we deal with the cafeteria warehouse first? It's a waste of time. We can wipe ourselves with mineral water. It's better than being stuck like this all the time. Han Jiangxue saw Su Hao's new watch, but she didn't say anything and said again, I have a way, but it's quite dangerous. What method? First, we'll tap Minghu Lake before the water gets polluted, and then we can use it to bathe. Su Hao thought for a moment. Let me think about it. Mineral water is good for drinking. Taking a bath with it is too wasteful. The lake water is definitely fine. The lake on campus is called Ming Lake. It's quite large and only a few hundred meters away from the sports building. That's actually quite good. Trigger quest. Take a bath in Minghu Lake. Mission introduction. Bathing is one of the evolutionary standards of human civilization. Not bathing can lead to a decline in physical health, even illness and mental problems. Please clear out the zombies near Ming Lake and have a good, thorough bath. Mission reward. Infinite God-level choice X1. Chapter 017, heading to Minghu Lake, 1v100, the advantage is in my hands. Taking a bath can be a mission? Su Hao roughly understood the conditions for triggering the mission. That is to explore new things and do meaningful things. In that case, he shouldn't stay in one place and stick together all the time. He should move around and travel everywhere in the apocalypse. Looks like we'll have to set up a car fleet later. What kind of racing team? Let's call it the Goddess Racing Team. Even if you're not afraid of being a Chinibu, a person with delusions of grandeur, you can still call. Okay, Minghu Lake it is. After confirming, Su Hao turned to look at the sky outside. At 2 p.m., the sun was just beginning to set. There are less than 6 hours left until dark. Clean up Ming Lake tomorrow, then take a bath? No, su ahora es elotly diffused. I feel uncomfortable even for a short while, let alone all night. Go take a shower when it gets dark? That won't work either. It's too dark and visibility is poor, which increases the risk. At most, evening is acceptable. Therefore, action should be taken now. Su Hao took out a large horizontal sword from his spatial storage, then instantly donned heavy armor, ready to set off. Han Jiangxue saw this. He exclaimed in surprise, Are you going to do it now? Su Hao turned his head. We'll have to wait all night tomorrow, and it'll be even more dangerous at night. Now is the best opportunity. Which one do you choose? Han Jiangxue listened to the analysis. After a moment of silence, he picked up the Miao sword. Then I'll go with you. Can it still hold on? At most, I can kill 15 zombies. Okay, I'll chop the rest. After saying that, Su Hao turned and went downstairs, with Han Jiangxue following him with a knife. After going downstairs, the body in the hall was gone, but the blood on the floor had not been wiped clean. Most of the people sleeping around me have woken up and have had enough rest. But most of them didn't move, staying where they were or chatting. The back door of the sports building is blocked. Apart from one glass door at the front, all other glass doors were blocked to prevent zombies from entering. Seeing Su Hao and Han Jiangxue come down, the crowd was still a little curious. Su Hao, clad in heavy armor and nearly 2 meters tall, strode through the middle of the hall, drawing all eyes to him, even more so than Han Jiangxue. Everyone looked on with curiosity at first. It wasn't until Su Hao walked towards the door that everyone realized what was happening. Brother, where are you going? Wait a minute. What are you doing in the middle of the day? Chen Jiu had run over after seeing it earlier. Brother, where are you going? Can you take me with you? Su Hao stopped, looked at everyone, and began to explain his plan. I plan to clear out the zombies around Minghu Lake this afternoon, and then take a shower. Anyone want to come? These words were spoken. Everyone around was stunned. It's the end of the world. What do you want to do now? Go and clear out the zombies around Ming Lake just to take a bath. Although everyone felt terribly uncomfortable and wanted to take a shower, why do this? It's too dangerous. There are at least several dozen zombies around Minghu Lake. Even 100 or 200. Is it worth it just to take a shower? For ordinary people, taking a bath isn't always necessary, especially if it's for their own safety. The crowd looked at each other. In the end, they all fell silent, pursed their lips, and pretended not to see it. Suhao looked at everyone, then at Chen Jiyu. She smiled and said, "Are you still planning to come along?" Chen Jiyu shook his head stiffly and took a few steps back. "I don't think it's necessary. I've only not washed for 3 days. It's the end of the world, so we don't need to be so particular. Just make do." "Speak," he said, noticing Han Jiangxue standing behind Suhao. Then it suddenly dawned on me. Senior is going too? Han Jiangxue, holding the Miao sword, nodded. Chen Jiu took a few steps back in disbelief, looking at the two as if they were two madmen. Suhao saw that he was unwilling. He then slightly raised his chin at Han Jiangxue, turned around, and went out. The two quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Madman, are they crazy? They'd risk their lives just to take a bath. Let's have sex after we've finished washing up. Sure, you idiot, just say it out loud. What if they tell those two? So what if he says it? Is he going to kill me outright? Other girls also heard this. I had mixed feelings of envy, timidity, and complicated emotions while chatting with my friend. Ugh, I really want to take a shower too. I'm so sticky. Will they even be able to take a shower? I don't know. Let's wait and see tonight. If they can really take a shower, we'll sneak over and try it out. What if there are zombies? If you have one, just run back. Good. Regardless of what others say or think. Suhao and Han Jiangxue were already on their way. Not long after he went out, he saw a few scattered zombies. Suhao waved his hand lightly, as if he were flicking his wrist, and killed the zombies without expending any effort. Han Jiangxue followed beside her, one step behind. She recalled the looks in everyone's eyes just now. They seem to think we're pretty crazy, willing to risk our lives just to take a bath. So what do you think? Suhao casually killed another zombie. He's too lazy to even pursue the neck cutting. This is basically cut in half at the waist, with the internal organs scattered all over the ground, just like selling pig and sheep offal a market stall. Han Jiangxue saw everything from behind him. To confront these violent aesthetics so directly, as she looked at it, a faint blush rose to her face, as if she had been given a natural blush, which was completely different from the blush that was applied with makeup. At the same time, she subconsciously pursed her lips, the slight exertion seemingly suppressing some unspeakable emotion within her. And he told the truth. I found it very exciting. After Suhao finished slaying the zombies, he casually flicked his blade, splattering black blood onto the road sign and creating a crimson bloodstain at the location of Minghu Lake. Excitement is key. After walking for a while, the two arrived near Minghu Lake. Before them, in the square of Minghu Lake, nearly 100 zombies were wandering around. Suhao first checked whether the water in Minghu Lake was still clean. After confirming that it was still thorough, he then looked at the horde of zombies, a smile on his face. There's something even more exciting to come. To get a peaceful bath, you have to kill all these zombies. Otherwise, where would he find a safe environment? He didn't want to be chased by zombies halfway through a shower. After setting the goal, it's about to start. Suhao turned around, revealing half of his face with a carefree smile to Han Jiangxue. Unlike his usual expression, he now looked forward to battle and violence, so his narrow eyes beneath his tousled hair gleamed with a dangerous light. Han Jiangxue gritted her teeth, drew her Miao sword, and nodded firmly. I'll try my best to stay close to you. Good. Suhao took out the last visor and gently fastened it onto his helmet. Start cutting. Immediately afterward, he raised his knife, and before the last sound of his voice had faded, he had already shot off like an arrow. The blade flashed like lightning, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The scene was accompanied by Han Jiangxue getting drunk. Suhao was like a rampaging dump truck, exuding a chilling aura, and with the fearless demeanor of a war god, he began to slaughter the zombie horde. 1v100, the advantage is mine. Chapter 018. Kill all the zombies, take a bath together, and scrub each other's backs. 90 strength, 84 physique. The physical prowess of a top international athlete gave Suhao the confidence to charge into the zombie horde while wearing heavy armor. The zombies couldn't break through his defenses. At most, they could only contaminate his heavy armor. At worst, we could just wash it later. 1v1 duels are an art. They used all sorts of skills to exchange ideas. But the battlefield is different. The battlefield is a place where strength, experience, and endurance are purely tested. After being trapped in battle, where to cut is no longer important. Cutting it down first is the most important thing. At this point, his level 10 experience in melee combat told him that he should just aim for the torso and head. As long as you don't cut off the limbs, you can cut them however you want. Beheading. Cut in half at the waist. Beheading. Cut in half at the waist. Su Hao moved nimbly through the surging horde of zombies, each swing of his broadsword carrying immense power and unwavering resolve. For taking a bath, and since I'm going to take a shower anyway, so in this bloody slaughter, he fully enjoyed the unique pleasure brought by violence, as if he were in a cruel feast that belonged only to him. Oh, by the way, as it turns out, Han Jiangxue couldn't keep up with Su Hao's pace at all. He could charge in a battle, and sometimes when he couldn't slash in all directions with his sword, he would wear gauntlets inlaid with iron armor and punch a zombie in the chest, and still be able to continue slashing. But Han Jiangxue is not an option. She could only helplessly watch as Su Hao weaved through the dense horde of zombies. Su Hao brandished his sharp blade, the large horizontal sword mercilessly slicing through the zombies' bodies, instantly sending limbs flying. Wherever the blade passed, zombies fell one after another, their numbers decreasing rapidly. She could only clear out the lone zombies on the outside. To avoid Su Hao coming over to cut down those few melons and dates alone, that would be too much a waste of time. Soon, the battle lasted no more than half an hour. Han Jiangxue was panting heavily, exhausted. The battle at noon had already exhausted me. Another one is coming this afternoon. She is still a girl. The fact that she managed to get this far proves that she is very strong. She's at least better than 99% of girls. As for Su Hao, he had already cut down almost all of them. Predict. The final beheading sound rang out. With a casual wave of his hand, Su Hao sent the zombie's head flying into the air, rolling around on the ground with a thud. At this point, all the zombies around Minghu Lake had been killed. Looking around, corpses littered the ground. Nearly 100 corpses were scattered everywhere, lying haphazardly with severed limbs. Half of them were cut in half at the waist, and the other half were decapitated. It looked quite exaggerated, equivalent to the deaths of 2 classes of people. Call. Su Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. After calming his inner turmoil, he turned around, glanced at the time, and saw it was 4 p.m. Then he looked at Han Jiangxue and said, "You can take a shower now, and it's still early, so you can shower for a long time." Han Jiangxue was still panting. She was exhausted, and her smile as she looked at Su Hao was somewhat forced. "I can't walk much anymore." Today's physical exertion was the greatest she had ever experienced in her life. "If I continue exercising, I might develop rhabdomyolysis." Suao Nadith. Minghu Lake was right in front of him, and the steps were not far away. He first looked around to make sure no one was there. Thoughts. Change clothes. The heavy armor suddenly disappeared, replaced by short sleeves and shorts. Then he walked over to Han Jiangxue, put his arm around her slender waist, and pulled her up to lean against him. "Let's go." Han Jiangxue blushed slightly and leaned against him with a sense of security. He helped Han Jiangxue to the steps of Minghu Lake. Su Hao first checked Minghu Lake with his eyesight to make sure the fish in the lake hadn't mutated before leading her to sit down on the steps. This step leads directly into the water. It was originally intended for the swans at the school, but now the swans are all gone. They were probably eaten by zombies. Su Hao scooped up some lake water to wash his hands and rubbed his arms. The cool lake water glided over my body. After sweating profusely for 2 consecutive days without showering, I suddenly felt a long-lost sense of comfort. Cool. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. So he jumped in the water, took off his shirt, and used his short-sleeved shirt to scrub himself. Meanwhile, on Han Jiangxue's side, she initially washed the water with her hands as well. After seeing Su Hao take off his shirt and jump into the lake to bathe, she immediately stopped touching him but kept watching him intently. Boys look at girls' figures. It's the same as how girls look at boys' bodies. When Han Jiangxue saw Su Hao's muscular physique, which looked as if it had been sculpted by a knife and axe, she secretly pursed her lips. She looked at herself. So he also put half of his body into the lake to wash. Even after hesitating for a moment, she looked around to make sure no one was there, then took off her top, leaving only her black bra. Su Hao was quite surprised. He looked around, then glanced at Han Jiangxue's half-covered white skin. He couldn't tell what size it was, but it was definitely not small. Han Jiangxue saw the look in his eyes. She smiled slightly and said, "He suaoga slightly." Next, I took a normal shower. Su Hao took the short-sleeved shirt and rubbed it all over his body, but there was one spot he couldn't reach. That's the back. He tried to reach around the shoulder blades for a long time, but he just couldn't get there. It made him feel terrible. Han Jiangxue chuckled softly as she watched from the side. She walked over to Su Hao, holding up her short-sleeved shirt, and said, "I'll rub it for you, and you can rub it for me later too." Good. Su Hao's lower body was in the lake, while his upper body was lying directly on the steps. Han Jiangxue took her own short-sleeved shirt, wet it, and rubbed Su Hao's back. Splash, splash. The movements were a bit light. Han Jiangshue's touch felt more like a caress. Put some effort into it, Jiangshue. Uh-huh. Han Jiangshue suddenly realized what was happening and quickly exerted her strength. At first, she didn't rub him. She was only focused on Su Hao's strong waist, broad back muscles, and the rows of shark-like muscles on his sides. I rubbed it like that for a while. After rubbing off the oily layer from the sweat on my back, no mud came out. Mud formation occurs when a layer of oil accumulates over a long period of time and mixes with fine dust. All right. After Su Hao finished rubbing his back, he left, and Han Jiangshue took her place, lying down on the steps. It's my turn. Han Jiangshue nodded, then said softly, I might need to be a little gentler. Really? Su Hao asked with a smile. It would be strange if you touched it lightly. If he hadn't seen Han Jiangshue's detailed information, he would have really thought that women should be treated gently. But Han Jiangshue clearly prefers roughness. It's just that the level of development is very low, and she probably doesn't even know it herself. So Su Hao took the short-sleeved shirt, wet it, and gently rubbed it a couple of times to let her get used to it and relax. Han Jiangshue felt the force afterward. I breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt a strange sense of disappointment and boredom. But the next moment, Su Hao began to scrub the body with slightly more force. For him, even the slightest exertion was just the limit of Han Jiangshue's tolerance. In an instant, Han Jiangshue couldn't help but raise her head sharply and widen her eyes, her swan-like neck held high, and her toes curled up underwater. Chapter 019 Han Jiangshue's Loyalty, the sudden change in temperature. Su Hao scrubbed his body back and forth with slightly more force. Han Jiangshue lay on the steps, unable to hold back her babbling for a long time. All right, snap. After Su Hao finished rubbing, he couldn't help but slap him to end it. Afterwards, he walked to the steps next to him, put his hands on his body, and half reclined, treating it as a bath. Han Jiangshue was half lying down beside her. His back was bright red, slightly panting. Recalling the sound that had just escaped through her teeth, she really couldn't hold back anymore. Why does it hurt a little, yet feel a little good? She turned her head slightly and looked at Su Hao, who was lying on his back next to her. Her eyes were moist and bright, like a pool of spring water, flowing gently and seemingly containing endless vitality. After resting for a while, Han Jiangshue looked left and right and realized that there was still plenty of time. The two of them could soak for a little longer, relieve the fatigue of a long day. In her moment of relaxation, she recalled the thrill of Su Hao's battles on the battlefield. Suddenly, she remembered that Su Hao's heavy armor was inevitably splattered with blood when he was killing zombies, and that if left for too long, this blood would turn into bloodstains. It might even rot and emit an unpleasant odor. So Han Jiangshue took the initiative to say, Su Hao, take out your heavy armor. Let me wipe it for you. ? Su Hao also remembered that heavy armor needs maintenance. If you don't need it, you could go a long time without having to maintain it. But since they're all splattered with blood, you usually have to take care of them afterwards, the sooner the better. His alloy heavy armor is alright. If it were other types of armor, prolonged blood contamination would indeed damage the armor. Okay, thank you for your help. Snap! Su Hao snapped his fingers. The heavy armor automatically emerged from the space and landed steadily on a platform about a fist's height above the lake. Han Jiangshue clearly also likes this kind of thing. At the same time, he admired Su Hao's abilities even more. She touched the surface of the heavy armor with her hand, examined it carefully, and then began to wet her shirt and wipe the bloodstains off the armor. The whole process was very meticulous. Every aspect, every detail, is meticulously wiped and maintained. It's not just talk. Su Hao also noticed this earnestness. It was only at this moment that Su Hao had time to carefully observe Han Jiangshue. She is nearly 1.7 meters tall, a height that is almost approaching the average height of a boy. Her long, jet black hair flowed smoothly down to her waist, seemingly possessing a lively rhythm with every movement. Her pretty face had delicate features, large eyes, and captivating eyebrows, naturally exuding a mature and charming temperament, full of a confident and sophisticated aura. And her figure is even more stunning. Putting aside her impressive D-cup size, her waist is just the right thickness, neither too fat nor too thin, and she even has clearly visible abs, which undoubtedly adds a lot to her figure. Looking at her legs, they are long and strong, exuding a unique charm whether she is walking or standing. Overall, she has a standard hourglass figure with perfect proportions, and every move she makes is captivating. This senior is just too senior, fragrant and moisturizing. Han Jiangshue, who was wiping, clearly felt Su Hao's gaze. But she wasn't too shy. Instead, she subtly adjusted her posture to make herself look more perfect. Just like men showing off their muscles as a sign of beauty, women are the same way. Alright, I can also see her detailed panel. View Han Jiangshue's detailed panel. Han Yangxue. Age, 21. Attributes, Strength, 67. Constitution, 66. Spirit, 74. Remaining attributes not yet unlocked. The average human adult is 60, with a maximum of 100, and the average female is 50. Ability, level 7 in melee weapons. Loyalty, 86, 1 to 50. No trust, 60 to 70. Fluctuates around, 70 to 80. Relatively stable, 80 to 90. Stable loyalty, 90 to 99. Blind trust, 100. Absolute loyalty. Su Hao was surprised to find that this panel was indeed different. A loyalty rating has been added. I won't go into detail about numbers 1 to 99. What's interesting is the threshold between 99 and 100. There's a saying in a certain circle, loyalty that isn't absolute is absolute disloyalty. Therefore, the hurdle between 99 and 100 is not an absolute question. The definition of this hurdle. Su Hao felt that it should be about self-protection and dedication of life. Self-preservation is an instinct of genes. Only those who can resist this instinct with their will and dedicate their lives to it are truly loyal. As for the others, what's also quite amazing is Han Jiangshue's physical attributes. Strength of 67, physique of 66. It's only a few points worse than my physical condition before the apocalypse. This is already a very high attribute for a girl, whose average attribute is 10 points lower than that of a boy. No wonder he's been number 1 for 4 years and still has abs. This is all thanks to hard work and talent. It's all wiped clean. At that moment, Han Jiangshue's voice rang out beside Su Hao. Su Hao looked at his heavy armor. The bloodstains on it have been completely wiped clean, and even the areas without bloodstains have been wiped clean. It looks brand new, just like it came straight from the factory. Brand new. It's very clean, thank you. Su Hao nodded, reached out, and put away the heavy armor. Han Jiangshue even felt a little regretful. It's a pity there's no nail polish. It would be nice if it could be applied as a wax. That's going too far, Su Hao said, both amused and exasperated. We still have to keep killing zombies tomorrow. Doing it every day is such a waste. 2. Su Hao glanced at the time. It was past 5 p.m., and the soaking was almost over. It's time to go back and get something to eat. Su Hao stood up, preparing to change into his heavy armor. Han Jiangshue also stood up from the lake and put on her clothes. But the next moment, ugh, the sudden strong wind made the air whirl. And this strong wind was unusual. The weather in June was surprisingly chilly, making me shiver. Question mark. Su Hao sensed something was wrong. He glanced at Han Jiangshue. The other person had just stood up when the cold wind blew them awake, and they instinctively moved closer to Su Hao to seek shelter. The wind blew for several seconds without stopping. Su Hao looked down. An Jiangshui fag suao, trembling slightly. It went into the water. Su Hao immediately pushed Han Jiangshue back into the lake water, making her squat down with only her neck exposed. The lake water was still warm. She felt much better immediately. How could this be? Han Jiangshue's damp hair was ruffled by the wind as she asked in a puzzled voice, "Why is the wind so cold in June?" Su Hao shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. But one thing can be guessed. It means that at least one of the geography, atmosphere, or ocean has changed drastically, or even all three have changed. Jiangcheng is not far from the sea. In fact, the provincial capital is a coastal city. This change made Su Hao sense that something was wrong and a sense of unknown crisis. If things were normal, there wouldn't be this strange cold wind. Now that it has appeared, we need to prepare more. In the end, the cold wind blew for a full half-minute before it dissipated. Su Hao and Han Jiangshue then stood up from the lake again, changed their clothes and heavy armor. Go back quickly and prepare for tomorrow's plan. Han Jiangshue had nothing to say. I follow you. Chapter 20 Distrusting Everyone. Han Jiangshue wants to sleep together. On the way back, there were basically no zombies. There were just a lot of corpses. Most of them were killed by Su Hao. On the way back to the sports building, I casually killed a few zombies. After we get back, the people inside the building were already discussing something in the lobby. It's almost 6 p.m. now. The sun had already set, and dusk was falling on the campus, making the whole world look dim and tinged with orange. But the cold wind just now brought a completely different feeling. Everyone saw Su Hao and Han Jiangshue return. Some people were relieved, some were curious, and some had a mysterious smile on their face. Dozens, even more than 10 different expressions were on display. Su Hao was too lazy to analyze what kind of people these were. He'll only stay for a few days at most before leaving. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Chen Jiu immediately jogged over. Brother, did you guys encounter that gust of wind outside just now? It was so strong, howling, and freezing cold. It kept making us want to go inside. Others chimed in with their own opinions. It's so cold, but it's June. Why is it so cold? A cold wind in June. Will it bring snow in July? What's going on? Is the apocalypse going to cause temperature changes too? Will the geography change as well? Everyone shared their opinions, but it's mostly based on guesswork. For Su Hao, all of this was useless and a waste of his emotions. What we should really do, it's about figuring out how to deal with it, not guessing. If atmospheric changes occur and the world cools, then we must do everything we can to stockpile fuel and food and find habitable places, such as underground engineering sites or even geothermal hot springs. If the ocean changes and sea levels rise, then Jiangsheng will be even less safe to stay. We must quickly gather resources, find food and armored vehicles to head west to higher altitudes. If geological events occur, such as earthquakes, volcanoes, or deep pits, then you should avoid plate tectonics, take as flat routes as possible, and avoid going into the mountains. In short, thinking without taking action is a waste of time. We need to do simulations and prepare in advance. This is also one of the reasons why Su Hao doesn't waste too much time at school. I see everyone is still making wild guesses. Slap, slap. Su Hao clapped his hands. Have you finished talking? The discussion almost came to a halt. Then everyone looked at Su Hao. Most of the dozens of people respected him, not only because of his equipment, but also because of his strength. However, there were also a few people who looked at him with disdain and defiance, but they didn't dare to provoke him to his face. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Su Hao started to get down to business. Now that you've banded together to form a team, you need to ensure that the team has a clear direction for working together. How much food, supplies, and weapons are left on campus? How many students and teachers are left? Should we reinforce the school's defenses or go out to seek official assistance? And who is making preparations? Everyone pursed their lips, speechless. The apocalypse occurred the day before yesterday. Today is only the third day. They were all living in a daze, and their instinct was to stick together. But what happens after forming a group? No one is willing to stand up, no one is able to stand up, and no one has the strength to stand up and convince others. Before Su Hao arrived, only Han Jiangxue can be considered half an organizer of the team. A good team, organizer, and leader is rarely found among today's students. If there were mentors present, it could be organized, but that doesn't necessarily make him a good leader. Seeing that everyone was silent, Su Hao continued, "Since there isn't one, I'll make some plans for now. You can listen or not. It doesn't matter to me, but I will resolutely carry it out myself. Whatever you do is fine. It's none of my business." These words were spoken. Several people immediately stood up as well. "No, that's not true. Tell me, brother. Even if I can't fight zombies, I can still help out." "Brother, we're girls. We really can't go fight zombies. By the way, brother, can you still take a bath in Minghu Lake?" Su Hao. He exchanged a helpless glance with Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue gave him a look that she had expected all along. There's nothing we can do about it. The vast majority of people in this world are NPCs, just ordinary people. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. He stated directly, "The tentative plan is to investigate the situation at the school. First, sweep through the buildings near the sports building, such as the nearest art building, as well as the medical school's teaching buildings and dormitories. If there is food, bring it back and store it. If there are people, save them if you can, otherwise just leave it at that. This is the first step of the plan. Is anyone willing to do it?" After Su Hao finished speaking, he looked around. Those he saw all shrank back, unwilling to step forward. After looking around, not a single one was willing. A few people hesitated. However, after thinking about whether the few people who were locked up at noon had mutated, whether they were so tired today, whether they would be weak and sore tomorrow, and whether they would die from mistakes in battle, etc., they almost all shrank back. Ordinary people are remarkably resilient beings. It generally won't rebound unless it reaches its limit. The apocalypse is only on its third day. These people are in a good state of mind. They haven't broken down. Food and water were plentiful, and there was no scarcity. There were people around, and he seemed to be in good spirits. In this case, few, if not desperate, are willing to go out and fight, unless they are surrounded like at noon, in which case there is no other way. Moreover, after a few people stand up and fight, they will feel that it is unfair to them, and they will be dissatisfied. Why should they be the ones to fight, while those who don't fight can just cower in fear? Everyone can share food equally, so why can you just lie down and relax? The problem is not scarcity, but inequality. Effort and lack thereof are the same. Then why risk your life to work hard? So in summary, under various conditions, staying put is better than going out and risking your life. I understand. Su Hao looked at everyone. There was no breach of defense, no blame, and no angry outburst. This was probably within his expectations. After all, his plan was that he would take on 80% of the zombie-killing tasks, while the others would just pick up the leftovers. Even if they don't do it now, it won't have much impact on Su Hao. Good night, everyone. I'm going to rest now. Su Hao waved to everyone and prepared to go upstairs to find a room to rest. Han Jiangxue didn't even look at the crowd. He followed Su Hao upstairs directly. On the stairs, Han Jiangxue reached out and took Su Hao's hand, saying firmly, "I'll go with you tomorrow." Question mark. Su Hao looked at her. "Will you be able to recover by tomorrow?" Han Jiangxue is different from the group of people below. Her energy expenditure today is definitely several times that of the group below. "It should be fine. I even took a bath this afternoon," Han Jiangxue estimated. "Good." Su Hao nodded and prepared to go find a room. Han Jiangxue looked at Su Hao's behavior with some confusion. Does he really have to find a room to sleep in? Su Hao stated simply and directly, "I don't trust them." He didn't want to be attacked in his sleep. What if there are malicious people in the crowd? Does he want to gamble with his life? Han Jiangxue bit her lip after hearing this, then looked at Su Hao and asked after a moment, "If you put it that way, I'm pretty much the same. So how about we share a room?" Question mark. This was the first time Su Hao had encountered such a request. His instinct was to refuse first. But after seeing Han Jiangxue's loyalty, he nodded. "I believe you, come on." 70 to 80 is relatively stable. 80 to 90 is stable and loyal. If it's below 80, Su Hao will definitely kick it away and tell it to get lost, because it's probably trying to harm me. But if it's above 80, especially 86, then it's basically trustworthy. If he refuses now, this means he doesn't trust Han Jiangxue. It might actually lower Han Jiangxue's loyalty. Chapter 021 Super Dynamic Visuals. Han Jiangxue with a fever all over. Night. After eating and drinking, but before entering the room, Su Hao began to check his tasks as usual. Task: take a bath in Minghu Lake. Completed. Mission: slay 1,000 zombies. 458-1000. Mission: sweep through Jiangda. Incomplete. Mission: investigate the school's arts district. Sports building 1-1. Art building 0-1. Task: assemble a team of goddesses. Ongoing. I just finished bathing in Minghu Lake. Consider the kill of 1,000 people an achievement. The sweep of Jiangda University and the investigation of the school area will be completed soon, within the next few days. The goddess team is now a permanent mission. So you still have one more infinite god-level choice reward. Use the reward. Already used. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Prize 1. 100 tons of canned yellow peaches. Reward 2. Voice imitation ability. Reward 3. Super dynamic visual ability. Superpowers? Or should we just have 2? Does this imply that the era of superpowers is about to begin? Su Hao immediately passed on reward 1. No matter how delicious canned yellow peaches are, how can they compare to superpowers? Unless it's alien food, science fiction food, or something similar. Next, let's look at reward 2. View details. Superpower, voice mimicry throat. Through evolution, your throat can produce any similar sound, including but not limited to voices of age, tone, gender, various animals, objects, artificial sounds, etc. At its peak, it can emit special sound waves that pierce eardrums, causing psychological harm to those around you. However, it cannot distinguish between friend and foe except for itself. Seeing this superpower, Su Hao was truly puzzled. If we were to rank superpowers, he felt that this ability was at most a D level, considering that it could cause area of effect mental damage. But it can't distinguish between friend and foe. Are we supposed to rely on stealth and then unleash area of effect damage from within the enemy ranks? Pass. Next, superpower, super dynamic vision. Slightly increases daily mental exertion, but enhances your vision of moving objects. You can immediately notice any moving object in your field of vision. When the power is strong enough, you can enter a bullet time state if you concentrate to the extreme. Bullet time state. Everything happening in your field of vision slows down, but the actual speed remains unchanged. This state consumes a large amount of your energy, and when your energy is depleted, you will faint. Interesting. Su Hao knew the definition of bullet time. It accelerates the transmission and processing speed of your neural responses. Normally, it means improving the ability to capture dynamic things, being able to notice even the slightest movement of a blade of grass or a leaf in the wind. When increased to the extreme, the speed in reality will actually slow down, but it will remain unchanged in the eyes of others. Before the end of the world, in a sudden emergency, a normal person, a very small number of people can also trigger this ability. But it's usually unconscious and only lasts for a brief moment, yet it's extremely helpful. For Su Hao, the biggest improvements are, of course, in combat reflexes, intuition, and the ability to detect and capture targets. Then there's no doubt about the reward this time. I choose reward 3. Rewards have been issued. The next moment, Su Hao clearly felt as if his eyes were being gently enveloped by a clear spring. It was a refreshing coolness that was not just on the surface of his eyeballs, but went directly into the back of his eyes and into his brain, bringing a wonderful sensation. But that's not all. This cool sensation starts from the back of the eyes, travels smoothly along the invisible channel of the optic nerve, and finally reaches a specific area deep in the brain. Wherever it goes, is cleansed by that unique, cool sensation. This feeling is amazing, and it's really fun. After the chill gradually dissipates, Suhao opened his eyes and looked around. He doesn't need to pay too much attention to any of them. If anything in his field of vision moves even slightly, such as a key, a leaf, a textbook, or the hem of a garment, his consciousness will instantly notice it. It's a reaction similar to instinct. No wonder I usually experience increased mental strain. Suhao blinked. He had already adjusted. It seems I need to pay attention to improving my mental well-being in the future. You have to be a well-rounded warrior. After dinner, Suhao found a room that could be locked from the inside and was located by the window to rest. Han Jiangxue also came in carrying a meow sword. I found a corner. Suhao waved his hand. The soft cushions that were taken directly from the cafeteria automatically appeared in the corner and were laid out as the space rippled. Some of the dust was blown away by the wind. In that instant, Suhao could even notice the finest dust particles. Exclamation point. Han Jiangxue found it fascinating every time she saw it. She was also curious. Was all of this prepared in advance? What else is in your special ability space? That's all. Suhao sat down, unscrewed a bottle of iced tea, and took a sip. I fought my way out of the cafeteria, but I didn't have any superpowers back then and didn't bring much with me. When we have the chance, we'll go back and raid the place before leaving the school. Han Jiangxue placed the meow knife against the wall. Then she sat down next to Suhao, tucking her long, slender legs in, hugging them with both hands, resting her chin on her knees, and looking at Suhao. How big is your space? Suhao heard her ask about such details. Then he turned around and wore a mysterious smile. Are you sure you want to know? Knowing these details means you'll either follow me forever or you'll end up dead. Han Jiangxue tilted her head, without the slightest hesitation. He nodded directly. Answer me. Upon hearing this, Suhao reached out and patted her head. Han Jiangxue narrowed her eyes, feeling nothing. It was a normal reaction. But Suhao's palm slid down. Place it on your neck and gently pinch your neck. Han Jiangxue suddenly widened her eyes slightly, and her whole body seemed to change, beginning to sway slightly. Seeing this reaction, Suhao knew he had come to the right place. Then he began to speak slowly. Even in this temporary space, it's about the size of this room. So our plan is not only to find talent, but also to go out and stockpile goods. Stockpile everything useful. You can interpret it as looting, sweeping, whatever you like. Therefore, this is one of the reasons why Suhao is willing to form a small group. It's the end of the world. Lone wolves are better off dying sooner. I'm so bored and lonely. However, if there are too many people, such as those who gather in a city, there will be a shortage of supplies, as well as various infighting and backstabbing. Therefore, small groups are the best. When there are sufficient supplies, Suhao is confident that he can create his own Eden, or rather, a paradise. Han Jiangxue listened to Suhao's words and responded quietly and hesitantly. Suhao's large hand was unconsciously rubbing itself. When I came to my senses, Han Jiangxue was completely flushed. Her ears, cheeks, hands, legs, and even her toes were pink and tender. Suhao quickly let go of his hand. I thought he caught a chill while taking a bath at Minghu in the afternoon, so I made him have a high fever. He quickly reached out and touched her forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? Reach out and stick it on. It has a temperature, but not the temperature of high fever. Are you cold? Suhao asked. Han Jiangxue shook her head. It's hot. The words had barely left his mouth. Suhao and Han Jiangxue, who had looked up, met each other's gaze. That instant, when he saw that Han Jiangxue's eyes were filled with spring water, shimmering and sparkling, and that the flowing light seemed to contain endless emotions, he understood everything. He definitely has a fever, but it wasn't a high fever. He never expected that the XP he found would be so to Han Jiangxue's liking. Things have come to this. Then why be reserved? His refusal, on the contrary, made him seem a bit unromantic. The door was already locked from the inside. Snap! Suhao snapped his fingers, and the heavy armor vanished instantly. Then he bumped into Han Jiangxue and fell onto the soft cushions that had been laid out beforehand. Chapter 22 The Zombies Have Evolved? Han Jiangxue's Luyeli Rizas. The next day, the fourth day of the apocalypse. 9 a.m. Suhao led Han Jiangxue, who was walking a little awkwardly, to the art building near the sports building to check on the situation. The people inside the sports building remained largely unmoved. I only wish to protect that small plot of land. This was decided yesterday. Suhao, dressed in heavy armor, walked step by step toward the art building, also known as the art gallery. It is located on the side of Ming Lake, and about 1/3 of the way there had been cleared the day before completing the first third of the journey. Looking at the zombies in the distance, Su Hao turned around and looked at Han Jiangxue, who was carrying a Miao sword. You can just keep watch from here. There aren't many zombies. Get some rest today. He originally didn't want Han Jiangxue to come. I was exhausted yesterday, and I stayed up very late last night. I don't know what time I finally went to sleep. When I wake up in the morning, Han Jiangxue said her bones felt soft, her whole body felt clear, and her legs and stomach ached. But they still insisted on coming. She said there was no point in staying in the sports building, and even following Su Hao and killing a few zombies would be better than being bored in the sports building. It's obvious what kind of personality and thought she has. So I'll walk it if. Anyway, having her along wouldn't be a burden. I also checked the loyalty level. Overnight, loyalty, 86-89. It's clear that Han Jiangxue is the kind of person who's truly invested in the relationship. Winning someone's heart is more important. Although their physical intimacy has increased, it hasn't yet reached the 90-point threshold of mindless trust. It's just one step away. Su Hao could roughly guess that it was just one step away. It is definitely related to liberating and accepting Han Jiangxue's potential violent genes. Han Jiangxue also knew her own limitations. She just needs to avoid causing trouble for Su Hao. They could watch as Su Hao violently slaughtered zombies. This is already pretty awesome. The limbs flew everywhere, and she found it thrilling just to watch. It can stimulate her nerves. The two continued towards the art building. I walked through the streets that had been cleaned yesterday. A short while later, they encountered a group of more than a dozen zombies. Su Hao glanced at his kill quest. Mission: slay 1,000 zombies. 458-1000. After 2 days of effort, they successfully killed nearly half of them. It won't be long before it's finished. Start cutting. Having read the task, I won't waste any more words. Su Hao raised his broadsword and walked towards the first zombie. This zombie is obviously infected. Its appearance was disgusting. One eye and half of its head had been bitten off, with exposed brain tissue dangling erratically inside the mutilated skull, as if it might fall out at any moment. Upon closer inspection, you can see unidentified insects slowly wriggling inside. There are also unidentified green and purple fungi growing inside. People with a bad mindset should not read this. I'm afraid I'll have to vomit out directly. Su Hao felt disgusted when he saw it, but more than that, he felt his eyes were burning. He drew his sword and swung it. With a soft, the head flew off, and the body fell to the ground with a thud. The commotion was quite significant. The surrounding zombies stumbled and lunged at him. But in that short time, Su Hao suddenly realized that the zombies were moving much faster. Not just one or two, but all of them. Everything is much faster now. Su Hao turned his head and looked at Han Jiangxue behind him. They both nodded, confirming the unusual situation. The zombies didn't just fail to evolve, but they continued to evolve even after failing. Malignant evolution? Triggered mission. Have the zombies evolved? Mission description. You have discovered that today's zombies are moving at a drastically different speed than yesterday's. Is this due to malignant evolution or some other reason? Please feel free to speculate and analyze, and you may use any means necessary. Mission reward. 1 unlimited God-level choice. Su Hao watched as several zombies trotted towards him. With a swift stroke, the blade fell, and they were all killed. The difference in his strength meant that the zombies' speed alone was useless. They could be killed in one strike. But this time, the fight with the zombies wasn't over yet. Su Hao found a complete, naturally mutated corpse and prepared to begin dissection and research. Triggered mission. Have the zombies evolved? Su Hao was certain that the zombies had definitely evolved. If an individual zombie runs fast, it could be attributed to the fact that it was probably a person who enjoyed sports or had good physical fitness in its previous life. But today, most of the zombies are running a little faster. This indicates that it is a holistic change. This is not an isolated case. Su Hao held the knife, preparing to perform a butchering-level dissection on the zombie. Han Jiangxue walked over and asked curiously, "Are you going to study why they evolved?" "Yes." Su Hao looked around and, after confirming it was safe, prepared to make his move. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I need to at least know the general reason. Han Jiangxue also felt disgusted, but instead of hiding to the side, she covered her mouth and nose and observed curiously from the side. At the same time, they would occasionally look around to make sure it was safe. Su Hao raised his knife, aimed it at his chest, and swung it down from the center of his collarbone to his lower abdomen. There was no sound. Clothes, flesh, and bones separated and scattered at the same time, opening up the chest cavity. The imagined stench did not materialize. Instead, different internal organs appeared before their eyes. "There's no stench of corpses," Su Hao said in surprise. "It's June, and it's been 4 days. None of these living zombies have any stench of corpses. Only the dead ones have stench of corpses. Does this mean that zombies aren't really dead, but rather another kind of living?" Han Jiangxue agreed with this statement. It seems so. Mission. Have the zombies evolved? Resolution. 15. The instant Su Hao finished his analysis. In his mind, a notification about the mission progress appeared. There's a progress bar? That would be much more convenient. Su Hao examined the internal organs carefully. The zombies' internal organs did not rot. Instead, they gradually glued together, forming a mass, as if they were about to fuse. Furthermore, the surface of internal organs is not covered by capillaries. Instead, it has greenish-purple patterns that resemble spider webs or mold. What is this? Su Hao used a sword to cut off a section of the green-purple pattern, the part that was then picked open. It swelled up like a fluffy mushroom. But it seems that the zombies died and immediately withered into dried-out, shriveled pieces. This is very fast. In the blink of an eye, the internal organs throughout the chest cavity are visibly withering and shrinking. Only the muscles remained unchanged. What are all these? Su Hao looked at the head again and cut it open with a little force. Perform craniotomy on the zombies. After opening the skull, the surface of the brain inside was also covered with green and purple patterns. Su Hao and Han Jiangxue exchanged a glance. He used a knife, and it was on the brain tissue. Then, just like the internal organs, the brain tissue withered at an extremely rapid rate, shrinking into a vacuum, freeze-dried state. This isn't an animal organ anymore. Su Hao frowned and thought for a moment. Why does it feel more like a mutant plant? Resolution 1550. Su Hao finished speaking his new guess. The resolution immediately increased significantly, meaning it's now almost identical. We're very close to the answer. Chapter 23, The Surrounded Art Building, heading to the medical school. It is very close to the answer and also very close to plants. But there are still discrepancies in unknown areas. Su Hao glanced at the other corpses. One sample is not enough. Immediately afterwards, he repeated the same action on the other two zombies with his knife. The result was the same as the first zombie. They all have green and purple patterns. Virus, bacteria, toxin. Su Hao made many guesses, and the results were all about the same. The resolution has remained below 50 and has not been able to improve further, lacking key evidence. Alien, UFO, KFC. I tried it for a while longer. Seeing that the resolution wasn't improving at all, Su Hao gave up. Forget about that for now, let's stop here. Let's go to the art building first. Han Jiangxue agreed. She suggested, I think it would be easier to confirm this once we find someone at the level of a medical school mentor. Su Hao agreed. Okay. Wipe his knife, step over the corpse, and Su Hao led his men toward the art building. There were still quite a few zombies along the way, a distance of only a few hundred meters. He looked at more than 30 more before approaching the vicinity of the art building. But we haven't gotten close yet. Su Hao and Han Jiangxue stopped in their tracks ahead of time. The reason is that there are too many zombies near the art building. Let's take a look. There are no fewer than 300 zombies in the square in front of the art building alone. The hall was packed with people, at least 200. Then his gaze traveled through the second, third, and fourth floors, and so on. On every floor, in every classroom, almost all of them had a considerable number of zombies. So just around the art building area, there are at least 1,000 zombies. How can there be so many? They're all zombies. Su Hao turned to look at Han Jiangxue. Before the apocalypse was in art class, there's so many people. Han Jiangxue thought for a moment, and then shook her head. I'm not sure, but I heard it's an art assessment. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. Then let's take this whole pot. From his perspective, 80% of the art students in the school are here. There might be other colleges as well, etc. Then there's no point in exploring it. Su Hao shook his head, deciding not to go. He looked up at his watch. Sure enough, what was originally just a zombie density marker on the outside of the building is now a deep red color for the entire building, indicating a very high density. However, what he was really concerned about was the mission. System task: investigate the school's arts district, sports building, and art building. The gymnasium has become a temporary gathering place, and the art building is teeming with zombies inside and out. Task completed. Reward had been issued. Great, one more chance to win a prize. Fortunately, the mission was just an investigation, not a cleanup. Otherwise, it would take Su Hao several days to kill these 1,000+ zombies, which would be a huge waste of time. The mission is to kill zombies. The best way is to accumulate them while doing other tasks, instead of specifically going to kill zombies. Dutas. Su Hao has extensive experience. Han Jiangxue glanced at the horde of zombies and decisively shook her head. She looked at Su Hao and asked, so what's the next plan? To find someone from the medical school? Su Hao thought for a moment. Are there any professors or instructors teaching classes at the medical school or the medical school dormitories recently? Medical school, Han Jiangxue said decisively. The dorms at medical school are quite far away, and there won't be any professors there. But what if medical school is also full of zombies? Su Hao checked the system map function. Then they found the location of the medical school's teaching building. On the map, there are also zombies outside the medical school. However, the color is medium red, neither too dark nor too light, indicating that there are just the right number of zombies. If so, it's not that difficult to clean. Let's go to the medical school's teaching building. Su Hao led the way. Han Jiangxue followed, carrying a meow sword. She looked around, observing the campus. Upon seeing that the canteen in another district in the distance was filled with zombies, something suddenly occurred to him. Looking at Su Hao, she said, "Before we leave, should we empty the cafeteria? There should be plenty of food, right?" Su Hao nodded, then shook his head. "It's possible, but not worth it. The cost-effectiveness is not high." "Why?" Han Jiangxue asked, puzzled. "The cafeteria's cold storage is not large. It has been 4 days since the apocalypse, and the meat without cold storage is about to spoil. Only a few vegetables are not spoiled. Moreover, the cafeteria's kitchen delivers goods very frequently, so there is very little stockpiled." Su Hao waved his hand and explained, "Considering all the above conditions, plus the number of zombies in the cafeteria, the effort and reward are simply not worth it. The cost-effectiveness is too low. You know what? I fought my way out from the top floor of the South District cafeteria. Even though the first floor hadn't been cleared out yet, I still killed nearly 300 zombies before I could break through." For Su Hao, a doomsday operation plan should be efficient and cost-effective. The school cafeteria's inventory is calculated based on the zombie density in the school cafeteria. How long would it take to kill so many zombies? How many supplies can we get? Is this really profitable? Wouldn't it be better to use that time to plunder the convenience store? The biggest difference between Tokyo University and the American post-apocalyptic world is not whether there are guns or not, but the density of zombies. Schools are among the places with the highest zombie density. For days have passed, and only a few dozen survivors have gathered in the gymnasium. Of the tens of thousands of teachers and students in the entire school, probably less than 1,000 have survived so far. It was a hellish start. Han Jiangxue is very smart. She understood immediately. It's possible, but not worth it. It's more worthwhile to use that time and energy to do other things outside of campus. It's a very simple principle. At the same time, she gasped and opened her lips in surprise. 300? It took killing 300 zombies to break through. That's too exaggerated. She killed quite a few herself, but only a few dozen, which is still considered a lot. It can be compared to 300. Just add more zeros. This was only the number at that time. That includes the number of people Su Hao killed after they met. Han Jiangxue predicted, "It'll probably be close to 500 by now." That's exaggerated, way too exaggerated. Thinking of Su Hao's violence, she couldn't help but clench her legs together. However, Han Jiangxue estimated, "Once we figured out the medical school, should we leave?" "Yes." Su Hao nodded, then suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, do you have a car at school?" "No, the cars are all at home." Han Jiangxue shook her head, realizing what was going on. "We drove out of the campus?" "Maybe, but only trams." Han Jiangxue understood immediately. The oil-powered vehicle has an engine, and its movement will inevitably attract zombies to approach and surround it. Unless you drive nonstop, gasoline cars will have a natural disadvantage in the apocalypse, as noise is unavoidable. Of course, they also have a natural advantage, which is refueling. As long as the tram doesn't go too fast, it can travel slowly at a few dozen miles per hour. By the time they get close enough and the zombies realize what's happening, it's too late to catch up. Of course, there are also downsides, namely charging. However, when it comes to refueling a gasoline-powered vehicle, Su Hao has system space, so there's basically enough gasoline. Electric vehicles consume a lot of electricity, have a short range, and are inconvenient to charge. Is there a way to have the best of both worlds? Su Hao thought for a moment. Suddenly, my eyes lit up. Some brothers, some. Range-extended electric vehicles. Chapter 24. A car-specific mission. Slaughter begins in the medical building. Range-extended electric vehicles, also known as plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. This type of vehicle has a small battery for range, allowing for short-distance travel, typically with a range of 50 kilometers to 200 kilometers. It also has a fuel tank for refueling and a range extender for generating electricity. Although power generation also produces noise, it is much quieter than the sound of an engine and exhaust. That's more than enough. Trigger mission. Obtain a range-extended electric vehicle. Mission description. You know that without a means of transportation, the effective range of human movement is only 30 to 50 kilometers per day. With an electric scooter, this could be increased to 100 to 200 kilometers, and with a car, this distance can soar to several hundred or even thousands of kilometers. Therefore, considering all factors, please obtain a range-extended electric vehicle by any means necessary. Mission reward. 1 God tier choice, Automotive Edition. the moment I saw the reward. Suhao checked carefully and found that it was indeed a special version. Car version rewards. So, all the rewards offered this time are cars. Moreover, there are no restrictions on how to obtain it. In other words, it doesn't matter how you obtain it. You can use any of the methods in Giving Love 5. Then this task is very simple. Suhao Natif. Even if it's the end of the world, there are plenty of cars. Finding a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle is easy. After reading the rewards, Suhao, along with Han Jiangxue, fought their way to the vicinity of the medical building. The watch map shows that there are neither too many nor too few zombies near the medical building. It seems so now. There's also good news. Suhao, the main entrance to the medical building, is blocked. Han Jiangxue said, pointing in the direction of the entrance. Suhao glanced at it and nodded affirmatively. Yes, the gate is blocked. This is completely different from the previous situation where all the doors of the art building were open. The fact that the main gate was fully open meant that the interior was completely unobstructed, with only a few classrooms still putting up resistance. The medical school gates were blocked. This indicates that there are also guards inside. As for why the difference is so big, excluding the number of zombies, perhaps people in medical school have seen more corpses and handled more cases, which is why they dare to deal with zombies. Suhao stood up and began to look at the other floors of the medical building. The first floor has a blocked entrance and nothing in it. On the second floor, I saw people. There were people in a classroom and people in a corridor. On the third floor, no zombies were found, but a few zombies were locked in the classroom. On the fourth and last floor, I saw several people looking around. Just then, the people on the fourth floor saw Suhao and Han Jiangxue. It was obvious to the naked eye that the group of people were stunned for a moment, and then they all stood up and began to wave their hands violently. The group clapped their hands and gave each other a push. Then only one person remained. The rest of them hurried down to find someone. Soon, less than a few minutes, Suhao then saw even more people coming up. This group of people included men and women, students, and apparently some professors. They waved when they saw Suhao, but he didn't shout. Suhao responded briefly, then looked down and pointed to the horde of zombies on the first floor. Outside the medical building, there are approximately 200 zombies. Not too much, not too little, just about right. So, under everyone's watchful eyes, Suhao drew his knife. While the other party was completely confused, he pointed to the horde of zombies on the first floor. Rooftop. The other side was stunned. What does this mean? Why point a knife at a horde of zombies? This group of people doesn't quite understand. The two sides were several hundred meters apart. Forget about shouting. You can't even read his lip movements. Suhao couldn't say much. Show it directly through actions. He picked up the knife and glanced back at Han Jiangxue. He advised, just do some minor tasks on the periphery. Han Jiangxue nodded, holding the Miao sword. No one understood what Suhao was planning to do. But Han Jiangxue had already figured it out. Just thinking about what's going to happen next. Han Jiangxue's face turned bright red, and even her capillaries seemed to be filled with a pungent smell. It made her heart race and her breathing quicken. Suhao finished speaking. He turned around, drew his sword, and, clad in heavy armor, strode towards the medical building. At this time, the people on the rooftop saw Suhao approaching. That's when I got a general idea. Is he going to kill us? Is that even possible? There are over 200 zombies outside. Stop looking up there. Hurry up and go check the first floor. They're wearing such heavy armor, and they fought their way all the way to our medical building. What they're a war god. What if they can cut through everything? There are 200 outside. 200. Do you think there are 200 lab rats or rabbits? Anyway, the crowd still headed down to the first floor in large numbers to observe the situation. And this only applies to people who can move. Many students and teachers were so hungry that they had little strength left. At this moment, everyone is in the classroom on the first floor, sitting and daydreaming to conserve energy. Thump! At that moment, a student practically burst through the door and entered the classroom. The sound startled everyone, who thought a zombie had stormed in. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was a classmate. But then, his words made everyone uneasy again. Two strange people have come outside. One of them was wearing full heavy armor and carrying a sword, looking like an ancient general. The other looked like Senior Han Jiangxue, carrying a Miao sword, and they were coming this way. These words were spoken. Everyone was stunned. Just two people, right? What good are two people? There are over 200 zombies outside. But if they were able to fight their way here, they must have killed countless zombies along the way. But, come out and take a look. This is your only chance. What else can you do? That's right. If we go hungry for another day, we'll have to find a way to break out. The medical building is different from other buildings. There were no convenience stores, no food, and not even any drinks. After a few days, the only food left by the students had long been eaten up. Almost everyone present had been starving for 2 days. At this moment, everyone looked at a woman in the corner. Her lips were cracked from thirst. She was dizzy from hunger, and her consciousness was somewhat impaired. Upon seeing this, the female student quickly went up to her and said something. Sister Su-Ching, wake up. Someone is coming to rescue us. We will definitely break through today at the latest. You must come with us. The woman whose name was Su-Ching slowly shook her head. Her voice was weak and hoarse. I can't walk anymore, you guys go. Everyone paused for a moment. Some of the female students even had tears in their eyes. Su-Ching is their senior, pursuing a combined master's and doctoral degree, and also serving as their tutor. During these past few days, she shared most of her food with her juniors and only ate enough to sustain her vital signs. After being starving for so many days, the person became so weak that they could not walk. When dehydrated and lacking energy, the brain automatically reduces energy consumption, and even consciousness begins to become sluggish. Don't sob, some of the female students said, covering their eyes. The people around him all exuded a tragic air. Bah! But then, someone else rushed in, shouting, those who still have the strength, quickly get your weapons and help. That general is a killer. He's already killed dozens of zombies in no time. Let's go out and help him. Chapter 25, slaughtering all the zombies in the medical school, the newly accredited goddess Su-Ching. As the person called out, everyone snapped out of their daze and hurriedly rushed out. Some carried iron tools, some carried wooden sticks made from mops, and some carried metal chairs. In short, they were not empty-handed. Dozens of people rushed to the room on the side of the hall in a wailing manner. Because the main entrance is blocked, they themselves couldn't get out through the main entrance either. I had no choice but to go to the room next door and look out the window. All I could see was outside. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. There were just too many zombies. I couldn't even see where the heavily armored warrior from before was. All that could be seen were heads and limbs flying up from the horde of zombies, falling down with a series of thuds. I see it. It's there. Suddenly, a student pointed at a full helmet that appeared abruptly in the horde of zombies and shouted, that full-face helmet is him. Su-Hao is currently 185 centimeters tall, and with his heavy armor and helmet decorations, he is almost 2 meters tall. Among a group of zombies, most of whom are between 160 and 180 centimeters tall, he was exactly one head taller than the other. After being discovered, it would be easy to find them again in a horde of zombies. At this moment, some classmates had already helped Su-Ching come to watch. No matter what, we have to break through this time, or we'll all starve to death in the teaching building. When Su-Ching arrived, the crowd gasped in surprise. Holy crap, that's a fierce person. Who is this? His knife is so fast, and his martial arts are so strong. He basically only beheads people. The zombies can't even touch him. Isn't that Senior Han Jiangshueb behind him? She's become a handyman now. Stop talking. She's just a handyman, so we're just noobs. Stop looking. At this moment, a passionate student suddenly shouted. As a medical student, I am also a history enthusiast in my spare time. As the class representative of the medical school, he attracted everyone's attention. Then he raised his sharpened wooden spear to encourage the crowd. Classmates, others are doing their best to save us. We cannot sit idly by and wait to die, lest we break their hearts. In the apocalypse, survival depends on your own efforts. Those with weapons, come with me and get out here to help. No matter what, we must break out today, or we'll all starve to death here. Charge with me. After saying that, he didn't give anyone time to think. He immediately opened the window, climbed out, and prepared to join the battle. Let's do it. Kill them. Several brave or reckless men followed suit and jumped out. There were leaders and there were followers. The remaining people, those who had weapons, also jumped over the wall. Let's fight together. Charge. In a short time, dozens of people climbed out of the windows and joined the battle against the horde of zombies. If you don't watch zombie hordes now, I thought it was a high school movie and a group fight was about to start. But reality is even crueler than group battles. Because this is a battle against a horde of zombies. In the square at this moment, Su-Hao, who was busy killing zombies, also noticed the movement of the zombie horde. He saw inside the medical school building. Dozens of students climbed out of the windows to join the fight. You could say they came to help Su-Hao, but it was Su-Hao's arrival that gave them hope of victory. But no matter what, this group of people actually made Su-Hao feel much better. At least he didn't save a group of indifferent bystanders. Let's finish this quickly. Su-Hao accelerated his attack. Now, thanks to the powerful aid of super dynamic vision, Su-Hao has acquired extraordinary visual abilities. He could clearly capture every subtle movement of the zombies, and even see every slight reaction of the zombies. In his eyes, the zombies nowadays posed no challenge whatsoever. He could almost single-handedly crush and kill them all, with the only problem being his stamina. Several zombies bared their fangs and claws and charged towards Su-Hao, as if they wanted to devour him instantly. But Su-Hao remained calm and expressionless. He swung his sword sharply, relying solely on his instincts to quickly execute slashing and swinging motions. Furthermore, they skillfully coordinated their movements, precisely controlling the distance between themselves and the zombies. And so, as these actions were repeated over and over, the zombies that charged forward menacingly fell one after another, like wheat being harvested. Overall, the zombie horde was being slaughtered unilaterally by Su Hao. On average, one falls down every 1.5 seconds. With the help of the medical students and Han Jiangxue, this speed can probably bring one down in 12 to 1 seconds. More than 200 zombies. With Su Hao's current strength and the added benefit of super dynamic vision, they only lasted a few minutes before they all died. Thump, until the last zombie fell. An Jiangxue, Geringa Naif, Luktarao Suao, Banting Hebidi. She killed more than a dozen zombies in total. Same. The medical students were mostly out of breath, some even kneeling on the ground to rest, panting heavily. There were dozens of them, and on average, each of them killed one zombie. Including Han Jiangxue, there are about 50 in total. The remaining 100 or so were all killed by Su Hao. The group sat on the ground. Some people looked at Su Hao, who was dressed in heavy armor. I felt genuine terror and horror. That's incredible. He killed so many people, and he only seemed to be slightly out of breath. Doesn't he get tired at all? How did he kill so many? He's too strong. Hey, are you saying he's human? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Everyone has a different opinion. At this moment, Han Jiangxue found a girl and began to question her. Is Senior Su Qing here? Is she still alive? The girl was taken aback, then quickly pointed inside. Yes. Senior Su Qing hasn't eaten in a long time, and she shared all her food with us. Do you have any food left? Please give her some, please. I'll go take a look. Han Jiangxue carried the Miao sword and walked into the room. Su Hao looked around and began to gather intelligence on the girls, trying to find out if there were any worth recruiting. He is not indifferent. It's all for the sake of efficiency. Su Xiao, overall score, 71. Lu Dongmei, overall score, 57. Jia Jingjing, overall score, 44. I watched several in a row. The ratings are getting lower and lower. This illustrates that luck in reality doesn't accumulate, and there's no guaranteed minimum. What you encounter really depends on luck. Finally, when indoors is detected, he finally found someone who met his goddess standards and whom he was relatively familiar with. Su Qing, age, 24. Overall external appearance rating, 95 points, detailed data. Overall internal score, 97 points, detailed data. Overall ability rating, 91 points, detailed data. Recruiting recommendation, extremely high. The above ratings have an average score of 60 out of 100. The goddess team task only requires an average score of 85 across 3 categories. Su Hao encountered 2 qualified candidates in a row, both scoring over 90 points. Perhaps it's because it's a big city. It's probably because of school. At this moment, Han Jiangxue also came over. When she saw Su Qing, even those who were usually called senior sister started calling her that too. At the same time, he whispered in Su Hao's ear, "Is there any more drink?" Su Qing is so hungry, she's almost fainting. At this point, we have to talk about the advantages and disadvantages of sugary drinks. Wrong. In the apocalypse, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. Chapter 26. The super savvy, naive, and sweet Su Qing. He's my boss. Sugary drinks in peacetime. This food is high in sugar and energy, which can cause obesity and affect health. But in the apocalypse, all those weaknesses that were usually our strengths have now become our strengths. High in sugar. Sugar can make the brain more active, improve mood, and optimize mindset. High energy levels mean more physical energy can be stored, recovery is faster, and it's less likely to go hungry, etc. In the very end, there is still cleanliness. You won't get sick from drinking it. Therefore, beverages such as Assam milk tea, iced black tea, and cola are all top-quality water resources in the apocalypse. The hard currency of the future. There are a few more bottles, take them. Su Qing was so hungry that she was fainting. Su Hao took a bottle directly from his spatial storage and tossed it to Han Jiangxue, asking her to give it to Su Qing to help her regain her strength. Han Jiangxue received the drink. He climbed through the window, turned on the switch, and began feeding Su Qing, whose consciousness was beginning to fade. When the cola touches your lips, muscle memory and bodily instincts, Su Qing automatically started pursing her lips, longing for the water to enter her mouth. Han Jiangxue fed him little by little. After taking her first sip, Su Qing's eyes immediately lit up, and she began to drink it little by little. Gurgle. People around saw that they could still drink Coke. One by one, they all began to swallow. Some even started experiencing rumbling in their stomachs. This is only the 4th day of the apocalypse. The harsh environment has made me salivate involuntarily at the sight of cola. I'm incredibly craving it. What if it's a month, A year, or even 10 years? Would they really kill and rob people over a bottle of Coke? This is not impossible, seeing that no one stepped forward to snatch it. They all knew Su Qing's condition, so they could all tolerate it. At this moment, the boy who had previously rallied his classmates to fight came out and greeted Su Hao after he had rested. Is this a classmate, genius? Thank you so much. Otherwise, many of us might have died trying to break through today. How is the situation at the school now? Are there any other groups of students gathered together? Let's go and meet up. By the way, my name is Song Zaheo. I heard a sound. Su Hao turned his head to look. Song Zaheo was startled by the heavily armored warrior who turned his head and stopped abruptly, taking a half step back. Click! Su Hao removed his faceplate, tucked it into his belt, and looked at him before speaking. There are still dozens of survivors in the sports building. You can get together there. After saying that, Su Hao looked at him, then at everyone else present. Finally, he added a special note. They have no organizers or leaders, so they lack motivation and goals. Once you get there, you can organize and lead them, collect supplies, and rescue your classmates. Su Hao's words made Song Zaheo's eyes light up, but then she looked at Su Hao strangely. The person in front of me is so strong. Why not an organizational leader? Did he say that because he didn't intend to lead? Or do you only want to be a soldier? Master, then you. I won't stay at school for long. I'm not suited to sticking with others, understand? I understand now. After Su Hao finished speaking, he went up and patted him on the shoulder. Keep up the good work. At least your performance, just now, was the most leadership I've seen since the apocalypse. The apocalypse is your chance to show your abilities. Song Zaheo's face turned slightly red. I don't know whether it's the excitement of being recognized or the shame of having my motives discovered. But in any case, he is still capable. They are much better than ordinary students. If he could lead a group to collect some supplies and rescue more classmates, it would be better than a bunch of people cowering around like manure-producing machines. After everyone had rested enough, Su Hao looked at everyone and then spoke to Song Zaheo. Take your people to the gym building first. There's some food there. Su Qing can leave it for me and Jiang Shui. Upon hearing this, Song Zaheo immediately understood. The big shot in front of me is probably here specifically to see Su Qing. Han Jiangshui knew Su Qing directly. Saving them might just be a side effect. Okay. Song Zaheo nodded anyway. He addressed the other students. The expert said there are still some students gathered in the sports building. Let's go and meet up. There's strength in numbers. That way we can clear out the zombies, find food, and rescue the other students. Let's go. Most ordinary people blindly follow the crowd. There are no other good solutions right now. So when they heard that they could meet up with the other classmates and get some food, they all agreed and went with Song Zaheo. The crowd gradually left. Some people even came over to thank Su Hao. Some of them even still had battery in their phones. They came over and asked for a photo. After a while, the two girls who initially took care of Su Qing also left. At this moment, only Su Hao, Han Jiangshui, and Su Qing remained in the medical school's teaching building. Su Qing drank 1/3 of the cola. My condition immediately improved a lot, and my spirits also improved considerably. Water-based beverages provide a quick energy boost, because once water enters the stomach, it is quickly absorbed into the bloodstream through the mucous membranes, and the energy is immediately transported throughout the body, thus achieving this restorative effect. For example, when you have low blood sugar, drinking beverages helps you recover faster than eating. Of course, injecting glucose would be even faster. Su Qing rested for a while. Only then did he finally have the strength to speak. Jiang Shui, I thought I was going to starve to death. Are you all right? I'm Fina. Han Jiangshui helped Su Qing sit down, then looked at Su Hao and said bluntly, I followed Su Hao and formed a small group. He's my boss. Su Qing looked at Su Hao in surprise. Han Jiangshui met Su Qing when she was a freshman in college, and the two had known each other for 4 years. Although they weren't particularly close, she at least knew that for Han Jiangshui to acknowledge someone as her boss in person, given her family background, looks, and abilities, that person had to be far superior to her to earn her complete respect. To put it bluntly, even physical ingestion won't suffice. One must conquer them spiritually. Even though Su Qing was still in a daze, it didn't stop her from seeing Su Hao slicing through the zombie horde, showcasing the ultimate in violent aesthetics. It's incredible that such warriors can still exist in modern society. It's incredibly rare. Furthermore, based on her understanding of Han Jiangshui's kind of eccentricity, Su Qing suddenly realized something. And while Su Qing and Han Jiangshui were talking, Su Hao wasn't idle either. He started reading the detailed reviews of Su Qing's rating. Han Jiangshui's external qualities, internal qualities, and special abilities are all ranked, with her internal qualities being the lowest, while Su Qing's are the highest. Internal evaluation, full of care but not a saint, rational, yearning for a better life, intelligent but somewhat naive, also prone to looking into darkness, optimistic but reasonable. In short, kind and rational, but a naively optimistic person. Not bad. Su Hao readily accepted this personality trait. A sophisticated, naive, and sweet girl. That would make him even easier to subdue than Han Jiangxue. Because she wasn't really stupid, she probably wouldn't refuse Han Jiangxue's choice after seeing it. Chapter 27: The Reasons for Zombie Evolution. Fusion of Plants and Animals. After Han Jiangxue finished introducing herself, Su Qing also raised her hand with slight difficulty and introduced herself to Su Hao. My name is Su Qing. I was a graduate student before the apocalypse, mainly studying clinical medicine and sports medicine. I've known Jiangxue for a few years. Su Hao, a freshman. Su Hao went up and took her hand. Then, while the other person was still in surprise, he pulled her up and helped her to her feet. We don't have much time, but we happen to have something else we need you to look at. Question mark. Su Qing paused for a moment, then asked, "What's the problem?" "You'll see when you see it." Immediately afterwards, Han Jiangxue helped Su Qing to the window. With one arm around Su Qing's waist and the other around her shoulder, Su Hao easily lifted her out and vaulted over the window. Su Qing exclaimed inwardly, "What incredible strength!" Han Jiangxue watched from behind, biting her lip gently. She couldn't help but recall the scene from last night when she was weak, but Su Hao easily picked her up. We went outside. The sight of corpses scattered all over the ground made Su Qing's body tense. More than 200 zombie corpses. The scene was one of utter devastation, littered with corpses, enough to drive anyone mad with rage. Su Hao sensed had nervousness, so he patted her crotch to distract her. "Don't worry about these things. You'll see them many more times in the future." Phew, Su Qing was still a little nervous. But patting someone's butt, a flirtatious gesture, does indeed distract attention a lot. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Su Hao. She then secretly glanced at Han Jiangxue next to her, but Han Jiangxue ignored her completely. Immediately afterwards, Su Hao walked up to a relatively intact corpse. Then, under Su Qing's shocked gaze, he lightly swung his sword twice. One incision opens the abdomen, another opens the skull. The chest cavity and brain were fully expanded. Su Hao pointed at the green and purple patterns with his sword and said, "A few days ago, the zombies probably didn't have these features, or they weren't very noticeable. Their physical abilities were also very poor, only equivalent to the speed of a human walking. But today, these zombies are moving at the speed of a normal human walking. They are evolving, which means they do not decompose and die naturally after death. For 4 days in June, they did not have any smell of decay. So in the future, will they learn to run, or even launch surprise attacks? So what do you think these green and purple patterns are?" After listening to Su Hao's explanation, Su Qing was extremely shocked. She had no idea about it. Su Hao was probably among the first to discover it. He showed Su Qing the reactions and changes that occurred after the zombies' internal organs and brains were exposed. After reading it, Su Qing pondered for a moment. "Give your first intuitive answer. These patterns and reactions are somewhat like those of bacteria." Resolution: 5080. Oh right, it really is a type of bacteria. But that's not entirely true. There are still areas that haven't been analyzed. The bacteria are correct. Suawanadif. But there must be other components. The bacteria alone, this plant gene, cannot completely control the zombie's behavior and evolution. Judging from these organs in the chest cavity and the brain organs alone, their species and genes are changing, and they will definitely become another kind of organism in the future. Su Qing looked at the body that had been dead for 4 days. 4 days later, there was no decomposition or rigor mortis. Only the skin turned a deathly gray. There are also faint green and purple patterns. If things continue like this, and the zombies are still alive and not rotting after a month, then it could be completely proven that they are a different kind of creature. It could also be bacteria in control, or cell communities, or instinctive instincts. The resolution remains unchanged. That means it's wrong. Based on the changes in grounding, this can be determined first. Zombies aren't considered dead. They're a different kind of evolution. Green and purple veins indicate a plant. Now we know it's a biological bacterium, a plant gene. So what's still missing? Su Hao stared at it for a long time. After 4 days, it showed no signs of decay or change, only atrophied muscles and body. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he guessed. Wait a minute, I'm just trying to guess the patterns on these bacteria. Is it possible that bacteria coexist with the human body, first erasing the original human body and leaving only instincts and some bodily functions, so that the bacteria can better control the zombies and better evolve into something malignant? So there's one last key factor left. It's not just bacteria, but also the animal genes in the human body itself are combining and evolving adaptively. Su Qing, Hanyang Su. Su Hao's speculation surprised and delighted the other two. Yes, they seem to have forgotten about human nature itself. It automatically calculates the fate of the human body. So I didn't calculate it. But as mentioned earlier, the person died, but the body did not. So human genes still exist. So it's a malignant evolution resulting from the combination of plant genes from bacteria and animal genes from humans. Resolution 8100. Mission completed. Have the zombies evolved? Mission summary. Congratulations on discovering the root cause of zombie evolution, without exception. Although its practical use is limited, it will provide substantial assistance in future zombie hunting efforts. Therefore, this reward has been changed to a special reward. Mission reward. 1 unlimited God-level lottery draw for plant-based superpowers. Plant-based superpowers? As long as you don't cause any mutations in your body, nothing else matters. It's confirmed. Su-Hao nodded and typed his final answer. What I just said is pretty much right, Su-Ching. Su-Ching thought about it carefully and finally nodded. It is theoretically correct, but there is no research to prove it. However, it is perfectly fine as a reference. That's quite rigorous. Su-Hao checked the time. It was almost noon. He glanced at Su-Ching, who was still weak, and the 2 others who were almost starving. So he waved. Let's go back to, have something to eat first, and then prepare for the afternoon. Han Jiangxue immediately nodded. Okay. Her quick response was definitely without thinking. She just listened to everything and answered without thinking. Su-Ching gave Han Jiangxue a curious look. This isn't a matter of answering or not answering. This is a matter of attitude. Han Jiangxue's statement just now was, whatever Su-Hao says goes. Then she nodded and said, okay. After. Su-Hao awoke to hith. Han Jiangxue helped Su-Ching walk back towards the sports building. There were a few zombies wandering along the road. Su-Hao easily finished him off with 2 slashes. Su-Ching was inwardly shocked by the sheer power of the martial arts. Following behind such a heavily armored war god, I felt incredibly safe, as if I didn't have to worry about anything, and I could even sleep overnight on the spot. The 3 of them walked past the art building in the distance. Su-Ching looked at the art building, which was filled with zombies inside and outside, and felt a little sad. Inside and outside the building, there were countless zombies, their figures moving about in the corridors, classrooms, and every corner. On what were once canvases brimming with art, some are now splattered with blood. It appeared unusually bloody and dark. Chapter 28 Survivors Reunite, humbly seeking advice from Su-Hao. Here at the sports building, when Song Zihao led everyone to the sports building and met with Chen Jiyu, both sides were essentially feeling fortunate and joyful. I'll say it again. It is human nature to stick together for warmth. The subsequent issues are extensions of the various human nature and needs that arise after people band together. Are you medical students? Upon seeing the group, Chen Jiyu quickly came out and asked, how is it at the medical school? Are there any other people there? Song Zihao shook his head. The medical school may only have us left. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziyuan sighed. Oh, by the way, how did you get here? How did you know we were here? A classmate wearing full armor. His name is Su-Hao, and Han Jiangxue is with him. They came from your area, right? That's right. Chen Jiyu and the others exclaimed with delight. Brother Su is incredibly powerful, a true war god. When Song Zihao heard him say that, he found it rather strange. Then why didn't you come out with him to scavenge for supplies and rescue people? I think he and Han Jiangxue came out together. Chen Jiyu. Upon hearing this, most of the people immediately felt an overwhelming sense of shame and embarrassment. These people are all students, so they're not that thick-skinned. To be asked that to my face. It's good enough if you don't get angry. Looking at it this way, Song Zihao could roughly guess that this group of people had no intention of fighting the zombies. It's great that we managed to get here and find food. Why bother fighting zombies? Wait a minute. What if there's a rescue? Upon seeing this, Song Zihao sighed. No wonder Su-Hao said he wasn't suited to sticking with others. It seems he'll have to leave eventually. But they have the means and the ability to leave. This group of people still needs the support of the masses. Fortunately, we know a little about medicine. So as long as we don't need any special equipment for minor illnesses, we won't die from simple diseases. Song Zihao smoothed things over by greeting everyone. Let's rest for a bit, and then see if we can find some easy-to-find supplies and search slowly. If we just stay here, the food will run out sooner or later, don't you think? Those who don't want to fight can try to lure the zombies away, since the zombies aren't very fast anyway. That way, we could divide the work and cooperate. We can try it this afternoon, right? He tried his best to persuade him. Finally, nearly 20 students were willing to give it a try. The remaining dozens of people remained unmoved. They still believe that aid will be provided. Going out to fight might result in death. But if we don't go out to fight, at least we can survive until we run out of food before we try to go out again. It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. If someone else is going to do it, then let them do it. Song Zihao saw it all. He was also thinking about other methods and management approaches. After a while, Su Hao returned with Han Jiangxue and Su Qing. For a moment, many people had complicated expressions, especially since Su Hao had saved so many people. This made them, these manure-producing machines, feel guilty. And it felt like I was betraying someone. But there are still some. They even used this guilt and betrayal as reasons for Su Hao's nonconformity and exclusion. Yes, humans are indeed that complex. And then Su Hao returned. Chun Jiyu and Song Zihao immediately brought out unopened food and handed it to the three of them. You're finally back. I thought you were going somewhere else again. Brother, you haven't eaten lunch yet. Have some. Su Hao took the food from the two of them. Since they're all unopened, there's basically no problem. If it's been opened, then he definitely won't eat it. It's not that I'm afraid of getting dirty. It's that I'm cautious. Let's eat first. Su Hao shared the food with Han Jiangxue and Su Qing. Then went to a shady spot to rest. Han Jiangxue took Su Qing to rest in another place. Before she left, she winked at Su Hao, giving him a strange look. What's a meaning? She want to get psychological support? Su Hao had already walked to a shady spot, sat down to drink soda, and prepared to eat something. At this time, Chun Jiyu and Song Zihao also came over and started chatting. The two of them came over. Chun Jiyu first asked with great curiosity, Bro, how many zombies did you kill this time? Su Hao himself doesn't need to answer this question. Song Zihao immediately explained, most of the zombies surrounding the medical school were killed by Su Hao. This, Chun Jiyu gasped, that's incredible. How could someone be this awesome? Brother, if we train, can we reach your level? Chun Jiyu asked hopefully. Su Hao pondered for a moment. In the near future, perhaps everyone will have the opportunity to become stronger. The two were stunned. Chun Jiyu quickly pressed. Why? What does this mean? Su Hao took a bite of his bread and looked at the two of them. Don't you guys feel that your physical strength and fitness have improved a bit? Today's zombies have evolved. If you haven't changed at all today, then you're one of those people who lack talent. Those with good talent should have already sensed it. Upon hearing this, Chun Jiyu immediately clenched his fist and tried. Song Zihao started doing the same thing. The two gestured for a while. That's the feeling, huh? I didn't really feel much. Or rather, the feeling is not obvious. The sensation is only noticeable during intense battles. And how could their talents possibly compare to Han Jiangshue's? Han Jiangshue's supernatural talent is as high as 96. Once the apocalyptic evolution begins, her changes will happen very quickly. But what kind of superpowers he will awaken is unclear. They talked for a while, then stopped. Song Zihao noticed that Chun Jiyu was acting casually and hadn't said anything serious yet. So he began to speak seriously. Bro, I'll call you boss from now on. To be honest, I want to manage these people. Surviving in the apocalypse is not as good as waiting for rescue. It's better to save ourselves. But you know these people are not easy to manage. So, I'd like to ask how we can work together. After Song Zihao finished speaking, Chun Jiyu looked at him in shock. The sudden formality made him realize that they were in the apocalypse, not in the days before the apocalypse when everyone was just getting by. Chun Jiyu was deep in thought. Song Zihao listened attentively. If you really want to manage them properly, then cooperating with me is a mistake. Otherwise, they will be even less likely to obey you after I leave. I want to manage people in a post-apocalyptic world. My honest advice is that either you need to be strong enough to make them obey you physically, or you need to be ruthless enough and have strict management skills to make them obey you rationally and mentally. Remember, this is the end of the world. Things will get worse than the chaos of the past. How you do it is up to you. After Su Hao finished speaking, he saw Han Jiangxue waving at him, while Su Qing blushed slightly. So he patted Song Zihao and Chun Jiyu on the shoulders. He left behind the message. The world has been reshuffled after the apocalypse. If you want to seize the opportunity, work hard. After saying that, he picked up a bag of potato chips, got up, and left. Chapter 29, A Dark Future of Doomsday. Han Jiangxue brainwashes Su Qing. After Su Hao left, Song Zihao and Chun Jiyu fell into deep thought. The two went to a corner to chat and started looking for people, messaging them one by one in private. And here is Han Jiangxue. Just now, Han Jiangxue helped Su Qing, and they found a shady spot to sit down with some food. The two began to eat. Su Qing first took a sip of her drink, then secretly glanced at Su Hao in the distance. Because the ventilation is not very good. As Su Qing was eating, she noticed that her hair smelled a bit oily. She hadn't washed for almost 2 days before the end of the world. Now add the 4 days after the apocalypse. That means I haven't showered for almost a week. My hair is so oily now, you can even smell it. Plus, I haven't showered, so now that I'm alive, I feel terrible all over. Woo! Su Qing made a whimpering sound like a distressed cat, indicating her discomfort. She's clearly an older sister type, but that's just her personality. Han Jiangxue was already used to it. Without even looking at Su Qing, she asked directly, "What's wrong?" Su Qing turned to look at Han Jiangxue. "I smell awful, huh?" The result was that Han Jiangxue's hair and the clean whiteness of her skin were discovered. With hair so loose and flowing, how could it be that she hadn't washed it for days? She immediately reached out and grabbed a strand of Han Jiangxue's hair to smell it. He was immediately shocked. "This smell? You just took a shower yesterday, didn't you? Where did the water come from? You didn't use mineral water, did you? Confess now." Han Jiangxue swallowed the bread in her mouth. Her delicate face was expressionless, and her voice was faint. "I took a shower yesterday. Yesterday, Su Hao and I killed all the zombies around Minghu Lake, and then we took a bath together. I also cleaned his armor thoroughly." "Su Qing, I heard that this is how you take a bath." Su Qing looked completely incredulous. "So, I went to Minghu Lake specifically to kill all the zombies before taking a bath? Is this how you do human affairs? You guys are amazing." Su Qing et Gulim. Han Jiangxue glanced at her. "When we set off yesterday, the people here looked at us the same way, but they mostly looked at us like we were idiots." Su Qing thought for a moment and said, "I guess so too." But the next moment, she seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly her eyes widened as she secretly glanced at Su Hao. He then whispered in Han Jiangxue's ear, "So, you two showered together yesterday, one male and one female. Did you take off your clothes? Or are they taking turns being washed? Anyone doing it in the lake? Speak quickly." After Su Qing finished speaking, her face was full of gossip, and she even rubbed Han Jiangxue's waist with her fingers. Han Jiangxue remained expressionless upon hearing this. However, when it comes to thinking about and doing, but she still blushed a little. But she is very honest. They washed together, but how could they have been in the lake? That would be too dangerous. Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. "Then we'll still do it." This. Su Qing's face immediately lit up with excitement and joy. Her previously unhealthy complexion was now flushed. "Jiang Shui, I never expected you to be this kind of person. For 4 years, you seemed to be indifferent to men, but you managed to win over your dream man during the apocalypse." Han Jiangxue thought for a moment. "I should have been taken down." "What?" Su Qing was even more shocked. "What happened? Tell me quickly, please." Su Qing's coquettish manner towards Han Jiangxue. She's clearly the senior, and 3 years older than him. But the result was that the mature woman acted coquettishly towards the young man, and the mature woman was not as mature as the young man. After hearing this, Han Jiangxue, she finished the bread in her hand. He turned to Su Qing and said seriously, "I'm asking you, Su Qing." Seeing this serious expression on his face, Su Qing was taken aback at first, but then immediately became serious and said, "Go on. Do you want to survive in the post-apocalyptic world by sticking together with other humans, seeking official support, or establishing settlements? I still want to follow the people I know, find all kinds of elites from a small group, and strive to live a secluded, carefree life in a paradise. Haven't you read a lot of novels? Take a look for yourself." Han Jiangxue doesn't read novels, but she knew that Su Qing had seen a lot. But Su Qing herself reads imperial books, especially those with erotic content. The thought of the post-apocalyptic world and the consequences of her looks infiltrating a human settlement made her furry. In the apocalypse, the system collapses. Even if there are good gathering places, is she going to gamble with her body? Please, does one wrong bet mean you'll become a firearm? That outcome. It's better to become a master's personal plaything. At least the great masters in the imperial books. If you have the strength and ability, that's much better and more enjoyable than a gathering place. I choose the second option. Su Qing answered immediately. "That's right. Han Yang Su Nu Dit Kalmdi. Su Hao and I are going to proceed with the second option." Han Jiangxue counted on her fingers. Gathering resources, striving to grow, and finding talent are all being done simultaneously. You are the talent I recommended to Su Hao. You're skilled in clinical medicine, sports medicine, and surgery. You're good-looking and technically proficient. Su Hao should take you on. We won't be staying at school for too long. Whether you agree or not, Su Hao and I are leaving in the next couple of days. What you say? Han Jiangxue glanced at Su Qing and sighed. It's the end of the world. Everything has changed. The choice is yours. After Han Jiangxue said that, Su Qing vc bili panik. The thought of Han Jiangxue leaving with Su Hao, leaving her alone in the settlement, made her think of how Han Jiangxue had left with Su Hao. Yes, the gathering place needs doctors. But with so many doctors in medical schools, as long as they can treat most illnesses, is there a big difference between a graduate student with a teaching assistant and an undergraduate student in a post-apocalyptic world? The difference is not significant. It may only be noticeable in clinical settings. What will she do then? Even if school groups aren't dark. But after a period of time following the apocalypse, maybe a month, maybe a year, how could she not encounter dark groups? Wouldn't that mean the end for her? Is it really going to become a firearm? No, I don't want that kind of thing. Jiang Shui, don't leave me behind. Please take me with you. I'll go with you. Su Qing suddenly hugged Han Jiangshue's waist and started to act coquettishly in her arms, babbling incoherently, showing no trace of her senior's manner. His previous quiet demeanor was due to hunger. Now I've returned to my true nature. Han Jiangshue heard this. He reached out and touched the head in his arms, a barely perceptible smile appearing on his lips. Her senior classmate is really good at brainwashing. Don't worry, I recommended you before, and Su Hao seems quite satisfied. I'll ask him, but he's the one who makes the decisions, and I'm one of his followers, you understand? Su King not that repeat then. That's why Han Jiangshue gestured for Su Hao to come over. After Su Hao walked over, Han Jiangshue pointed at Su Qing, then winked at her out of sight before speaking. Senior Su Qing wants to join our team. Although I recommended her, do you agree? She's quite obedient, and she's studied clinical and sports medicine. When we've been killing a lot of zombies, she can give us massages to relax. She even massaged me when I was tired from kendo practice. Su Qing nodded immediately upon hearing this. That's right. Su Hao remained expressionless and calm. What was on my mind was, what happened? Chapter 30, Subduing Su Qing, Rewards Received, New Mission. Su Hao looked at Su Qing, whose face was filled with lingering fear and worry, and his dependence on Han Jiangshue. He understood immediately. Su Qing has probably been brainwashed by Han Jiangshue. Certainly, the purpose of doing this is probably also for the sake of efficiency. Otherwise, you'll end up arguing with people for ages about nothing. It's not worth it. Let's resolve this quickly and move on to the next plan. Cough. Su Hao and Han Jiangshue exchanged a glance and immediately understood each other. He glanced at Su Qing's expression. Then he said it casually. Jiang Shui should have told you everything that needed to be said. When you join a team, you have to contribute, not just take. Su Hao refers to loyalty and ability. Disloyalty is definitely unacceptable. If you have the ability but don't put in the effort, then there's nothing more to say. Su Qing listened to this. Her face immediately flushed, and she nodded shyly, a little scared but also expectant. I understand. Just use me when the time comes. Su Hao tilted his head. He always felt that the two of them were not on the same wavelength. However, the general meaning is the same. Okay. Su Hao nodded in agreement. Then welcome to the team, Su Qing. I hope neither of us will regret our decision today. Su Qing not that vigo sin mama. She nodded vigorously, immediately feeling much more relaxed, and a sense of security washed over her. Congratulations on winning over the goddess, Su Qing. Mission completed. Assemble the goddess team. Reward: 1 unlimited god-level choice. You can view member Su Qing's detailed information later. After winning over Su Qing, Su Hao's team, including himself, has successfully grown to 3 people and can be described as just beginning to take shape. 3 people is the minimum size for a team. He knew that the number was still quite small, but the future is long, and goddesses aren't something you can just find anywhere. Ding! You have now won over 2 goddesses. Goddess Team Mission Update. After recruiting 3 goddesses, the system will update to add a Goddess Team buff. Goddess Team buff, shared attributes. Attribute sharing. The host will receive a 30-point attribute boost from all goddesses, and the goddesses will receive a 15-point attribute boost from the host, only calculating the boost before. I saw the attribute sharing buff. Su Hao even thought he had misread it. He can gain an additional 30 attribute boost from all the goddesses combined. The goddess will receive a 15% attribute boost from him. Although the mutual improvement is only calculated beforehand to prevent one foot from stepping on the other to become invincible, this attribute is still quite exaggerated. With 3 ordinary goddesses, Su Hao's attributes are almost at the human limit. What if one's talent awakens? Later, accumulate 5, 10, and so on. These attributes must be stacked to an extreme degree, and the goddess can also benefit from his body. 15. By the time he grows up, he will be quite old. Numbers. Su Hao could already foresee his future path of accumulating numerical values. Take a break at noon. Everyone was exhausted, especially for medical students who have been starving for 2 days and finally managed to escape the intense battle. Now that they have eaten something and their tense mindset has relaxed, they immediately can't hold back and want to sleep. Chun Jiu and Song Zaheo were still discussing things together. He's probably thinking about how to lead this team well, and they make people obedient and easy to command. In the game, you command your subordinates to do whatever they want, even to die. You can even send the entire team to their deaths. But in reality, manipulating people is extremely difficult. It's all right to assemble a small team. They rallied a group, which was truly remarkable. Therefore, Su Hao had no desire to engage in power struggles or intrigues. Even if he understood them, he didn't want to do them. The path he's on now is the path that satisfies him. Afternoon. a cool, well-ventilated area in the sports building. At this moment, Han Jiangxue leaned against the corner, closed her eyes, and pretended to sleep, while Su Hao rested his head on her lap, enjoying the lap pillow service. You can also smell the fragrance of Chanel. Of course, if you haven't showered for several days, then that's fine. Humans are not machines. Both the body and mind need rest. It was too hot at noon. After killing so many zombies in the morning, even Su Hao wanted to rest until noon before going out to work again in the afternoon. A few hours won't make a difference at all. After taking a nap, Su Qing sat down next to Su Hao. She glanced at Su Hao. After confirming that I hadn't fallen asleep, they started chatting quietly. What do we do next? When do we leave? Su Hao didn't even open his eyes. However, he turned halfway around, facing upwards, and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Qing felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. But I'll be honest about it. Before we leave the school, could we go check the parking lot? My things are all in the car. A change of clothes, a first aid kit, and a box of 3 squirrels. Han Jiangxue leaned against the wall, pretending to doze off. Even with his expressionless face, he couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He was amused. Su Hao listened, seemingly lost in thought. He still asked in return, "What car?" Su Qing. Han Jiangxue. Is this the crux of the problem? That's true. Su Qing immediately replied, "Li Xiang." Su Hao finally opened his eyes. Is it the range-extended model? Yes, L6. Okay, let's take a look before we leave. We'll leave tomorrow. So fast. Okay, but if there are too many zombies, then forget it. The two finished their conversation. Han Jiangxue gently stroked Su Hao's cheek and gradually understood. She didn't understand at first. She thought Su Hao wouldn't listen to Su Qing's idiotic request. Will I lack clothes? There are plenty of clothing stores after I graduate, and I can take any designer brand I want. Are medicines in short supply? There's a large pharmacy every 500 meters, or at most every 2 kilometers, and they have more common medicines than you can carry. What's the use of a whole box of food? You need to empty the supermarket and cold storage to get it. Therefore, Han Jiangxue believes. She laughed at the silly questions Su Qing asked. But Su Hao's next question was, is it a range-extended vehicle? This sentence made Han Jiangxue realize the truth. That's right. Walking by hand is too slow. Gasoline cars have a long range, but their engines and exhaust are noisy. Electric vehicles are safe, but their range and charging are inconvenient. Only range-extended vehicles are suitable in the apocalypse, perhaps the only option. It has long battery life, is quiet, efficient, and safe. I am still too short-sighted. They didn't see as far ahead as Su Hao. Han Jiangxue couldn't help but feel delighted. Because Su Hao is the team leader. The stronger the leader, the more they admire, are loyal to, trust, and feel happy. We'll rest until the afternoon. Su Hao looked at his task. The campus tasks have been completed much better. Only the range extender and the sweep of Jiangda University remain to be completed, not counting the 1,000-person kill. The sweep of Jiangda University has a minimum progress bar of 35. Let's see how much is left. Mission: sweep through Jiangda, 28 to 35. The mission involves exploring a canteen, several dormitories, a sports building, an arts building, and a medical school, as well as traversing a total number of roads. The objective is simply to investigate these areas, not to kill all the zombies. If we calculate it this way, Su Hao glanced at the map on his watch. Add in parking lots, roads, the campus gate plaza, and some open areas, and 35 should be enough to complete it. In other words, we will explore some more places this afternoon. Tomorrow, take a stroll along the way to the parking lot, and then just drive away. As for the housing area, that's too much trouble. Exploring those places is extremely difficult and thankless. It's neither worthwhile nor efficient. Chapter 31 Zombie Virus Serum, Attribute Points, Plant Type Abilities. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Hao went to the roof of the sports building, looked out over the campus, took some fresh air, and collected his reward. Standing on the rooftop, I looked around. It was quiet, so quiet. The entire city was eerily quiet. There were no car noises, no commotion, no occasional fire trucks or emergency calls, only silence. But this silence only made people more uneasy. It's too quiet. Su Hao wanted to find a different place. What was unusual was that thick smoke was billowing out of many places. Without a doubt, either something bad has happened, or they're setting fire to the zombies. This is both simple and efficient. He just watched for a while. After nothing happened, I started checking my system rewards. He now has 3 awards. 1 is Have the Zombies Evolved? A plant-themed lottery. 2 is the Investigation Art Zone, a normal lottery. 3 is the Goddess Team, a normal lottery draw. Exclude these tasks that have already been completed. He still has 4 tasks to complete. 1. Zombie Kill, 749-1000. 2. Range Extended Electric Vehicles. 3. Sweeping through Jiangda University. 4. Goddess team. Let's have a lottery. Su Hao said softly. Draw the 2 normal ones first, and draw the plant type ability ones last. Start using the infinite god level selection. Already used. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1. Zombie Virus Serum X3. Reward 2. 1 Zombie Beauty with 100 loyalty. Reward 3. 100 tons of individual soldier rations. Su Hao glanced at the reward. The food went downstairs. Eating and drinking were originally the first priority. Unexpectedly, they pulled a sneak attack this time, running to the very back. And this zombie beauty, even if its loyalty is 100%. But it is what it is, not her. Why keep this zombie around? Does he have such a weird taste that he want to mate with zombies? It's not that the foreign races are incompetent. If you want cat girls, bunny girls, succubi, or something like that, then it's fine, right? Then Su Hao admitted that he had double standards. Look at the last one. Zombie Virus Serum. Please see the details. Zombie Virus Serum. Injecting this serum will completely eliminate the zombie virus within 1 hour at the latest, but any damage already caused is irreversible. This serum also has an antidote effect and is effective against similar poisoning. Although Su Hao had received gene enhancement from a novice warrior, he was not afraid of the zombie virus. But this serum can prevent Su Hao from being weakened for long. After all, being weak for half a month was just enough to save his life. What if he encountered danger or enemies along the way? Moreover, it's not just Su Hao. Choose this reward. It can also be kept in case something happens to Han Jiangxue and Su Qing. Choose the Zombie Virus Serum. Already stored in system space. Continue the lottery. Already used. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1. A loyal hunting dog. Reward 2. 100 tons of honey. Reward 3. Attribute points X5. I glanced at the rewards. Su Hao muttered, my luck is bad this time. Of the 3 rewards, at a glance, at least 1 attribute point is worth considering. The other 2 are really not worth watching. While 100 tons of honey can be stored for a long time and is a good source of energy, it might be best to wait until the industry recovers before making a decision on what to eat. There might not have been any food at that time. When everything is in short supply, 100 tons of food would be very useful, but not now. Hound. As for the hunting dogs, they were only SOSO. But in the apocalypse, ordinary hunting dogs are really useless. No matter how smart or how much you compromise on having only 1 dog, a hunting dog can only be a companion. It's not very useful in practice and will only eat your food. Therefore, it's almost unnecessary to consider. I'll choose attribute points. Selected. 5 attributes, 2 points of strength, 2 points of constitution, and 1 point of spirit. Attributes. Strength 9092, constitution 8486, spirit 8081. Remaining attributes not yet unlocked. Even a tiny mosquito is still meat. Little by little, you'll eventually experience the power of numbers. Once Su Hao has Captain America's physical abilities, he can fight all day without getting tired, making him a mini Superman. He becomes Superman at the drop of a hat. After allocating attribute points, because the improvement was not significant, Su Hao did not feel any major changes. He only experienced a slight tingling sensation. That concludes the discussion. Both normal rewards have been drawn. Su Hao looked at the last reward. Let's use this plant-based superpower lottery and see what we can get from the special rewards. Already used. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1. The Thorn Body with supernatural powers. Reward 2. Supernatural Mandragora Poison. Reward 3. The ability to summon a spirit of light. The moment the reward appeared, Su Hao then noticed the last reward. Summoning superpowers. If superpowers include the ability to summon, it means that there will be a great many species on Earth in the future, and it is very likely that they will involve species from other worlds. No, it's definitely true. The superpowers of the future will surely be incredibly diverse and bizarre. It's amazing, it even has the ability to summon. Su Hao began to check the descriptions of each superpower one by one. Although the 3rd reward was very attractive to him, he decided to at least take a look at it and learn about it. Special ability, Thorny Body. Thorn-like tendrils can grow from your body surface. These can be used as weapons for whipping, or as roots to penetrate the ground and absorb nutrients and water. They can even decompose and absorb the bodies of other organisms for nutrition. What kind of tentacle monster is this? Su Hao looked at it with a strange expression, having tentacles growing on its body surface. Leaving aside whether it still qualifies as human, the price of this ability is truly hard to accept. Perhaps only people with a special kind of XP would like it. It is a tentacle monster after all. However, there are also advantages. For example, tendrils can absorb nutrients in the ground like plant roots or within an organism. This also means that you are unlikely to starve to death. They can survive for a very, very long time. The premise is that you can stay there. Therefore, Su Hao definitely won't choose it. Next, Superpowered Dachira Poison. You can release a neurotoxin called datura, which is soluble in both water and air. Depending on the strength and dosage of the toxin, inhalation can cause mild symptoms such as muscle spasms and loss of bodily control, or severe symptoms such as respiratory arrest, coma, and sudden death. This superpower is too sinister and too outrageous. However, Suhao also looked on with a serious expression. Since the system can draw it, it means that there really is a human who might awaken this superpower. He can accomplish great things without saying a word. At best, Lao Lu could kill some people. At worst, he could massacre the entire city. Hopefully, not many people will awaken this kind of superpower. Suhao shook his head. He couldn't control what others awakened. Let them do whatever they wanted. Let's see about the last superpower. Special ability, summoning the little sprite of light. Chapter 32, Contract with the Spirit of Light. Can this light generate electricity? Special ability, summoning the Spirit of Light. Primarily a plant-type spirit, secondarily a light-type spirit. Born from nature, it is a darling of heaven and earth, exceptionally intelligent. It is naturally able to distinguish between good and evil towards any living being. Under its illumination, living beings will be full of vitality, and plants will grow vigorously. The light spirits are divided into lesser spirits, greater spirits, elder spirits, and queen spirits. Their growth requirements include 1. Absorbing the essence of nature. 2. Absorbing the aura of their contracted partner. 3. Absorbing the essence of natural treasures, etc., but none of these will harm the object being absorbed. Contract requirements. For every 100 points of maximum spirit, 1 light spirit can be contracted. Spirit levels below 100 but above 80 are acceptable. If spirit levels are below 80, the light spirit will refuse the contract. If spirit levels are below 60, the contract will fail and the light spirit will die. Suhao read through a lot of information, including various details. This was the first time he had ever seen the system provide so much information. In general, being able to contract with a spirit of light is generally beneficial and harmless. After signing the contract, you should treat it well and nurture it. The benefits will increase in the future. And if you can raise one of the light spirits into a queen, congratulations, you now possess a race. Magic. Suhao also took a closer look at the abilities of the light spirit. In the Pokemon stage, it's a tiny ball like a fluffy, glowing jellyfish. At this time, it cannot speak, but it can communicate its thoughts to the contractor. The light it emits can buff people and plants. For example, the speed of physical recovery, the speed of wound healing, the speed of energy recovery, and so on. The same applies to plants. It can even accelerate their growth. This is just a little elf. Start with the great elf. The light spirit will evolve into a palm-sized humanoid spirit. At this point, the great elf can speak and cast spells. This is essential for farming and development. After reading all the information, he didn't hesitate at all. Option 3. I want to summon the light spirit. Selected. Compared to the previous 2, which were made of thorns and poison, this is much better. Neither of them seems as cool or useful as summoning superpowers. In the moment of making a good choice, the next moment, a vast amount of knowledge flooded into his mind. He was told everything about this superpower and the spirit of light. It's so simple. Summoning contracts is not difficult. The difficulty lies in whether you know how to do it, and whether you will be able to train the Pokemon afterward. It's important to know that elves have a high degree of autonomy and intelligence. If it doesn't like you, or if you treat it badly, or even speak ill of it, it will leave without any impact. So that's how it is. Get a pet. Suhao understood, and immediately began summoning the light spirit. On the balcony of the sports building, Suhao silently chanted in his mind, mobilized his energy, and began to use his supernatural ability to summon the spirit of light. The next moment, a golden magic circle the size of a wash basin appeared out of thin air in front of him. The magic circle was initially semi-transparent, but as Suhao's mental energy waned, the magic circle began to glow brightly, little by little. It's like charging up. No wonder it requires a spirit level above 80 to summon. Otherwise, it could really drain a person's spirit to death. Suhao's energy was also rapidly declining. He felt himself getting more and more tired and sleepy. My mind is foggy. I not only lack energy, but my attention is also rapidly fading. But Suhao gritted his teeth. We should continue to maintain the power supplied by the magic circle. The brilliant progress has lost a little bit of energy. When Suhao could no longer hold on, the progress bar is finally full. Buzz! The golden magic circle suddenly trembled. The next moment, a portal from another dimension opened. Immediately afterwards, a ball of light floated out from it. It emitted a crisp and melodious sound, but it seemed that only Suhao could hear the voice, and it entered his mind directly. Suhao was extremely sleepy. Attention and willpower have greatly diminished. As if he was about to faint at any moment, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. The spirits of light floated in the air. The magic circle behind it still radiates a brilliant light and has not yet disappeared. This means the spirit of light is making a choice. To be a contract or not to be a contract. If you don't make a contract, it can just go back. It still used the mental power that Su Hao used to activate the magic array. The contract is easy to discuss. At this time, the spirit of light circled around Su Hao slowly. Its light shone on Su Hao like a warm little sun. His energy was like that of someone struggling to survive the cold winter who suddenly finds a warm shelter with a fireplace, feeling completely comfortable. My energy is recovering rapidly, at a rate that is visible to the naked eye. Su Hao glanced at the little elf. I thought about it. He stretched out his hand, leaving it hanging horizontally in the air. Just like when he met the new Paw Patrol team before the apocalypse, he let you smell him first to get used to the scent. And the little elf actually did just that. After it got close, they directly ate Su Hao's hand. The ball of light enveloped Su Hao's hand, as if it were reading some information. Perhaps they are analyzing it. Perhaps they're trying out different flavors to see if they like them. But no matter what, while Su Hao was pondering, for some reason, the little elf suddenly trembled, as if he were pleasantly surprised. It suddenly floated up, and then rushed straight towards Su Hao's chest. Buzz! It wasn't a collision sound. Instead, it was a sound that entered the water, similar to the sound of harmony. The little elf crashed directly into Su Hao's chest. It entered his body. In that instant, Su Hao felt that he had successfully formed a contract with the little sprite. He could sense the sprite's presence and also perceive a series of information and knowledge. Contract successful. At the same time, the moment the little elf crashed into Su Hao's chest, the dazzling little magic circle that stretched across the sky also flickered and disappeared into the world at the same time. An excess mental energy. It flowed back into Su Hao's body like water. It restored some of his energy. You're actually quite nice. Sual Smaïd. If the little elf disagrees or looks down on him, then the magic circle he created with his energy will be the little elf's vehicle back home, and it will still be using his mental energy. If you set your sights on something, the magic circle will disappear instantly, and any excess mental energy will be returned. Judging from the situation just now, the little elf liked him very much. They just barged in. Not only did they form a contract, but they also shared their knowledge, and now it's still inside his body and won't come out. Su Hao extended his finger. He thought to himself, let's see what it looks like. So the little elf followed his arm, emerged from his fingertips, floated in the air, and swayed twice as a greeting. And a message also came to his mind. It basically means hello. Su Hao looked at the light emanating from the little elf. It wasn't very bright, but it was very warm. In a short time, an idea popped into his mind. Does this generate electricity? Chapter 33, Survivor Team Argument, Preparing to Leave the Team. If this light could generate electricity, and that's how you make money, the spirit of light can stay lit forever. If it can generate electricity, even if it's not an unlimited energy source, it's about as sustainable as nuclear power. Let's try using a solar panel later. Su Hao nodded and then beckoned with his finger. Come back. Iya. Upon hearing this, the little elf happily burrowed into Su Hao's body through his finger. Su Hao could sense it. It resides in my heart, continuously radiating warmth. This warmth also continuously increased his physical strength, energy, and vitality. Have I become a perpetual motion machine too? Su Hao touched his chest. This is essentially like carrying a power bank with super long battery life. That's really good. How about I give you a nickname first? Upon hearing this, the light in his heart flickered slightly. Iya. Immediately, a message entered his mind. Su Hao named her directly based on her accent. Your nickname will be Yi. As for your formal name, we can choose one when you grow up to be a great elf. How about that? Yi. Meh. Su Hao could sense it. The current little elf Yi has an intelligence level roughly equivalent to that of an 8 to 12-year-old human. It may increase with time and ability. Then it progresses to the great elf, and so on up to 14 to 18 years old, and so on. These are creatures born naturally from heaven and earth. What they need to grow is actually a vague concept called aura or essence. The aura is the aura of nature. For example, the spiritual energy in the air or any scent from nature. This includes the scents emitted by living organisms themselves. This aura is everywhere. It emanates from everything. But the more powerful a creature is, the more abundant, better, and higher quality the aura it emits. Therefore, sprites live near powerful creatures. Their growth rate will be incomparable to that in ordinary natural environments, at least several times faster. Secondly, the essence. similar to a treasure of heaven and earth. I haven't met Su Hao before, but he exists in another world. Even after the apocalypse, perhaps there will be. The little elves can absorb the essence and energy that other creatures cannot see. Furthermore, it does not harm the body after ingestion. That's amazing. Su Hao sat on the edge of the rooftop, silently savoring the feelings and essence of the new things in my heart. After a while, snap, the door to the rooftop opened. Han Jiangxue led Su Qing up. Han Jiangxue is in good physical condition and is fine. She didn't even pant as she climbed all those stairs. Su Qing was breathing heavily and was leaning against the wall. Song Zihao and Chun Jiu, a rationing system will be implemented down here. Each person will have a limited amount of food and water per day. Han Jiangxue brought news as soon as she arrived. Su Hao nodded, as if he had expected it. There's more. They've also divided it into departments. For now, there's only a logistics department and a combat department. The logistics department gets 1 serving a day, and the combat department gets 2 servings a day, but you have to kill at least 1 zombie to count. The plan is good and reasonable, but the problem remains the same. In the game, your strategic planning can extend to everyone, and they will all listen to you. But in reality, sorry. Who do you think you are? Whose chicken cutlet are you talking about? Someone's making noise, isn't there? Su Hao asked. Han Jiangxue nodded. Many girls and some boys were arguing with him, telling him not to worry about so much. Now they are divided into 2 factions. One faction is Song Zihao, who wants to implement a rationing system. One faction was in rebellion, demanding that all food be divided equally and that everyone take care of themselves. There's another group that says even if we're going to use a rationing system, we can't let Song Zihao come because they're worried he'll be unfair and they want you to come instead. Su Hao laughed when he heard this. Human groups, just as he imagined. It is obvious. The rationing system was correct, but some people are dissatisfied and feel it's unfair. He felt that he should accept the rationing system and be the same as everyone else. Do they deserve to be like me? So, the next best option is, it means that all the food is divided equally, but everyone is different. When the food is almost gone, the evil in humans will become apparent. Robbery, deception, and trade. The malignancy will only increase until it becomes uncontrollable. After hearing this, Su Qing was glad that she had joined Su Hao's elite group. They won't have this problem. So what do we do now? Su Qing asked Su Hao from the side. Are you going to go down and uphold justice? They said they wanted you to implement a rationing system, or what? Faced with this problem, Su Hao turned his head and continued to look at the scenery. They only gave 2 words, I don't care. Their business is none of his concern. Don't meddle and worry about things that don't concern you. You think you are advocating for justice. Are they considered good people in their eyes? And even if they uphold justice, will this group get on the right track and have a better future? No, it won't. Otherwise, why would there be the proverb, a piece of mud cannot be plastered on a wall, or rotten wood cannot be carved? If this group has potential, I'm still willing to help, but I predict that they will definitely scatter and go their separate ways. This is Su Hao's prediction. We're all young people, so it's normal that no one wants to submit to anyone else. I understand. After careful consideration, Su Qing nodded. Although she regretted that everyone couldn't work together in the apocalypse, it wasn't something she could decide. She was also a survivor in the apocalypse. Su Hao checked the time. 3 p.m. The sun wasn't too intense, making a good time to get moving. It was almost time. Su Hao stood up and clapped his hands. Let's go. Let's make one more move today, and we'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. Han Jiangxue nodded and followed, holding her meow knife. Su Qing followed along and casually asked, Where are we going? Let's go to Minghu Lake. Didn't you want to take a bath? Let's take a bath, then go to the small supermarket, grab some food, and come back. Since there are facilities for taking a bath, it doesn't matter if Su Hao washes his face once every day or 2. It only takes up an hour or 2 anyway. As for the on-campus supermarket, there's one near the cafeteria that mainly sells water, snacks, and daily necessities. The group downstairs is now implementing a rationing system. So Su Hao decided not to seek food from this group anymore. His space is so big. It's time to start stocking up. Upon hearing the word, take a bath, Su Qing looked at Han Jiangxue with a mixture of anticipation and shyness. Han Jiangxue remained expressionless, as if it were any other day. The 3 of them went downstairs. Direct access to the lobby. In the hall, hundreds of people gathered together. The rationing system and the equal system each occupied one side, and the 2 sides were on the verge of war, looking like they were about to go to war at the slightest disagreement. Chun Jiu and Song Zihao were on the rationing side, and the number of people on both sides was surprisingly even. Su Hao thought that the rationing system was for vulnerable groups. The 3 of them walked through the hall with their footsteps pattering. Especially Su Hao's heavy armor, Every step he took felt like stepping into his heart. Everyone watched. Upon seeing this, Chun Jiu rushed over and called out, "Brother, wait a minute. Chapter 34, the campus bell wants to follow me? No way, you're not qualified." Chun Jiu rushed over. "Brother, where are you guys going this time? We're discussing whether to implement a rationing system or an equal distribution system. Don't you want to say a word?" Song Zaheo also hurriedly ran over. "The rationing system is the best system under the current circumstances. Of course, the portion size isn't fixed. As long as you kill zombies, you get a larger portion size. There are also physical labor tasks like moving things. This way, the group can go further, wait for rescue, and even become self-reliant." Song Zaheo listed the benefits he mentioned. In short, if the team wants to go further, it must implement a rationing system. Otherwise, the convenience store in the sports building would only have enough food for these 100 people for less than a week. What we do then? The people around them watched silently. Those who advocated for an equal share felt even more uneasy upon seeing this. She didn't say she had a good relationship with Su Hao. At least those I knew, Chun Jiu and Song Zaheo, were both proponents of rationing. Those who advocate for equal distribution, none of them here are even recognized. From the perspective of loyalty and affection, people will most likely speak up for the rationing system. What will they do? Rebellion? Or protest? They had all witnessed Su Hao's fighting prowess. With his full suit of heavy armor and his current strength, he could easily beat them to a pulp. Ultimately, the default rationing system will be implemented. But they kept making underhanded moves behind the scenes. Protests, slander, public and private interactions, etc. But what no one expected was... Su Hao did not answer the question. He looked at Chun Jiu. "Let's go bathe in Minghu Lake. Are you coming?" Chun Jiu. Song Zaheo. Everyone. Chun Jiu immediately shook his head. "No, I'm not going. Forget it." Su Hao then looked at Song Zaheo. "I probably won't be back tonight. You guys handle the rest." Everyone was startled. "Not coming back? So you're leaving?" In an instant, some were happy while others were sad. This news is extremely important. Some people looked worried and distressed. Some people looked surprised and excited. Su Hao saw it all, as did Han Jiangxue and Su Qing. Seeing these faces expressing different viewpoints and emotions, Su Qing and Han Jiangxue exchanged a glance. His eyes were full of relief. Managing this group of people would be a real headache, and it would be thankless work. They have the capability. Retreat is the best course of action. They're gone. After looking at everyone's faces, Su Hao finished speaking and turned to leave. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing turned around and immediately followed. Wait a moment. But before Su Hao had walked more than a few meters, two female college students emerged from the crowd and stumbled towards him. The two quickly ran to Su Hao and the other two. One of the prettier female college students stepped forward. He immediately asked, "Can I go with you? I'll listen to whatever you say. Anything is fine, just let us follow you. You guys are going to take a shower, right? I want to take a shower too." Sun Ro. Hearing this, a male college student in the crowd immediately stood up, his face full of shock. It seems the two were previously in a romantic relationship. Sun Ro, who had been called over, turned around and angrily rebuked him. "I've had enough. I don't want to be without food or even a shower. I stink. I want to break up with you. You can't stop me from pursuing a better life." Upon hearing this, dozens of people remained silent. Some people felt embarrassed, some were angry, and some just watched the show. Those who knew the two men whispered their identities to the others. "That girl is among the top 3 prettiest in her college. I heard she has hundreds of thousands of followers on Douyin. The guy is also from a rich family. His family makes fabric, and he drives a Porsche." Su Hao also remembered this woman. This woman seemed to have made fun of him before, saying, "What use is he if he can only fight but doesn't have a gun?" As a result, it turned out like this in just 2 days. The environment really can change a person. Su Hao looked at the boy again, judging from his anger and clenched fists. "I become the villain?" Su Hao smiled helplessly. He sent a probe to Sun Ro. Upon closer inspection, external attributes, 69. Internal attributes, 55. Special abilities, 64. It's alright, nothing special, but it falls far short of the requirements of his goddess team. That concludes the discussion. Han Jiangxue waited calmly, convinced that Su Hao would look down on this kind of woman. This was her confidence in herself. Su Qing was a little nervous. She was slightly worried about a certain magnanimity in the man. For example, if a woman offers herself to you, why not take her? Let's just treat it as a change of pace. But as it turns out, Su Hao is quite picky. He glanced at Sun Ro, waved, and turned to leave. "You're not qualified. Go back and work hard." After saying that, he left. Han Jiangxue smiled and turned to follow Su Hao, without even glancing at Sun Ro. Su Qing's eyes widened slightly, and she admired Su Hao even more. The 3 left. Sun Ro stood there, her eyes wide open, looking completely bewildered. She never imagined that she would be rejected so naturally, even so calmly. She's definitely above average, a pretty girl. There are countless simps on Douyin. The private messages are simply unbearable to look at. Snag a rich second-generation heir? That's a piece of cake. But how did it become like this? Even taking a bath is a luxury? Even in this kind of environment, they still take a shower whenever they want. A sudden drop in expectations. She was completely stunned and stood there dumbfounded. They didn't even bother to chase after them. By the time they came to their senses, Su Hao and his men had already disappeared. I was stunned for a long time. Sun Ro looked back, but everyone had already left. Her lips were chapped, her expression was blank, and her former rich boyfriend wouldn't even glance at her. What else could she do? When he returned to the sports building, feeling utterly dejected, his mind was filled with Su Hao's nonchalant words. You're not qualified. Yes, she wasn't as pretty as the two beauties next to Su Hao. But men, aren't they always looking for more than they have? I'll just give it to him. You're not willing to do this? Should we refuse outright? For a moment, Sun Ro seemed to be on the verge of a mental breakdown, shrinking into a corner of the hall and remaining silent. At this moment, her boyfriend, a rich second-generation heir, walked over. He looked at Sun Ro, gave a brief smile, tinged with inexplicable hatred. Are you all right? Sun Ro suddenly looked at her boyfriend, unaware that something was off about his smile. I was wrong. Please forgive me. It's possible, but you have to listen to me. No problem. Anything is fine with me. Good. Outside the main gate of the sports building, Song Zihao and Chen Jiu watched as Su Hao disappeared from sight. Chen Jiu said with regret, he just left like that? It was so sudden. Song Zihao shook his head and sighed. It's pointless for him to stay here. We're not helpful to him, and he doesn't care about us. We have different goals. Sigh. Chen Jiu also sighed. Can we lead this team well? Many of them come from well-off families and don't respect us. Song Zihao was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth. We have to be ruthless. Chen Jiu looked up abruptly. Are you serious? Internal strife first. This isn't internal strife. We have to eliminate the scourge. If we distribute the food equally, the whole group will be ruined. It'll be in chaos within a week. You should understand that, right? Yes, but I always feel that it's the end of the world. Isn't this too cruel? Yeah, it's the end of the world. Can't we do this? That's true. We can't just watch the team slowly sink into the abyss, can we? It would be better if they didn't have goals or ambitions. But they are ambitious. How could I just watch the team fall apart like this? We must implement radical reforms. Chapter 35. The three of them bathing in Ming Lake. Su Qing's excitement. Su Hao and his two companions are here. After leaving the sports building, I headed straight for Minghu Lake. The roads that were clear before are now infested with more zombies, all of them wandering over. The bodies from before are still lying there. After the zombies die, only when the body is truly dead does it begin to rot and produce the stench of decay. It slowly emitted a foul, nauseating odor. Su Hao walked along, simply slashing away with his knife. Even when several zombies grabbed him at once, it posed no threat whatsoever. Su Qing looked around from behind. An undisguised admiration and a hint of excitement appeared on her delicate face. Killing zombies is faster than killing fish. One slash is all it takes to kill a zombie. Even if you kill a fish quickly, it still takes 3 to 5 cuts to kill both sides together. Even when calculating time, Su Hao still kills zombies faster. That's just how outrageous it is. They fought their way to the vicinity of Minghu Lake. Su Qing looked at the zombies along the way, as well as the more than 100 zombies lying around Minghu Lake, and was deeply shocked. You killed all of these people? Jiang Shui. I only killed a dozen or so. The rest were killed by Su Hao, Han Jiangxue said, shaking her head as she held the Miao sword. This. Su Qing's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She stared at Su Hao in disbelief. What are you looking at me for? Go take a bath. Su Hao stepped forward, casually dealt with the dozens of zombies that had regrouped, and then jumped into Ming Lake with a splash. The space around him flickered the instant he was in the air. The full set of heavy armor vanished instantly, replaced by a pair of shorts on his body. Su Qing. Upon seeing this scene, Su Qing's beautiful eyes widened again. Her eyes were sore from staring so much, and her rosy lips were wide open. He turned back to look at Han Jiangxue, pointing at her, and could barely speak. Afnata Jie. Han Jiangxue took off her clothes as she walked. By the way, I'll explain. You'll have superpowers too in the future. Su Hao awakened them from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, Su Qing didn't even have time to be shocked. He quickly ran to the edge of Minghu Lake and jumped into the lake with a splash. She found Su Hao as soon as she entered the water. Then, excitedly, he asked, "Let me see again, is it real? This is amazing. What kind of superpower will I awaken in the future?" Snap! Su Hao snapped his fingers. A bottle of Coke fell from the sky in front of Su Qing. Su Qing hurriedly reached out and almost fell into the water. She unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and exclaimed, "It's real. Otherwise, it's still fake. What kind of superpower will I awaken? Will it be useless? I don't know, it depends on you, but your ability won't be too weak. Why? Otherwise, why would I take you in? Hey. Upon hearing this, Su Qing burst into a happy laugh, which sounded a little silly. Su Hao glanced helplessly at Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue shrugged, indicating that this was how she would behave. She looks like a senior, but she's actually a naive and innocent girl with a bigger bust than Jiangxue. This happened. Su Qing suddenly became much more open, seemingly no longer guarded against Su Hao. She saw only ominous signs when she saw Han Jiangxue. She immediately took off her top and started bathing in the lake wearing only her bra. Woohoo! They even swim. Splash. Then he splashed water on Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue helplessly covered herself with her hand. Then a warning. Making noise outside will attract zombies. If they are attracted by you, you'll have to deal with them yourself. Su Qing immediately became obedient. But his hands were honest. His person wasn't. She swam over to Han Jiangxue and started touching her inappropriately, claiming it was to help her scrub her back. Su Hao watched the show with a smile. Compared to himself, the way Su Qing is touching him now makes her look even more like a pervert than he does. Su Qing is really interesting. She was so hungry yesterday, but after eating today, she's full of energy. She's not worried about anything, and her mindset isn't affected by the future or her current situation. That way, we can laugh and joke around. In this apocalyptic world, this is a pretty good mindset. Some people encounter this kind of apocalypse. Some people jumped off buildings without even being attacked by zombies, or they were so desperate that they could hardly bear to live. Go. Han Jiangxue was helplessly grabbed a few times, so she quickly pushed Su Qing away and walked to Su Hao's side. Let me clean your nails. Good. Su Hao snapped his fingers. The fully armored figure lay flat on the steps once again. Fortunately, these steps are not like staircases, but rather large, flat surfaces. Otherwise, the steps wouldn't be big enough to fit a full suit of armor. Han Jiangxue looked at the full armor. He reached out and gently stroked it, his expression earnest and fond, somewhat like how Su Qing had treated her earlier. Svish, Jiangxue tar automotive. Su Qing looked around and asked Su Hao with a puzzled expression. Won't my nails rust if I wash them like this? Su Hao leaned against the steps and retorted. Do you think the medical equipment in your operating room will rust so easily? Do you think aerospace materials will rust so easily? It's hard for it to rust. Su Qing shook her head. Unless it's left and used for a long time, it will rust more easily. That's right. Su Hao nodded. Its materials are better than the ones I just mentioned. What? Su Qing was stunned and speechless. Her beautiful eyes darted back and forth between Jia and Su Hao. Making metals that are difficult to rust is not difficult. Including surgical instruments and aerospace materials, they're all advantages except for their high price. Therefore, it uses very little material and is very precious. If a full suit of heavy armor uses so many materials, how much would that armor cost? No wonder Jiangxue likes it so much, Su Qing exclaimed in shock. Su Hao gestured. You could try it later and see how heavy this armor is. Su Qing note that. After a while, Han Jiangxue carefully wiped the heavy armor. Su Qing immediately stepped forward and began to lift it up with all her might using both hands. But the result was that she wasn't as unable to lift the armor as she had imagined. Instead, it lifted up little by little with great effort. Once she put it down, she exclaimed softly, "Isn't this light enough?" Su Qing looked at Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue nodded, indicating that it was indeed a light punishment. If Su Hao's heavy armor were made with modern materials, it would easily weigh over 50 kilograms or even 60 to 70 kilograms, which is 100 to 140 gene, 50 to 60 caddies. Ancient heavy armor typically weighed only 30 kilograms or 60 gene, approximately 30 caddies. Su Hao's heavy armor weighs only 25 kilograms. Although it's not light, it's lighter than the expected weight of ancient heavy armor, yet it's armed to the teeth. This highlights the importance of materials. Aerospace, fighter jets, tanks, rockets, ultimately one of the most important breakthroughs to come will depend on materials. Without the materials, half the game is wasted. There's no point in playing. This time, Su Qing immediately fell in love with this precious armor. Where did you get this armor? I really like it too. Don't ask me any more questions, Su Hao said with a mysterious smile. You'll find out later. I want no more secrets. Aside from the fact that the system can never say anything. Other things, props, etc., 80 to 90% can only know a part of them, and only those above 90% can know most of them. He's too cautious. There's nothing I can do about it. There are so many novels about apocalyptic scenarios where characters are betrayed. Seeing Su Hao smile, Su Qing's interest was piqued, and she rushed to his side, hugging his hand. It's obvious you have many secrets that none of us know. Jiang Shui, come quick. Let's use our beauty to force him to reveal his secret. Chapter 36, Su Qing's Loyalty, the Zombie's First Blood. In the end, with Su Qing's enthusiastic guidance, Han Jiangxue could no longer bear it, and the three of them started grabbing and pulling at each other in the lake. The original plan of soaking for an hour was completely ruined. We played until we soaked for 2 hours. Su Qing was panting heavily, her breathing rapid, her whole body flushed a captivating cherry red. Strings of water droplets, like beads from a broken string, fell down her beautiful collarbone, slowly sliding between her high and alluring breasts, as if plunging into an endless abyss. Just looking at this picture, you'd think they were doing something in the lake. Han Jiangshue's previously expressionless face now showed a slight smile. Crystal clear water droplets slid gently along her slightly defined abs, leaving behind the marks of exercise that are hard for most women to achieve on her athletic body. She was like a newly matured female leopard, exuding an extraordinary and unique charm that most women could hardly possess. This aura combined wildness and alluring aloofness, attracting the attention of others with every move, making it impossible not to look away. It was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. All right, time to get moving. We need to find a place to sleep tonight. Su Hao glanced at his holographic watch and projected a map of the surrounding area. Su Hao located the convenience store, stood up from the lake, and prepared to set off. Su Qing was surprised to see that the watch could project images. He was immediately struck by the extraordinary nature of the watch. Would there be a watch that could project images before the apocalypse? Which manufacturer made it? This technology has already been realized. Su Qing looked at Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue ignored her and was getting dressed on shore. Su Hao dried himself off on the shore with his clothes, then snapped his fingers, causing the system to instantly put on his full heavy armor. Then he replied, "A high-tech watch. That's one of the secrets. There are many more secrets waiting for you to discover." Just now in the lake, she didn't manage to extract any secrets from me. Rather than asking questions, the three of them were simply too busy playing in the water. I felt much more relaxed in the face of the apocalypse. As a result, Su Qing immediately noticed something unusual. Su Qing looked at Han Jiangxue. "Jiangxue, do you know? This watch." Han Jiangxue had already discovered it. She nodded to Su Qing as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "I know, but I didn't ask. Why would I ask? Knowing roughly what it is enough. If it's targeted at them, Su Hao will bring it up himself." "Okay." Su Qing wasn't discouraged and cheered herself up on the spot. As she dressed, she said, "Sooner or later, I will become the person Su Hao trusts the most among everyone here." As soon as Su Qing finished speaking, Su Hao then received a hint. "Su Qing Lili, dam kong dam jing." Huh? Su Hao asked in his mind. "No, why did it go up?" He pondered for a moment and then suddenly understood. "I see, it's involution." At least half of the reason Su Qing initially joined the group was because Han Jiangxue was also there. They were very close friends. Her feelings for Su Hao were mostly for the sake of security, rather than trust and affection. Now, due to the secret, Han Jiangxue is getting caught up in the conflict. Loyalty levels immediately increased. It surged to 89, reaching a stable level of loyalty. We're just one step away from blind trust. Involution is good. Involution is good. No wonder Capital likes to do this. After figuring it out, Su Hao was deeply moved. Minimal effort, maximum reward. Who wouldn't like to do it this way? After the three of them got dressed, "Let's go to the convenience store." After determining the direction, Su Hao headed towards the convenience store. Along the way, if several zombies, or even a dozen zombies, come rushing at him, Su Hao simply swings his knife to take them down. If there are only 2 or 3 zombies, then let Han Jiangxue practice. Just then, 2 zombies walked towards us. Su Hao didn't say anything, but Han Jiangxue volunteered. "Leave these 2 to me." "All right." Su Hao sheathed his sword and stood aside. Upon hearing this, Su Qing widened her eyes slightly and looked at Han Jiangxue. "Is he that brave? Do we really need to take the initiative to go forward?" At this moment, Su Hao stood aside, while Han Jiangxue, holding a knife, took a deep breath and stepped forward. Her steps were quite good, moving steadily step by step, as she mentally gauged the distance. 2 zombies approached from the same direction, making it a 2v1 situation. She moved to the side, causing the zombie to turn around, making it a 1v1 situation with the other one behind her. Wait until the time is right. The distance is sufficient. Oh! Han Jiangxue took a step forward and swung her sword in a slash. With a soft "pft," the zombie's neck snapped, and it collapsed with a thud, its head falling off its shoulder and rolling down. After killing the first zombie, the distance to the next zombie is now clear. Han Jiangxue pressed her advantage and struck again with a powerful blow. Puffed. The same result. The zombies were killed. Slap, slap, slap. Su Hao clapped lightly. Very good. Your basic skills are very solid. With your level, zombies will never be able to touch you unless they exhaust you to death or surround you. Han Jiangxue had killed 2 zombies, and her face was flushed. She was more delighted than ever by Su Hao's praise. That's far from enough. I still have much more to learn from you. Okay. Su Hao nodded as a matter of course. When I have time in the future, I'll take you through a simulation battle in the evenings. He's at level 10 in melee weaponry, which is at the pinnacle of human skill. Any higher, and it would be beyond the control of human neural reaction speed and physical speed. Han Jiangxue is at level 7. He could be considered a master, but we are still far from reaching his level. If one has poor comprehension or poor physical condition, advancing to the next level is extremely difficult. Upon hearing this, Han Jiangxue's eyes lit up with excitement. That's wonderful. In modern times, combat is an even smaller niche. Finding a teacher for even one round of lessons can cost a fortune, let alone a renowned one. Now that Han Jiangxue has reached this point, there are very few people who can teach her. But Su Hao is able to completely crush her. So Su Hao's willingness to simulate combat with her is like feeding her, since just practicing fighting isn't very useful. Combat is the most effective way to grow. On the other side, Su Qing stared wide-eyed. She was also a little curious, so she raised her hand. I have a question. Why is it that when Su Hao cuts down zombies, their limbs fly off and their heads fly into the air, while when Jiangxue just cuts them, they just roll down? Han Jiangxue smiled helplessly after hearing this. As the 3 walked, they encountered 2 more zombies. I saw that there were teaching materials. Su Hao stepped forward and swung his sword twice. One strike was neither too fast nor too slow, while the other was so fast that they could only see after images. The severed heads fell slowly to the ground, while the severed head flew far away, attracting several zombies to wander around. Do you understand? Su Qing nodded immediately. I understand it's because Jiangxue is too weak. Anything that's good enough for real combat is fine. I'm just too strong, Su Hao explained. That's all. The 3 of them walked and taught each other. During this time, Han Jiangxue also gave the Miao sword to Su Qing, allowing her to kill a zombie by herself. Chapter 37 Convenience Store, Zombie Horde, Massacre. Su Hao discovered that Su Qing was different from normal girls. Beneath her innocent and naive exterior and inner self lies a naive and sweet exterior. There is even a hidden indifference to life in their spirit. For the average person, no matter what is killed, even if it's a white rabbit or a white mouse, seeing the horrific scene will evoke a sense of fear after putting yourself in the other person's shoes. But Su Qing did not. She eagerly picked up the Miao knife. Then he slashed hard once, but failed to kill it. He then slashed again and killed a zombie with just 2 blows. After being killed, she ran back excitedly. I really killed him. It felt about the same as strangling a mouse or rabbit, just a snap. Looking at her excited expression, Su Hao wondered if she had killed too many lab rats, which was why she didn't feel anything. But no matter what, having this mindset is the foundation for becoming a strong person in the future. If you're afraid to make a cut, you definitely can't fight. You can never become strong if you are timid. Well done, Su Hao sincerely praised. You have great potential to become even stronger. Really? Su Qing gripped her Miao sword tightly, as if she had triggered a reward mechanism. Then let me cut a few more to try. Su Hao and Han Jiangxue exchanged a glance. Then he nodded. Okay, if you come across someone who's alone, you can come. Good. So what happened next? There are so many zombies that they're in clumps, so let Su Hao kill them. Han Jiangxue killed just a few zombies. When a zombie is alone, let Su Qing practice on it. After several times, I wonder if it's because they've done too many experiments on mice. Su Qing has grown up very quickly. The Miao sword has become dull and has developed some chips due to overuse. Han Jiangxue looked at it, but didn't feel any heartache. He simply said, we need to find another one. Su Hao nodded. We'll see. But this kind of knife is hard to find. This is a type of cold weapon. A well-sharpened knife is usually custom-made. The ones sold online are all unsharpened, and the materials are also incorrect. Knives sold online are designed to appear sturdy. They actually use high-hardness metals, which aren't really good materials. They just make it look nice. But actually good materials. In fact, many of them are all around us in our daily lives. For example, spring steel, bearing balls, and heavy steel used in trucks, etc. They are all characterized by being sturdy, durable, and highly resilient. It's not just about high hardness. So, Su Hao thought about it. Ideally, the system rewards will allow me to draw another one later. Instead of looking for it, you can do it yourself. Why not wait and wait for the draw? In the apocalypse, guns are just as hard to come by as this thing. 4:30 p.m. Su Hao and his group arrived near the convenience store. Because the convenience store is surrounded by a plaza and garden, there are quite a few zombies in this area, at least 100. The three of them looked at each other at once. The convenience store was surrounded by zombies. It was almost completely surrounded by 3 or 4 layers of people. Han Jiangxue frowned upon seeing this. Someone has already been here. Su Qing was taken aback. Why? How did you figure that out? Su Hao reached out and tapped her head. If no one is attracting them, the zombies are disorderly, scattered in groups everywhere. They will only block people up like this when they are attracted. Oh. Su Qing immediately sensed something was wrong. Then we're out of food? Spicy strips, cola, Sprite, potato chips, bread, dried meat, dried fruit, spicy fishtail, bamboo shoots, all gone? Han Jiangxue swallowed hard as Su Qing spoke. She imitated Su Hao, raising her hand to pinch Su Qing's round and full buttocks. Stop reciting the menu. The convenience store is blocked. There's no way to escape. Either the person inside has finished eating, or they're already gone. This. Su Qing clutched her backside, tears welling up in her eyes from the pain. She immediately ran to Su Hao's side. What should we do? What should we do? Su Hao smiled and gripped the knife in his hand tightly. For food, of course we should kill them all. Huh? Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. Just for food, we have to kill all of these 100+ zombies. Wait again. All right, Su Hao killed over 100 people this morning. That's all right then. Su Qing looked at Han Jiangxue. Are you going to kill her too? Han Xianggu glanced at her expressionlessly. Too lazy to curse. She's a combat unit, okay? Su Hao looked at Su Qing and waved. You're in the logistics unit. Just stay put and follow along, understand? Okay. Su Qing understood. The only thing she can contribute is not to hold anyone back. The time was ripe. Su Hao rubbed his head and wrist. He picked up his large sword, licked his teeth, and glanced at Han Jiangxue. I'll just chop it up randomly. You protect Su Qing. Yes. Han Jiangxue nodded, her eyes revealing an undisguised violent impulse. It's on. After saying all that, Su Hao took out a palm-sized face mask and snapped it onto his face. In an instant, he transformed into a fully armored general, nearly 2 meters tall. The armor covering his entire body was meticulously crafted, arming him to the teeth. Even when he was still, he seemed to possess an imposing aura that exuded power and wrath. This aura was almost tangible, emanating from his body and carrying a chilling and intimidating force. He was just standing there, and if there were people opposite him, he would feel an urge to kneel down. It's on. Su Hao took a deep breath, picked up his knife, and started jogging. Then, after a few meters of running start, a jog turned into a long stride. Bang, bang, bang. After donning the armor, his weight of over 200 pounds made each step he took on the ground sound as heavy as a ferocious beast. Su Qing was truly dumbfounded this time, watching Su Hao charge towards a zombie horde like a war chariot. Han Jiangxue followed behind, preparing to deal with the remaining zombies. And in her eyes, there was an unbearable longing, a longing for blood and violence. I endured it until my fingertips were trembling. Bang, bang, bang. The zombie horde heard the sound. From the outside in, everyone turned around like waves of wheat to look at Su Hao. They all realized what was happening immediately. They began to take steps, reaching out to grab Su Hao at the pace of a normal human walking. Bang, bang, bang. And the next moment, Su Hao was like a completely out-of-control dump truck, charging headlong into the dense horde of zombies with resolute momentum. Amidst the chaotic horde of zombies, flashes of blades and flying limbs were all that could be seen. His gaze flashed like lightning, revealing a chilling ruthlessness. His super dynamic vision allowed him to memorize every detail of the battlefield. He swung the large horizontal knife wildly, each strike accompanied by a series of splatter, 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 sounds like chopping meat. The sound alone was enough to make one's legs go weak, as if one would collapse to the ground at any moment. Han Jiangxue looked at this scene. She was so excited that her breathing became rapid and her face flushed. She wished she could kill zombies like that right away. Su Qing stared blankly at it. I was completely stunned. During the day, I was so hungry that I was dizzy and my vision was blurred, and with zombies blocking my way, I naturally couldn't see clearly. And now that everything is in sight, Su Qing felt that Su Hao was a completely different person at this moment. This is completely different from Su Hao just now. That's so brutal. Chapter 38, The Spirit of Light, is important, and a cat named Sang Biao. The killing continued relentlessly. Time slipped by unnoticed. At that moment, no one cared how much time had passed. All they knew was to kill, kill, kill. I don't know how much time passed. It may have only been a dozen minutes, but it felt like a long time. When there were no more zombies left to kill. When Su Hao walked over and killed all the zombies in the convenience store with a single slash. Besides Su Hao, apart from Han Jiangxue, there was no other living creature. Su Qing stood far away, her figure and expression suggesting she was reflecting on something. And in front of the convenience store, Su Hao stood still, taking a slow, deep breath. He was not injured, but his armor was covered in blood. At this moment, the spirit of light continued to shine upon his body, rapidly restoring his strength and energy. My whole body feels warm and cozy. It's like soaking in a hot spring in the dead of winter. It makes people feel incredibly comfortable. He didn't start recovering after he finished killing. This vibrant effect, it takes effect as soon as he starts consuming it, or rather, it has been in effect all along. This has led to the physical limitations he currently possesses. It's not even half used up yet. In other words, he still has plenty of stamina. Su Hao sighed. The spirit of light is so useful. Yeah. He heard Su Hao call his name. The spirit of light responded, as if asking, what's wrong? But the main body did not appear, because it is still continuously restoring Su Hao's body. When it's inside Su Hao's body, the buff's efficiency is 100. When it comes out, depending on the distance and range of the light's effect, the efficiency might only be 30 to 50. There have been quite a few nerfs. It's nothing. Su Hao patted his chest. I'll say hello to you. Iya, from Hum Hum. Iya, you're good too. Suao Nadith. At this moment, Hun Jiangsu walked over. This time, she killed more than a dozen zombies, and the nicks on her meow sword widened further. There's no way around it. Chopping bones is too damaging to this kind of knife. But the zombies won't die if you don't cut their bones. Therefore, it is consumed extremely quickly. Han Jiangshua walked over, stood in front of Su Hao, looked up, took a deep breath, and hugged Su Hao, who seemed like a lump of iron. Question mark. Su Hao was a little confused, but then he understood and patted her shoulder. Be careful not to get any wounds. No. Han Jiangshua raised her head in Su Hao's arms. Her eyes were glazed over, but not just murky. They burned with intense passion. Simply put, I'm hooked. I was so excited and restless. Su Hao patted her on the shoulder. Let's get down to business first. Even if you're restless, you can't do bad things here. I don't even know where I'll be sleeping tonight. Han Jiangshua took a deep breath of the bloody air in his arms before getting up and leaving. She turned around and looked at Su Qing, who was standing not far away, looking like a passerby. Su Qing looked bewildered at this moment. It wasn't fear, it wasn't apprehension, it wasn't cowardice. It's just pure bewilderment. What happened? Is this even human? What can I do? It wasn't until she saw Han Jiangshua beckoning that she walked over in a daze. Along the way, it's only a few dozen meters. It was as if she had crossed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Hundreds of corpses lay on the road, 2/3 of them headless and 1/3 cut in half at the waist. Su Hao mostly had his head chopped off. A small portion were cut in half. This has led to the current situation. Corpses, blood, and severed limbs covered the entire road. The smell of blood was nauseating. The blood-red ground felt sticky with every step. But Su Qing wasn't particularly afraid. I walked along, making a pattering sound all the way. When they reached Su Hao's side, she seems to have recovered and adapted to the environment. His eyesight has also become much clearer. Looking at the current situation around me, she closed her eyes, thought for a moment, and then looked at a tree near the convenience store. That used to be a feeding spot for stray cats, because many students would buy sausages from the convenience store and feed them nearby, sometimes with cat food too. Now we don't know where those stray cats are. The prettiest one is a calico cat. Many cats are chasing after it. The fiercest one was a raccoon dog with a scar on its face. Students and teachers alike call it Sangbiao. Su Qing's words were spoken. This made Han Jiangshua suddenly remember something. Where are the zombie dogs and zombie cats? Su Hao thought for a moment. It should be that there are few of them, and many of them ran away and hid, or they are too weak animals to even be worthy of becoming zombies. Yes, it seems that's really the case. Otherwise, they would all turn into zombies. The zombie bird flock should have appeared long ago, but he hasn't seen any birds yet, not even on the rooftop. So, creatures that are too weak don't even deserve to become zombies? It died after failing to evolve directly. Han Jiangshue and Su Qing thought for a moment and then nodded. It seems so. Let's get down to business. Su Hao sheathed his knife. After killing the zombies, they came here to find food. The convenience store has been cleaned up. Su Hao led the way. The convenience store is similar to a security booth, but much larger and connected from front to back. The zombies inside, they were all lured out and then killed. There are no zombies inside now, but there are corpses. When Su Hao came in, he saw a corpse that had completely decomposed and hadn't even turned into a zombie. Its head was clearly half gone. The reason is that his brain was eaten. This means that it was eaten while still alive, that is, before it became a zombie. How pitiful. Su Qing felt a little sorry for him after seeing it. This must be the person who rushed to the convenience store immediately to grab some food. But all he could think about was food. I never expected the density of zombies at the school. The zombie horde cornered him in the convenience store and ate him alive. There is still plenty of food available at the convenience store. Most of the food was preserved. Zombies don't intentionally cause destruction. Because it's been surrounded, no one has dared to come over until now. Suhao glanced at the corpse, but because it was so badly decomposed, he couldn't see any wounds. There were several scratch marks that were different from those of the zombies. But it's meaningless. He walked toward the bar. I'm going to start from scratch and put everything into my space. However, the closer he got to the bar, the more his sixth sense told him something was wrong, and his hair stood on end. Suhao immediately stopped and frowned. Something's not right. In the dark corner, something seemed to be moving. Are those marks left by the wind? It shouldn't be. If it were a natural influence, his brain wouldn't be so alert after his eyes saw it. His intuition and premonition are so strong now. This shows that subconsciously, the brain feels that this is very abnormal. Suhao trusted his intuition. Is it hair? An animal? A rat? Chapter 39 Mission. Slay the zombie cat. Feline superpower. Upon hearing Suhao's words, Su Qing and Han Jiangxue immediately stopped what they were doing. They were just looking for food and were about to have a bite when they heard this, and they immediately stopped moving. Suhao licked his lips. Without turning his head, he said softly, "You guys stand back a bit, go to the door, and if you see anything wrong, get out immediately." Upon hearing this, Han Jiangxue immediately grabbed Su Qing and left. She knew very well that the greatest help she and Su Qing could provide was to avoid holding each other back in high-level battles. The convenience store is so small that the chances of accidentally injuring someone while wielding a knife are extremely high. It's not uncommon for someone to kill their own people with a single blow. However, the two of them had just retreated to the doorway. Chill. A sharp, piercing meow suddenly came from the corner of the bar. Suhao reacted swiftly, as if he had anticipated this, and drew his sword to strike. Even as Suhao reminded Han Jiangxue to retreat, he had already gripped the broadsword tightly, adjusted his position, and was ready to swing it at any moment. Intuition can't explain it, but his hyperdynamic vision told him that there was definitely something unsettling in his field of vision. Hyperdynamic vision has been gaining popularity these days. He primarily uses everyday combat scenarios, observing every detail of the zombies to easily execute micromanagement techniques during battles. The zombie's waving arm always falls short by a punch, but I can never touch him. And today, the small shop was dimly lit because of the lack of electricity. Standing before the dark cashier, he felt uneasy in the darkness. What is it? What is that dark shadow? He was certain that there was something in the dark area he was seeing. In a dark corner. First, something was swaying slightly. It seemed to be sensing the atmosphere around it. The other party also seemed slightly uneasy. Hair. Suhao initially thought it was hair. That hair must belong to some animal. Wait until it's locked. I took another closer look. No, it's a beard. The beard, the symmetrical beard, is like an antenna, sensing the atmosphere around it. The first thing that came to Suhao's mind was the corresponding creature. Cat. A zombie cat. Suhao's speculation had just emerged. In the pitch-black corner, a pair of blood-red, vertical pupils opened. Without a doubt, there's zombie animals. And the next moment, chill. The cat's sharp cry appeared simultaneously with the other party's extremely fast speed. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing turned around and only saw an almost invisible afterimage. Suhao's reflexes are extremely fast. He saw that what rushed forward was a zombie cat. He then instantly slashed at the shadowy figure. Bite. Sparks flew in the dim light. Under bright light. Only then did Han Jiangxue and Su Qing finally realize that it was a zombie cat. Su Qing exclaimed in surprise as she saw the cat clearly. Zombiao. That concludes the discussion. This whole series of events took only a few seconds. Even Suhao's initial idea of using the light spirit for illumination didn't have time to be realized before things had already progressed to this point. There's no need to bring it up now. Sparks flew after the slash. Suhao's eye finally saw the zombie cat's full appearance. First of all, it's a size bigger. It's about the size of a dog, reaching the size of a medium-sized dog or a giant cat. Its body hair is mainly covered with gray-black markings. Therefore, it is extremely well disguised in the dark. Only his silver-gray beard was one of the few flaws. If Suhao hadn't possessed super dynamic vision, he wouldn't have been able to see the pair of whiskers swaying in the pitch-black darkness, while the other side was lying in wait. They even closed their eyes to prevent their pupils from reflecting light. It only lets its beard sense the surrounding environment and atmosphere. As soon as the target gets close, it opens its eyes, locks on, and aims for a fatal blow. They have extensive hunting experience. Add to that Su Qing's shout of Sang Biao. Suhao took a closer look. There was indeed a scar on his cheek that extended to his eyelid, and coupled with his fierce expression and bloodshot eyes, he was quite frightening. especially its sharp claws. It still reflected the dark metallic sheen, and now had even dug several holes in the floor. The first cat I encountered after the apocalypse turned out to be a zombie cat, Suhao remarked. At this time, both sides are currently in a standoff. Suhao definitely wouldn't back down. He was determined to get the food from the convenience store. Zombie cats don't know what retreating means. They only retreat when they're half dead and feel like they're about to die. But for the time being, it didn't know how to attack the Tin Man in front of it. The armor is too thick. Therefore, a stalemate ensued. Trigger mission: slay the zombie cats. Mission introduction: the corpse of a survivor at the convenience store was fatally wounded by this zombie cat. Now it has its sights on you, and you desperately need food. A fierce battle is imminent. If you don't slay this cat, it will hold a grudge for life, always watching you, waiting for the next opportunity to hunt. Mission reward: 1 unlimited God-tier choice for feline superpowers. Feline superpowers. If you were to ask which family of creatures besides humans has the highest fighting talent in nature, the answer would undoubtedly be felines, natural hunters. Lions and tigers are both felines. They argue online all day about who is stronger. This demonstrates the fighting prowess of felines. That's without a doubt. This reward is a must-have. As Suhao spoke, in the standoff immediately, he stepped forward with his sword and slashed. He had no intention of sparing the cat's life, or even taming it. This is a zombie cat. The zombie cat also reacts extremely quickly. With a powerful flick of its front paws, it performed a backflip and a twist in midair, returning to the cashier's counter. Then, gather strength in your limbs. The claws dug a series of holes in the tabletop. Shoo! With another powerful push, he lunged directly at Suhao's face. Not only do you not run away, but you dare to attack me? Facing the zombie cat's pounce, Suhao stepped back, turned sideways, and slashed with the back of his knife. Han Jiangxue couldn't see what was happening from the doorway. Ah! First, the zombie cat shouted. Suhao turned and slashed. By the time it was clear enough to see, the zombie cat had retreated to the doorway, its thick tail lying on the ground, still twisting. That's fast. Suhao glanced at the severed tail. He aimed to cut it in half, but the zombie cat was too fast and only managed to cut off its tail, which it used to turn in midair. Without its tail, it can no longer perform difficult maneuvers in the air. It also cannot make significant turns in the air. So, being infected with a zombie virus doesn't necessarily mean you'll just go from slow to fast. Suhao noted it down. Humans were so busy at first, probably because the brain and nervous system were too complex. The zombie virus is too slow to integrate and control. It will take some time. That's why zombies and humans go from slow to fast. Zombie cats, on the other hand, don't need this. Once infected, they recover very quickly, or even faster. At this moment, the zombie cat was standing at the door. It turned its head and looked at its own tail. That's all. These 2 strikes made the zombie cat realize that the Tin Man in front of it was very powerful. They're not ordinary 2-legged people that can be killed easily. The zombie cat pondered for a moment. It gave a deep look to the Tin Man, as well as to Han Jiangxue and Su Qing. Then they slowly backed away, preparing to run away. We'll hunt them again when they relax. You want to leave now? Suhao smiled when he saw the zombie cat retreat. That's just animal instinct. They had ambushed him earlier, determined to fight even if they couldn't win, and only realized they had to run away after being badly beaten. Too late. Chapter 40. Mission complete. The zombie cat will play dead. Run away when you see a zombie cat. Suhao couldn't just watch his reward slip away. He stepped forward with a knife in his hand. The zombie cat reacted extremely quickly, turning around and leaping into the air as it tried to escape. It can leap several meters in one bound, making it several times faster than a normal cat. His jumping ability is amazing. It's like he's flying. A dog-like size, a leopard-like leaping ability, knife-like claws, and reaction speed faster than a normal cat. This combination of abilities would be fatal to any normal person. No matter what, Suhao would not let it go. He must be cut down. Still running, huh? Suhao chased after him outside. The zombie cat headed straight for the big tree next to the convenience store. It was about to leap up into the tree and then climb up from the canopy so that the Tin Man would definitely not be able to catch it. So the zombie cat went out, took a leap, and covered several meters in one bound, ready to climb the tree. Suhao chased after him. The zombie cat is already flying in the air. His knife wasn't far enough to reach the zombie cat across several meters. Once the zombie cat climbs the tree, it can bounce twice at most and then disappear upstairs. There's no way Suhao could fly upstairs and kill it. What should we do? We absolutely cannot let them go. Once released, the other party is quite intelligent and holds grudges. If they keep tracking Suhao and waiting for an opportunity to strike, then they'll be in big trouble. You can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days if you're a thief for 1,000 days. What should we do? Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Su Hao looked down at the knife in his hand. Got it. The next moment, he threw the knife without hesitation. Whoosh! Su Hao forcefully flung the broadsword away. The wind it generated was also powerful and heavy. A whooshing sound stirred up a storm. The zombie cat sensed the threat behind it while still in the air. The broadsword flew precisely towards it. If it remains stationary in the air, it will eventually be killed in mid-air. But cats can transform in mid-air. All it takes is a twist of its waist, a flick of its head, and finally, the most important thing, a spindle of its tail. Tail. The tail is gone. The zombie cat twisted its waist in mid-air, preparing to change direction. The most important part of this routine is the tail pivot. That way you can throw yourself out. But Su Hao just cut off its tail. At this moment, the zombie cat's tail was shaking frantically, twitching and thrashing, looking very forceful, but was no use at all. The tail no longer flicks. The zombie cat's ability to change direction in midair is less than 30% effective. Whoosh! Facing the oncoming horizontal sword, the zombie cat let out a low, threatening growl. The next moment, the sharp blades sliced through. The broadsword struck the zombie cat with tremendous force, and with a loud thud, it slammed into the tree. The zombie cat did not die immediately. Instead, it struggled violently under the knife. It struggled for several seconds. Finally, it stopped convulsing and writhing. Call. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you won. If that knife misses, the zombie cat will definitely escape. When we get upstairs, Su Haojin had absolutely no way to deal with it. After that, I had to live in constant fear for a long time. Now it's all right. Killing him will solve everything. Luckily, we cut off its tail beforehand. This cat was really unlucky. He could see very clearly through hyperdynamic vision before being struck by the sword in midair. The zombie cat desperately tried to turn in the air, its tail root twitching constantly, but to little avail. It was far less effective than its previous aerial maneuvers. Su Hao stepped forward, intending to take the knife back. Are you done playing? Just then, Su Qing's voice came from around the corner of the convenience store behind him. Su Hao turned around and looked. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue came out from the other side, then went around to the corner of the convenience store to take a look. The two of them peeked out from around the corner. After seeing the zombie cat nailed to death by a knife in a tree, Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief and walked out, cheering towards Su Hao. We won. That's great. That zombie cat was terrifying. Han Jiangxue nodded and walked out together. Su Hao can fight zombie cats, but they could barely even make out the zombie cat's movements. That's too fast. Given the sharpness of those claws, getting scratched would definitely be the end of you. Su Qing quickly walked to Su Hao's side. He reached out his hand, wanting to give a high five. Snap! Su Hao patted her on the shoulder. Are you sure it's Sang Biao? Let me see. I can't see clearly from here. Su Qing prepared to walk closer to take a look. Su Hao and Han Jiangxue also walked together. The three approached the large tree. Su Hao walked ahead, also preparing to pull out his knife. We were getting closer and closer to the big tree. They were getting closer and closer to the zombie cat. It looks like Sang Biao. Su Qing felt it was very similar even before she got close. When the three approached, the distance was 1 meter, then less than half a meter. Su Qing was just about to bend down for a closer look. Su Hao then noticed that the whiskers of the seemingly dead zombie cat trembled slightly again. Very subtle, just like the wind blowing. But Su Hao suddenly sensed something was wrong. He briefly reviewed the task with his mind. Mission: slay the zombie cats. Task: introduction. The task was not completed. In other words, go back. Su Qing had just lowered her head when Su Hao reached out and slapped her across the face, pushing her back. In that very instant, the zombie cat, which had appeared to be dead, suddenly began to struggle wildly again. Its two claws on the front half of its body swung wildly at the three of them. The jet-black claws, reflecting a metallic sheen, made a swishing sound as they clawed through the air. Su Qing was so frightened that her face turned pale. Han Jiangxue was also frightened, but her first instinct was to reach out and pull Su Hao, who was closest to her, away. And Su Hao, while pressing Su Qing back down with his left hand. Raise your right hand, arm. Engage the shoulders and elbows. A powerful blow. Bang! With a powerful punch imbued with alloy blades, Su Hao slammed his fist directly onto the zombie cat's head. One punch landed. With a loud bang, many leaves fell from the big tree. The zombie cat suddenly went silent. Su Hao, however, wanted to be on the safe side. He raised his fist and threw 3 more punches. Bang! 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 This time, the tree lost a lot of leaves. The zombie cat was completely unrecognizable. Su Qing was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue took a deep breath. Su Hao raised his fist and looked at the sauce on his glove. Ugh, so dirty. I didn't expect it to play dead. Su Hao shook his hand, wiping the sauce off. He walked over to a relatively clean zombie corpse, wiped his gloves with the clothes on its front, and cleaned off all the sauce. Mission complete. Slay the zombie cat. Reward attempts have been distributed and can be claimed at any time. Only then did Su Hao finally see the system's task completion notification. In a short time, Su Hao was certain that his actions had been effective. From now on, for any kill missions, regardless of whether the enemy pretends to be dead, first make sure the mission has been completed. This is a system-specific autopsy function. Chapter 41, Sweeping the Convenience Store. Back to the girls' dormitory. It was a little after 5 p.m. As the sun sets and gradually disappears into the sea, the entire sky is dyed crimson. However, this crimson color is an unnatural shade of red. It felt a bit too gory. Meanwhile, at Jiangda's convenience store, after clearing out the zombie cats, Su Hao and his 2 companions began their sweep. Su Hao first threw everything he could see into his spatial storage. We'll figure out what we don't need later. Or rather, since it's the end of the world, there's nothing you don't need, so it's better to have everything on hand. For example, lighters and lighter fluid cans. Life absolutely needs this. I don't have a lighter. Even starting a fire is difficult in modern society. Unless you can find fireworks to start a fire, but the noise will also attract a lot of zombies. Su Hao was sweeping through. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing were collecting the items so that Su Hao could absorb them all. If it were at the beginning, Su Qing is definitely full of enthusiasm. Watching Su Hao's control of his personality, I could watch it 100 times and never get tired of it. But now, she's a little sad. This mainly stemmed from Sang Biao's final feigned death attack. It's Sang Biao. That's right, I finally saw him clearly. Su Qing collected all the instant noodles in buckets, moved them next to Su Hao, and sighed. It used to just look bad and beat up other cats, but it was actually very nice to people. I even fed it sausages. Although it forgets its roots after it's full, just now it was definitely not the same Sang Biao it used to be. Nonsense. Han Jiangxue brought over a pile of loose snacks and coldly retorted, their brains are different now. How could they still be the same creatures as before? Su Hao's large hands sucked at the surrounding objects. Lighters, cups, snacks, drinks, refrigerators, bread, potato chips, and so on. At that moment, he truly felt great. The feeling of looting and filling the warehouse is incredibly satisfying. I overheard their conversation. Su Hao also asked Su Qing with a hint of curiosity. Su Qing, what do you think is the true essence and consciousness of a living being? Do you think it's a brain? Su Qing thought for a moment, then nodded and shook her head. From a biological point of view, the brain is definitely involved, or rather, the spinal cord to which the brain is connected also counts, but from a philosophical point of view, it's not quite the case. After saying that, Su Qing asked curiously, then what do you think it is? From a biological perspective, genes. From a philosophical perspective, memory, Su Hao answered without hesitation. Genes and DNA do not lie. You are you. Even if you have a different consciousness, your body is still the same. Even if you get married and have children, the children will still inherit your DNA. This will not change. But this may not make much sense. Memory is the key. Clearing your consciousness and then waking up is like being reborn. The difference is whether your instincts are still there and whether you have a new body or an old body. Therefore, memory is especially crucial. Only then can it prove that I am still me. Anyang Su understood. She brought over another box of snacks and casually replied, so Sang Biao is no longer Sang Biao. Both his body and his mind have changed. Don't be sad, go get back to work. Oh, Su Qing was glared at by Han Jiangxue and went back to work. This feeling of being controlled by a mentor. Even if she didn't go to school, she could still find it in Han Jiangxue. Because Han Jiangxue has a super A-type vibe. Next, the entire convenience store. The 3 of them cleared it all out in less than half an hour. 6 p.m. It was already getting dark outside. The 3 of them stood outside the convenience store and looked inside. Apart from unwanted trash, the place was spotless. Everything that Su Hao could want was absorbed into his space, or rather, everything he didn't want for the time being was also absorbed in. Who knows if we'll need it in the future? Su Qing looked at the sky and then at the time. It gets dark so fast. It's only 6 o'clock, and it's June now, but it's almost July. Normally, it gets dark around 6:30. It will be 7 o'clock in July. Further south, it doesn't get dark until 8 p.m. in August. Han Jiangxue checked the time and confirmed, it's getting dark faster now. Is it because it's getting colder? Su Qing took a look and said, it is a little hot, but I can't feel any heat anymore. Not good. Su Hao reached out and felt around, then shook his head. Just like before, the atmosphere, geography, and ocean have definitely changed, and the season and temperature are probably not right. Su Qing was taken aback. Then what should we do? What should we do from now on? Su Hao shrugged. What else can we do? We'll go wherever it's safest, stockpile supplies, enough for 100 years. Su Qing was stunned. When you add it all up, it really is the optimal solution. Han Jiangxue nodded in agreement. This is the best solution for a backup plan. Just stock up on more stuff. Su Hao glanced at the sky. I glanced at my watch again and finally decided on the dormitory. Let's go find a place to sleep. We'll leave school tomorrow. Good. Su Hao led the way, and the three of them headed towards the dormitory. The nearest one is the girls' dormitory. It's only a few hundred meters. This is one of the advantages of being at school. It's close to anywhere. The downside is that there's zombies everywhere you go. Because he was near the girls' dormitory, Su Hao killed 20 or 30 female zombies along the way before finally reaching the back of the dormitory. The dormitory building is U-shaped, with two main entrances on the left and right sides. But Su Hao didn't plan to use the main gate. He went to the back. He found a dormitory room without zombies and with beds and nodded. This is the one. Let's go in. Huh? Su Qing was taken aback. Hurry up and flip it. You flip it first. Good. Su Qing flipped through the pages, and the two of them showed them to her. As she flipped through it, Han Jiangxue looked around. Suddenly her eyes lit up. She picked up a dagger and chopped down two small flowering trees in the green belt that were less than the thickness of a wrist. Then I trimmed the branches and placed it on the dormitory balcony. Faced with Su Hao's doubts, she gestured as if she were using a sword, tilting her head slightly. Will there be simulated combat training in the evening? You mean this? Okay. Su Hao had almost forgotten about it, if she hadn't mentioned it. After all, you can't fight with a real sword. The alloy horizontal sword is alright, but the Miao sword would definitely be damaged in one hit. So for now, we'll use wooden sticks. Plop. At this moment, Su Qing climbed over the balcony, and as she pulled her last foot back, it got caught on the wall, and she landed on her bottom. Han Jiangxue did the second somersault. She braced herself with her hands, used her waist to push herself up, and made it across. Finally, it's Su Hao. He was under the gaze of the two people. Su Hao walked to the balcony, braced himself with one hand, and lightly touched the ground with his toes. It flipped over smoothly and effortlessly. Then he clapped his hands and shook his head. You guys are still too well-behaved. It's obvious you've never climbed over the fence. Su Qing, Han Jiangxue. Chapter 42 Lottery. Hair Sensing, Nerve Sensitivity. The three entered the girls' dormitory. Su Qing was very familiar with it, and immediately sat down on the bed. Han Jiangxue went to block the door first. After Su Hao put the heavy armor back into his spatial storage, he went to help by pushing a bed over, which solved the problem of blocking the door. The dormitory is a four-person room. There are 4 beds. Using one to block the door is perfectly fine. After blocking the door, what should we eat tonight? Su Hao began organizing a large number of items in the system space. This can be considered one of his special hobbies. If the hoarded items are left lying around, Su Hao will feel very uncomfortable, and it will be troublesome to look for them later. Therefore, he likes to categorize things neatly. Tools, daily necessities, water, snacks, staple food. Each type is collected separately in the system space and placed in several major categories. When faced with what to eat, Su Qing licked her lips greedily and raised her hand. When I was collecting, I saw self-heating rice, which I wanted to eat with braised pork and a bottle of iced tea. It's been several days since the apocalypse. None of them had eaten a hot meal. It's either bread or snacks. The body has already developed some withdrawal symptoms from carbohydrates. Just thinking about the aroma of food makes me hungry. Not to mention that we can eat now. That was incredibly tempting. Han Jiangxue thought for a moment and nodded in agreement, saying, I also want self-heating rice and bottled water is fine too. Okowo. Within the system space, manipulating the placement and categorization of items is as easy as using an arm. Whatever he thinks in his mind will move in that space. Extremely convenient. So Su Hao quickly categorized and organized all the items in the convenience store. Then take out 3 bottles of water and 3 boxes of self-heating rice. Su Qing wanted braised pork, Han Jiangxue got stir-fry pork with chili peppers, and Su Hao ate the same thing. Follow the steps. A dozen minutes later, the three of them finally got to taste rice after a long time. Although the rice was dehydrated before cooking, in today's environment, it's already quite good to be able to eat cooked rice. It smells wonderfully fragrant. Su Qing's little mouth was bulging as she ate. After swallowing, she exclaimed in surprise, It's so delicious. I've never tasted rice so good before. Han Jiangxue ate in small bites and nodded in agreement. Su Hao didn't say a word. Just shovel it into your mouth first. It smells so damn good. It's only been a few days since the apocalypse, and rice has already become a rare and precious food. And later, vegetables, meat, and other perishable crops will become even scarcer. The vegetables and meat in the cafeteria are probably all spoiled now and unusable. Only packaged foods made using modern technology. Only then can they be preserved for a long time in the apocalypse waiting for humans to sweep them away and collect them. Su Hao swallowed the rice and shredded meat in his mouth. Once we leave the school, supermarkets and warehouses will be the main targets for raiding. We need to raid every supermarket we pass by and not miss any packaged foods. Agreed. Su King note that. Agreed. Han Jianshu nodded as well. Su Hao was also calculating in his mind what he needed. I want something hot right now. Electric heating is definitely not an option. There's simply no electricity available. Unless you find a car with self-discharge and an induction cooker. In addition, gas cylinders are also acceptable. After we finished eating, Su Qing lay on the bed without any regard for her image, looking completely at ease. I took a shower in the afternoon, ate dinner in the evening, and still have a bed to sleep in. This is already very good in the apocalypse. Although it's only been a few days since the apocalypse, just look at what kind of life she had in the past few days. She almost starved to death in the medical building, compared to the previous few days. Even now, Su Qing is very satisfied with her life. She simply lay down in a spread eagle position, looking completely relaxed, and fell asleep within minutes. Call. Han Jiangxue glanced at her and was also a little sleepy. My nerves were constantly on edge during the day. Be aware of zombies at all times. Now, as soon as I relax, drowsiness immediately rushes to my brain, making me unable to stop feeling sleepy. Su Hao sat on the bed near the balcony. He had his feet propped up at the foot of the bed, leaning against the wall, but his mind was elsewhere. I just finished a task. Another special choice. It's impossible to draw tomorrow. We have to finish drawing all the lottery tickets this year and can't waste a single moment. So Su Hao's consciousness sank into his mind. He thought to himself, use feline ability selection. Already used. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1. Superhuman agility and muscle strength. Reward 2. Supernatural hair sensing ability. Reward 3. Exceptionally sensitive supernatural abilities. Su Hao glanced at it. All 3 are great rewards. They all look pretty good. Moreover, the abilities of felines are basically practical and don't evolve randomly. Animals that have evolved incorrectly have been wiped out. This is nature. In fact, in a sense, humanity has once again entered a biological survival competition. Doomsday is also one of nature's omens. Let's look at them one by one. Superhuman muscle growth. Except for the spine, which cannot be altered, your muscles, tendons, joints, and bones will regrow, granting you superhuman jumping ability, flexion and extension angles, and overall flexibility. You can achieve some unbelievable human-like angles. After reading the introduction to the superpowers of the agile muscles, Su Hao scratched his head and decided against it. He simply couldn't accept the premise that this superpower involved altering his body. If you're talking about being able to transform, that would be fine. But it's a permanent change. That won't work. He's fine the way he is. Moreover, the change didn't significantly boost strength directly. It improved it more indirectly. Therefore, pass. Let's look at the second one. Special ability. Hair sensing. Your hair follicles will grow and evolve again, becoming more neurally rich and increasing their information processing capabilities. Your body hair can sense surrounding scents, temperature, humidity, environmental perception, wind direction, pheromones, etc., allowing you to experience another rich world, even with your eyes closed. Su Hao looked at it carefully and thought for a moment. This is actually quite good. Although it is also a superpower that indirectly enhances combat ability, this superpower obviously greatly enhances perception ability. Think back to when that cat tricked someone during the day. It can sense its surroundings by closing its eyes and moving its whiskers. This is why Su Hao didn't notice it at first, only seeing the whiskers moving a moment later. Otherwise, he might have been tricked by the cat. Too old. Chapter 43, Sensitive Nerves, Lightning Speed, Millisecond Reaction. Let's put it on hold for now and see about the last one, Su Hao said, stroking his chin. Special ability. Your nervous system will grow and evolve again, becoming more powerful, resulting in faster nerve conduction speed and reaction ability, based on brain strength, expected to reach 5 to 20 milliseconds. It will also passively enhance neural regulation capabilities, achieving more precise control over the body. After reading the last ability description, Su Hao can be understood as having a strong nervous system, which is one of the basic requirements for becoming a super soldier. This unassuming system plays a very important role. The reaction time of a normal human is 200 to 300 milliseconds, while that of a professional athlete can reach less than 100 milliseconds. If Su Hao can achieve a reaction speed of 20 milliseconds, that's 10 to 15 times faster than a normal human reaction speed. They also completely overwhelmed professional players to achieve true lightning speed. Moreover, neural reaction speed is very important in combat. Whether you strike first or second, you need to react faster. Similarly, faster neural reaction also means faster information processing speed. As long as your brain can keep up, you are less likely to be ambushed. even if it wasn't discovered at first. But as long as your body can keep up, you can react in time to dodge. For example, catching a ball is a sport in which someone releases a ball into free fall, and you try to catch it from below. Many people can get a call. Those who pass the minimum score can receive it. Excellent people can get the job in less than halfway through the process. If Suhao chooses this ability to try, he might react as soon as others let go, and could even stop them from letting go. That's without a doubt. Of these 3 abilities, the third one is the most useful. Suhao didn't hesitate at all. I choose reward 3. The reward has been issued. Please sit down and rest for a moment. Suhao sat down and began to focus his thoughts. The next moment, his whole body started to feel numb again. But it's not as cumbersome as adding attribute points. Instead, it felt like his elbow had been hit and he had a tingling sensation throughout his body, like a spider web. Even more numb is his brain. My whole brain felt like it had been electrocuted. It wasn't uncomfortable at all. It felt more like having a spa treatment. After a while, the tingling sensation gradually and clearly disappeared until it disappeared completely. Suhao reached out and clenched his fingers. His sense of touch alone felt much richer. The friction was so clear that he could distinguish the friction of each fingerprint. That's fantastic, Suhao exclaimed. He felt he was evolving into a super soldier. They're evolving like space marines. No matter what, as long as it's fun, that's all that matters. On the other side, it was getting dark very soon. No, Han Jiangxue shook off her sleepiness and rubbed her eyes. You can't sleep yet. The power goes out at night, and there's no lighting. Han Jiangxue still remembered Suhao's talk about simulated combat exercises. She took this matter extremely seriously. I've kept it in mind from beginning to end. If we don't practice now, we won't have another chance to practice today. Slap, slap. Han Jiangxue patted her cheeks, stood up, and walked towards the balcony. Pick up the 2 wooden sticks and hand one to Suhao. Shall we practice together? Suhao glanced at the sky. It's time to practice, otherwise we won't be able to see anything. Suhao nodded. It's a good opportunity to practice our neural reflexes. No matter how good your skills are, you still need to practice constantly. He took a wooden stick and went to the balcony with Han Jiangxue. The balcony isn't particularly big, but it's not small either. But it's enough for the 2 of them to practice in a small group. Similar to fencing. Suhao picked up the wooden stick, swung it around a couple of times to feel its weight, and then looked up and asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes." Han Jiangxue gripped the wooden stick with both hands and nodded solemnly and seriously. "Then you go first. If I go first, you won't have a chance." "Good." Han Jiangxue did not feel that Suhao's words were insulting to her. On the contrary, it could be a form of motivation. After all, their actual combat capabilities are what they are. Han Jiangxue took a deep breath, her beautiful, narrow phoenix eyes fixed on Suhao, her whole body adjusting, her muscles slowly gathering strength. She took a deep breath, inhaling plenty of oxygen. The next moment, she stepped forward and thrust, on a balcony where there's little space and nowhere else to retreat. A forward thrust is the most effective offensive technique. If one's reaction is even slightly slower, one's speed is even slightly slower, or one's parry is insufficient, one will inevitably be stabbed in the chest. And the chest area is the most difficult to defend. Just like when the ball is hit to this position in badminton or table tennis, it's extremely difficult to handle. Cold weapons are much longer than badminton rackets. But in Suhao's eyes, the moment the spike was just thrust out, Suhao could see its movement trajectory and the final landing point of the thrust. In addition, there's the speed of neural responses. He can react and retaliate within tens of milliseconds. This speed is as fast as Han Jiangxue blinking. And it was just one blink. Facing the thrust, Suhao gently turned to the side. He flicked the wooden stick in his hand with one hand, sweeping it across his abdomen. The next moment, Han Jiangxue's thrust passed through his chest in less than a fist's width, and there was Suhao's wooden stick sandwiched in the middle. Next step, Suhao slammed his wooden stick forward. Bang! A soft, muffled thud followed. The wooden stick in Han Jiangxue's hand was knocked off course, and even her hand posture became crooked. That's the first step. According to pre-apocalyptic sparring practices, it should have stopped by now. But Suhao didn't stop. After swatting away the wooden stick from his chest, he swept his hand downwards lightly. Smack! The sound came from Han Jiangxue's side hip. He attacked here because it would teach Han Jiangxue a lesson, but there would be no wounds, so it wouldn't affect their operations tomorrow. Han Jiangxue hissed and retreated. But not covering the area that was hit with their hands is one of the signs of having basic skills. They don't care about the pain. Many beginners will cover or touch the sore spot when it hurts. So what if it hurts in real combat? Are you out of your mind? Han Jiangxue stopped moving. Suhao remained expressionless and continued speaking calmly. Keep going, don't stop, keep attacking. What's the use of just practicing one set of moves? Real combat is a complete confrontation until one side is completely defeated. Yes, Han Jiangxue nodded, indicating that she understood. She clenched her teeth, her expression extremely serious, but a blush began to appear on her cheeks, giving her a somewhat inexplicable charm. 7 p.m. The sky was almost completely dark. The entire city, or rather the entire Earth, had fallen into darkness, devoid of its former brilliance. Inside the girls' dormitory, a person is fast asleep. Bang! Bang! The two people were making a clattering sound on the balcony. That was the sound of a wooden stick being struck. But occasionally, you can still hear the sound of a wooden stick hitting flesh with just the right amount of force. Snap! No, my feet are moving too fast, and my body can't stop. Snap! No, who taught you to move your hands and shoulders like that? You're only moving your elbows and not your wrists. Snap! That's still not right. Coordinate all parts of your body more, instead of always moving only one or two parts of your body. In a short time, inside the girls' dormitory, a series of snapping sounds followed. Chapter 44, Sparring with Han Jiangxue, Dramatic Environmental Change, Dangerous White Fog. After that, the two practiced for less than half an hour. Han Jiangxue was exhausted. She had been whipped countless times by the wooden stick in Su Hao's hand. In the pitch-black environment, her offense and defense are becoming increasingly difficult. But Su Hao remained unchanged, and even defending against her became easier and easier. He had reached the point where he could stop her without moving his body, just by using his hands. That's an exaggeration. Throughout history, very few people in this world have been able to achieve this level of accomplishment. If slaying zombies is the standard for demonstrating strength, it showcases Su Hao's power and violence. So this sparring session, this allowed Han Jiangxue to perceive Su Hao's skills more clearly. It has been exaggerated to the point of being almost inhuman. His reaction made Han Jiangxue feel hopeless, whether on offense or defense. Even if you always have the first move, she never managed to break through Su Hao's defenses. No, Su Hao didn't even defend himself. He relied entirely on counterattacks and blocks, and it succeeded every time. But as they practiced, Han Jiangxue's cheeks grew increasingly red. Even in the darkest night, Su Hao could see her vibrant, luscious face and the moist, warm breath she exhaled. Bang! With a gentle flick of his wrist, Su Hao knocked the wooden stick out of Han Jiangxue's hand once again. Su Hao stopped. Han Jiangxue was so tired that she had no strength left. But she couldn't help but silently turn around and give the space behind her to Su Hao. After a while, I didn't feel any of her special punishment. Han Jiangxue turned around and looked at Su Hao with moist eyes. That's about enough. Su Hao looked at the sky. If we keep going, we'll get bruises. Practicing too late won't be very effective. Han Jiangxue breathed a sigh of relief. A feeling of regret welled up in my heart. But what she said was, perfect timing. I'm exhausted too. After saying that, Han Jiangxue prepared to rest for a while. But who knew that as soon as he lifted his foot, his leg went weak and he collapsed. Su Hao was right next to him. He reacted quickly, and with a simple reach, he pulled Han Jiangxue up by the waist. Han Jiangxue nestled into his arms. The two looked at each other. The city lights went out, but the moon and stars were unusually bright. A major battle is about to break out. But before the Great War, Su Hao glanced around the room. Su Qing seemed to be sleeping, but he also felt as if he could see a pair of eyes peeking at her. But before he could get a good look at it, he realized she felt a delicate hand untying her belt. Hiss! Su Hao really couldn't control it anymore. He lowered his head and covered Han Jiangxue. The two were in a state of ignition after their sparring session, like gasoline, ready to burst into flames at the slightest touch. Indoor, Su Qing took a nap. Just consider it as taking a nap. I was drawn in by the clattering sounds coming from the balcony. She tilted her head and looked at it first. In the dim light, she had just woken up and her eyes were blurry, making it difficult to see clearly. The weapons in the hands of the two men clashed with a series of clangs. Han Jiangxue on the right side was basically on the offensive the whole time, but Su Hao easily blocked them each time, and they retaliated. However, the counterattacks were always launched at Han Jiangxue's ample breasts. Zero. Su Qing looked bewildered, yet tried hard to suppress her laughter. In her memory, Han Jiangxue was the #1 soldier in her 4 years of college. This soldier attack does not restrict schools. Universities throughout Jiangsheng are eligible to participate, so it still has some value. It was under these circumstances that Han Jiangxue barely won the championship in her first year, won it normally in her second year, and easily won it in her third and fourth years. This demonstrates Han Jiangxue's talent and ability, and it is with the support of these honors. Han Jiangxue was beaten up like this today. They had been unilaterally crushed. They were constantly being punished. She went first. Haha, Su Qing chuckled inwardly. Finally met someone who can handle you, Jiangxue. Try being aloof again. Su Qing first chuckled to herself, but as the two stopped fighting, things were like a dump truck, rolling in a direction she never imagined. The two started fighting again. Now only Su Hao has a weapon. When Su Hao looked over just now, Su Qing couldn't help but close her eyes and pretend to be asleep. Wait a while, then open your eyes and begin. The two started fighting again on the balcony. From the balcony to the bathroom, Su Qing felt a tingling sensation run through her body just listening to it. She never expected this. Han Jiangxue, who looked so aloof. It makes this kind of sound when you hum it. Such desire? Su Qing's mind was numb, and her hand involuntarily reached into the blankets. I don't know how much time passed. By the time Su Hao and the other man finished fighting and came out, she had fallen into a deep sleep. I was hungry for too long before. My body is forced to rest. The next day, when Su Hao regained consciousness, he didn't wake up naturally. Instead, a spirit of light flew out from his chest and spoke in his mind. Iya from wake up. Su Hao woke up and checked the time. It was discovered around 6:30 in the morning. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Look around. Han Jiangxue, and he squeezed onto a single bed. She reached out and hugged herself, with her legs crossed over her own. Su Qing was fast asleep on the single bed opposite. Neither of them had woken up yet. What's wrong? Su Hao asked softly in his mind. But that sentence had just been uttered. He also noticed something was wrong. Iya, from the poem, on the ground. Su Hao looked down at the ground. They discovered a layer of white mist on the dormitory floor, about the thickness of a palm and less than half a fist. This layer of white mist is like dry ice, swirling and billowing. It's like smoke, slowly and irregularly cocooning. What is this? Su Hao was seeing this phenomenon for the first time. At first, he didn't know whether to get out of bed or not. What is this white smoke? It's not fog at all. Fog isn't that thick. Iya. At that moment, the spirit of light flew off the bed. It was stuck directly onto the white smoke. Su Hao did not stop them. He had confidence in the light elf. After all, it was a treasure of nature. And reality proved it to be true. After a while, the spirit of light flew back. Iya, from the song, white smoke can't be eaten. Can't eat it. Su Hao looked at it and silently changed it to can't inhale it. In other words, is this white smoke poisonous? Iya, yes. I was right. Is it okay to touch it? Su Hao asked again. Iya from Phuket Island. I don't know. Have no idea. Su Hao thought for a while. If you say you can't smoke, then you really can't. However, if it cannot be touched, it means that the white smoke has reached an extremely terrifying level. Corrosive? Su Hao lay on the bed and took out a chopstick, a bag of plastic, and some food from his system space. He threw them all into the white smoke. But after a while, nothing has changed. Su Hao was certain about the first step. This won't have any external impact. The first step of verification has been completed. Su Hao stretched out his finger and slowly reached into the white mist, slowly feeling it. Approaching the white mist. I don't feel anything. He pressed close to the white mist. I still don't feel anything. Next, Su Hao stretched out his finger and inserted it into the white mist, which was only half a fist high. After a while, Su Hao nodded in confirmation. It really doesn't affect the appearance of the product. That confirms another answer. You absolutely must not eat it. You must not inhale it. This indicates that it is for internal use. Chapter 45, First Time Brushing Teeth in the Apocalypse. Absolutely no city center entry. At this moment, hearing Su Hao's movements, Han Jiangxue and Su Qing gradually woke up. Iya. The light spirit seemed a little shy and hid inside Su Hao's body again. Or perhaps it simply doesn't want to interact with anyone other than Su Hao. After all, the contractor is no stranger. It doesn't inhale other people's scent. The two women gradually woke up. Han Jiangxue slowly sat up from behind Su Hao. At this moment, the warm sunlight gently shone on her smooth body, as if draping her in a dreamy golden veil, making her shine brightly. Her white, jade-like body was strong and agile, like a rare and exquisitely carved piece of jade. Under the sunlight, it was as if the jade was cleverly illuminated, and every line exuded a clear and bright texture. Su Hao and Su Qing both glanced at it and felt incredibly comfortable, as if their souls had been appreciated in that instant. Su Qing Suden Li Zembet. She glanced at Han Jiangxue with a slight blush, muttering to herself, I never imagined you were like this behind my back, Jiangxue. Then my gaze was drawn to the white mist on the floor. What's this? Su Qing was taken aback and immediately withdrew her foot, which she had been thinking of using the restroom. Looking at the white smoke under the bed, Su Qing's brain quickly assessed the situation. Fogging? Dry ice? Is there a fire somewhere? She sniffed twice, ruling out the possibility of fire. Han Jiangxue glanced at the white mist. She first put on her t-shirt and covered her smooth body. Then, out of curiosity, she asked Su Hao, Is this only happening in our dorm? Or is it happening everywhere? There on the first floor, that's easy to confirm. Suhao sat up. His gaze was fixed on the outside. Sure enough, there was a layer of white fog on the ground outside the road as well. And because of the difference in elevation between the inside and outside of the building, the white fog outside was about a fist high. It just covers the top of the shoe perfectly. It's probably like this all over the world, Suhao judged. This conclusion left everyone looking rather grim. If this happens all over the world, it means that it is a change in the natural environment, a change in geography or nature, and the impact will be long-lasting. What caused this? What will the future hold? What is the purpose? It's unclear right now. Su Qing at this time, because of her extensive experimental experience, we're already using blankets and mattresses, gradually lowering them to expose them to the white mist. I've already tried these. Suhao put his foot down and put on his shoes directly in the white mist. So far, this white mist has no effect on skin or other surfaces. But you must not inhale it, as it is very likely to be absorbed by the mucous membrane. But we don't know exactly how toxic it is, to what extent it's toxic, or what kind of poison it is. This conclusion was reached. Su Qing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her chest. That's good. This means it's at least a slow-acting toxin. Otherwise, if it were very strong, it should at least be a little corrosive. This little bit of white mist, you have to lie down to inhale it, but that's not a big problem. Su Qing also put on her shoes and got up. Suhao took out bottled water, disposable cups, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly caught up with Suhao. Me too. Give me one. I haven't brushed my teeth for days. Han Jiangxue was behind her. She first looked at her 2 buttocks and found that there were only red marks. Thinking of last night, her face flushed, but she quickly put it away. Put on all your clothes neatly. Han Jiangxue stood up and stepped on the white mist. The white mist immediately dissipated like smoke. She pondered for a moment. This white fog appeared suddenly last night. Will it continue to increase and rise higher? Su Qing was startled. She suddenly realized, turned around, and scratched her head with both hands. Yeah, what if it keeps getting higher and higher? Now only the shoe upper is high. What if tomorrow my ankles are high? Next week my calves are high. Next month my height is as tall as a person. And next year my house is as tall as a person. It's definitely not good if it keeps going up like this, let alone being as tall as a person. Reaching thigh height is already dangerous. Do not inhale, but accidents can happen, like falling down or something. Thinking of this, Su Qing immediately looked at Suhao, who was brushing his teeth on the balcony. What should we do, Suhao? If they keep growing tall, wouldn't that be terrible? Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Suhao was brushing his teeth with his right hand. I stretched out my left hand and felt the temperature. It's getting colder. What should we do if the fog rises higher? Let's run. What's the meaning? Suhao didn't need to answer. Han Jiangxue came to Suhao's side and started brushing her teeth while explaining. Go to places at higher altitudes. Jiangcheng is a coastal city. The white mist is a solid substance with weight. It's spread across the ground, so it certainly doesn't exist in higher places. We can't fight against the natural environment, so we can only go to higher places. After saying that, she took a sip of mineral water and then started brushing her teeth. Su Qing thought about it for a long time. That's all we can do now. Faced with changes in nature, humanity's seemingly brilliant civilization can only adapt. Can humans stop earthquakes? No. Can you stop a tsunami? No, you can't. Can it stop a volcano from erupting? It can make it erupt even more violently. In the face of natural disasters, humanity remains terrifyingly insignificant. If all else fails, even a super large meteorite can't do much against a hydrogen bomb. All right. Su Qing accepted reality and went to brush her teeth. After the 3 of them finished brushing their teeth, I started eating simple breakfast again. A bottle of milk plus some bread and snacks. Before setting off, Suhao explained his plan to the 2 of them. After we go out, we'll head straight to the parking lot to find Su Qing's car. If we can't find it, we'll look for a range-extended vehicle. Other cars won't do. If we really can't find one, we'll give up for now. After leaving the school gate, we headed west toward the outskirts of the Central Plains, scavenging for all sorts of supplies along the way. But we won't go to the supply points in the city center, nor will we go to tourist areas. We only plunder places with a moderate number of people. After listening, Su Qing raised her hand to ask a question. Suhao glanced at it and said, speak. Why don't we go to the city center? Wanda Mall and Zhonggrunfa have so much stuff. One trip there would be enough to last us forever, Su Qing asked. This problem has arisen. Han Jiangxue couldn't hold back any longer and almost drew her knife to attack her. He slapped her on the back one last time. After making a smack sound, he stared intently at Su Qing before explaining. Why are there so many supplies in the city center? Can't you use your brain to think about it? Do you want to see a horde of zombies piled up taller than a building? These words were spoken. Su Qing Su Den Li Zilit, Just thinking about that scene made her turn pale. Their Jiangnan University is only located in the second or third ring road area. If you were to enter the inner ring, the area outside the campus would undoubtedly be teeming with zombies. The city center has a lot of supplies because the population demand is high, so warehouses need to stock up on more. Based on the density of the city center, you'll have a hard time finding an open space. It was teeming with zombies. Therefore, in the event of the apocalypse, based on population density, the University of Tokyo would be a true hellish difficulty level. You absolutely must not go into the city center. With such a large population, Suhao didn't even dare to imagine what kind of monsters and demons could be born if they were raised in the city center. Chapter 46 Assigning Tasks. Finishing off zombies, killing genes. Discuss the action plan. Suhao began planning a route. Where to go first? Without a doubt, as long as you don't enter the city center, you can scavenge for resources in the 3rd to 5th ring roads, and then head towards the 3rd to 5th ring roads of another city. You could take any route in between. City roads, national highways, and even expressways. The only risk on highways is traffic jams. Once there's a traffic jam, it's like the sky is falling for a normal person. They have no choice but to abandon their car and walk. Suhao is unharmed. He can carry the car on his back, as long as the system reserves enough space. He could simply throw the car into the storage space, walk the congested section of the route himself, and then take it out again. The same principle applies. He can park his car without stopping outside. Once he got out of the car, just leave it in the storage space. That's the safest way. Therefore, expanding the system space in the future is very important, even extremely important. Slap, slap. After finishing breakfast and resting for a while, Suhao stood up and clapped his hands. Let's go. Su Qing, where did you park your car? How much battery and gas do you have left? Su Qing thought for a moment. The parking lot in the corner of the south gate is close to the stadium, but it seems like there's not much gas left, only 2 bars. Okay, no problem. The parking lot at the south gate is in a corner, near the basketball court. That place was also where the boy lured away the zombies that day. He lured away nearly 1,000 of them. As for the fuel, as long as it can run for several dozen kilometers, it's fine. Suhao has a way to help. So Suhao told the 2 of them about it. And so it was said as planned in advance. If there are too many zombies and we get attracted to this place, Jiang Shui will leave directly, and I will carry Su Qing. If the parking lot is surrounded, then we will abandon this plan. Su Qing, are you sure you can open the car right away when you get there? Su Qing nodded seriously. It will definitely work. It will unlock automatically when I get nearby, but it won't work if my watch runs out of power. Right now, the battery can only last for a day at most. Oh, by the way, my car is a similar color to emerald green, and it's in parking space number 18. Just one day is enough. One of Suhao's tasks was simply to find a range extender vehicle. If it can be driven, that's fine. Su Qing was able to unlock the car because her watch had Bluetooth functionality. Modern trams are keyless start, automatically opening when you approach them. This avoids the ridiculous scenes in movies and TV shows where people spend ages fumbling for their car keys, only to accidentally kick them away. Suhao finally asked, "Are you a good driver? Are you wild enough? Are you brave enough?" "No, that won't do. I drive very steadily. I'll open it. You can go to the back seat after you unlock it." "Good. Walk." The 3 acted together. Of course, we won't use the main entrance. They left the same way they came in yesterday. Suhao was the first to climb off the balcony. After landing, his entire body distorted in space, and in the next moment he transformed into a heavily armored warrior clad in full armor. Then take out the large horizontal knife and wait for Su Qing and Han Jiangxue to turn it over. The 2 of them came out. Han Jiangxue was already used to it. Su Qing was stunned again. This sudden change made her feel a huge contrast. Donning the armor, he becomes a war god who violently slays zombies. Once he takes off his armor, he reveals a charismatic, strong, and serene male god. For Su Qing, the male protagonists in the Imperial books she read were written in roughly the same way. They're gone. After seeing that everyone had been turned over, Suhao led the way. Han Jiangxue followed, carrying a Miao sword. Su Qing realized what was happening and quickly followed. On the way through the dormitory area, Suhao glanced at his task. Mission: obtain a range-extended electric vehicle. Mission: sweep through Jiangda. Incomplete 34 to 35. Mission: zombie slaughter of 1000, 911, 1000. At school, he has already killed 911 zombies. 89 more are needed. Seeing this, Suhao glanced at Han Jiangxue. When we get near the parking lot, wait for me. Keep an eye on Su Qing. Question mark. Han Jiangxue didn't know what he was going to do, but she nodded in agreement. Okay. The 3 left the dormitory area. They returned to the location of the convenience store. Then we passed through the convenience store, the square, Ming Lake, and the medical school. Finally, walk along the street towards the South Gate parking lot. Along the way, we also encountered some zombies. However, these areas had all been cleaned up. Therefore, there weren't many zombies wandering over. Suhao only killed a dozen or so, which wasn't enough. Wait until you are near the parking lot. Looking at the horde of zombies, most of whom were trapped in the basketball and badminton courts. Han Jiangsu glanced at Suhao. Wait for confirmation. Suhao nodded and tilted his head towards the parking lot. You guys go ahead, I'll be right back. After saying that, in order to save time, Suhao strode towards a small group of zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy armor stomped on the ground, producing a series of dull thuds. This time, it wasn't just Su Qing who was stunned. Han Jiangxue was also stunned. They're leaving now. What are you going to do? After regaining her senses, Han Jiangxue prioritized carrying out the tasks Suhao had assigned her. She patted Su Qing on the shoulder. Let's go first. Su Qing followed, watching as Suhao charged into the horde of zombies and began slaughtering them. She took a deep breath and asked, "What's wrong with Suhao?" Han Jiangxue shook her head. "I don't know." Su Qing thought for a moment. Suddenly, she whispered, "Does Suhao have some kind of latent violent gene? Before the apocalypse, I was always suppressing my anger and had a lot of irritability. Now that the apocalypse is here, I feel unhappy if I don't kill a bunch of zombies every day. It feels great after I kill them all." Han Jiangxue was stunned upon hearing this. "There's such a gene?" "Of course there are," Su Qing explained. "It's not the kind of super male gene, because super male genes can make a person's whole mind go haywire. What I'm talking about is the killing gene, a gene that is slowly disappearing as humanity has evolved to this point, and it's extremely rare. People with this gene always appear normal on the surface, but after seeing blood, they become bloodthirsty, craving killing, violence, and destruction. However, they can calm down immediately after venting their desires, and you can't tell it all normally. I'm not making this up. It's something that someone has discovered through research." Su Qing's words. Han Jiangxue walked along, lost in thought. Su Qing was speculating. I don't know if it's Suhao or not. But Han Jiangxue realized at this moment that she was exactly the kind of person Su Qing was talking about. I am. Could Suhao be one of them? Han Jiangxue bit her lip and looked at Su Qing, continuing to ask, "Tell me more about this invisible killing gene." Okay. Su Qing knew quite a bit. She began to explain. In ancient times, once humans learned to hunt, this killing gene was passed down from generation to generation. Those who could hunt could live, while those who couldn't would starve to death. Moreover, let's not even talk about humans in the past. Even in ancient times, humans killed each other. Those who survived were eliminated generation after generation, leaving only those descendants with the killing gene. But in modern times, this killing gene is not noticeable on the battlefield. In modern times, it is no longer needed, so very few people have it but do not know it themselves, or only find out by chance. Of course, those who abuse people and animals, and those who use pure violence, are not included. That's mentally unstable. They only prey on the weaker. People with a killing gene look down on the weak and prefer to challenge the strong. They are more self-disciplined and no different from ordinary people, but they will show their true colors when war breaks out. After listening to what Su Qing said, Han Jiangxue could finally confirm that it was indeed her. Chapter 47 mission completed, parking lot, driving the tram. Su Qing's words. They didn't let the two of them confirm whether Suhao actually had this gene, but let Han Jiangxue confirm that it is her. She is someone who can find a unique kind of pleasure in fighting, pain, challenges, and violence. This pleasure is not just physiological. More importantly, it's psychological. Whenever a sense of satisfaction is achieved, the mental pleasure far outweighs the physical pleasure. This feeling made Han Jiangxue lack even the courage to search for information online. Or rather, she knew. I knew it soon after I sensed it. I just haven't dared to lift this last veil. Because I'm a girl. How could she have this gene? Can she still be considered a normal person? What will life be like then? She didn't know that in that kind of society before the apocalypse. She didn't want to know even more. She just wanted to keep putting it off until she couldn't hide it anymore, or until she was discovered. But thankfully, the apocalypse came. Han Jiangxue remained silent for a moment. She changed the subject again. We're almost there. Let's wait for Suhao here. Suking notet, okay. On the other side, Suhao's already killed almost all of them. There were only a few dozen zombies in total, and we killed more than a dozen on the way. With his super dynamic vision and heightened nerve sensitivity, Suhao's reaction and processing abilities are incredibly fast. He was so precise that he knew the entire process as soon as a zombie raised its hand. Common saying, you can tell what kind of poop you're going to take just by sticking your butt out. In the midst of a horde of zombies, Suhao slashed left and moved right, leaping up and down. Compared to the first day of the apocalypse, when I had just acquired the broadsword and cold weapon skills. Back then, he took things one step at a time. Even when cutting down zombies, you have to pull them back and forth. They were even forced to retreat from the second floor to the third floor. And now, unless you cut until you're completely exhausted. Otherwise, it would be like cutting melons and vegetables, a one-sided massacre. At that moment, a zombie appeared from the right. Suha didn't even look, only noticed it out of the corner of his eye, and then waved his hand. Predict. The zombie's head flew off. Then it rolled down to a pile of zombie corpses. Suha sensed it for a moment. Then he nodded in confirmation. Compared to yesterday, the zombies are a little faster today. At this rate, they should be able to return to the walking speed of a normal person in a week at most. What about after a month? Will the zombies run away? Will you be able to walk briskly after 3 months? Suha didn't even dare to think about it. At that time, humanity will truly have to distinguish between combat personnel and logistical personnel. Ordinary people simply cannot fight those zombies. When faced with a tsunami of zombies, Suha would still be no match for them and would be overwhelmed and killed. He was cut down and killed by Li Jie. Call. Thinking of this, Suha breathed a sigh of relief. He showed no fear and instead sped up his hacking of the zombies. No matter what, just find a way to become stronger faster. Without power, you are nothing. The next moment, Suha was in a hurry, so he stopped thinking and focused on hacking at the zombies. In an instant, the blade in his hand flashed like lightning. Just a few minutes later, Suha casually killed another zombie. The system then issued a notification. Mission completed. 1,000 zombie kills. 1,000 to 1,000. System reward has been issued, triggering the next stage mission. Zombie slaughter of 10,000. Jednaka desetka. Mission introduction. To kill one zombie is brave. To slaughter 10,000 zombies is heroic. Slaughter all the freaks in this apocalypse. The glory of humanity will shine because of you. Mission reward. Special upgrade to God tier options. Suha glanced at it. As he hurried back, he checked the detailed information about the reward. What is a specialized training program? Specialized boost. This selected reward will provide a targeted boost to the most frequently used zombie slaying method by the host. Understood. In other words, if he uses swords, then the 3 options are sword-related rewards, which could be physical rewards, superpowers, talents, etc. Moreover, the goal this time is to kill 10,000. He has only killed 1,000 so far, which is only 1/10. In other words, even if he doesn't want to improve his sword skills right now, he wants to improve his physique and physical condition. That's fine too, as long as his number of punches and kicks exceeds 5,000. This surpasses the ability to kill with swords and blades. Of course, this is just an example. Suha still quite likes swords. If you want to change it, you'll have to give him a pulse laser rifle with unlimited power. Ordinary firearms won't work. Ordinary firearms wear out and need to be reloaded, making them ineffective against hordes of zombies, unless you're in the military, where even a gun with unlimited ammo isn't enough. So cold weapons are still fine. He believed he could achieve that in the future, possessing the ability to cut bullets with a knife. I'm going back. After Suha finished killing the zombies, he immediately stopped killing more. He jogged back to Han Jiangxue and Su Qing, reminding them before they even arrived. Let's go, keep up. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing immediately ran to catch up. The 3 ran into the parking lot. There were also some zombies in the parking lot. Moreover, many of them are teachers, social workers, and so on. They tried to drive here after the apocalypse, but were blocked by zombies. Suha picked up his broadsword. A devastating attack from both sides. They cleared a path directly. Su Qing reminded Suha from behind. Almost always park in parking space A18. The 3 of them ran toward parking space number 18. Before approaching the parking space, Suha had already seen the car Su Qing had mentioned. Su Qing pointed at her car, the jade-colored one. Suha arrived ahead of time. He grabbed his knife and immediately slaughtered all the zombies around the car, clearing a space for them. Then Han Jiangxue and Su Qing arrived. Su Qing approached the driver's seat, and as soon as the car was unlocked, she slipped into the back door. Han Jiangxue went directly to the passenger seat. Suha opened the car door, got in, and pressed the start button. No engine ignition sound. That's good. If an 8-cylinder car were here, the moment it starts, the engine and exhaust go whoosh, and that would be the end of it. Wherever you go, you get blocked by zombies. And the moment Suha sat down and started the engine, the system then issued a notification. Mission completed. Obtain a range-extended electric vehicle. Reward. 1 free God-tier selection in the car edition. Suha shifted into reverse, turned the steering wheel to the right, and pressed the accelerator. As the vehicle reversed, it hit a zombie with a loud thud. Su Qing leaned over the back seat and looked out the rear window. We knocked one down. Suha shifted back into gear. Feeling sorry for me? What do you mean I'm heartbroken? Su Qing exclaimed excitedly, her lips as sweet as honey. If you get stuck in a dam, you'll lose your life. What's the point of worrying about the car? Anyway, the money for the car was given to me by my family. While she was applying honey to her lips, Suhao swerved the steering wheel to the left, shifted into drive, and then floored the accelerator. Ouch! Su Qing didn't sit properly and leaned directly towards the rear window. Han Jiangxue hugged the Miao knife tightly, sat up straight, and didn't say a word. Suhao stepped on the gas and drove off. The vehicle immediately accelerated and sped towards the south gate. This is another advantage of electric vehicles in the apocalypse. They accelerate quickly, and there's no engine noise when you step on the gas. It's not that Suhao likes trams. It's the end of the world, and only trams can be driven. An American-style V8 engine only works if it's a dump truck or heavy-duty truck. Chapter 48 Farewell to Jiangda University. Leaving the campus, searching for gasoline. With a tap of the accelerator, the electric tram, driven by the motor, immediately accelerated and sped off. Although it wasn't fast, with an estimated 0 to 100 kilometers per hour time of about 6 seconds, it was still quite a ride with 3 people on it, plus the weight of the tram itself. Suhao turned the steering wheel sharply and floored the accelerator. I only turned the steering wheel slightly, never sharply. The main purpose is to make the car hit the zombies with the sides of the car, which are the sides of the safe, so that the impact is effortless. The zombies were under the weight of the tram. With a gentle nudge, it flew to either side, its fate unknown. Han Jiangxue held the Miao sword. He kept his eyes glued to his surroundings, taking the opportunity to learn. She understood after watching for a while. By crashing into it from both sides, the car's speed won't be affected, right? That way, you can keep crashing. Yes. Suhao nodded, then added with a hint of regret. It's a pity there's no ramming corner like the one used for pushing snow. Otherwise, we could ram it without restraint. Han Jiangxue nodded and calmly replied, we can find some cars to modify later. If it had those cone-shaped rams installed. Upon hitting a zombie, the vehicle will be pushed aside by the ramming head, preventing it from being crushed or blocked, and thus slowing down the vehicle. Running into zombies is absolutely not advisable. This is never considered during normal vehicle design. If there's a collision, the car gets stuck, or the car breaks down, it's all over immediately. Inside a speeding car, the driver was calm and composed, with excellent control of the accelerator, occasionally bumping into zombies as he drove towards the south gate of the school. The passenger in the front seat was aloof and quiet, occasionally engaging in conversation with the driver. Logically speaking, this should be a pretty good combination for the apocalypse. There's only one problem with the mature woman in the back seat. Su Qing half squatted in the air, in the middle, with both hands on the front seat, craning her neck to look forward. Suhao drove fast and aggressively. Su Qing ziplit, ooh. Suhao smashed through the zombies and flew forward. Su Qing ziplit, ha ha. Sometimes he would even mimic voice acting, making bang sound from his mouth. She doesn't look like a mature woman or a senior sister at all. Although she has a beautiful figure when she's half squatting, with a curvy figure, her appearance and words don't match her physique at all. Is this a combination? But nobody cared about her. After driving for a while, the car soon arrived near Namdaemun. Han Jiangxue stood up slightly and glanced at it. He then sat down and confirmed, the door is open. We can break it open. Yes. Suhao nodded. He had already seen it. When he got into the car, he changed out of his full armor into a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Now that he is 185 centimeters tall, he has a very high field of vision while sitting in the car. The car is an SUV, and its chassis is slightly higher. Just as they were about to burst out of the south gate, Suhao glanced at his task. Mission, sweep through Jiangda, 35 to 35. It's finished, very good. Then there's nothing to miss about this school. Suhao glanced at Su Qing, who was still sticking her head out. Sit tight, we're about to start the bumper cars. Han Jiangxue immediately fastened her seatbelt. Uh-huh. Su Qing also sat down in the back and raised her hand to hold the armrest tightly. Immediately afterwards, Suhao stepped on the gas, found the right direction, and accelerated straight toward the south gate. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! 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 The car, after accelerating, it carried kinetic energy of over 100 yards. That was truly powerful and heavy, sending several zombies flying in one breath. The zombie that was blasted away was like a rag doll, its limbs not even its own, as it was flung off in the air. Some even fly separately, with their hands, legs, and bodies flying independently. Bang! Snap! Another impact. The headlights and the outer shell of the car were also visibly damaged. Fragments of the shattered outer shell flew out. Hyundai cars, from their production and design, never considered the possibility of bumper cars. They only consider accident safety. But how can there be accidents happening all the time? The bumper is fine, but the front of the car has suffered a lot. At this moment, on campus, some students were trapped on the top floor of the teaching building, or inside the classrooms, or the building itself, listening to the sounds of zombies colliding. Some people pointed at the cars in front of the south gate and shouted, "Look, someone has rushed out." Sai, what do we do then? Are you still waiting for rescue? We can't wait any longer, or we'll starve to death. We're going to run out of food. What are we going to do? Let's take a gamble. Good. In front of the south gate, the car drove along the road. The sound of the car's front and banging incessantly. It took them more than 20 zombies to crash into the south gate intersection, a distance of 200 meters. In the instant before it appeared, Suhao glanced at the guardhouse. Goodbye, goodbye. The next moment, the speeding car crashed through the gate and arrived outside the school. It was at that very moment. A prompt also came to his mind. Mission accomplished. Sweep through Jiangda University. The task reward has been issued. The moment it crashed out of the school, Su Qing also made an "oh" sound to celebrate. Where are we going? Suhao drove the car attentively. It's not like you can just drive anywhere once you leave campus. Given the population density in China, as long as you're still in a city, there's no good place to drive without people around. Unless it is a newly built or newly planned industrial zone. But going to such a place is pointless. There are no resources there. According to the plan, they don't want to go to the city center. Instead, they drove towards the suburbs to find small shopping malls, hardware stores, warehouses, and other similar places. But before that, Suhao has 3 more rewards. Moreover, Suhao glanced at the fuel gauge and realized it was almost empty. He had to find a way to refuel. Range-extended vehicles also rely on oil to generate electricity. First, go to the suburbs, find a place with few zombies to stop and rest, and then find a place to refuel. Find a place to refuel? Su Qing thought for a moment. I can't remember where there are gas stations in the suburbs. Hanyang Su Fruvnid. She pondered for a moment, then looked at Su Hao and asked, even in the apocalypse, will gas stations still be able to refuel? Su Hao shook his head. Basically not. Oh. Su Qing cried out in despair. What do we do? How can we cheer them on? Su Hao remained expressionless and continued driving. Don't worry, I have my own way. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing exchanged a glance. They all chose to believe unconditionally. Since they said there's a way, then there is a way. We'll just have to see how it goes. The vehicle was moving at high speed at this moment. During the journey, the noise level was not high, and it did not attract any zombies unless you got within 10 meters. But it travels at the speed of a vehicle. By the time the zombies realized what was happening, the car had already driven far away and they couldn't catch up at all. They could only stagger along for a while before wandering around aimlessly again. However, at this point, it's not just the zombies that are causing trouble. Once outside the campus, Suhao had to dodge zombies while driving. He had to dodge a lot of cars. There are fewer zombies blocking the road, but more cars parked sideways. Some cars stopped suddenly during the apocalypse, leading to many rear-end collisions and accidents. Pedestrian crossings, green belts, and roads. There are all kinds of cars everywhere. But as long as it's not completely blocked, Suhao has to go around it. He can't just push his car out like he's running into zombies, can he? His car isn't that powerful. Suhao was tired of driving. He glanced at Su Qing. Now do you know another reason why we don't go into the city? Su Qing was terrified after seeing this. We really can't go into the city. Chapter 49. Traffic in the city, unfinished buildings, gas stations. How many red lights can you wait through in the city traffic? Have you ever squeezed through the swarms of electric bikes that look like ants on the city's non-motorized vehicle lanes? Did you squeeze through the sea of people? Especially during the morning and evening rush hours, the number of people gathered there is more terrifying than a horde of zombies. Except for not being a zombie, it's even more ruthless than a zombie. In addition, there was a car accident that occurred during the apocalypse. When vehicles enter the city, it's definitely not like in movies or TV shows, where there aren't many cars and you can just drive around recklessly. You wish. Based on the number of vehicles in China and road traffic volume, if Suhao were to drive into the city now, he would be completely stuck. Even if you drove a heavy truck, you wouldn't be able to push it out unless it were a tank that could just run him over. Jiangnan University itself is located near the second ring road. Driving a few more major roads into the city center, you'll encounter the situation Suhao imagined, or even worse. At that time, the roads, green belts, non-motorized vehicle lanes, sidewalks, and streets are all filled with cars. Zombies were everywhere, on the streets, in the buildings, inside and out. The number is definitely much greater than in schools. That's what the scene will be like then. Suhao didn't even dare to think about it. Jumping off a building at the beginning might be a form of liberation. Those who manage to fight their way out may have unlimited potential in the future. But no matter what, Suhao didn't want to start a business in the city center, especially in the city center of a megacity. But now we can be on the periphery. Then naturally, one cannot go involuntarily, unless something incredibly attractive emerges in the city center. After leaving the school, the tram sped along. After driving for about 10 kilometers, the three successfully arrived outside the third ring road. Suhao drove along, looking around as he went. Finally, They opened near a small to medium-sized shopping mall called Xiangfu Mall, which was neither popular nor quiet and seemed on the verge of closing down. The mall is near gas stations, construction sites, banks, newly built residential areas, hotels, driving schools, and more. The facilities are very complete. Fortunately, there is no subway station here, otherwise there would be quite a few people here. This will do. Suhao parked his car directly next to a construction site near the shopping mall. After the construction site was shut down, it was very empty and there were no zombies, making it a good place to rest for a while. Suhao parked the car and casually shifted it into park. He then got out of the car and instantly donned full-body heavy armor. Even near the construction site that was shut down, there were passers-by who had turned into zombies and were wandering around. So everyone got off when they heard the car. Suhao got off the bus. He conjured a large horizontal sword out of thin air and hacked to death all the nearby zombies. Now the surroundings were much more spacious. After getting out of the car, Su Qing looked at the gas station not far away and her face was full of regret. She was curious. Why can't I get gas at the gas station? Han Jiangxue was also unsure about this issue, but she believed Su Hao when he said he couldn't add it, so now she's wondering why. Su Hao wiped the knife. He explained, the oil at gas stations is stored in underground tanks. The filling and extraction are done using special tools that are explosion-proof and corrosion-resistant. Even if the refueling pump has a photovoltaic system connected to electricity, we still need to know the refueling pump's code. Now that the internet is down all over the world, can you still use self-service gas stations? Su Qing immediately shook her head. Han Jiangxue also indicated that she understood. Gas stations are of course a priority for protection. Even during their construction, safety was a primary consideration. The underground oil tanks are all protected against explosions and corrosion, and each has a separate opening and exit that cannot be opened normally. If it could easily remove the oil, then there would be a real problem. Thieves should just specialize in stealing gasoline. Su Hao certainly wanted to take away the oil from the gas station. A gas station has at least tons of oil, and taking all the oil from one gas station would be enough for them to use for several years. Even if we use a generator to generate electricity every day, it would be enough for several months. Su Qing thought about it, and still felt that there was a huge treasure in front of her, but she just couldn't take it with her. She asked regretfully, "Isn't there any other way? There's so much oil. How about we find a way to bring an excavator later, dig them up first, and then Su Hao, you can use your spatial storage to take them away? Start the excavator. That is indeed a solution. However, Su Hao needs to have enough system space. With his current 50 cubic meter space, it's really not enough. It's only enough to hold some food, supplies, tools, and a small car. That's about all. Speaking of excavators, I do have a solution." Su Hao thought for a moment, "but it can't be implemented right now. My space isn't big enough yet. We'll talk about it when it's big enough." Su Qing's eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "There really is a way?" She was just saying it casually. Surprisingly, it might actually be possible. This is outrageous. Given the amount of gasoline stored at a gas station, robbing just one gas station would be enough for them to use for a very long time. If they could rob a little more, at least they wouldn't have to worry about energy problems. Small teams can do whatever they want. Han Jiangxue nodded with keen insight. As long as there's a way. For Su Hao, the solution was to dig. But it's not just about digging. Instead, they try to find a way to cut an opening. As long as the oil tank doesn't explode, Su Hao can suck all the oil in through the system space, as long as he can make an opening. If all else fails, wait until there is enough space. First, dig open the oil tanks. There are large oil tanks for storing oil. Then we need to find a way to open a door. As long as I get my hands on it, I don't care what happens. Gurgle. At this moment, Su Qing's stomach made a protesting sound. Su Qing rubbed her flat stomach and said, "I'm so hungry. Let's eat something." "Okay, let's rest first." Su Hao turned to look at the construction site. "Let's go inside the construction site." Su Hao approached the car. He patted the car. The next moment, the entire SUV was stored in the system space in an instant. Su Qing. She was stunned when she saw Su Hao from behind. My heart was screaming. "No, how big is your space exactly? The car can be folded up too." She glanced at Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue saw it, but her eyes were filled with admiration, and she didn't ask any further questions. Su Qing seemed to be deep in thought and didn't ask any more questions. This made her realize a truth in an instant. Su Hao's willingness to let her know was already a sufficient expression of goodwill. She didn't need to ask such detailed questions, such as the size of the space, its shape, or what it could be used for. This involves privacy. It would be impolite to ask further. Perhaps it's more than just being impolite. You might ask about the consequences of an itchy neck and head. So that's how it is. Outside the construction site, Su Hao slashed off the iron lock on the construction site gate and pushed it open to enter. The main structure of the construction site here has already been completed. The building already has a framework. Then it was abandoned. Suhao looked around the entire building, lost in thought. Han Jiangxue walked to the side, puzzled. What's wrong? I was thinking, once we have enough space, could we carry the house around? Suhao stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then realized it was possible. During the day, we drive a car with the house inside while traveling. At night, we put the car away and release the house for lodging. Most of the things we receive are kept in the house, leaving a large space for storage. Chapter 50 Space Expansion, Supercars, Heavy Trucks. Suhao's idea came to mind. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing both visibly froze for a moment and stopped in their tracks. The two thought about it, and their eyes grew brighter and brighter as they thought about it. You could do that. Su Qing blurted out. If you design the space and shape well, you can even make nesting dolls. Matryoshka dolls. It's about making the most of the space, wrapping one layer inside another. It's like Suhao stuffing a piggy bank full of money into it, so the money doesn't need to be kept separately. The premise is not that the space is calculated separately, but Suhao's space is even more useful than a Matryoshka doll. You have to peel a Matryoshka doll from the outside in. The system space can be taken directly from the innermost part to the outermost part, or it can be stuffed directly from the outside into the innermost part. Therefore, the space can be utilized to its fullest potential. It really works. Suhao clapped his hands and nodded. Let's talk about it when we have more space. Su Qing nodded excitedly and expectantly. Okay. The three of them entered the unfinished building. The land was covered with a thin layer of white mist. It seems the whole world is like this. As Suhao walked, he suddenly paused, looking at one particular spot. Then he raised his hand and spoke. Stop. The two women immediately stopped, not daring to move. They looked at Suhao, waiting for him to say something. Let's go around first. Suhao was much more cautious this time. He went around and picked up a stone he had kicked, throwing it toward the spot he could see. With a thud, the stone fell into the white mist and disappeared instantly. Han Jiangxue opened her eyes, and Su Qing opened her mouth in surprise. The two immediately realized, there's a trap. There are definitely pitfalls. Suhao sighed, having almost failed before even getting started. Fortunately, he has excellent vision and perception and discovered it in advance. When laying foundations or doing other things on a construction site, there will always be some pits or holes that will be filled in after the road is completed and paved. Now the white fog has filled the pit. I almost didn't notice it. If you fell in, you'd be sucked full. These white fumes are not to be inhaled. Once you fall in and get scared, who knows how much you'll inhale and who knows what will happen to you. That was terrifying. Su Qing was terrified. She immediately became much more obedient, carefully following Suhao's steps. Wherever he went, she followed. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I got inside the unfinished building. There's danger everywhere. Let's rest first. Suhao found a place to sit down, then took out the food and water from his spatial storage and piled them directly on the ground. Let them choose for themselves, just like camping, and we can collect everything at once. The two took what they wanted to eat from the pile of food. Then they started eating and chatting together. Su Qing took a bite, then casually took out her phone, which had long since run out of battery, from her pocket and turned it on with a simple press. Then, after a moment of surprise, he put it back. When Han Jiangxue saw this, she couldn't help but smile. You still have it with you? Now it's turned into a brick. Not really, Su Qing sighed. When I have a chance to charge it, it can be used as a flashlight, take photos and videos, record things, and even be used as a computer. If not, I can play some single-player games. Have you logged off? What are you going to do next? Single-player games. Without. That's it. Who could predict the end of the world and download a single-player game in advance? Now, even satellite signals are useless, and even if the phone is charged, it can only use basic functions. Su Qing helplessly held the black-screened phone, turning it over and over, but to no avail. Finally, he muttered, I can't even read the book I'm holding anymore. On the other side, Suhao appeared to be eating and resting at the same time. In reality, they were busy with their own system rewards. He has now cleared up all the tasks he had on hand. Only one permanent goddess team quest remains. The other tasks have been transformed into 3 rewards. Let's use the mission reward from sweeping up Jiangda University first. This task is relatively the easiest to complete, so there probably isn't anything good about it. You have already used your reward attempt. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1. M249 Light Machine Gun. 10,000 rounds of 5.56 by 45 ammunition. Level 4 body armor. Level 4 helmet and monocular infrared night vision device. Reward 2. 100 tons of ultra-thin sanitary napkins. Reward 3. 50 cubic meters of system space. I glanced at the options. The second reward is immediately disregarded. What do I need these sanitary napkins for? Even if he has 2 women with him, the inventory he just swept up from the convenience store yesterday is enough for them to use for several months. So why would he need 100 tons? Are we going to burn it for firewood? Pass. Let's look at the first one next. A complete set of firearms. An M249 light machine gun with 10,000 rounds of ammunition is sufficient. Body armor and a helmet are unnecessary as they are not very useful. The gun is good. The problem is that a light machine gun simply cannot achieve a decisive effect. So what if there are 10,000 bullets? When a light machine gun runs out of magazines, you still have to change them, right? Moreover, that gunshot, let alone in the city, even here, firing a single burst would attract countless zombies. How could I possibly fire a shot? Firearms are only effective when used by the military. So it's the same. Pass. Look at the last one. The system has a space of 50 cubic meters, which is about half the size of a living room. He already has 50 cubic meters, and if he chooses this one, it will become 100 cubic meters, which is double the original amount. We could put 2 more cars in then. It allows you to stock up on more things. Furthermore, future plans will require even more system space. So after thinking for a moment, Suhao nodded. Let's choose Reward 3. Rewards have been issued, and system storage space has been increased to 100 cubic meters. Suhao's consciousness was submerged in his mind. He could immediately feel that the system space had doubled in size. The space, which used to be very cramped after a car was put in, is now not cramped at all. Food and tools are placed on the side, and it is very spacious with room to store quite a lot of things. Very good. The space has become larger. Suhao felt much better. The sense of urgency about insufficient space vanished in the blink of an eye. I didn't actually have this sense of crisis. Suhao touched his chest. He had no idea he had this sense of crisis. Now that the space has expanded, he is much more comfortable. Is it really just human nature to hoard things? Use up 1 lottery ticket. Suhao ate something, drank a beverage, and continued drawing prizes. Next reward. Let's use the reward from the range extender. A thought suddenly occurred to him. The next moment, a notification came to my mind from the system. You have already used your reward attempt. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1. The Sword in the Stone by Reef Field, a top-tier supercar in 2070. Reward 2. The Prestige of the Presidential Ride, ultimate business privilege for presidents. Reward 3. Titan Heavy Industries Everest, engineering heavy truck. Chapter 51 Titan Heavy Industries Roadbreaker, a dual-use military and civilian transport vehicle. To be honest, the instant I saw all 3 rewards appear at the same time, Suhao was filled with grief. Why can't I have them all? 3 options, 3 holographic projections, and 3 information presentations. Let's not talk about anything else. Just from seeing the 3 projections, Suhao was certain he liked them all at first glance. These cars are so beautiful, so damn cool. These are all cars of the future. Forget it. Let's look at them one by one. Suhao Saif. Even if he could only choose one, he would take a look at both and feast his eyes on them first. Let's look at the first one. Give me the detailed information. The Sword in the Stone. Type, supercar. Production year, 2070. Horsepower, 1,666 horsepower. Curb weight, 1,670 kilograms. Interior, 2 doors, 2 seats. Vehicle material, crystal information metal. Introduction. As a supercar, it boasts a 0 to 100 kilometers per hour acceleration time of 16 seconds and an exceptional appearance. From the outside, it appears to be a completely enclosed body, which it is, but inside, the holographic information projection cockpit achieves a near-glass, transparent visual effect, bringing you the ultimate driving experience. Cool. Suhao looked at the demonstration. This supercar, named Sword in the Stone, has a completely enclosed exterior. Only the doors can be opened. However, from the inside, the entire cockpit is transparent. A truly panoramic environment, with absolutely no obstructions. You can even see what's under your feet, and the scenery rushing past to the side will definitely get your adrenaline pumping. In general, a car that's unbeatable when it comes to showing off. In modern times, even supercars pale in comparison. It's simply too overwhelming. But it's a pity. Suhao sighed. It won't be of any use in the apocalypse. But he was in the end times. Even the fastest supercars still need to consider road conditions. Is a closed-off vehicle body crash-resistant? It only carries 2 passengers. With such a low chassis, it can't handle dirt roads. This means that you can't choose this kind of car in the apocalypse. So, pass. Let's move on to the next one. Helpless. Suhao moved on to the next one. Majesty. Type, Presidential Ride. Production year, 2072. Horsepower, 1,249 horsepower. Curb weight, 5,640 kilograms. Interior, 4 doors, 7 seats. Vehicle material, explosion-proof alloy steel plate. Description. This vehicle exudes ultimate majesty, solemnity, and security. Even a 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun cannot penetrate its hull in a short time. Equipped with built-in oxygen circulation, medical equipment, and more, it provides the highest level of security for every president and dignitary. Suhao looked at it carefully and nodded. Undeniably, the car is indeed quite good. This vehicle could only be breached in an instant by using weapons such as RPGs or high explosives. But how could there be such firepower near the president? Normal weapon bullets would be like tickling this vehicle. What use is it other than leaving a few marks? Although it's a sedan, it's really impressive. Its over 5-ton body provides a reassuring sense of security. But I'll say it again. This is the end of the world. Suhao is saiving worthy. He doesn't want a supercar. He doesn't want a heavy-duty car. He just wants a big, strong muscle car that's durable, resistant to wear and tear, and powerful. The first two options did not meet his requirements. If it were before the end of the world, he'll definitely be struggling with this for a long time. But after the apocalypse, pass. Look at the last one. Titan Heavy Industries Roadbreaker. Type, construction vehicle. Production year, 2069. Horsepower, hybrid. Empty vehicle weight, 15,500 kilograms. Interior, 2 doors, 5 seats, 1 carriage. Vehicle material, dual-use military and civilian armored personnel carrier. Introduction. Heavy industry companies look down on world-class supercars. Their military-grade vehicles are absolutely unmatched. This engineering behemoth is equipped with a massive hybrid engine and a super powerful battery. Despite its astonishing size, it can still tow a tank and traverse almost any environment with agility. As for drawbacks, who said drawbacks? I thought it was speed bumps. After reading the introduction, Suhao couldn't help but chuckle. This introduction is exactly what Suhao wants. Powerful, violent, and capable of conquering everything. Let your own strength speak for itself. Furthermore, the vehicle model and condition also met Suhao's requirements. Dual-use armored personnel carrier. In engineering, it could be converted into a transport vehicle that could travel on any road, using electricity to start uphill and generate electricity when adjusting the wheels to go downhill. If there's a complete power outage, use an oil generator to supplement it, and then continue the cycle. Furthermore, the power generated by the electric motor allows this 15-ton behemoth to start and drive easily without the engine humming for a long time. The torque is incredibly high. Meanwhile, the front of the car is bulletproof, as are the windows, and the entire car is designed with anti-collision features, possibly intended for driving through the woods and crashing through them. But if it were used for military purposes, then replace the carriages with bulletproof troop transport carriages, and they can be used directly to transport troops or vehicles. You could even put a tank on the deck of a vehicle. It can pull another tank. It's terrifying. It truly lives up to its name as a behemoth. I like this one. Suhao immediately realized that he preferred this behemoth. Aside from the fact that this vehicle is a must-have in a post-apocalyptic environment. One more thing. He definitely prefers this kind of big, muscular car. For example, between a supercar and an SUV, he prefers the latter. Between an SUV and a truck, he also chooses the latter. Between a truck and a tank, he instantly chooses the tank. That's the point. What I want is big and hard. I choose option 3. The reward has been issued. Please select a real-world car as the vehicle. There is ample system space. Please select a vehicle modification option before issuing the reward. It can be modified. Suhao then quickly checked the subsequent modifications. As expected, the carriages offer several options. Transport carriages, troop transport carriages, trailer carriages, and living quarters. There are also options for the front of the vehicle. Light front, heavy front, bulletproof front, and ram front. Wheels, off-road tires, run-flat tires, tank tracks, wear-resistant tires. There are many options for modification. But Suhao took a closer look. Generally speaking, they can be categorized into several types: daily use, engineering, military use, and personal use. For everyday use, it's a bare car, lightweight. Engineering and military applications refer to modifications for specific projects. For personal use, companies buy the property and modify it according to their own needs, whether it's for travel or snow removal. After Suhao read it carefully, let's start modifying it. His expression was incredibly serious, much more so than when he was studying or watching suggestive videos. Adopt the design and renovation of the enterprise's own purchases. The carriages need to be bulletproof caravans that can be folded into double layers. The front of the vehicle should have a snowplow, triangular ramming corner. All the windows should be bulletproof. The tires just need to be off-road and durable, not tracked. I need to travel long distances. The vehicle should have an electrical system, including air conditioning, charging ports, and power outlets, which is essentially a recreational system. The car body just needs to be wear-resistant and impact-resistant, and the color should be jet black, not colorful. After Suhao finished selecting a set, upon seeing the final product, he nodded in satisfaction. With this, you can travel freely all over the country. Modification complete. Please select a real vehicle as the mounting platform. A real vehicle? Let's use Su Qing's car then. Please check your system space. Chapter 52 Divine Weapon Sword Box, Lightsaber, Supernatural Sword Control. After selecting a real vehicle as the carrier, within the system space, Su Qing's car suddenly began to grow and expand in shape, like a transformer. In no time at all, just a few seconds later, Su Qing's original car is gone. It has been transformed into this heavy-duty truck behemoth. This vehicle is over 10 meters long, nearly the length of 3 sedans, and is estimated to be 2 or 3 meters high, almost as tall as a building. It is entirely black, with a sinister, eerie appearance, and exudes an unusual aura. Especially with the addition of the oddly shaped triangular front, the whole thing looks like a giant beast lying on the ground, majestic and powerful. The rear carriages were also very large, taller than the front of the train. At the same time, within the system space, Suhao could still sense everything about the car. Tire pressure is normal, vehicle system is normal, structure is normal, and all vehicle conditions are good. Everything is good. There's only one problem. Warning, the vehicle's fuel level is too low, less than 1/2 full. The battery is also low, preventing the engine from generating power. Please refuel immediately. Su Qing originally had 2 bars of fuel left. It would take at least a dozen liters of gasoline, but when it was put into this beast, it took less than 1 liter. The battery level was already quite high, enough to run for dozens of kilometers without any problem. As a result, by the time it reached this beast, the battery level was already so low that it was warning of a low battery warning. It seems to be not only a giant beast, but also an oil-consuming giant beast. However, Suhao didn't care. I'm not worried about you eating oily food. I'm just worried you can't handle it. Looking at the behemoth in the system space, Suhao nodded with great satisfaction. The last draw, the Zombie Slayer. Open. You have already used your reward attempt. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1, Divine Weapon Sword Box. Reward 2, Force Lightsaber. Reward 3, Supernatural Sword Control. Suhao was stunned for a moment when he saw the reward. He wasn't stunned. It was only when he saw the reward that he realized the difficulty of the 1,000 kills mission was indeed commensurate with the reward. This reward is given for achieving 1,000 kills. What about the 10,000 killer? Ugh, I don't even want to think about it. Come on, let's look at them one by one. Divine Weapon Case contains 10 exquisitely refined divine weapons, each truly capable of cutting through iron like mud. Amidst the glint of their blades, these are among the most coveted weapons for countless swordsmen, having once stirred up countless bloody battles in the martial world. Suhao took a closer look. A rectangular box called a sword case. It is about 1.6 meters high and of suitable width and thickness. It is a sword case for storing weapons. The weapons inside are roughly as strong as the alloy broadsword in Suhao's hand, or even stronger, and come with some special effects. 10 is quite a lot, really. If you just give any knife to Han Jiangxue, she won't even use that broken Miao knife anymore. It's utter garbage. But Suhao looked at the 2 rewards below. Both the lightsaber and the last option are more appealing than this divine weapon case. So, pass. Let Jiang Shui suffer a bit first, Suhao sighed. When we encounter battles, I'll just have to work harder and kill more enemies. When there are any obsolete weapons, I'll give the broadsword to Jiang Shui. Right? According to the hermit crab replacement theory. She definitely won't want that Miao sword anymore. Once Suhao has other weapons and no longer needs the broadsword, it can be given to Han Jiangxue. That's perfect. Let's move on to the next one. Force Lightsaber. A lightsaber crafted from a special energy crystal, powerful enough to sustain its operation for countless years. As a lightsaber, it can cut through almost anything, including tanks and mechs. Skilled users can even slice or cleave any projectile with it. Lightsaber. I just said that if someone is eliminated, I'll give Jiang Shui a new weapon. If Suhao chooses this lightsaber, then he can use it and discard the great horizontal saber, giving it to Han Jiangxue. This way, both of them will have incredibly powerful weapons. In addition, there's the property of lightsabers. Suhao can cut through almost any material, so he can also cut through tanks, armored vehicles, airplanes, and cannons. But that will be practically suicide. Just because a lightsaber can cut through something doesn't mean he won't be killed by an explosion. However, the bullets did bounce off. If the reaction is fast enough, it can even split cannonballs in two. Suhao's lips twitched as he thought about splitting the cannonballs, but he decided against it. Even if he had the ability, he wouldn't want to try. If he made a mistake, he'd be annihilated and turned into a tomato paste. Reality is not a game. Would you gamble? That's just asking for death. Let's leave it at that for now. Suhao shook his head. Let's see what the last sword control is like before we talk about it. Why is it a supernatural sword control? Sword control. Controlling and manipulating swords with one's own energy, killing enemies from afar in the blink of an eye. Under your stamina, you can freely control your melee weapons, significantly increasing their lethality. The more stamina you consume, the more you can enhance the speed, power, strength, and load-bearing capacity of your swords. Note, this ability consumes a high amount of stamina. Users must have a minimum mental capacity of 80 to use it. Otherwise, their stamina will be insufficient for melee weapons, leading to uncontrollable attacks and potential accidental injuries. Simply put, this is a superpower that allows one to control swords using mental energy. No wonder it's a superpower. It uses spiritual power to envelop and permeate the sword, thus achieving a level of control that is as responsive as one's own arm. The strength of the sword depends on the sword itself, but it mainly depends on your mental strength. The more you consume, the better the effect. In terms of lethality, it all comes down to sharpness, speed, and strength. Even if you want to fly on a sword and stand on it, it depends on how much mental energy you expend to support your weight. The heavier you are, the more energy you consume. So you can even deliver food by flying on your sword. Just hang the package on the sword. Just leave it unattended. Battery power is its lifespan. From another perspective, it becomes much simpler. Su Hao thought about it carefully. This ability mainly consumes mental energy. How much do I have? Su Hao glanced at his panel. Spirit, 81. That's enough. I also have the Spirit of Light, which can continuously restore physical strength, energy, and injuries. It means that when I use the sword, I replenish my mental energy while consuming energy. What about the battery life? Su Hao's eyes lit up. Then the battery life is definitely not a problem. Starting to charge your phone as soon as you use it means you're using it while it's charging. In the early stages, it greatly improves battery life. Later, when his spirit strength is high and the little sprite becomes a big sprite, you can charge it while using it, and maybe you can use it permanently without any consumption. Then there's nothing more to say. This is sword riding. Even though it's a superpower, it's still the same. I'll choose option 3, Su Hao immediately decided. The reward has been issued. Please use it at any time. Chapter 53. Controlling the sword to slay enemies is actually a form of mental power control. The instant after choosing the reward, knowledge and abilities related to sword control automatically surfaced in Su Hao's mind. How to use mental manipulation to infiltrate cold weapons. How to use your mind to control something as easily as using your own arm. How to increase or decrease the regulation of mental power. After a moment of silence, Su Hao opened his eyes and realized he had already mastered the use of his sword-wielding ability. And in the unfinished building, in the eyes of Han Jiangxue and Su Qing. During this period, Su Hao kept his eyes closed and pretended to sleep after eating. But after a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, Han Jiangxue and Su Qing were chatting quietly. Han Jiangxue carried Su Hao on her back, while Su Qing faced Su Hao. After noticing that Su Hao had opened his eyes, Su Qing chatted quietly while glancing at Su Hao. Under Su Qing's gaze, Su Hao opened his eyes and drew his broadsword out of thin air. Then place it gently across your lap. Su Qing. She couldn't understand what Su Hao was trying to do. Is it maintenance? Su Hao took a deep breath and began to extend 2 fingers, stroking the blade as if caressing it. From the hilt to the tip. I skipped everything except the blade. Su Qing. Su Qing became increasingly curious. What are they doing? This isn't skincare. After doing all that, Su Hao seemed a little exhausted. He reached out and pinched the bridge of his nose, then pressed his temples. After a while, his complexion improved again. Su Qing, what on earth is going on? Su Qing saw this, but dared not ask or utter a sound. Just watched silently. But the next moment, Su Hao raised 2 fingers, his index and middle fingers together, while the rest of his fingers were tucked back, forming a hand gesture. This is not a necessary gesture. It's just easier to control when you're a beginner. When Su Qing saw this, her eyes widened. What are you doing? Why are you making hand gestures? Do you want to be struck by lightning? At this moment, Han Jiangxue noticed Su Qing's unusual behavior. I was distracted from the very beginning. She glanced at Su Qing, then turned back to look at Su Hao, understanding the situation. And at this very moment, Su Hao activated his will and began to output his energy. In the instant of communication of thoughts, the large sword on his leg suddenly floated up into the air, hovering steadily without moving. Han Jiangxue. Su Qing. Han Jiangxue was all right, but her originally aloof expression became more varied. Su Qing was dumbfounded, and her facial expressions completely collapsed. And this is just the beginning. Next, Su Hao flicked his finger and pointed gently to the right. Whoosh! The sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air suddenly rang out. The large horizontal sword that was originally floating in the air instantly appeared at the position that Su Hao had imagined, almost exactly as he had imagined. The process in between can only be seen as a blur to the naked eye. So that's how it is. Su Hao read it softly. It wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. He thought it would be so difficult that he would float up and fly away unsteadily, but it turned out to be so convenient. He only needs to visualize a three-dimensional spatial image in his mind. It's like modeling the space you see in your mind and imagining it. Then, with a mental command, the sword was thrust directly here. It can also add details such as how to thrust, how fast to use, and what angle to strike. Finally, it took shape. Next, Su Hao raised his right hand, made a sword gesture, and casually swayed it in the air. And in his vicinity, the alloy crossblade is different. With an unstoppable momentum and unparalleled sharpness, it nimbly traversed the surrounding space, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, soaring up and down, twisting and turning, fully displaying its dazzling movement trajectory. And sometimes, it can even perform cornering and slashing moves that are impossible for a human hand. The human body has inherent limitations, but I don't have the sword-wielding ability. Every wave of the mind caused the air to be sliced with the sharpest force. The swish, swish, swish sound was incessant, as if the air itself was groaning under the sharp blade. The true meaning of swordplay and bloodshed has finally been achieved at this moment. The final test. Su Hao sat in the unfinished building, looking out at the parking lot. There were quite a few zombies in the parking lot. They were all wandering aimlessly. Su Hao watched intently, then pointed with one hand and waved it. The next moment, whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the two women, their heads moved in sync with the flying sword, turning to look at the shopping mall parking lot across the street. In the blink of an eye, Hung Dao flew into the parking lot. The sword tip locked onto a zombie, and with a slight tilt, it flew past. In the sunlight, it was just a flash of cold light, and the afterimage trembled. But the zombie instantly lost all its strength, collapsed to the ground, and its head fell off due to gravity, rolling to the side. The surrounding zombies had no idea what was happening. Hearing the noise, they all came over to investigate, gathering around the corpse of a dead zombie. And they have no idea. The flying sword is still hovering in the air. Su Hao looked at it and flicked his finger. The next moment, the blade flashed like lightning, its afterimage as dark as ink. The sounds of swishing and thumping were chilling and continuous. A few seconds later, more than a dozen zombies fell down, their heads rolling to the side. Su Hao nodded and urged the long sword to fly a little further to try. 30 meters, 40 meters. At 50 meters, the long sword began to sway slightly. At 60 meters, the long sword swayed precariously, as if it were drunk. Su Hao's expression grew increasingly grim. At 70 meters, the long sword swayed and floated, like a small airplane that only goes up and down in a game. At 80 meters, the long sword, like a broken airplane, flew lower and lower. Su Hao took a deep breath. Come back. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword flew back with increasing stability. Although it hasn't reached its limit yet, there's no need to actually test it to the limit. Just getting a general idea is enough. About 80 meters. Su Hao nodded. This distance is acceptable. As long as it's not 10 meters or 20 meters, it's fine. And the number 80 meters happens to be very close to his spirit. 1 point of focus, 1 meter of distance. It should be more than that. In the later stages, with 1,000 spirit, it's impossible that it's only 1,000 meters. It's estimated that there will be a multiplier. Su Hao sheathed his long sword, stood up, and took a few breaths. The test of his limits had drained his mental energy, leaving him feeling dizzy and lightheaded. After taking a few deep breaths, it was only after being restored by the light of the spirits of light that I felt much better. The dizziness has subsided. He reached up and pressed his temples and the bridge of his nose. Then he turned his head to look at the two women. The two women's expressions at this moment were incredibly varied. Han Jiangshue's originally aloof expression turned somewhat blank and silly. Her eyes filled with doubt, but she didn't know how to say it. Su Qing's expression went from surprise to shock, from dumbfounded to frozen. She opened her almond-shaped eyes and looked at Su Hao, her gaze sparkling with excitement, but she didn't know what to say. This is more than just shocking. I was so shocked that I lost my voice. But when she thought that Su Hao was their leader, and that she was following such a big brother, her expression changed from being speechless to excitedly blushing. Su Hao, no, my idol. You've started cultivating immortality, fighting enemies while flying on a sword. Han Jiangshue's gaze towards Su Hao was now radiant and awe-inspiring, especially when she saw Su Hao just withdraw his sword-making gesture. It was as if she were looking at an immortal. Chapter 54 Mission. Loot gasoline, slap, Su Qing. Su Hao sheathed his longsword. The moment the large horizontal sword flew close, it was directly retrieved into the system space. This does indeed look very much like cultivating immortality and wielding a sword. But that's a completely different matter. It's just a superpower, Su Hao explained casually. It's just controlling a cold weapon like a sword, which is very energy-consuming. I'm feeling a bit dizzy right now. Upon hearing this, Han Jiangxue felt even more admiration for him. If spatial abilities are considered a superpower, and given your exceptional skill with cold weapons, you now have the added ability of sword control. Doesn't this mean that Su Hao already has at least 2 superpowers? He possesses multiple superpowers. Isn't this even stronger proof? No one else has superpowers. Su Hao already has several superpowers. In Han Jiangxue and Su Qing's understanding, isn't this just talent? A talent that far surpasses everyone else's. A talent that stands at the pinnacle. This is amazing, so incredible. Su Qing rushed to Su Hao's side, tightly hugging his hands and asking, "What kind of superpowers can we awaken, and when will we awaken them?" Hearing this, Han Jiangxue also approached and listened with great curiosity. She was also curious about what kind of superpower she would awaken. But Su Hao shook his head slightly. "You will definitely awaken your abilities, and they won't be bad, otherwise I wouldn't have recruited you into my team. But I don't know when you will awaken or what awakening is. But I guess it will be soon. The environment is changing drastically, and the human body is adapting and evolving every day. Given this situation, the superpowers you have awakened are most likely related to your own special talents. Special skills, to put it bluntly, are talents. Some people know where their talents lie, while others don't. However, not all talents will turn into superpowers. It depends on 1, the nature of the talent, and 2, luck." Su Qing and Han Jiangxue were filled with anxiety as they listened. Han Jiangxue stretched out her hand, clenched her fist, felt the strength of her body, and nodded in affirmation. "In the past few days, I have also felt that I am recovering faster, and my strength and endurance have also become stronger, which is very obvious compared to my body before the apocalypse." After saying that, she even took off one side of her shorts in front of everyone. The marks of being punished by Su Hao were visible. It was bright red last night, crimson this morning, and now only a faint red. At this rate, it should be completely healed by tomorrow after a good night's sleep. Such a rate of recovery would be impossible before the apocalypse. Even with topical medication, it will take more than 3 days to heal. Is that so? Su Qing was incredulous. She also felt a bit of physical strength and immediately sensed something was wrong. "I don't feel this." She immediately thought she lacked talent. If she didn't have the talent, how could she follow Su Hao? What if she doesn't awaken her talent on the day it's supposed to? Or what if the awakening takes a very long time? What should we do? Su Qing panicked immediately and looked at Su Hao, about to take off her shorts. He said in a panic, "Su Hao, I want to test it too. Quickly hit me a few times and see how fast I recover." Su Hao, that's insane. Su Hao took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead. First of all, Han Jiangxue is a warrior. She focuses on combat, so her physical evolution is more obvious. This is her talent. And since you're in logistics, your special ability might be more support-oriented. I've seen it. Your talent is quite good. After you awaken, just practice hard, understand? Su Hao finished speaking. Su Qing did indeed appear much more relaxed. Han Jiangxue watched with amusement. She glanced at Su Hao and winked, indicating that if they weren't going to miss out, they might as well go all out. Neither of them said anything. Su Qing hesitated for a moment, then twisted her body and extended an invitation to Su Hao. "Give it a try, give it a try. If it's a support type, maybe we can figure it out too." Su Hao laughed when he heard this. "You? Oh, give it a try. You won't lose anything anyway, and you won't lose anything if you try it," Su Qing interrupted. Han Jiangxue pouted at Su Hao and raised her chin. "This means we'll go all out, that's it." Su Hao smiled helplessly. "Okowo." Su Qing listened, but before she could even show a relaxed smile, she was about to say something. Before Su Hao could finish speaking, he raised his hand, creating a whistling sound in the air, and with a loud crack, struck the target. Smack! The crisp sound was like a firecracker exploding next to my ear. The waves of fleshy pads rippled outwards from Su Hao's palm. Han Jiangxue listened to the loud noise. They all opened their little mouths, revealing expressions of surprise. Zombies outside the unfinished building. Everyone was drawn to the sound, turning around or glancing at its source. However, the distance was too far, so we didn't set off. And in the unfinished building, Ayo! Su Qing let out a whoosh and jumped several meters away with both feet. Before the end of the world. This is considered an adrenaline rush, resulting in an incredible jump, reaching the level of an athlete's standing long jump. But in the air, Su Qing subconsciously knew that she couldn't attract zombies. So he covered his mouth in midair and let out a painful hiss sound from his throat. After landing, Su Qing jumped to Han Jiangxue's side and hugged her tightly. She was in so much pain that she twisted and turned her body, twitching back and forth to relieve the pain in her back. Han Jiangxue pressed down on Su Qing's shoulder, watching the other person writhe in pain. "I'm a little envious. Cough, cough. No, I feel a bit empathetic. After all, I've been picked up before. It's not serious, though." After a while, by the time Su Qing recovered, she was covered in sweat. She took a deep breath and then let out a long sigh. Then he immediately took off half of his pants to take a look. Goodness. The large, well-defined handprint was imprinted on his body like a tattoo. Su Qing gap het in shock. She gritted her teeth. You're too cruel. Su Hao glanced at Han Jiangxue, but said to Su Qing, so you don't get addicted. Han Yangsu blew it. He turned his head slightly, pretending not to see. At the same time, she was inwardly amazed. Su Hao has already discovered it. Yes, all signs indicate that it's not just a discovery. It's already being put into practice, okay? Some of these actions were specifically designed to target Han Jiangxue's preferences. She was already a little infatuated. Su Qing said, gently rubbing her backside. Speaking of which, what about the gas? Are we staying where we are today, or going somewhere else? The car is out of gas and can't go much further. Her car is long gone. In its place now is a beast, the roadbreaker. It needs oil even more. So Su Hao nodded affirmatively. Let's collect gasoline first. Where do we collect them? Su Qing asked, puzzled. Su Hao pointed to the huge parking lot opposite the unfinished building outside the mall. This is all oil. Go find a refueling cap on the oil truck and see if it can open or pry it open. I will have a way to collect it. If it can't be opened, then forget it. I'll just cut it open with my sword. The method of collection naturally relies on space. As long as there is a passage and the distance is not far, it can be put into the space, but it cannot be put into a closed space. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue nodded. So, entry is no problem. Mission triggered. Loot gasoline. Task introduction. Chapter 55. Using a wrench to pry open the fuel tank. Starting to loot gasoline. Mission triggered. Loot gasoline. Mission introduction. You now possess an oil-guzzling beast. Whether for maintaining it or for future energy needs, you'll require a large amount of gasoline or fuel oil. Even power generation will require it. Therefore, please collect 5,000 liters of gasoline first. Mission reward. 1 unlimited God-tier choice for the car engine edition. Collect 5,000 liters of gasoline. This level of difficulty is not low, but it's not too high either. A car can typically hold 50 liters of gasoline, but cars in a parking lot are unlikely to be fully fueled. Half full is already considered good. So 5,000 liters of gasoline, if you're just average. It would take breaking open 200 cars to collect it. Excluding electric vehicles, the parking lot is definitely big enough for gasoline vehicles. It can hold at least several hundred cars. Car engine version option. However, Su Hao was more concerned about the car upgrade option. The engine is the foundation of a car. If it could be upgraded further, that would undoubtedly be a huge help. Hopefully something good will happen then. Su Hao nodded. Then, they made plans for the remaining time of the day and for tomorrow with Su Qing and Han Jiangxue. For the rest of the day, we'll go to the parking lot and pry open the car's fuel tank. If we can open it directly, just take a rock and scratch the front or back of the car hard. If you can't pry it open, just move on to the next one. Don't worry about it. We need to collect at least 5,000 liters of gasoline within 2 days, which will require about 200 cars. Can a car fuel tank cap be pried open? That's for sure. But you need to check the car. Some cars are very easy to pry open, some are Loctite, and some are even too old to be opened with a single press, or can be lifted up directly. So Su Qing and Han Jiangxue took the metal bar that could be used as a lever. You'll know once you try them one by one. If they couldn't handle it, Su Hao would slowly remove the oil from behind while he cut it open with a large horizontal knife. Everything is for efficiency. Understood. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue nodded. This is easy to learn. As for the plan for the second day, Su Hao thought for a moment and decided, it's not hot during the day, so we'll pry open the fuel tank. It's hot at noon and in the afternoon, so we'll go to the mall to raid it in the afternoon, where it's a bit cooler. Okay. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue nodded. Then let's go. Su Hao waved his hand. He took out the metal rods from the shelf that he had previously dismantled at the convenience store from his storage space. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue each received one. Su Hao led them out of the unfinished building and towards the parking lot. Walking on the street, I encountered zombies. Su Hao drew his large horizontal sword from his spatial storage and flicked it lightly. The sword flew horizontally, and with 2 swift strokes, a head was severed. Then he returned to Su Hao's side, flaunting his wealth and following him around. Like a magical sword, it protects its master and is loyal. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing looked at him with joy and excitement in their eyes. This technique is absolutely top-notch. He looks just like an immortal. The 3 arrived at the parking lot. Su Hao first climbed onto an SUV, stood high up, and began clearing the zombies from the parking lot. There weren't many zombies in the parking lot. Very few people can get here. Most of them were here from day 1. No one came after that. Therefore, the number is only about 30 to 50. Clean everything up so we can safely collect gasoline. Su Hao put his 2 fingers together and began to clean. Enveloped in his mental energy, The alloy broadsword shot into the sky like a rocket missile. A flash of cold light, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the zombie. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue only saw a blur and the whistling sound of sharp blades cutting through the air. The only other change was the continuous fall of zombies. Wherever the cold light passes, the zombie's head will separate from its body. More than 30 zombies. It only took a little over a minute. It's gone. Han Jiangxue looked at Su Hao with eyes full of admiration, her gaze filled with complete submission from body to soul. Su Qing took a deep breath. This is incredibly efficient. More than 30 in less than a minute. These sales figures are outrageous. That's one way to put it. It would be useless to try to surround Su Hao with zombies again, unless his spirit is completely depleted, or maybe piled up from all directions. But Su Hao isn't a wooden stake. He can't move. It can be said that the number of ordinary zombies is no longer a problem for Su Hao. The efficiency of using a sword to kill enemies. It's dozens of times faster than chopping it by hand. Faced with quantity. Efficiency. Efficiency is still key. This is extremely important. After clearing out the zombies, the alloy broadsword instantly flew back to Su Hao's side. Su Hao did not put it into his spatial storage. Instead, it's held in your hand or hung on your back because you'll need it later. Slap, slap. He clapped his hands and jumped out of the car. Under the watchful eyes of Han Jiangxue and Su Qing, he took out a metal bar and, using the SUV he had just been standing on, began to teach Han Jiangxue and Su Qing. I see it, pry it open like this. Su Hao stuffed the metal strip into the gap in the fuel tank cap. Then, the lever principle is used. The frame at the edge of the fuel tank cap serves as the support point. Finally, give a sharp snap. Crack. The fuel tank cap, which had been blown off, folded back up and slammed onto the car body with a thud. It's all set now. It mainly relies on strength. Su Hao placed the sticker down and pointed to the connection point of the fuel tank cap to remind the two women. Pay attention to the hinge position. Don't spend ages trying to pry it open and end up prying the direction of the hinge. If I find out, I'll give you a good spanking tonight, just like Su Qing did just now. Upon hearing this, Han Jiangxue couldn't help but smile slightly. Upon hearing this, Su Qing reflexively covered her backside. She's still in pain. Let's get started. Su Hao clapped his hands. The two women immediately went to work. They first looked for the gas truck, which was easy to spot. Blue-plated vehicles are gasoline-powered vehicles. Those ugly green license plates are for trams. Hybrid electric vehicles are also exempt because they don't have much fuel in their tanks and the fuel tank caps are locked, unlike traditional gasoline vehicles. Then we try to pry them open one by one. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing, before the apocalypse. One is a sword-playing prodigy and the apple of her family's eye. A girl who was admitted to a combined bachelor's and master's program, and who is a genius in both appearance and academics. The two of them are working now, like oil thieves before the apocalypse. I suddenly felt a bit excited. This would have been illegal before the apocalypse, but it's not illegal now. In a short time, both women were full of energy. And Su Hao here. He unscrewed the gas cap, looked through the hole, and then reached out and touched the opening. The next moment, the fuel in the fuel tank. It is directly drawn into the system space through the opening. The system space has no gravity. Any items placed inside will be enclosed by the space, consuming space volume. So after the gasoline is collected, it's like the underwater world inside a space station, forming a stable mass. Su Hao visually estimated the volume. 40 liters? Take a look at the task. Mission, loot gasoline. 43 to 5,000. That means there's a fair amount of gasoline in this SUV. Su Hao nodded in satisfaction. Keep looting. Chapter 56. 1,700 liters collected. Chemical plant explodes. Su Hao led the two women to scavenge gasoline in the parking lot at Jiangda University. After Su Hao and the other two left, Song Zihao and Chen Jiu also took action that day. They organized a group that wanted to grow and expand. For the sake of the team, they implemented a rationing system, pushed for the killing of zombies, actively expanded outwards, scavenged for food, and rescued their classmates. Of course, the main purpose is, it was early morning when the boys in the group carried out a political action. They were dressed in gear made of duct tape and cardboard. Those troublemakers who previously refused to implement the rationing system and wanted equal distribution were arrested and expelled from the sports building, and put all the remaining food in the hall. Public disclosure of existing stock and fairness. And they assured that they would proactively clear out the zombies. Finally, here's one more speech. Students, in the apocalypse, the only way to survive is to protect yourself. We haven't received any information for days, and our food reserves are less than 7 days' worth. If this continues, we'll all starve to death here. We can't wait until the last day to decide what to do. We must take precautions. Wait until the speech ends. In front of everyone, Chun Jiu and Song Zaheo kicked out the troublemaker and gave him only enough food for 3 days. Chun Jiu said, "We haven't treated you unfairly. There's only enough food for everyone for less than 5 days. This is a 3-day ration for each person, and we're giving it to you now." Song Zaheo agreed. "Since you don't agree with our team, then find someone else. Go find food yourself, and the food we find in the future will have nothing to do with you." There were about a dozen people who were kicked out. Song Zaheo's team consists of about 30 people, most of whom were his classmates from medical school. Those who were kicked out knew very well, if we force them to stay, not only will we lose face, but we'll also get into a brawl. A dozen or so people were fighting against more than 30 people. Regardless of the outcome, what happens after the fight? Is this all the food we have? Is it worth it? So in the end, a dozen or so troublemakers left with the food. The ringleader made some harsh remarks. "Then let's see who survives the longest in the apocalypse. I don't believe you can keep doing this. There are so many people. Can you manage them all? Is there enough food? Can they all survive? You dare to challenge me?" After saying that, the troublemaker turned and left. Ultimately, they didn't want to fight. They just don't want to work hard, and they don't want to listen to anyone. They just want to slack off and freeload. What do we do after we finish eating? It's simple. Just eat before you leave. I'll just drift along as I can. Chun Jiu and Song Zaheo shook their heads helplessly after hearing this. They had seen many such people before the apocalypse, but it wasn't as obvious as it is now. Ultimately, in the end, it all comes down to ability. Of course, timing and location are also very important. Chun Jiu shrugged. "Let's just take it one step at a time." Song Zaheo nodded. "It's better than him not wanting to try anything and wasting everyone's food." Exactly, a scoundrel, a petty thug. Right? At the same time, inside the parking lot of shopping mall outside the third ring road, 2 women, one on the left and one on the right, pried open the car's fuel tank cap from the outside. Su Hao followed behind, collecting gasoline from each vehicle one by one. With the fuel tank cap openable, Su Hao simply reached in and touched the hole, and the gasoline was stored in his spatial storage. If you encounter a fuel tank cap with a lock, for example, those mechanical structures are simply impossible to pry open. Then Su Hao would take out the alloy broadsword and cut the fuel tank hinge open. One slash. Clang. Even if the fuel tank cap falls off, you can still get fuel. That's all. After clearing the cars from 2 parking lots, the 3 of them stopped to rest for a while, chat, and have some drinks. Then continue prying. The 3 of them pried open the place from noon until the afternoon. Then they pried it open from the afternoon until the evening. They managed to pry open more than a dozen cars and collect almost all the gasoline. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It was getting close to dusk. There's still 300 to 500 cars in the parking lot. But the 3 of them didn't have enough time to pry it open. The 3 of them sat on the grass in a roadside green belt to rest and eat something to replenish their energy. Su Qing was exhausted after a long day. Ignoring the pain in his butt, he sat down on the lawn and lay back. Then he asked Su Hao, "How much gasoline did we collect today?" Su Hao glanced at it. Mission, loot gasoline, 1680 to 5000. Nearly 1700 liters. Su Hao rounded up. Wow, that's a lot. Su Qing lay down next to Su Hao and immediately started doing mental calculations. How much does a liter of gasoline cost? How much have we made in the past half day? Su Hao and Han Jiangxue immediately turned their heads away. I glanced at the gas station sign in the distance. 7.5 yuan. Su Qing got the oil price and blurted it out. Over 12,000. She rounded up to the nearest whole number. If the 3 of us average, that's over 4,000 a day and 120,000 a month. Haha. Han Jiangxue rolled her eyes and took a sip of her cola. Nonsense. How could stealing oil not bring in money quickly? It's the end of the world. How can it be considered theft? Suking Vito. These are all ownerless items, and the political and legal systems have largely collapsed. We can't just let it go like that. Han Jiangxue nodded, which could be interpreted as agreement. To still be concerned with these things nowadays is tantamount to courting death and demeaning oneself. The 3 of them ate, drank, and chatted. Su Qing lay on the lawn and looked around. Then her eyes suddenly lit up, and she pointed to a shop on the street and said, "Jiang Shui, look, a clothing store. Let's go get some clothes." Han Jiangshue's eyes lit up when she heard this. They only have 1 set of clothes left and no spare clothes to change into. They need to find some more. She nodded, just about to agree. Boom! But the sudden explosion made Su Qing immediately cover her ears, and Han Jiangxue was stunned. Su Hao stood up and looked in the direction of the explosion. It's quite far, but I can't tell how far. The explosion even created a small mushroom cloud. What's going on? Su Qing et Gelim. A missile? Or a bomb? What happened? Han Jiangxue shook her head. It couldn't have been a missile or bomb. We didn't hear any planes. What exploded? Su Hao suddenly thought of something. He looked up at his watch and began to carefully examine the map. He kept dragging his mouse in the direction of the explosion until he saw a spot that matched the blast radius. Chemical plant. What? Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. It explodes even when there's no one around. Or is an explosion caused by zombies? I don't know. Su Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly. The bigger problem they're facing now is that, regardless of whether the chemical plant exploded because of a person or because of zombies, what they're experiencing today is the first natural explosion, definitely not the last. More importantly, Han Jianshue's expression was grave, and she stated directly and definitively, "We can't stay in coastal cities anymore. The nuclear power plants are all located in coastal cities." Suawanadi, Jis. It's not just nuclear power plants, but also battery factories, chemical plants, steel mills, gas plants, and so on. Even if nuclear power plants have high safety protection levels, even if it doesn't explode out of control on its own, with so many zombies, can we really guarantee that it won't explode or cause a nuclear leak? What if there's an earthquake or a tsunami in the future? I'll say it again. Would you dare gamble with your life? Therefore, it's best to leave early. That's definitely right. Chapter 57, Principal Industrial Zone. Giant beasts appear. Go for it. Before the apocalypse, many industries were automated. Although many of them will automatically detect and stop when unattended or stop after a power outage, the safety hazards are not reduced at all and may even increase. Because there are still zombies. Based on this situation, dangerous areas such as chemical plants should absolutely be avoided. Who knows whether you or the factory will be thrown into the air first? And the issue of nuclear power plants. Most nuclear power plants in the world are built on the coast or even on the edge of neighboring countries. Even if nuclear power plants are highly intelligent, it will automatically stop reacting if left unattended. But there are also various external factors. How do zombies operate inside a nuclear power plant? What to do in the event of an earthquake or tsunami? Even if it doesn't explode, the impact of a leak will extend far beyond just the marine ecosystem. It's the end of the world. Zombies plus radiation. Who knows what kind of things will be born? Therefore, it is essential to keep a respectful distance from them. Su Hao let out a long breath and nodded. We'll stay one more day tomorrow, then we'll leave. On the way, keep an eye out for hardware stores and appliance stores. Let's see if there are any radios, and it would be best if we could find a radio station. Han Jiangxue nodded to indicate that she understood. Su Qing was a little curious. You can find radios, but how do you find wireless radios? What's the use of these things? Have you seen any films about the war of resistance against Japan? I've seen it. Radios are the only convenient means of communication in the absence of a network. How did it spread? It relies on electromagnetic waves, which are refracted in the atmosphere and environment. Radio stations can also relay information. With a radio station, you can get a lot of extra information. I see. The more isolated an environment is, the more important the information becomes. Many people are unfamiliar with radio stations, because radio is just a niche hobby. But in reality, at the University of Tokyo, any niche hobby has a large number of people enjoying it. Radio stations are one of them. In situations such as earthquakes, natural disasters, entertainment, hobbies, etc., there were responses on various radio channels. There are even radio driver's licenses. If you want, you can even chat with people all over the world via radio, even people on the moon. There are also many channels on the radio. There is an official channel, personal channel, local channels, etc. It's certain that various enthusiasts and officials will spread the message through the radio. With the radio, Su Hao and others were able to receive news from all over the world. That way, we can avoid risks in advance, gathering intelligence or traveling, etc. In short, it is very useful. The time that follows. An explosion at the chemical plant did not completely destroy the remaining materials. It was already getting dark when Han Jiangxue and Su Qing went to a roadside shop to find clothes to try on. 2 or 3 small explosions still occurred near the chemical plant. The explosion was not serious, but you can also see towering flames and hear explosions. Many zombies around naturally rushed towards the direction of the sound. If we take into account the range of sound, at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of zombies are heading towards the chemical plant. Outrageous. Su Hao looked at the horde of zombies heading in the same direction. It's like a pilgrimage. Luckily, they don't have much intelligence right now. What drives the zombies now is more instinct. But the zombies are also evolving, so it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing found a few sets of clothes and came back. Su Qing, dressed in denim shorts and a knitted short-sleeved shirt, was posing and asking Su Hao a question. How is it, Su Hao? Does this outfit look good? Su Hao glanced at her and saw a handprint peeking out from under her hot pants. I almost burst out laughing. But after a casual glance, he didn't feel it was obvious. It looks good, not bad. Han Jiangxue also changed into denim shorts, but her top was just a simple, breathable, loose t-shirt, prioritizing convenience. However, she didn't talk about that. Instead, he frowned as he watched the zombies hurrying along. They've gotten faster again. They're no slower than a normal person walking. They naturally refer to zombies. In just a few days, the zombies have evolved from walking at a staggering pace to walking at the speed of a normal person. This speed is at least twice as fast. How long will it take for him to learn to run? Yes, Suhao nodded in agreement. Hopefully, by then, human evolution will be pretty good too. This answer made Han Jiangxue and Su Qing's eyes light up. Yes, rather than hoping that zombies will evolve slowly, it's better to hope that humans will adapt well and evolve and awaken to be stronger. This is the true principle. During the conversation, Su Qing seemed to have thought of something. Before it got completely dark, she quickly pulled down her hot pants and looked inside. In a dimly lit environment, Su Qing saw the handprint on her back, which seemed to be fading away, leaving only a faint outline. "Oh my!" Su Qing exclaimed excitedly. "Su Hao, your handprint seems to be almost gone." Han Jiangxue was stunned when she heard this. She quickly went to the side to take a look. Just as I thought. At noon, it was so bad that the skin was completely red and bruised. It's only been half a day. It's almost gone. That's impossible before the end of the world. Su Hao glanced at it, and it was indeed true. Su Qing immediately asked him excitedly, "Does this count as having talent?" "It definitely counts, even without referring to this." "What talent will be awakened?" "It depends on you. Is it possible that you recover quickly from a beating?" "Huh?" Without a doubt, Su Qing's talent must be related to recovery, because her recovery speed was really fast, even faster than Han Jiangxue, who was a soldier, which was obviously far beyond the normal level. Time passed slowly, until it got dark. Su Qing looked around at the pitch-black night. She immediately shrank closer to Su Hao and Han Jiangxue, feeling a little scared. But suddenly, she thought of something. Immediately grabbing Su Hao's hand, he said, "Su Hao, my car has an external power supply. Haven't we already stolen so much gasoline? Let's go find a power strip, lights, and a kettle. Then we'll have light and instant noodles to eat." The external power supply from the car is sufficient to power small electrical appliances. After resting for a while, Su Hao realized that he was not resting here. He should take the car out, fill up the gas tank, turn on the air conditioning, and generate electricity to live a good life. "Wait a minute," right away. Su Hao stood up, clapped his hands, and first reminded the two women. "Make way, leave plenty of space. This car is different now." Su Qing looked puzzled. "What do you mean by different?" Han Jiangxue also listened with great curiosity. "You'll find out soon enough." Su Haoqing cleared out a space. He then glanced at the giant beast in the system's space, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. Smack! The sound came out. Large ripples appeared in the space in front of him, just like the effect of steam rising from the air. Su Qing was also taken aback when she saw such a large space. How could it be so big? Is her car that big? And the next moment, after Titan Heavy Industries Roadbreaker, a dual-use military and civilian armored personnel carrier, was modified into a self-use off-road version, it appeared. Looking at the enormous figure in front of me, Han Jiangxue's narrow eyes slowly widened. Su Qing slowly raised her head, and as if there was a delay, she slowly widened her eyes, and then slowly opened her mouth wide enough to almost fit an egg. Chapter 58 Bulletproof Behemoth RV, Restoring the Power System. Is this still my car? Strictly speaking, no, they have absolutely no connection. Where's my car? Consider it a sacrifice. So, do we make a profit or a loss? Isn't this a huge profit? Under the cover of darkness, Su Qing looked up at the enormous machine and mechanically answered the questions. She knew it was a huge profit, but she wanted to know just how much profit she could make. Su Qing slowly stepped back to take in the entire car. It's over 10 meters long and nearly 2 meters high. To put it bluntly, it's a single-story house on the road. And those tires were all frighteningly large. 2 pairs of tires in the front and 4 pairs in the back are considered few for this type of car, indicating that the tires are of excellent quality. Su Qing stood to the side, each tire reaching up to her chest. "This is too big," Su Qing exclaimed. "Tanks don't need to be this big. In this car, no matter how you look at it, something's not right. You call it a truck? It doesn't really look like one. This car's front, its body, its materials, it doesn't look like a civilian vehicle at all." Han Jiangxue was shocked. She stepped forward, raised her hand, and tapped on the car body. Pump pump. A dull metallic sound came from beneath his hands. Without a doubt, this car's protection level is incredibly high, making it impossible for it to be a civilian vehicle. "This car is bulletproof," Han Jiangxue affirmed. Just then, warning, this is a private vehicle. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching. After Han Jiangxue finished typing, the vehicle immediately began flashing its blue and red lights. A ring of searchlights spread out around the vehicle, and the laser equipment began to project. Within a 2-meter radius of the vehicle, a dangerous red warning light flashes whenever someone gets close. Han Jianxue and Su Qing immediately stepped back, after leaving the 2-meter warning zone projected onto the ground by the vehicle. The vehicle's red laser projection then changed to a mix of green and blue, instead of just red and blue. Wow! Su Qing exclaimed in surprise, looking at Su Hao. This car has a projection device like this? It's also this kind of intelligent. Yes, there is, Su Hao nodded. Just now, at the same time the vehicle issued a warning, his watch also received a vibration and alert. He also knew it subconsciously through the watch. Su Hao raised his watch. Aim at the vehicle. Bind the vehicle. Pairing successful. Please name your in-vehicle smart device. A behemoth. Naming successful. Add passengers to the train crew. Han Jianxue and Su Qing. Receive. In-vehicle intelligence is not much different from today's AI. It is not true intelligence and has no autonomous consciousness, but its performance is surprisingly good. It can also drive itself. Now, once paired with a watch, it can even act as a smart home assistant. All right. Su Hao received all the information about the giant beast. He nodded to Han Jianxue and Su Qing. Okay, let's go up and take a look. There should be a place to charge the car up there. I'll fill up the gas tank. Su Qing nodded excitedly. Let me see. Good luck. Su Hao walked to the gas station on the vehicle. The refueling methods are all the same. But surprisingly, the gas cap can be unlocked intelligently by fingerprint or mechanically. Su Hao came over and touched it. The gas cap pops open. Su Hao touched the gas filler hole again. In an instant, 1,680 liters of gasoline filled the fuel tank. All the oil in Su Hao's system space is gone. Su Qing and Han Jianxue were still watching from the side. He was taken aback when he saw Su Hao. Su Qing asked curiously, "How much did you add?" "All added." "Huh?" Su Qing was stunned. "All 1,700 liters have been added?" "Yes." Su Hao nodded. "This car has a 2,000-liter fuel tank. How far can it run?" "This car also generates electricity from gasoline. Based on consumption, a full tank of gas can power the car for about 4,000 kilometers." Hiss. Su Qing looked up in astonishment at the giant beast before her. "What does it mean to be able to run 4,000 kilometers in one go? I can drive most of the 318 highway in one go. This battery life is terrifying. Let's go up." The gas tank was almost empty, but the fuel gauge was only at a little over 80. "We'll have to loot the rest tomorrow." Su Hao got in from the driver's seat, and the two women got in from the passenger seat. The front of the car is particularly spacious. The driver's seat is like a space capsule. Su Hao sat down, enveloped in the fabric, as if there was no weight at all. Wow! When Su Qing got on the bus, her eyes lit up as she looked at the space in front of the car. There's also plenty of space in the passenger seat. There's a passageway next to it. Go inside, and there's a row of seats and a row of warehouses at the back. There are many electrical appliances in the front of the car. Su Qing glanced at the screen and immediately saw what she wanted most for the time being. Plug. She quickly took out her charger and phone from her bag and plugged them in the car. With a do sound, her phone started charging. "It's charged," Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. Upon seeing this, Han Jianxue also took out her phone and started charging it. After she plugged it in, she left it aside and started watching Su Hao's operation. Su Hao got into the car. Relying on all the information and materials, he surprisingly had a sense of familiarity. As soon as people get on, they sit down. Adjust the various angles of the capsule chair. Then press the start button. The next moment, the lights of various instruments and electrical appliances inside the car turned on, while the various energy bars on the car windows began to restart and adjust, returning to the correct data. This car doesn't have an instrument panel. The glass directly displays various data, very clearly visible. Faintly, one could also hear the whirring sound of a car engine, a sound full of science fiction. Wow! Su Qing exclaimed in amazement countless times upon seeing these. This car is so futuristic, and its style is like a military vehicle. Su Hao nodded. It was originally a military vehicle. He reached out and casually slid his hand across the left window a few times, just like playing on a tablet. He turned on the air conditioner, set it to 22 degrees Celsius, and turned on the cold air. Cold air soon began to circulate inside the car. Awesome! Su Qing cheered, taking a deep breath. I'd completely forgotten about the air conditioning. Su Hao also let out a long, comfortable sigh. He pointed to the carriage behind him. The first floor of the back one can be converted into a multi-purpose living room. We'll get a refrigerator, mattress, and so on later. The second floor can be folded up and used only for sleeping. Refrigerator, color TV, mattress. These things, which were readily available before the apocalypse, now seem like a dream. Su Qing was so excited that she wished she could scour the mall overnight to replenish her stock. I'll sleep in the car tonight. Of course. It's much safer on the bus. It's on. It's on. At this moment, Su Qing's phone was plugged in and turned on. She was overjoyed and immediately started playing on her phone. Although there's not much to do without internet, it's mainly about reminiscing. Suhao's phone was also charged, but after the network was disconnected, those who know, the phone was not much different from a brick at most a high-tech brick. Han Jiangxue only glanced at it before putting it down. She thought for a moment, then reached out and rubbed Suhao's arm. What's wrong? Are we practicing swordsmanship again tonight? Suhao thought about it and realized that self-discipline couldn't be broken, especially since the vehicle had 360-degree lighting at any angle. So he nodded. Lian, let's go down. Okay. Han Jiangxue immediately smiled and went downstairs with Suhao to practice swordsmanship. Chapter 59. Sweeping through milk tea shops, barbershops, and pharmacies, the entire street. The next day, when Suhao woke up in the back of the giant beast, he glanced at the time. It's already 9 o'clock. Looking down and to the left and right, he saw that Su Qing and Han Jiangxue were both sleeping beside him. Last night, due to the small-scale lighting provided by the lights, Suhao trained Han Jiangxue for quite some time. Although Han Jiangxue was constantly on the defensive, her strength was improving at a visible rate. Of course, there's another reason why I've been able to train for so long. That is Han Jiangxue's physique, which has improved significantly compared to the apocalypse. She herself is certain of this. After Suhao woke up, Han Jiangxue slowly woke up. She got up groggily and propped herself up with one hand. Suhao glanced at it and was taken aback. How is the light coming from? Even after last night's drills, I didn't stop practicing. When Han Jiangxue noticed Suhao's gaze, she felt no shame. Instead, she smiled warmly, as if she had just woken up, and leaned in to hug Suhao. He collapsed again. Bang! A soft thud. This made Su Qing, who was on the other side, sit up abruptly. She was startled. I thought it was a zombie banging on the car door from outside. Then I saw the two people next to me gnawing at each other like zombies. She was stunned. Hey. Su Qing directly squeezed between the two of them and pushed them apart. Then he sat up, panting as he spoke. What do you mean? Killing a dog right in front of you, is that it? Han Jiangxue sat up and wiped her mouth. She glanced at Su Qing and said, I don't consider you an outsider. You said it yourself. Upon hearing this, Su Qing immediately felt she had been taken advantage of. Then I want it too. Han Jiangxue looked directly at Suhao. Su Qing also looked at Suhao. Suhao shook his head. Han Jiangxue was a little surprised. Su Qing was stunned. She thought Suhao looked down on her. In an instant, a woman's tears flow like a faucet gate, gushing out in a torrent. Woo! Wait a moment. But Su Qing's sobbing, like a train whistle, had only just begun. Suhao interrupted him. He shook his head and snapped his fingers. He took out a toothbrush, toothpaste, a cup, and water and handed them to the two women. Go brush your teeth, they smell. Han Jiangxue. Su Qing. Han Jiangxue was truly dumbfounded. It was her first time making this in the morning, and she had no idea it would smell like this. In reality, I didn't brush my teeth after eating dinner. How could it not smell the next morning? Do you really think real life is like in movies and TV shows, where your mouth still smells delicious all night long? Su Qing burst into laughter through her tears. Tears were still on her face, but she couldn't suppress them from her lips. In the end, I couldn't hold back any longer. Ah! A wild laugh echoed through the carriage. Fortunately, the train carriages are well soundproofed. Otherwise, Su Qing's laughter would have attracted countless zombies. After a while, Han Jiangxue went downstairs to brush her teeth. Su Qing had just finished laughing when she went downstairs to brush her teeth. The three of them stood by the roadside, watching the zombies in the distance, and washed themselves together, then poured mineral water onto towels to wash their faces. Suhao was wiping his face. He had just finished wiping his face and handed the towel to Han Jiangxue. Su Qing finished brushing her teeth and spat them out. He immediately skipped over and hugged Suhao, kissing him passionately. Not you. After a while, they separated. Han Jiangxue was still calmly wiping her face. Su Qing's face was flushed. Suhao pursed his lips and sighed. You smell like toothpaste. Ha ha. Su Qing was about to burst into wild laughter again. When Han Jiangxue heard that she was about to laugh, she realized that she had been able to bite Su Qing right in front of her without any problems, but now she raised her leg to kick Su Qing. Su Qing quickly covered her mouth and jumped to the side. He kicked her because he didn't want to attract zombies. The inside of the car is different from the outside. After brushing my teeth, the three of them began to eat breakfast. Suhao, munching on a want rice cracker, said, Today, let's go find a supermarket on the street and get a kettle. Han Jiangxue nodded in agreement, biting into a small pan bread roll. They both wanted to eat instant noodles. I get tired of eating this all the time, but I crave it if I don't eat it for a while. Especially during the apocalypse, cravings become even stronger. Su Qing, standing to the side, nodded as she ate. She suddenly remembered something, so she took off a bit of her pants to take a look. He exclaimed in surprise, Su-hao, look! The handprint is completely gone. Su-hao glanced at it, thick-skinned. No, it's because it heals quickly. Thick skin heals quickly. Only the best and fastest. After breakfast, the three prepared to start working. However, before sweeping up the gas tanks, Su-hao decided to sweep up the shops on the street first. Let's go sweep the streets. Let's go. Su-ching was looking forward to sweeping the streets. The three of them crossed the traffic lights outside the mall and came to the other side. A quick glance reveals milk tea shops, restaurants, fruit shops, pharmacies, dental clinics, portrait shops, barber shops, and shops whose names and decor are completely incomprehensible. This kind of business is clearly doomed to fail sooner or later. Su-ching looked at them one by one. Are the milk tea shops worth searching? It should be worth it. There might be tea bags and sugar. Su-ching thought for a moment and nodded. Then she saw a few more dots and exclaimed with delight. There are pharmacies and dental clinics. Let's stock up on more medicine and also dental clinics. If they have medical equipment, a lot of it can be used temporarily. Han Jiangxue looked at it and nodded. She also suggested, take the hair clippers from the barber shop too. Yes. We'll need to get haircuts in the future too. Su-ching immediately agreed. Su-hao completely agreed. While you can cut hair without clippers, it will definitely look like a dog chewed it afterwards. Not only would he not be able to accept it, but the two women would be even less able to accept it. Let's take action. Go. The three set off. Let's go to the nearest bubble tea shop first. There's zombie employees only in the kitchen. Han Jiangxue casually chopped it down and began looting. Su-ching opened the refrigerator directly, and sure enough, it was there. Aside from the fact that the milk tea had gone moldy, there were indeed tea bags, a whole basket full. They really do have tea bags. Su-ching pulled out a basket and handed it to Su-hao. We're going to have milk tea now. Let's go. Su-hao put away a basket of tea bags. Then they found sugar, refrigerators, freezers, and so on. Collect them all, then take your people and leave. These are all the things that milk tea shops need. Next, we searched each house one by one. If you encounter a zombie, just kill it. Later at the restaurant, we found several bags of rice, seasonings, and kitchen utensils. I scoured the pharmacy for every kind of medicine, including health supplements and even Viagra. However, a few treatments for fever, colds, and other illnesses were left and placed inside the counter at the entrance. Wait for someone who truly needs it to risk coming and taking it away. Su-hao wouldn't be short of these portions. Next was the fruit shop. I didn't loot it. All the fruit inside had already gone bad. Only some apples that didn't spoil easily remained, which I took. Then they went to the barber shop and took the hair clippers and a bunch of other tools with them. Although I don't know how to use it now, I can't be without it when I need it in the future. Chapter 60: Sweeping away medical equipment and gasoline. New mission. They ransacked the entire street. In the end, the only place I didn't go was the dental clinic. The three of them went downstairs. The clinic is just one of chain stores, but it doesn't seem to be of a low standard. Let's go inside. Su-hao carried his large horizontal sword and went inside. The first floor is for reception. There's nothing there. Go up the stairs to the second floor, and you'll find a large outpatient clinic area. There are probably a dozen or so zombies here. They were all dentists, receptionists, nurses, and patients. Boo-boo. Su-hao casually killed two nearby enemies, and then flicked the remaining one away with one hand. The large horizontal sword shot out. Amidst the flashing blades and the clash of swords, the killing was over in just over 10 seconds. The sword flew back horizontally. Su-hao took it back into his hand. Let's go. See if there's anything we can move. Su-hao gestured for Su-ching to go find it. Only she was familiar with medical equipment. Su-hao and Su-ching knew nothing about it. Su-ching led the way. First, locate the warehouse. Sure enough, I gained quite a lot. Anesthesia, tooth extraction instruments, surgical instruments, scalpels, forceps, grinders, and even x-ray machines, and so on. Without saying a word, Su-hao accepted them all. I'll say it again. It may not be useful now, but we can't do without it in the future. It's unclear how long it will take to resume production of this equipment in the future. Collect all the equipment. Su-ching went downstairs satisfied. What's next? Su-ching asked. Pry open the fuel tank, Su-hao said. All right. The first day of prying open the gas tank was fun, but it was bound to get boring later on. The three returned to the vicinity of the mall. Before starting to pry open the fuel tank, Su-ching suddenly thought of something and quickly took Su-hao's hand and made a suggestion. Let's release the behemoth first, then plug in the refrigerator we looted and chill some cola drinks, okay? Su-ching's suggestion caught the attention of Su-hao and Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue couldn't help but lick her lips. I want an iced cola. Su-hao also craved a taste. You really know how to enjoy yourself. You can make more suggestions like this in the future. Su-king not that happily. So we returned to the mall. Su-hao first took the giant beast out of his spatial storage. Then they took out a refrigerator from the carriage, plugged it in, and chilled a bunch of drinks on it, with the three of them looking forward to it. Get to work, get to work. He turned around and started working again. Just like yesterday, the two women went to pry open the door, while Suhao looted from behind. It took more than 3 hours to pry it open. They kept prying until 1 p.m. It wasn't until the sun was too strong that Suhao led his people into the car to rest. Before getting on the bus, Suhao gave the instructions while looking at his watch. Turn on the air conditioner. As soon as I heard that the air conditioner was already on, Su Qing abandoned Suhao and Han Jiangxue and immediately ran towards the giant beast. She climbed into the carriage in one go. Then he let out a long sigh. That felt so good. June brought a drop in temperature. But in temperatures approaching 30 degrees Celsius, it's still very hot to work for several hours. When Suhao and Han Jiangxue got into the car, the three of them started drinking the iced cola from the refrigerator. Suhao gently turned it on. The sound of fizzy cola in this apocalyptic world sounds like celestial music. Suhao took a big gulp of the drink. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. One sip and a third of the cola is gone. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue, who were standing next to her, were also drinking heartily. Su Qing exclaimed, "It tastes so much better than yesterday's room temperature drink. Isn't that Jiangxue?" Jiangxue nodded. "It tastes better iced." Of course. Suhao nodded in agreement. After all, there's a saying about drinks like Coca-Cola, iced tea, and Sprite. It's called iced, it's like divine wine. At room temperature, it's like horse urine. These drinks, the taste at room temperature and after being chilled, are completely different things. Let's take a break for an hour. Suhao took a sip of his drink. If you're sleepy, you can take a nap. We'll go on a shopping spree at the mall this afternoon. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue nodded. Good. They were both looking forward to the goods in the mall. I wanted to sweep the streets simply because it was on my way and right next door. If you really want to see efficiency, you have to look at online stores. Noon. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue were resting in the train carriage, enjoying the air conditioning. Suhao also lay down to rest for a while. At the same time, I glanced at the task in my mind. Mission, loot gasoline, 2740 to 5000. It's still a little over halfway done. Thinking about this, Suhao started planning what to take from the mall. He combed his hair while counting on his fingers. He said this to the two women. When we go to the mall to scavenge, let's first figure out what to find first. Good. Su Qing was taken aback at first, but then immediately became interested. She sat down immediately and came to Suhao's side. Then I started to sort things out. At first, I had a lot of ideas in my head, but when it came to actually saying them, I didn't know where to begin. Regarding the food, after so many days, which foods are still good, and which might have gone bad? As soon as Su Qing uttered her silly words, Han Jiangxue took a deep breath and pushed Su Qing away. She glanced at Su Qing. We need everything related to food, and we also need to stock up on multiple sets of appliances in case they break down later. What we really need to consider is what other miscellaneous items we need. Su Qing suddenly realized, oh right, I forgot. It's the end of the world. Why be picky about food? Of course, we'll take everything we can find. And everything related to food, oil, salt, seasonings, pots and pans, etc. must be included. Nothing will be left out. What truly requires a choice is to make. It's those things that are grandiose but impractical. Of course, this doesn't mean completely avoiding it. Instead, we consider priorities. To this end, Su Qing and Han Jiangxue fell into deep thought. Suhao's idea, of course, was to find a way to get them all. However, the system space does not allow it. 100 cubic meters is definitely not enough to fit the entire mall. There are just too many things in the store. And the very least, space must also be reserved for accommodating the behemoth armored vehicle. The behemoth was simply too large. Even if the carriage was fully loaded, it would still take up most of Suhao's current system space, leaving very little room for anything else. Therefore, space also needs to be allocated. In addition to food and appliances, there are other things. At this moment, trigger quest, sweep through the shop. Mission requirements. In this apocalyptic world, while others struggle to survive, you find yourself caught in a painful dilemma. Space is limited, making it difficult to choose. But don't worry, sweep through the shop to obtain the stage rewards. Task reward. Complete the first floor of the shop to receive 50 cubic meters of space. Completely clear the first and second floors of the shop to receive a 100 cubic meter space reward. Completely clear floors 1, 2, and 3 of the shop to receive a reward of 150 cubic meters of space. Upon seeing the mission prompt, Suhao's eyes lit up. This is a cumulative task similar to killing zombies. However, the difference is that killing zombies takes a long time to accumulate, while this is accumulated through individual missions. The first layer gives 50, the second layer gives 100, and the third layer gives 150. That is to sweep through the entire mall. The total reward is 300 cubic meters of system space. If we add Su Hao's current 100, then he'll have 400 after completing the task. It's about the size of 2 classrooms. It can hold a lot of things. This task must be completed, Su Hao affirmed. Chapter 61. Slaughtering over 1,000 zombies. First stage reward. 2 p.m. After resting, he led the 2 women in through a back door of the mall. Su Hao, dressed in heavy general's armor and wielding a large horizontal sword, walked in front. Han Jiangxue, holding a miao knife, followed behind. Su Qing was last. Because the mall is much larger than other buildings, the environment is still quite visible even without lights. But it's still a bit gloomy. Many of the corners were pitch black, which looked a bit scary. After Su Qing came in, looking at my surroundings, I suddenly felt scared. He whispered, "It's so dark inside." It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was shining brightly outside. The inside was gloomy, and the atmosphere was terrifying. Hearing the continuous sound of footsteps inside the mall, Su Qing immediately sensed something was wrong. She nervously gripped Su Hao's hand. He suggested, "How about we forget about it? There are at least several thousand zombies in the mall. It's too dangerous. This is just a small to medium-sized online store. It has only 3 floors. If it were a large shopping mall with 5 or even 8 floors, where tens of thousands of people, or even more, would be in one building at the same time, just thinking about it would be despairing." Han Jiangxue remained silent for a moment, then looked at Su Hao. Both of them prioritized Su Hao. Ultimately, the decision rests with Su Hao. A few thousand zombies. How long will this cut continue? After a moment of silence, Su Hao looked at the rewards for clearing the shop, and then at his own abilities. "Dry." Su Hao waved his hand and nodded firmly. "Just look at me." A system space reward of 300 cubic meters. Completed the task. His space increased 4-fold. It would be such a waste not to do this. Su Hao must have a reason to complete this task. If we can't finish cleaning it today, we'll do it tomorrow, and if we can't finish it tomorrow, we'll do it the day after. This mall must be cleaned up completely, Su Hao told the 2 women firmly. Hearing Su Hao's confident tone, Han Jiangxue pursed her lips, then gave a slightly crazy smirk. She could already see that the next few days would be filled with bloodshed. She loves it the most. Su Qing glanced at Su Hao, then at Han Jiangxue's expression, and knew that this matter had to be done. "Su Qing not dead? Okay, I can't help with the fight. After you finish fighting tonight, I'll give you and Jiangxue a massage to help you relax." Su Hao nodded. "Good." After saying that, he picked up his knife, turned around, and walked into the mall. Han Jiangxue immediately followed. Su Qing also went inside. She would be helping to move things later. After fully entering the mall, we had just arrived on the first floor. The 3 of them then saw a horde of zombies moving about inside. They are everywhere, in the shops on both sides, in the aisles and the stairwells. Several toys that were still fastened with seat belts couldn't get out. They've been struggling for the past few days, only managing to loosen the seat belts. Then they saw Su Hao slam in. The zombie horde reacted immediately, compared to before, when we relied solely on sounds and noises. Upon seeing this, Su Hao said to Han Jiangxue, "This batch might evolve faster." They reacted immediately and came over on their own. "You stay behind them." "Okay." Han Jiangxue nodded, confirming that they seemed to be evolving even faster. This is related to the fact that they took action as soon as they heard the commotion. The reaction time is much faster than before. Immediately afterwards, they saw the zombies approaching. Without saying a word, Su Hao swung his broadsword forward. "Go!" The horizontal blade is as sharp as a sword. It was also a flying sword, which instantly flew into the zombie horde and began to hack and slash wildly. Without the limitation of manpower, the flying sword could cut however it wanted, violently entering the zombie horde and slaughtering them like a meat grinder. In just a few minutes, Su Hao output a large amount of mental energy. He wielded the large horizontal blade to its fullest extent, swinging the blade like a combined harvester cutting wheat. 1 minute passed, and 45 zombies were killed. 5 minutes passed, and 360 zombies were killed. 15 minutes have passed, and 1,200 zombies have been killed. The speed at which we kill zombies is getting slower and slower. Time flies. All the zombies that could be seen on the main road of the entire first floor were killed. Only what's inside the store is unclear and invisible. Therefore, there was no killing. At this moment, Su Hao felt his consciousness becoming sluggish, a sign of excessive mental energy depletion. Return. With a flick of his finger, the broadsword flew back instantly and returned his hand. Han Jiangxue is cleaning up the zombies in store. Depending on how popular they are, a store typically only has a few to a dozen of these. Su Qing stood behind Su Hao. She watched in utter shock as Su Hao slaughtered the zombies. In the short time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the entire floor was slaughtered. She can't even count them all. Han Jiangxue had only cut down less than 30 at this point. At this moment, Su Qing noticed Su Hao's frown and quickly went over to support him, asking, "Are you all right? What happened to you?" After hearing this, Han Jiangxue, the bloodlust in her eyes vanished instantly, and she quickly ran back. "It's nothing." Su Hao took a deep breath and pinched his brow. "I just used up too much of my mental energy." "Then let me give you a massage." Su Qing immediately started massaging Su Hao. Su Hao took off his helmet, and she helped him massage his temples. While this won't restore your energy, it can certainly alleviate the discomfort. Right now, the light spirit was also inside Su Hao's body, rapidly restoring his condition. For this little guy, it spends most of its time sleeping, or rather, a state of semi-consciousness. Su Hao could wake it up by calling its name, but it spent most of its time sleeping, silently absorbing Su Hao's aura. Su Hao glanced at his zombie-killing mission. Mission: slay 10,000 zombies. Dva ka desetka. Great, you finished 1/5 of it in one go. Then let's keep up the good work. Take a break. After feeling no more dizziness or throbbing in his head, Su Hao stood up and put on his helmet. Let's go, clean up the first floor, get rid of the little zombies, and then go to the second floor. Okay. Han Jiangxue followed. As Su Hao began to personally kill zombies, his mental energy recovered on its own. For PM, the entire first floor has been cleaned up. There wasn't a single zombie left. Mission completed. Sweep through the shop. Phase 1. Task reward: 50 cubic meters of system space. Once the first phase is completed, the reward will be issued immediately. The space also changed from 100 to 150. Very good. Su Hao nodded. Su Hao looked. At this moment, Su Qing nudged Su Hao, pointed to several shops, and said excitedly, "Me, Huawei, Apple, Vivo, so many mobile phone stores. Let's take them all." Electronic products take up very little space. Considering both size and usability, scavenging these small electronic products offers excellent value for money. Even when used as a calculator, the computing power of today's mobile phones is unmatched by any other era, along with locally deployed mobile AI. So Su Hao nodded in agreement. "Okay, clear out all these electronic stores." "Okay," Su Qing said eagerly. Chapter 62. Looting luxury goods, clothing, designer watches, and jewelry stores. Haha, so many cell phones. Foldable TVs, large-screen TVs, small-screen TVs, watches, tablets, laptops, headphones, we have them all. Get rich. Inside the mobile phone store, Su Qing couldn't contain her excitement. She hummed a song as she collected all the electronic devices. Before the end of the world, this is undoubtedly a robbery. They'll cover your food and lodging. But what does that matter in the post-apocalyptic world? For people whose power system hasn't been restored, this thing is like a brick. It's not even worth a bag of instant noodles. It's completely useless, but it was still somewhat useful for Su Hao and his group. Even without internet access, it still has many basic functions. The mobile phone stores are located inside the mall, and they're connected together. So the three of them looted Hua, Guo, Vi, Xing, and me completely. The warehouses where the goods were stored were all opened. Han Jiangxue came out carrying a box of cell phones, wireless earphones, and a tablet, and handed them to Su Hao. With a wave of his hand, Su Hao stored them all into his spatial storage. Electronic products don't take up much space at all. Su Qing took out all the electronic products from the counter and inside the counter. Her face was beaming with joy. "Haha, Su Hao, they're all ours now. So awesome." Su Hao turned his head and glanced at it. Helplessly, he reached out and patted his helmet. He sighed. "That was a display unit. It's lost." "Huh." Su Qing looked at the phone in her hand and then noticed that it was different weight. "Oh, I didn't notice." But ultimately, Su Qing still looked happy and excited. Even Han Jiangxue had a smile on her face as she collected all the electronic products. This feeling is really great. Things you shouldn't do before the end of the world. Do whatever you want after the apocalypse. This kind of stimulation can drive people with poor mental states to gradually push their limits. It will also make bad people turn bad even faster. Of course, Su Hao doesn't consider himself a good person, but he's not a bad person either. He's just an ordinary person who's a bit lecherous. Then, the three arrive at the rice shop. Upon entering, Su Qing stared wide-eyed at the home appliances in the mobile phone store. She suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Su Hao. "I forgot rice shops are full of home appliances." Su Hao nodded. "That's true." He looked around. That huge rice shop also houses many other stores besides electronics. Robotic vacuum cleaner, washer and dryer, refrigerator, balance scooter, rice cooker, kettle, router, towels, hairdryer, speaker, ballpoint pen, notebook, television, power strip, surveillance camera, shaver, mattress, microwave oven. There's so many, covering almost all kinds of daily necessities. It can be said that after the apocalypse, they scavenged the rice house. That should be enough to gather most of your daily necessities. Aside from food, they had almost all other equipment. The three of them looked at each other in surprise. Good. Suhao clapped his hands and immediately decided, from now on, if we see a rice shop on the road, we'll stop and loot it. We can't let any of them go untouched. Su Qing nodded vigorously. Yes. This is so complete. It's so easy to search for it. As long as we collect more Mi Home products. If it breaks, just throw it away and get a new one. There's so many left over anyway. Let's move in. Suhao waved his hand. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue immediately went to collect those little things. For example, mobile phones, earphones, power banks, tablets, laptops, and all sorts of small items are collected together. Suhao went to collect the larger items. For example, refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners, robot vacuum cleaners, electric fans, etc. Less than half an hour. As Su Qing hummed a song, she happily moved the last box of tablets to Suhao's side. That should be it. The warehouse has all been moved. At this moment, Han Jiangxue found another box behind the cashier and handed it to Suhao. Look at this. Suhao took it and looked at it. A walkie-talkie? This is possible. After taking the walkie-talkie, Suhao immediately looked at the user manual. Network environment, 5,000 kilometer communication. Wireless environment, 5 kilometers communication range, up to 10 kilometers. Suhao glanced at it and put it away first. It's alright, at least the wireless communication can reach 5 kilometers, which is better than nothing. Han Jiangxue nodded in agreement. Yes. Something is better than nothing. In case we need to disperse temporarily later, being able to communicate is much better than not being able to communicate. Information transmission is very important. A short while later, the three men ransacked the rice shop, taking everything that was left. Several mobile phone stores. A total of 600 mobile phones were collected, with prices ranging from 1,500 to 10,000. There are 500 headphones, mostly wireless, with prices ranging from 200 to a few thousand. There are over 200 tablets available, with a wide price range. There are also a bunch of electronic products, such as laptops. The most abundant one, of course, is the Rice House, which has a huge collection of refrigerators, color TVs, furniture, and even mattresses. Let's go. There's still plenty more on the whole floor. Suhao waved his hand. Let's keep looting. Su Qing looked around curiously. Where is the shopping mall supermarket? Han Jiangxue shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Go look at the map. There's usually a shopping mall map next to the stairs. The supermarket in the mall might be in the basement, on the first or second floor, or on the top floor. Each design is different. Suhao immediately picked up his watch and began searching. It turns out this small shopping mall doesn't have a basement. Looking further up, Suhao clicked his tongue. It's on the top floor of the third floor. We can't find it today. Maybe tomorrow or the day after. Su Qing nodded. Then let's ransack the first floor first. The three of them went to other stores and began looting. The mall has a wide variety of shops, but most of the shops on the first floor are merchandise. Clothing stores, gold shops, shoe stores, watch shops, etc. The three of them were like opening a blind box. Su Qing's face was full of anticipation and excitement. She really enjoyed this feeling. Han Jiangxue and Suhao are alright. But overall, I was happy. Su Qing searched and carried things without sparing any effort. At the same time, they were shouting and yelling. Wow, new clothes. Take them all. Oh, new shoes. Take them all. Designer watches. Suhao, do you want these watches? Wow, designer clothes. Qingxiu lingerie. Jiangxue, come and get them. This, a gold shop. Come quick. Suhao, get your gold. There are just too many shops. On the first floor alone, Su Qing and Han Jiangxue took several sets of summer clothes, including all kinds of shorts, short-sleeve shirts, crop tops, off-the-shoulder tops, cardigans, etc. They couldn't possibly wear them all. Su Qing even changed clothes in front of Suhao. Even Qingxiu lingerie and various stockings were bought in several boxes. There are various watch shops behind it. Suhao shook his head. Traditional watches are fine. We don't need them much. We have electricity, so we don't need traditional watches to tell time. Alright, we need gold watches like gold Rolexes and some with gemstones too. The value of a gold watch lies not in the watch itself, but in the fact that gold may become a recognized form of currency in the future. Besides gold, valuable consumables such as food, bullets, and medicine can all be recognized as currency in the future. It mainly depends on the supply and demand relationship and the degree of consensus. Chapter 63, Car, Engine Mission Completed. Finally time to eat instant noodles. In the time that followed, Suhao left the giant beast at the entrance of the mall. Then they ransacked the entire first floor of the mall, taking everything they needed. Among them, electronic stores and jewelry stores were all gone. Clothing stores only sell the best and most beautiful items. Whether it's a domestic or international brand, take the good-looking ones. There are also various windbreakers, sportswear sets, running shoes, camping gear, etc. Take the whole set. Only ordinary clothing is acceptable. The vast majority of other clothing items are not needed. It takes up space. Besides, they also looted cosmetics, luxury goods, KFC, McDonald's, and so on. But they didn't take much. The food in these fast food restaurants has been sitting for days and has long since gone bad. Only packaged foods can be preserved for a long time. None of the others will work. It was 4:30 p.m. It took the three of them about 25 hours to finally clear out the entire first floor of the mall. They took everything they were supposed to have. Suhao had also arranged refrigerators, shelves, and other home appliances in the behemoth's carriage and secured them to prevent them from moving. He also reserved several extension cords for charging. Once everything that needs to be done is done, let's take a break. Suhao clapped his hands, sat down in the carriage, and started drinking his cola. The rear passenger compartment opens to reveal a folding metal staircase that leads directly up. Even without stairs, you can step on the bumper to climb up. Time to rest, Su Qing said, holding a Coke and taking out her phone. She connected it to a small speaker via Bluetooth and played music softly in the carriage. Han Jiangxue took a sip of her drink, a little curious. You downloaded the music beforehand? Without internet, you definitely can't listen to music online. Su Qing shook her head and sighed. The cached music I listened to before can't be cleared from my phone's junk files. Otherwise, it will be gone. That's all right then. Without the internet, modern society would be severely disconnected. Suhao thought for a moment. If I have the chance later, I can see if I can find some internet talent to build a local area network. Unlike the internet, which requires base stations and service providers, all you need on the local area network is a server and a stable network cable for interconnection. Of course, many things are still missing. So Suhao shook his head again. Forget it. We're too few people to be of much use. Han Jiangxue thought about it and agreed. Local area networks, LANs. It still requires a large population base, without a network for downstream selection. It is for storing data and for efficient office work. It's different from using it for playing games on a local area network. After resting for a while, it was 5 p.m. The sun began to slowly set. Suhao glanced at the task of scavenging gasoline. He silently got up, took a deep breath, and prepared to start working. Compared to before the apocalypse, if you really get serious after the apocalypse, it will definitely be much more tiring than working during the apocalypse. As long as you don't slack off, there's a lot of work to do. They can't stay idle at all. Where are you going? Su Qing asked when she saw Suhao get up, assuming he was heading somewhere. Get to work. Suhao took out a large scalpel. With so much gasoline, we need to get at least 5,000 liters before we leave. It's too dark inside the mall in the afternoon, so it's easier to get the gasoline now. It's too dark inside the mall now, making it inconvenient to work. And then the sun sets. Right now, the best option is to pry open the fuel tank. Hearing that Suhao was going to work, Su Qing and Han Jiangxue exchanged a glance, nodded, and put down what they were holding. Let's go. Wait for me, I'm coming too. The two women quickly picked up their tools and started working with Suhao, although they were both extremely tired. Moving so much stuff in the morning, sweeping the streets, moving things in the afternoon, sweeping the shopping mall. Even if they were slightly enhanced after the apocalypse. However, they were far from having Suhao's physical strength and recovery ability, but they did relatively little work. But the three of them are a team. There's no way anyone can do it, and no one can watch. Every little bit helps. That's all. The whole afternoon. The three of them then broke into many more cars. They kept prying until after 10 p.m. It was completely dark. Click! As Suhao reached out and wiped the gas nozzle, the last bit of gasoline was collected into his spatial storage. Mission complete. Loot gasoline. Mission reward. Unlimited God-tier car engine. The task is now complete. Suhao immediately called out. That's enough. Everyone can rest now. The three of them finally rested. Once back in the carriage, Su Qing lay panting on the newly acquired mattress, utterly exhausted. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I've never been this tired, even when I do experiments every day. She struggled to open a bottle of cola and gulped it down. Han Jiangxue is the same. She reached up to wipe the sweat from her forehead, then took a towel and wiped her body, chest, and other areas. Gurgle, gurgle. Suhao also took a big gulp of iced tea. The three of them were exhausted. Fortunately, we gained a lot. I was very lucky tonight. Most of the cars I pried open had a lot of fuel. Very few had fuel levels below 30, and most were even above 50. There were even more than 20 cars that were full of gas and had just finished refueling. In addition, after mastering the skills twice before, tonight, we completed the task of looting gasoline. We need to stock up more in advance. There's no other way. Suhao took another towel and wiped his sweat. We just need to get the gas station sorted out later. They're scavenging cars one by one, but sales are too slow. We'll have to wait and see. After drinking a few sips of cola and regaining her strength, Su Qing looked at Suhao and asked, is there a chance to take a shower? Also, I want to eat instant noodles tonight. Suhao shook his head and then nodded. You can only wipe yourself with a wet towel when you take a shower, but you can eat instant noodles as much as you want. Good. Before there was a large water supply. You can only use mineral water to take a bath. Night. Su Qing took a kettle and boiled water to make instant noodles for everyone. Su Hao took out a basin and a towel. There are also 20 bottles of mineral water. Han Jiangxue picked up the mineral water bottles, intending to unscrew them one by one and pour them into the basin. No need for that trouble. Su Hao reached out and threw them all into the basin, arranging them upright. Then take out the large horizontal sword. One strike. Puffed. 20 bottles of mineral water were all chopped in half in the basin. The water was poured into the basin with a splash. Han Jiangxue was taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle softly. What's so funny? Looks fun. Then, Su Hao and Han Jiangxue took towels, wet them, and wiped their bodies. I'm sweating way too much. Han Jiangxue took off all her clothes and wiped herself in front of Su Hao. Su Qing's eyes widened upon seeing this. Ahem. Han Jiangxue glanced at her, but ignored her. As a result, Su Qing also copied her and wiped it like that. Su Hao was naturally treated to a feast for the eyes, and he couldn't even control his gun. Hurry up and eat your instant noodles. After wiping themselves down, the three of them quickly started eating instant noodles. With the store stock, instant noodles come with everything: eggs, sausages, bamboo shoots, and more. The three of them ate with great relish. Su Qing finished a mouthful of instant noodles and made a satisfied ah sound. This instant noodle smells amazing. Suao nadi de fermetible. This stuff was delicious before the apocalypse, but now that it's the apocalypse, instant noodles are simply the ultimate delicacy. Chapter 64: Hybrid High-Efficiency Engine. Bathed in a rain of supernatural powers. The sky is unusually bright tonight. Even though it was completely dark, the moonlight still shone on the ground, and the visibility was still very high. It was as if it were only covered by a layer of black veil. Looking around, everything is clearly visible. The stars are all brighter than the last. After the three finished eating instant noodles, they lay down to rest in the carriage. The rear hatch was wide open. The air conditioner is left on all the time. It's just a waste of electricity. It doesn't use much electricity anyway. Su Hao put his hands behind his head. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue were lying next to him. The small speaker next to me was playing music softly and slowly. Su Hao's consciousness was submerged in his mind. Start checking the task rewards. I used the car engine version of the lottery. You have already used your reward attempt. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1, High Efficiency Engine. Reward 2, Magnetic High Efficiency Engine. Reward 3, Hybrid High Efficiency Engine. 3 engines, and 3 different engines at that, all going different directions. Su Hao glanced at it, but had nothing to say. Let's look at them one by one, starting with the first one. Highly efficient engine. While 21st century engines can only achieve a thermal efficiency of 30 to 45%, this engine achieves an even more astonishing 60 to 70%. With this engine, your car will boast superior power and range. Such a significant increase in thermal efficiency. Although Su Hao didn't know much about car engine design, he knew that the higher the thermal efficiency of a car, the harder it was to propel it. If any company in modern society could design such an engine. Therefore, there are only 3 possible outcomes for him. 1. He was recruited by the national team. 2. To become a global conglomerate. He committed suicide by shooting himself in the back. Of course, it's most likely to be 1 or 3. 2 is practically impossible unless you're the son of a warlord. Never mind, let's keep it for now. Su Hao shook his head. This engine still has its drawbacks, namely that it can only burn oil, and it requires oil with higher combustion efficiency. Otherwise, the improvement wouldn't be so obvious. Su Hao couldn't get his hands on this kind of oil. Next, Magnetic High Efficiency Engine. Equipped with this engine, your vehicle will possess significantly more torque and power, reaching an astonishing tens of thousands of RPM. Please do not install this engine on vehicles weighing less than 5 tons, otherwise it will physically tip over. Pure electric motor? Su Hao looked at this pure electric motor engine. It seems that it can be used not only in cars, but even in airplanes. But this requires electric vehicles with extremely large capacity. And its power consumption is also astonishing. It's like you've built a high-voltage electrical box. Forget about this one. A lot of the hardware can't keep up, and it'll just hold the engine back. It's better to skip it. Su Hao shook his head again. What suits you best is the best. For the first and second options, other hardware simply cannot keep up. There aren't even any raw materials available, so there's nothing you can do. What Su Hao wanted. It is a robust, durable, and versatile engine option, rather than having exceptionally long or special skills. Its shortcomings are also particularly obvious. Next, Hybrid High Efficiency Engine. This is a highly versatile engine. Considering users may encounter situations such as exploration, war, deserts, and rainforests, this engine can generate electricity using energy sources such as gasoline, diesel, ethanol, and synthetic fuels. Although the efficiency varies, it is still very efficient. At the same time, it is equipped with new materials and high-density capacity batteries, and its power and performance are far superior to traditional batteries for the same weight and volume. To be honest, the first line of text in the engine's description, Suhao had already set his sights on it. It's the feeling of being smitten. That's right. It can burn not only gasoline, but also other energy sources. At the same time, electricity sales are also high. Plus, it's practically a free battery. It's a perfect fit for a post-apocalyptic environment. If Suhao were alive before the apocalypse, he might choose Reward 1. In areas with many trams, he might choose Reward 2. But now it's the end of the world. He must choose Reward 3. Without a doubt, Rewards 1 and 2 are eliminated. Suhao immediately felt certain. I choose Reward 3. Reward issued. Wish to modify immediately. Modification. Under modification. Modification successful. Please use with caution. Inside the car frame, the original car engine and battery were suddenly covered with ripples. After space is distorted. When it reappeared, the engine and battery had already been modified. At the same time, Suhao's watch and the system also sent notifications. Estimated overall energy consumption -20. Estimated overall range increase of 30. Expected overall performance increase of 25. Expected. After modification, the behemoth's range has been significantly increased, allowing it to run even faster. Suhao looked at the comparison. Good. He nodded in satisfaction. The only downside of having a vehicle like the behemoth is that it can't fly. But it's a car, so it's normal that it can't fly. If Suhao keeps upgrading, he might actually be able to fly. Suhao opened his eyes. I looked at the starry sky outside, and it was so bright, much brighter than before the apocalypse. There's no need to search for the countless stars in the sky. They're everywhere. Call. At this moment, Han Jiangxue turned over, breathing heavily through her nose, and reached out to hug herself. Suhao tilted his head and saw that Han Jiangxue was asleep. Maybe I was too tired. Around 10 o'clock, after eating and drinking my fill, I immediately felt sleepy. Snoring. Another voice came from beside my ear. Suhao couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. Su Qing had also fallen asleep, nestled against his waist, the air conditioner whirring softly, and she even snuggled closer to him. Both women are exhausted today. I've been busy from morning till night, without stopping. It's much more tiring than working a regular job. But there wasn't a single complaint. This made Suhao very fortunate that he had the system's ability to detect goddesses. This directly filters out a bunch of unqualified people. Luckily, we could see the hidden information. If we had found a bunch of traitors, we would have had to kill them. As he spoke, Suhao opened the two women's panels and looked at them again. Han Jiangxue, Strength 75, Constitution 71, Spirit 71. Su Qing, Strength 64, Constitution 69, Spirit 76. The two women were focusing on different directions, which was obvious at a glance. Han Jiangxue is clearly a warrior type. Su Qing is still unaware of this. The main focus is on the awakening of superpowers. By the way, Suhao said, also expressing his doubts about superpowers, it's been so many days since the apocalypse, and you still haven't awakened your superpowers. When are you going to wake up? He did the math in his head. It had been a week anyway. When will it be? And what kind of superpowers will he awaken himself? Suhao was also very curious. When he only had sword abilities, Suhao was certain he would awaken a strength-type warrior, but now that he has a contract with a light spirit and the ability to control swords, it's unclear. That's all. Suhao thought about it as he pondered. It was midnight. Just after midnight. The once star-studded sky suddenly became overcast. The sky suddenly became frighteningly dark. The dark clouds completely blocked out all light sources. Suhao immediately turned on the giant beast's searchlight. He then saw that the white mist that had covered the ground suddenly flowed upwards into the sky. These white mists flew into the dark clouds. In an instant, splash, a torrential downpour, bigger than beans, immediately began. Suhao took a closer look. A black downpour? These raindrops are black. Close the door. Suhao immediately reacted, preparing to close the door, then flip the car over to the front and drive it into a place where he could get shelter from the rain. This rain is so unusual. If you don't know what use it is, avoid it if you can. But just as Suhao was about to close the door, a notification popped into his mind. Trigger quest. Take a shower in a rain of supernatural powers. Task Introduction. Chapter 65 Gene Seeds, Adaptive Skin, Telekinesis. Suhao's hand stopped just before closing the door. Then, I heard the personalized prompt in my mind. Trigger quest. Take a shower in a rain of supernatural powers. Mission Introduction. The first batch of accumulated white mist is sufficient. It surges upwards, unleashing a global rainstorm, waiting to evaporate into the natural environment and evolve all things. Bathing in supernatural rain is the best way to absorb it, but it's extremely dangerous. Those with supernatural talent below 80 should not touch it, and those below 70 will suffer corrosion upon contact. The second best method is to wait for it to evaporate and integrate into the atmosphere for natural absorption. But this is slow. Mission reward. God tier unlimited choices with evolved abilities. After seeing the task, Suao understood everything. This black rain was actually a global downpour that started after absorbing the white fog. White fog followed by black rain. Or is it a rain of supernatural powers that spurs evolution? Moreover, this rain is extremely domineering. Those with a talent level below 80 cannot absorb it directly, and those with a talent level below 70 will even be corroded upon touching it. Only those with a concentration above 80 can be absorbed through bathing. Only in this way can the best stimulating effect be achieved. Without this mission notification, Suhao would probably have missed it, and who knows how long it would have taken for this news to be discovered by humans. This is a rare opportunity. Suhao came to the cabin door and reached out to catch the black rain. We're giving away freebies. When others awaken superpowers, it's all random, depending on their talent. After Suhao got the system, he could choose which of 3 superpowers to awaken, which was better than being random. At this moment, the crashing sound of the heavy rain woke Han Jiangxue and Su Qing up. The rain was really heavy. It makes a thud when it hits the ground. What's wrong? Han Jiangxue woke up and suddenly sat up, touching the meow knife. Su Qing looked completely bewildered, too sleepy to keep her eyes open. Suhao was just about to call them. He waved his hand. Come out and get some rain. Your superpower has awakened. Both women have a talent level of over 90. They can completely absorb this rain of supernatural energy without causing any harm. This is the benefit of only having a goddess. In case you accept someone below 80, that's not fun anymore. If you fall behind even slightly, it may be difficult to catch up later. Supernatural rain? Su Qing perked up immediately upon hearing these 3 words. She immediately got up and asked, "Can I just pour it on? Do you want to drink it?" Suhao shook his head. "No need to drink. Just take a shower, consider a bath." Su Qing notet vigodusin, okay. Han Jiangxue arrived at the door, stretched out her hand just like Suhao, and then looked at the rain. Through the searchlight of the giant beast, she found the whole world to be completely dark. The rain in his hand was black. Black? Suhao nodded. The white fog will rise into the sky, and black rain will fall. The future may be about to change drastically. Let's get soaked in the rain first. Han Jiangxue nodded. Okay. The 3 jumped off the train. Let's go into the downpour together. Splash. The rain was so heavy that the 3 of them were soaked to the bone as soon as they entered. Suhao reached up and grabbed a handful of hair, then looked at it under the spotlight. The rain was all black. It's terribly dirty. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing exchanged a glance, looking at each other's clothes, and neither of them could hold back. The 2 of them simply took off their clothes and got soaked in the rain, wearing only their underwear. Suhao also took off his shirt, as if he were taking a shower. And in the instant of taking a bath, the system also issued a notification. Mission completed. Bathe in a rain of supernatural powers. Suhao immediately thought to himself, use it. You have already used one of the 3 rewards from the Superpower Evolution version. Please choose one from the following 3 rewards. Reward 1, Gene Seed. Reward 2, Adaptive Skin. Reward 3, Telekinesis. 3 superpowers, choose any one. Whatever Suhao chooses, that's what he'll awaken after bathing in this rain of supernatural abilities. Watching the 2 women bathe in the rain, Suhao turned his head and quickly read through the descriptions one by one. Look at the first one. Gene Seed. A gene seed will be born within your body. It can extract gene fragments from the creatures you eat and feed them back into your body for special evolution. For example, eating a frog will evolve your tongue and legs. Eating a praying mantis will grow bone blades on your arms. And eating a tiger or lion will evolve your teeth. Primitive evolution. After reading about the gene seed's abilities, Suhao was honestly a little disappointed. He had thought it was a different kind of gene seed. This gene seed can only extract the characteristics of real-world animals. Although there are many possibilities for evolution, the cost is changes in personal genes, and, at the same time, a drastic change in appearance, which Suhao dislikes very much. If it makes me look better, that's fine, but who knows what it will turn out like. He simply didn't dare to gamble on that possibility. It would be ridiculous if, by then, Banana's genes were more human-like than his. Let's look at the second one. Adaptive Skin. Your skin system possesses amazing adaptability and evolutionary capabilities to combat various threats and environments. It can evolve scales to resist physical attacks, fire, cold, radiation, toxins, and other forms of damage. However, it's important to note that once evolved, the scales cannot retract and continue to grow and shed. Forehead. Suhao looked at the description of the second superpower. It's similar to the first superpower, but the first one is from the inside out, while the second is from the outside in. It evolves and grows from its genes. A highly evolved entity that begins with its skin, and they will also change appearance and genes. Well, how should I put it? Suhao looked at the scales and said, "You're not good looking at all. You're really ugly." First, the scales cannot be retracted. They're like feathers, constantly growing and detaching, never stopping. Second, it's not good looking. It doesn't look like the dragon people we imagined, but rather like a monster. It's neither fish nor fowl and is too strange. No, I really can't accept that. Suhao shook his head and looked at the third one instead. Let's try using telekinesis. Psychic power greatly enhances mental strength, compresses energy to the extreme, and gathers it into an invisible, intangible, and perceptible mental core within a brain. It grants you incredible and ever-changing psychic power with extremely high development potential. All of this requires your own exploration. Please remember, psychic power is one of the greatest mental abilities. Suhao looked at the ability description and fell into thought. In general, it's a bit like the Force, a bit like magic, or a very creative ability. Many possibilities for developing his abilities immediately flooded Suhao's mind. It also has something like a devil fruit that needs to be further developed. It might be very weak at first, only able to move objects, but the potential could be very high. After all, it's written in the introduction, but there's not much else to say. Compared to options 1 and 2, telekinesis is fantastic. Suhao nodded without hesitation. He thought to himself, I choose 3. The reward has been issued. Please clear your mind, focus your thoughts, and feel the presence of mental power. Chapter 66, Suhao's Spirit Soars, and the Changes in the Two Women. Follow the system's instructions. Suhao sat cross-legged on the ground, letting the torrential rain wash over his body. He cleared his mind, letting nothing linger in his thoughts. It's like staring at an empty universe. Focus on the emptiness within your mind. Just relax and clear your mind for a while. The next moment, suddenly, a vortex like air currents appeared in his mind. This energy increased from a small amount to a large amount, slowly gathering, slowly rotating, and it compresses rapidly during rotation. It just kept spinning and spinning. The original airflow began to condense, becoming smaller and smaller, transforming into something like a crystal nucleus. But this crystal core seems to be just a concept. It is not a physical entity, but merely a symbol. During this period, Suhao's spirits rose rapidly. Spiritual state, 8189. Mental state, 89101. Spirit, 101149. In just a few minutes, his mental strength surged by more than 60 attribute points. It has almost doubled. It became the highest attribute on his panel. It even far surpasses the strength attribute. When Suhao opened his eyes again, Han Jiangxue and Su Qing were both looking at him. Su Qing, soaked by the torrential rain, swept her hair back into the sides and leaned close to Suhao, asking curiously, "Have you awakened another superpower?" Han Jiangxue walked over. The rain was so heavy that she had to get close to her ear to speak clearly. Suhao, I feel my strength and physical fitness are increasing, and there is a strange power surging in my body. Su Qing listened and then closed her eyes to feel it. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, I felt it too. A person suddenly awakens to a certain power. It's impossible not to feel it. In the past few days, all human bodies have been adapting to the changes brought about by the apocalypse and have been silently evolving. Even today, after the white fog accumulates to a certain extent, a torrential downpour of supernatural energy began, and only then did everyone take the first step. Starting tonight, when the sun rises tomorrow, the supernatural rain began to evaporate and enter the atmosphere, causing everyone to begin to evolve. In other words, Suhao pondered for a moment, then came to his answer, zombies, animals, and even plants will begin to evolve after tonight. These words were spoken. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing, who had just been happy, suddenly fell silent. The number of zombies now far exceeds the number of humans, and when combined with plants and animals, the human population has been reduced by an unknown number of times. This means that the future truly hinges on survival. Suhao looked at her serious and silent expression. He smiled and shook his head. What are we worried about? We could just kill and live our lives at the same time. Don't we have faith in ourselves? Han Jiangxue strongly agreed. Under the torrential rain, her narrow eyes were filled with a cold light. She repeated firmly, just kill them. Su Qing naturally had nothing to say. She glanced at Su Qing and Suhao. In particular, she thought Suhao's talent was extremely terrifying. Before others had even awakened their abilities, Su Hao already had several superpowers. Add to that this wave of supernatural rain. This can't take off. Just look it properly. Speaking of superpowers, Su Qing remembered something and quickly asked, "We don't know the extent of our abilities yet. Have you awakened a new ability this time?" Hearing this, Han Jiangxue was also very curious. After all, Su Hao has several supernatural abilities, and they are quite mysterious. Su Hao didn't say much. Instead, he stretched out his hands and pulled the two of them horizontally. Su Qing, Han Jiangxue. The two were taken aback, unsure of what this meant. But as Su Hao pulled back with both hands, the next moment, the two of them felt as if they were being pushed and pulled by tremendous force, flying towards Su Hao. The three of them were already close by. The two women stumbled and fell into Su Hao's arms as if they were flying. Su Hao spread his hands. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, pounced directly to their positions. "Wow!" Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. "This isn't just sword control anymore. It's something like telekinesis, right?" The telekinetic ability is easy to guess. Once you see it, you can basically guess what it means. The problem is, there's no way to prevent it. Han Jiangxue's expression was calm, but her eyes were full of admiration as she looked at Su Hao. There's no way to prevent telekinesis, but this ability can be used in many ways. Yes, Su Qing nodded vigorously, her mind wandering. The movie I watched before the apocalypse showed so many uses for telekinesis. You can even fly. Flying is a capability that most humans have dreamed of. This is why humans, though unable to fly, are the highest flying, fastest flying, and most powerful birds in the world. This also reflects how much humans want to be able to fly. Not bad. Su Hao nodded in approval. Indeed, he had already developed several telekinetic abilities in his mind. But all of this needs to be achieved step by step. The simplest use is to pull or drag things, wrap them up, or move them. These are the basic, superficial uses. Slap, slap, slap. The rain poured down, in a place where you can't see your hand in front of your face in the distance. Su Hao and his two companions were still soaked in the torrential rain. The three of them sat on the lawn, getting soaked in the dry rain. Su Qing turned her head and asked, "How long are we going to be in the rain?" Su Hao shook his head. "I'll stay in the rain until I can't take it anymore, and I'll sleep whenever I'm tired." Su Qing looked at Han Jiangxue. She was sitting cross-legged in the same position as Su Hao had just been, as if meditating. "What is this, Jiangxue?" Su Qing asked. "Feel the power," Han Jiangxue replied with her eyes closed. "Is it useful?" "Have. Then I'll give it a try." Like Su Hao, the two women sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Go and carefully feel the power within your body. 5 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. 1 hour passed. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky began to gradually disperse. The night, which had just been covered in dark clouds, immediately regained its brightness at a speed visible to the naked eye. It took less than 3 minutes. The moonlight shone down on the earth once more. The surroundings brightened up again, and visibility returned to its previous high level. Things changed so fast. Su Hao opened his eyes and glanced at the sky. The result was abruptly discovered. Both Han Jiangxue and Su Qing began to show changes on their body surfaces. A layer of cold light appeared on Han Jiangxue's body. Not the coldness of ice, but the coldness of light, as if it were extremely sharp and could cut through everything. Su Qing's body emitted a shimmering green light, like the luster of jade or a sky full of fireflies, exuding vibrant vitality. They've all awakened. Su Hao stood up and looked at the two of them carefully. Just a few minutes passed. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Su Qing immediately jumped up with a loud shout and cheered. "It's done. They've awakened." As Su Hao looked at Han Jiangxue, Han Jiangxue nodded in confirmation. "They've awakened." "What ability?" Su Hao asked. Su Qing raised her hand, and a ball of emerald light flowed around it. She immediately said, "Healing light can restore many aspects, and it seems to restore the spirit as well." Han Jiangxue took out the Miao sword and gently gripped it. The next moment, the Miao sword was covered in light and shadow, like a lightsaber, and the whole thing looked like it had special effects. I don't know how to put it, but it seems like I've become a swordsman with the abilities of various swords and blades, and this is just one of them. Chapter 67, Professional Background and Growth. Another sparring session under the moon. The rainstorm stopped, and the sky returned to normal. The three returned to the carriage and talked until midnight before figuring out each other's abilities. Su Qing was basically playing a supporting role. The energy within her is a healing emerald glow. Whether or not she uses it, Su Qing's physical recovery, energy recovery, and injury recovery will be greatly enhanced, meaning she herself will become a healing sage. She can also use this ability to heal others. Even if it doesn't heal wounds, it can still serve as a battlefield buff, restoring stamina and energy to others. No wonder you recovered so quickly. With this kind of recovery, you don't need any combat power anymore. With such a powerful power bank, you can just use it properly and you'll be all set. However, after taking a moment to consider it, Su Qing shook her head. It seems to have some combat abilities, but I don't know them yet. I can sense that. Hearing such words, Su Hao pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood. He looked at the two women. So, you can both sense the potential of your abilities, but they're not strong enough yet and haven't been fully developed, right? Yes. Su Qing and Han Jiangshu nodded at the same time. That's interesting. Su Hao stroked his chin. It's quite similar to a profession. In other words, awakened people all come with professional templates and backgrounds, which they can sense themselves. Everyone has a different ceiling, but the starting point is the same. As for Su Hao, he had far too many abilities. So what kind of template and background is it? A grandmaster of all schools of martial arts. Mastery of all professions. Battle mage. Su Hao felt that, apart from being a support, with the light spirit, he even took on half the role of support. Looks like I'll be working a lot more tiring things out from now on. Su Hao nodded. He then looked to Han Jiangxue. Let me introduce you. Han Jiangxue nodded and recounted her professional background. A few minutes later, Su Hao and Su Qing both understood. Han Jiangxue is undoubtedly a warrior, and she is more inclined to be a lightly armed warrior, taking an agile approach. Just like the ability of a blade to glow. This is one of her basic abilities, buffing weapons, which greatly increases their strength and also has special effects. Secondly, there's her ability to follow up. It consists of various sword and blade skills, almost all of which are combat-related. In summary, Han Jiangxue is a warrior, or rather, a swordsman. Okay, I understand. Su Hao nodded and couldn't help but laugh. It seems our team composition is pretty good. We have a warrior, a support, and an all-rounder. Su Qing hummed and laughed happily. She's still pretty, older sister, but she looks a bit silly. A smile also appeared on Han Jiangshue's lips. She is very satisfied with her superpower, it suits her perfectly, and she is very happy now. Inside the train carriage, Su Qing played with her fluorescent light, tossing and catching it like a ball of light. She soon discovered the truth. This fluorescent light can not only be played with in your hands, but if enough energy is input, it can be used as a laser projector or to shoot out like a flashlight. Or rather, just like in the past. It also has a therapeutic effect, but without causing harm. But it's alright. Now that we've discovered remote delivery methods, we might be able to learn remote attack capabilities in the future. As for Han Jiangshu, she held the Miao knife in her hand, licked her lips, and seemed unusually eager. Su Hao glanced at her. The two looked at each other, and there was a special kind of passion in Han Jiangshue's eyes. It is the desire to demonstrate and prove oneself after acquiring new abilities. Su Hao looked at her and made a nasal sound. Yes. Han Jiangshu nodded emphatically. Then the two of them went outside. Su Qing. What's wrong with you two? Su Qing quickly stood up and asked, where are you going? Fight. Sparring. Su Qing was speechless. Then what were you two doing, like exchanging secret codes? The result was that they went down to fight in perfect unison. Su Qing arrived at the carriage door and sat on the edge, ready to watch the game. The night is very bright. There is no need for the behemoth to turn on the lights. Su Hao and Han Jiangshu, each holding a wooden stick, stood facing each other in a fencing stance. Su Hao looked at the original color of the wooden stick in Han Jiangshue's hand. She did not use her abilities. Su Hao raised his chin slightly. Use your enchanting ability. Question mark. Han Jiangshu was taken aback. What if the wooden stick breaks? If it's broken, we'll replace the steel bar. We were going to test your abilities anyway. Good. Han Jiangshu reached out and ran her hand across the wooden stick. The next moment, her wooden stick emitted a milky white light, as if it were being charged with special effects, making it look almost unreal. With the addition of a wooden base, it looks even more unreal. Come on. Su Hao nodded, letting Han Jiangshu go first. Han Jiangshue's expression was serious. With Su Qing watching, she used the same move as before. Step forward and thrust. This move is the fastest, has the shortest distance, and is the most effective. If you can't hit Su Hao, then it's not because of the technique. Rather, it's the vast difference among users. This time, under Su Hao's gaze, the originally extremely fast thrust suddenly slowed down, as if a video had been slowed down. In reality, its speed remains constant. However, in Su Hao Chao's dynamic perspective neural responses, it was too slow. It's not even as fast as a bullet. How can that be considered fast? Su Hao raised the wooden stick and struck it. With a snap, the stick broke. Su Hao was taken aback, and Han Jiangshu was also taken aback. The wooden stick in Su Hao's hand broke at the slightest touch, rendering it completely useless. Han Jiangxue wanted to stop, but Su Hao reacted faster, before she could withdraw her strength. Su Hao opened his hand, threw away the wooden stick, and the space in his hand steadily moved. As the wooden stick was thrown out, it turned into the steel bar he had used to pry open the oil tank earlier. Then it collided with the wooden stick again. Blah! Due to the change in the materials involved in the collision, the steel bar in Su Hao's hand made a metallic clanging sound. Han Jiangxue stopped what she was doing, looking in surprise at the milky white wooden stick in her hand, and then at the steel bar in Su Hao's hand. Su Qing looked surprised. Just a fleeting second ago. The sequence of actions involves the first strike, the second strike, a collision, a weapon switch, another collision, and finally, the withdrawal of the attack. Su Qing was so overwhelmed that she couldn't see any of the details in between. I only saw the final moment when they stopped. The wooden stick broke, but the milky white wooden stick was able to make the steel bar clang. What kind of enchantment is this? Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. A wooden stick can withstand a steel bar? If this were added to an existing knife, wouldn't it be invincible? Han Jiangxue looked at the wooden stick in her hand, also surprised. She knew it had this effect, but she didn't know it was this powerful. The wooden stick received an epic level upgrade. She looked at Su Hao. Su Hao smiled, his face showing interest and amusement. Look, isn't this the result of our trial and error? Go on, let me give you a good workout tonight. Han Jiangxue bit her lip, gripped the wooden stick tightly, took a deep breath, and her face flushed with eagerness. Please don't show any pity. Chapter 68 Global Changes, Soaring Attributes, Breaking Limits. After awakening, Han Jiangxue and Su Hao officially began sparring together. The following scene. Just like the flashing swords in martial arts films, ordinary people can't see what's happening at all. They can only hear the clanging and banging sounds. And the continuous figures of the two. Watching the game, Su Qing's mouth opened wider and wider. Under her watchful gaze, Han Jiangxue exerted almost all her strength, making the most exaggerated movements, even needing to jump, leap, bend down, and reach out to have a chance to touch Su Hao. Su Hao barely moved. He only needs to take 2 simple steps to unilaterally block all of Han Jiangxue's attack routes. Su Qing couldn't understand it, but she was deeply shocked. It was obvious that Han Jiangxue was completely helpless. That's outrageous. Su Qing's eyes widened. Can a person really pull off martial arts moves? This is only what's on the surface. The key is that Su Hao still has many abilities he hasn't used yet. A few minutes passed. Clang. After the final blow spread out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Han Jiangxue took a few steps back, supporting herself on the ground with a milky white wooden stick, panting heavily, her chest heaving. Su Hao held the steel bar up and examined it. The side of the steel bar is entirely a semicircle, a semicircular impact notch. You said it was caused by hitting it with a steel rod. Perhaps many people believe this, but you said it was caused by hitting it with a wooden stick. Who would believe that before the end of the world? That's quite an ability, Su Hao praised. No more maintenance needed. Just replace the knife when you get a better one. Han Jiangxue took a deep breath. He stood up, swallowed hard, and sighed deeply. You're too strong. Every time I attack, it feels incredibly slow, and you always manage to block it. As for your attacks, I can only watch helplessly, unable to react. Su Hao nodded. Of course. Why don't you take a look at his current abilities and stats? Name, Su Hao. Age, 19. Attributes, Strength 92, Constitution 86, Spirit 149. Remaining attributes not yet unlocked. The average human adult has a level of 60, with a maximum of 100. Rewards, Level 10 Melee Weapon, Super Dynamic Vision, Summon Light Spirit, Sensitive Reflexes, Sword Control, Telekinesis. Warehouse, Alloy Greatsword, Alloy Armor, All-Type Map Watch, Zombie Virus Serum, X3. Super Dynamique Vision plus Nerve Sensitivity. These two abilities are a match made in heaven. When combined, they are equally effective for both defense and counterattack. In addition, his melee weapon skill is level 10. And physical attributes. For Han Jiangxue, this was an absolute crushing defeat. Okay, Han Jiangxue was not discouraged. Instead, the look in her eyes as she gazed at Su Hao was one of undisguised admiration and adoration. This is not just about letting strength speak for itself. It also covers aspects of personality and spirit. Looking at the steel bar in Su Hao's hand, she already imagined the scene of the steel bar being replaced with swords and knives tomorrow, and the carnage being torn apart in the mall. How beautiful that would be! A blush rose on Han Jiangxue's cheeks. Su Hao checked the time. It's 2 a.m. Go wash up and go to bed. We'll start shopping tomorrow. Yes. Han Jiangxue nodded quickly. Late at night, the three returned to the carriage, closed the door, and turned on the air conditioning to go to sleep. That night, Abnormal changes are happening all over the world. When supernatural rain falls all over the earth and the ocean. As the sun slowly rose the next day, the black water from the supernatural rain began to evaporate and dissipate, merging into the environment and catalyzing evolution. Plants are the first to absorb the black water. Overnight, the roadside weeds grew to be almost as tall as a person. Some large trees have grown several meters taller. The once sickly vines suddenly enveloped the entire building overnight. Secondly, animals. The surviving animals began to sip the black water. After a brief struggle, sleep, and eating, some couldn't take it and died. Some bodies undergo mutations, becoming larger and stronger, or giving rise to innate abilities. A giant whale in the sea swelled to twice its size overnight, from 50 meters to 100 meters. Some marine creatures have mouths full of sharp teeth and horns on their heads. Some marine creatures have experienced a surge in intelligence and awakened their abilities. Finally, there are humans, the first supernatural rain on Earth. Only a very few people, like Su Hao with 2 women, were able to be bathed in the black rain. And among these extremely rare individuals, they are among the very few with a talent level exceeding 80. Or rather, there isn't a single one with a score above 90. But it has a large population base. That night, countless people awakened their superpowers, and even the least capable people experienced a qualitative improvement in their physical abilities. One night passed, when the sun has fully risen. 9 o'clock. A strange movement occurred inside the carriage. Su Hao brought the 2 girls out to brush their teeth. Snap! Han Jiangxue, who was brushing her teeth, froze. She accidentally broke the toothbrush in her hand. She looked at Su Hao. My strength has increased a lot. Su Hao looked directly at her panel. Han Jiangxue, Strength 7584, Constitution 7176, Spirit 7174. Su Qing, Strength 6469, Constitution 6974, Spirit 7683. After being bathed in a rain of supernatural powers, both women experienced a dramatic increase in their physical attributes. It's similar to the basic super soldier potion that Su Hao used before, but only the youth version. It has increased a lot. Su Hao nodded, then clenched his fist. I've improved quite a bit too. He wanted to check his own panel. Attributes: Strength 92106, Constitution 86101, Spirit 149158. Remaining attributes not yet unlocked. The previous spirit was formed by the concentration of mental energy within the spiritual core. The current price increase is a benefit after being bathed in the rain of supernatural abilities. All attributes have increased across the board. This allowed his strength and physique to exceed 100, breaking the limits of normal human attributes. It was that easy. As for the spirit, he had long since embarked on the path of becoming a battle mage. Then the distance I'm currently traveling on my sword should be at least 150 meters, Su Hao guessed, looking at the spirit. We'll find out when we try it. The 3 of them finished brushing their teeth. Everyone started eating instant noodles. So I took a few bites. He knew he would get tired of this food eventually, so he asked the 2 women in advance. Can you cook? Han Jiangxue and Su Qing were taken aback, then shook their heads at the same time. No X dos. Su Hao rubbed his forehead and sighed. That's it. He doesn't know how either. At most, he can make simple fried rice with eggs and cook noodles. The 2 women didn't seem like they knew how to cook at all. In the future, Su Hao will definitely stock up on a lot more meat and fresh food, storing them in the system space so that they can always stay fresh and he won't get tired of eating them. But not knowing how to cook is a real shame. Su Hao ate a few more bites of instant noodles. When we find someone else later, we need to add someone who can cook. Okay, the 2 women agreed. After finishing the instant noodles, the 3 rested for a while and then looked at each other. Get ready to dip the beans. Su Hao also wanted to test the practical effects of combining his superpower with sword control. It's 10 plus 10 is equal to 20. Is it still 10 times 10 is equal to 100? Since both involve the effect of intention. Although they are 2 different things, they must have a complementary effect. Let's start cutting. Chapter 69. Zombie killing efficiency skyrockets. Shop cleared out. The 3 of them headed towards a mall. Along the way, Su Qing exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the flowers, plants, and trees in the green belt. They grew so big overnight, as the whole world mutated. At this moment, on the green belt, even the shortest weeds are a meter tall, some even reaching waist height. The tallest ones are already taller than a person, blocking the view. As for trees, some of them even grew several meters overnight, reaching the height of houses. Originally, there was grass growing under the red brick and ceramic tiles. They also pushed against the bricks, forcefully lifting them up and creating a large clump. Some weeds even pushed up a large brick, weighing dozens of kilograms, to one side, creating a large hole in the ground, and grew wildly. Su Hao looked toward the road. The asphalt road is alright. But on the sidewalk, the brick pavement was completely destroyed and countless weeds grew over the bricks. Some even broke through the manhole cover and grew towards the sun. I estimate that it won't be long before the city's buildings are naturally recovered. Su Hao shook his head. That's too exaggerated, Su Qing murmured. I have read reports before, which show that it takes 30 to 50 years for uninhabited cities to be covered by natural vegetation again and for wild animals to return and thrive. But at this rate, it's estimated that the building will be covered with weeds and vines in at most 1 year. Han Jianxue looked up. She saw a large camphor tree in the park that had grown from 12 meters to nearly 30 meters, as tall as a 10-story building. The trees will probably fill the entire city. The three of them watched the plant's night of madness. Then we continued into the mall. The zombies on the first floor had been cleared. The moment Su Hao stepped into the mall, illusory ripples appeared in the space around his entire body. Once the ripples disappeared, it transformed into full-body heavy armor and a floating alloy broadsword. Su Hao felt the great horizontal sword. It's visibly easier now. In the past, when he used the great horizontal blade, he could feel its weight in his mind. But now it has the power of thought. The large horizontal blade still has weight, but it feels as light as a feather, making it easy to move and use without any pressure. Is the difference really that big compared to yesterday? At this moment, Han Jianxue walked to Su Hao's side and said softly, "Today I want to try taking care of a group of zombies by myself." Okay. Su Hao nodded in agreement. He pointed to the second floor of the mall. Go up the stairs, and it splits into two sides, left and right. I'll go left, and you and Su Qing go right. If you're out of energy, have her help you recover. You two can practice your skills. Han Jianxue smiled and said, "Okay." Without saying a word, the three of them went up the stairs. Su Hao went to the left, and Han Jianxue and Su Qing went to the right. The first floor of the mall is the lobby, but from the second floor onwards, the middle is empty, and you can only walk around the perimeter with occasional passageways in the middle. So this just divides the zombies into two parts. Su Hao came up to test the ability to control a sword. Without saying a word, pointing with his finger. Go! Buzz! The alloy broadsword shot out at an astonishing speed. It made a sonic boom in the air. The afterimage chased after the main body. Meanwhile, the heads of the zombies in the corridor flew several meters high before falling back down with a thud. In an instant, slayed dozens of zombies. Su Qing had just arrived on the right side and wasn't even ready when she heard the noise and Han Jianxue turned around to look. The aisle on the left is littered with dead bodies. Be careful, Su Hao warned at the same time. The zombies are starting to jog. Su Qing turned around abruptly. Han Jianxue took out her Miao sword, her expression one of serious readiness. The zombies heard the noise. They all turned their heads at the same time, baring their teeth and claws at Su Hao and Han Jianxue. They weren't walking or strolling. Instead, it jogged along, stumbling and clattering as it reached for life. They've evolved again. Su Qing et ge lim. It's only been a few days, and he can already jog. After a while, want to be able to run? What about after that? While Su Qing was still in surprise, Han Jianxue, with a milky white blade flashing beside her, had already rushed forward. She raised the enormous Miao sword. He swung his sword fiercely at the horde of zombies that were baring their teeth and claws as they trotted towards him. A Miao sword enchanted with milky white. It's like a sharp blade with special effects from a game. With a single slash, both man and horse were severed. The zombie split in two and collapsed to the ground dead. This is just the first one. Han Jianxue, her hands burning with desire, had a bloodthirsty aura in her eyes. With a swift movement, she wielded her blade, its milky white light flashing as she slashed wildly across the right-hand road, swinging it ceaselessly like a giant windmill. Where people pass, there is the moment when the knife cuts. The zombies trotted over, but they all broke apart and fell to the ground. Su Qing looked at Han Jianxue in surprise. She could also see that Han Jianxue's strength was increasing at a visible speed. Yesterday, Han Jianxue could only kill a few dozen zombies at most before she reached her limit. At that time, strength, speed, and efficiency all decreased significantly. And today, surprisingly, there's now a scene of chopping melons and cutting vegetables. It started to look like it's going to explode. Where's Su Hao? Su Qing thought of the man again and quickly turned her head to look. Then I turned my head and looked to the left. The person is gone. Where are they? The street on the left was littered with corpses. Whether on the streets or in the shops, there were zombie corpses lying, crouching, or sprawled out, all of them headless. But Su Hao had already disappeared. Su Hao is missing. Su Qing hurriedly said to Han Jianxue. Whoosh! Han Jianxue stopped and glanced into the distance. He's almost finished killing them all. Huh? Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. They're only just about to reach the corner here. Su Hao has killed them all? Seeing that Han Jiangxue was a little out of breath, Su Qing stepped forward, holding a fluorescent jade orb, and patted it on Han Jiangxue's body. Come on, let me give you a buff to restore your stamina, so you can kill even more fiercely later. Han Jiangxue was hit by a swarm of fluorescent lights that entered her body. She immediately felt a warmth spread through her body, and her strength, energy, and stamina were recovering at a visible speed. It works well. She nodded in affirmation. As long as it works, that's fine. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Working in a team like this, it's most embarrassing if someone is useless. As soon as Han Jiangxue regained her strength, she immediately picked up her Miao sword and continued hacking. Wait until the two of them reached the corner. They just happened to see Su Hao coming down the stairs and heading straight for them. The alloy broadsword hurtled through the air like lightning. The flashes of sharp blades flew through the air with a buzzing, tearing sound, and as zombie heads flew off, the zombie horde fell at the speed of cutting wheat. That's an exaggeration. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing both stopped in their tracks. After Su Hao swung his hand and killed the last zombie on the second floor. Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. They finished killing everyone on the second floor so quickly. No, that's not it. Su Hao shook his head. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue asked in confusion. The killing is finished on the third floor too. I just came down. Su Qing was stunned. No wonder Su Hao was coming down the stairs when she first saw him. So you came down from the third floor after you finished killing people there. Chapter 70. A 400 cubic meter space, a movie theater, and a popcorn machine. Actually, it was already when Su Qing and Han Jiangxue were clearing the right path. Su Hao had already fought his way through the entire left side of the street. He had planned to fight his way back from the right side so that the second floor would be cleared. When we reached the top of the left path, we saw the stairs leading to the third floor. Since we're already here, let's get this done today. With this level of efficiency, what's there to dawdle about? Finish it as soon as possible and complete the task sooner. Su Hao casually went up to the third floor. There are fewer zombies on the third floor than on the first and second floors. Su Hao walked quickly, wielding his alloy blade to rapidly harvest the zombie horde. Wherever the blade passed, the zombies fell like wheat being harvested. The scene was spectacular. Therefore, it's not that Su Hao didn't choose the path of close-quarters combat. Rather, it's because the efficiency is too low. However, he's not a pure ranged mage either. That's one way to put it. He has all the skills to handle any situation. That's what makes him a true all-rounder. I walked briskly around the third floor. We came down. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue had only gone less than halfway there. The three of them reunited. Then the scene just now appeared. All 3 floors are cleaned. Su Qing exclaimed, looking at the third floor. This efficiency is incredible. Su Hao nodded. Let's loot as soon as possible and head to higher ground. Han Jiangxue was slightly out of breath, catching her breath. She looked at the corpses on the left side of the road and the scene of the cleanup across the entire third floor. Her loyalty to Su Hao had reached an unparalleled level. As if in the blink of an eye, the zombies vanished into thin air. They were all beheaded. Han Jiangxue looked at the Miao sword in her hand and thought to herself, there is still an endless road ahead for me to follow. She had no other goals. All I ask is to try my best to catch up with Su Hao. As for the others, it doesn't matter. And Su Hao here. The instant the zombies were cleared away. Mission completed. Sweep through the shop. Task reward. Sweep through the first floor of the shop to receive 50 cubic meters of space. Clear the second floor of the shop to receive a 100 cubic meter space reward. Completely clear all 3 floors of the mall to receive a reward of 150 cubic meters of space. A total of 300 cubic meters of system space has been acquired. Current total space, 400 cubic meters. In the instant the task was completed, the system space in Su Hao's consciousness instantly expanded to 400. The current system space is equivalent to a 400 square meter, 1 meter high apartment. It's about the size of a basketball court. Vehicles like the Behemoth. There's enough space in the system to hold about 2 to 3 out of 5. It can hold a large amount of food and goods. If only we could fill it with food. That's enough for a small team to eat and drink to their heart's content for several years. Call. Looking at the empty system space, Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Very nice. We don't mind the trouble of this kind of task. Let's have more of these in the future. I feel so good inside. With such a large space, the sense of crisis about insufficient warehouse space immediately disappeared by more than half. I feel much more relaxed now. We can start looting. After that, the 3 of them began to loot the entire mall. Let's start with the second floor. The 3 of them walked the street again. Su Qing visited one shop after another. They're either clothing stores or restaurants. There's no need to loot them. Han Jiangxue gazed at the shops in the distance. After looking at a few shop names, he nodded and said, the second floor isn't worth much. The second and third floors of the mall are even less interesting than the first floor. The first floor is where the major brand stores are located. There are many items, and the categories are rich. However, the second and third floors are mostly filled with various men's and women's clothing stores, sportswear stores, shoe stores, and various restaurants, etc. So there's not much to loot. Everyone has clothes, and they're all designer brands. Why bother searching for food at restaurants when there's a shopping mall on the third floor? There's practically nothing there. So I briefly browsed the second floor. Suhao only ransacked the snack shop on the second floor, throwing all the snacks, which he estimated to weigh over 1,000 kilograms, into his system space. Among these snacks, this includes but is not limited to seafood, spicy snacks, biscuits, potato chips, bamboo shoots, tripe, chicken, duck, fish, pork, and beef. There are at least hundreds of varieties. They're all packaged foods. Less than 10 days after the apocalypse, nothing has changed. It's still the same. So Suhao collected them all into his spatial storage. Haha, Su Qing said, grabbing a duck neck in her left hand and a chicken leg in her right, gnawing on it. I can't finish it all. I'll have plenty to eat from now on. Han Yang Su Smi did. Those snacks alone would have been enough for the three of them to eat for who knows how long. If we do some more scavenging later, we'll have more than we can eat. In the apocalypse. What happiness this is. Let's go to the third floor. Suhao was also gnawing on a duck leg. After seeing this, Han Jiangxue also ordered a bamboo shoot to eat. The three of them went up to the third floor. Looking at the headless zombies scattered all over the ground, Han Jiangxue's respect for Suhao grew even stronger. This scene was absolutely beautiful to her. Each zombie was completely decapitated. There were no messy, dismembered pieces scattered everywhere. The scene before me is simply art. Compared to this, the scene on her right looks like it was chewed up by a dog. Thinking about this, as Han Jiangxue ate the bamboo shoots, a blush of embarrassment suddenly appeared on her cheeks. Suhao looked at him strangely. What's wrong? It's nothing, Han Jiangxue said, her face turning even redder. I was just thinking how amazing you are. Suhao smiled and ruffled her hair. If you're going to think about it, then think about it more. Su Qing was sitting next to her, munching on a duck neck. Faced with a field of corpses, she ignored not only Suhao and Han Jiangxue, but also continued to gnaw on the duck neck as if they didn't exist. Even in the head that Suhao had chopped off, some of the cervical vertebrae were exposed. It's similar to the duck neck she's eating. She didn't react much. Instead, she looked around, searching for shops she could loot. The three people's reactions. This is shocking, even terrifying, to ordinary people. Surprisingly, some people remained completely unfazed when faced with rows of corpses. Still enjoying your food. Are the zombies on the ground? Or are you the zombies? The three of them walked on and on. I passed by a movie theater. The movie theater posters still feature the movies that were popular a while ago, but now they're all gone. There are no movies to watch. Han Jiangxue said with a hint of regret. She used to watch movies occasionally, so it's a shame she doesn't watch them anymore. Suhao then thought of a laser projector. As long as we can find a downloadable source for the video in the future, we can still watch it, but there will always come a day when we've finished watching it all. At this time, Su Qing spotted it with her sharp eyes. She quickly bit into the duck neck and patted Suhao's shoulder with her left hand. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Suhao turned his head, ? Su Qing then stretched out her left hand, holding a duck neck, and pointed at a machine in the movie theater with the duck neck. Popcorn machine. Put it away. We can eat popcorn later. Suhao and Han Jiangxue exchanged a glance. He nodded. That makes sense. Suhao stepped forward and put away all three popcorn machines. As long as there were enough ingredients, they could eat popcorn as much as they wanted from now on. Put away the popcorn machine. Suhao finally looked towards the entrance of the shopping mall supermarket at the far end. This was the three people's ultimate goal. Food freedom, let's go. Chapter 71, sweeping through the mall and supermarket, obtaining a radio. Enter the shopping mall supermarket from the very back. When Suhao was clearing out the zombies here, he just killed them as he passed by without looking closely, but he knew exactly where the merchandise was placed. Let's go. Suhao waved his hand, and the two women eagerly followed him into the shopping mall supermarket. As soon as the person came in, what you see at first glance are all kinds of department stores. All the products are pre-packaged and can be stored for a long time, so there is no change. However, some of it was destroyed by people who came in and took things haphazardly before the end of the world, but fortunately, not much was destroyed. Su Qing looked at the collapsed shelves and supplies. Fortunately, not much was damaged, and some of it was things we didn't want. Collapsed, destroyed, unusable. They account for about 30% of the goods in a mall supermarket. Fortunately, we don't need all of them. It's not a big problem. The three of them arrived first and began to loot the department store area. You two go and push the cart and put everything the other side needs into the cart beforehand. Good. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue went to push the cart. We arrived at the hand cart. Han Jiangxue pulled out 3 carts in one go and pushed them together so that she could transport a lot at once. When Su Qing saw it, her usual thought was to push a car. So now they're pushing 3 carts around. That's all. Su Hao walked in the middle. Department store items include tissues, shower gel, shampoo, and towels. In the food and general merchandise section, various canned goods, hot sauce, sweet sauce, spices, condiments, and cooking oil. In the liquor and beverage section, baijiu, Chinese liquor, red wine, beer, alcoholic beverages, and soft drinks. There are all sorts of other things. Let's not even talk about numbers. There are so many to see. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing pushed cart after cart of items to deliver to Su Hao. Su Hao himself was also plundering extensively. Su Qing pushed 3 carts full of things by herself, her face beaming with joy. Jiangxue, this is awesome. You can get whatever you want. Did you get the sanitary napkins? Take it. Han Jiangxue was also busy, her hands never stopping. Don't take too much. Just take the best one, enough for several years. Okay, I understand. Su Qing not that. Let's not waste Su Hao's space, right? Yes. In fact, Su Hao alone could empty most of the shopping mall supermarket. He walked in the middle of the aisle. My eyes swept over the rows of goods. When you see what you need, just a thought comes to mind. The next moment, the item he wanted would automatically float over. Whether it's a small lighter or an entire shelf, as long as Su Hao takes a liking to something, he can use his telekinesis to transport it over and store it in his spatial storage. On the road he walked. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue were seen pushing a cart and having to carefully avoid the zombies, unable to even run them over. Therefore, Su Hao froneth. Then he reached out and swung his hand across the air. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing had just brought over the supplies from the corner. The next moment, in the middle of the road, all the corpses seemed to have been left unattended, automatically moving to both sides and crowding together, leaving the middle aisle empty. So handsome. Su Qing et Golim. Han Jiangxue was not good at expressing herself, and simply bit her lip. She thought Su Hao's move was very cool. At this moment, Su Hao was wearing full heavy armor, with an alloy broadsword hanging at his waist. He clearly appears to be a pure warrior, but he inadvertently revealed his skill. Yet it manipulates things at will, as if by divine intervention. Is this a warrior? A swordsman? A mage? No, he looks more like a sword immortal. However, he was not a light and ethereal sword immortal, but a sword immortal with a terrifying killing aura on the battlefield. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue pushed the cart over. Both women had stars in their eyes, their faces filled with admiration. Su Hao reached out and waved his hand across the car. The supplies inside the 6 vehicles flashed by with a spatial ripple and disappeared instantly into the space. Su Qing calmed her restless mood. He asked, "How much more space can we fit? We need to make some trade-offs." Yes, even a space the size of a basketball court couldn't hold all the supplies for the entire shopping mall supermarket. Moreover, space needs to be reserved for a giant vehicle. However, discard unnecessary items and avoid large items. That should be enough to install something decent. Su Hao glanced at the inside of his space, taking a cursory look. Adding another double the amount of rice, flour, and meat should be enough. The staple foods are rice and noodles, of course. Next are meat and vegetables. But there are definitely no vegetables left. So many days have passed, they've all gone bad, and they can't possibly be frozen unless you go and pick them on site. This much food is more than enough. Good. The 3 of them went to the food section. There were lots of fruits and vegetables here, but now they're all spoiled and rotten beyond recognition. Vegetable leaves, fruit, and peels were all rotten. Some cooked foods, such as roast duck and open-air bread, were almost all spoiled. Su Hao glanced at it and shook his head. Let's go straight to the warehouse. They brought all the dozens of bags of rice that were out in the open into the space. Su Hao led his men to the warehouse and the cold storage. Good news. The warehouse is fully stocked, with rice available by the ton, several tons, or about 200 bags. Add the remaining rice, flour, and oil together. There's enough for everyone to eat for a long time. Su Hao used his telekinetic power to empty the entire system, which also filled up part of the system space. Let's go check out the cold storage. The 3 of them went to the cold storage, opened it, and then silently closed it again. Bad news after the power outage. The meat in the cold storage was all spoiled. Su Qing looked utterly dejected. We're out of fresh vegetables and fresh meat. What are we going to do? Should we go pick some fresh? Han Jiangxue thought for a moment and nodded. I do know of vegetable and livestock farms nearby. But after the black rain, whether it will be edible is another question. Su Hao pondered for a moment. Is it far? Is it convenient to leave the city? It's on the way, not far. Han Jiangxue replied immediately. It was also built in the suburbs. Then I can go. Meat and vegetables are essential. It's fine for a short time, but a long time will be a big problem. The instant Su Hao made his decision, Trigger mission. Sweep through planting and breeding bases. Mission reward. 1 unlimited God-level choice. Then it seems we should definitely go. After sweeping through the shopping mall and supermarket, Suhao glanced at the time, 11:30 a.m. He nodded and said without further ado, "Let's go. There's no need to stay here any longer. Let's go back and have dinner." Okay. Su Qing agreed cheerfully. Along the way, Suhao focused his mind on organizing the system space. This time, they swept through most of the basketball court supplies, leaving the space piled up everywhere. He needs to quickly organize and compile the statistics. We left them all. He released the giant beast and the things needed for lunch, then looked at the 2 women and said, "You 2 cook the meal, and we'll use the pre-made seasoning packets. I'll tidy up the space." Okay. The 2 women started cooking. Suhao sat in the hood of the car and silently began to tidy up. Bottled water, compressed biscuits, canned food, rice oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea and seasonings, pots, pans, cabinets and boxes, lighters, tape, pens and notebooks, all kinds of general merchandise, pajamas and sleeping bags, all kinds of complete sets of clothing, all kinds of medicines, binoculars, playing cards, all kinds of books, and so on. This raid was incredibly fruitful. What surprised Suhao the most was this. It turned out to be something I had wanted before. Suhao took it out, installed 4 batteries, straightened the antenna, pointed it towards the sky, and finally adjusted the channel band. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Undoubtedly, this is a radio. He didn't know if it was still useful, but in a post-apocalyptic environment, it might be the only thing that mattered. Of course, this only has the most basic radio reception function. Suhao couldn't remember the band divisions. All he knew was that some bands were for amateur practitioners, some were for various regions around the world, and some were for national use. There used to be signal providers, but they had all withdrawn. What he wants to hear are the local band and the national band. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Chapter 72, Major Military Regions. Chaos is approaching. Time for a meal with toppings. Suhao couldn't remember how many of the radio's frequencies were. After all, these are all related to the natural environment, the weather, and the equipment. If the equipment is not good, communication will not be possible. Suhao isn't even an amateur. We can only try them one by one. Start with low frequencies. Suhao adjusted the knobs and buttons, trying them out carefully, little by little. He would stop and listen to each channel he tuned to for a while. If there's no sound, move on to the next one. The rice is already cooked. At this moment, Su Qing walked to the front of the car. Then she noticed the radio in Suhao's hand. "Hey, you found this." The sound attracted Han Jiangxue. She came over to take a look and was a little surprised. "Does this mean we can communicate with people who are very far away now?" Suhao shook his head. "No, I can only listen. To communicate, we need better antenna equipment, as well as a complete set of walkie-talkies. We have a walkie-talkie, but no antenna." Su Qing said thoughtfully, "When I was watching videos before, I saw someone making a signal amplifier by hand. It was just a few metal pieces strung together, but I didn't know what material they were made of. It was assembled into the shape of a gun." Upon hearing Su Qing's explanation, Suhao immediately understood. It's made of copper or aluminum. If there's really no other way, we can give it a try then. But we need other equipment to connect them together. As he spoke, Suhao sighed inwardly. It would be great if there were a skilled craftsman who knew electromechanical engineering. In the apocalypse, top-notch fitter and electromechanical engineers are like doormen. They'll give you whatever you want, and if they don't have it, they'll make it up for you. Things like radios, walkie-talkies, and antennas. It shouldn't be a problem for them. Please visit the Health and Safety Department for joint efforts in sanitation. At this moment, Suhao chatted while spinning the radio. Suddenly, a series of sounds came from the radio. Su Qing looked surprised. Suhao quickly placed the radio on the roof of the car and turned the volume up to the maximum. The 3 of them waited together. After a while, the sound inside then repeated itself. The Z province military has established a tight security zone. All those with special abilities are requested to go there. We also seek individuals with supernatural powers to communicate with and work together to protect the people. Listen to what's inside until there's no more sound. The 3 then lowered their heads and began to communicate. Province. Su Qing asked, somewhat puzzled. Why was Z province the first to establish a safe zone? Military region. Han Jiangxue said simply and directly. Yes, in the apocalypse, the military is the last line of defense. But under such indiscriminate, collective mutation, how many people can survive? In a newly emerged apocalyptic environment, is shooting always a good thing? Faced with hundreds or thousands of times more zombies, if the firepower is insufficient after firing, you will soon be overwhelmed by the horde. Hand grenades and rocket launchers are indeed very useful. But are there really enough people? No one is around, so even the best weapons are useless. Jiangda University had tens of thousands of students, but only a few hundred survived. Wait until the mutation rate accelerates. Wait until the goo worms are raised and an incredible monster is born. Do armor-piercing rounds really work? Su Hao believed that in a short period of time, no monster could withstand 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds, and no monster could withstand 155mm artillery. But these are too bulky. Establishing a defensive line is still an option. But if it breaks out from within, there's practically no chance for them to succeed. So many days have passed. He didn't see a single plane. Without a doubt, the airport is now unusable, and even the planes are unusable. How much of the Army's combat effectiveness can it maintain? Su Qing recalled the words she heard on the radio. The safe zone has also discovered that someone has mutated, right? The channel just said that people with superpowers or extraordinary abilities should contact us. Han Jiangxue nodded. I don't know how many people are in the safe zone, but with so many people, there are bound to be some with good talent and strong abilities. Su Qing agreed, but she clung to Su Hao's arm and rested her cheek against him. But it certainly won't be as good as Su Hao Qiang. We'll be happy as long as we can live a life of luxury. Han Jiangxue smiled in agreement. The two talked for quite a while, but none of them considered going to that safe zone. As mentioned before, the purpose of forming this small team is to create a secluded paradise. In this chaotic world, we don't seek to be the only one in power, but rather to live a carefree and unrestrained life, free from intrigue and backstabbing. The two women noticed that Su Hao was deep in thought. I thought he had some ideas about the safe zone. What's wrong? Su Qing asked hurriedly. We're not going to go check out that safe zone, are we? What are you thinking about? Su Hao shook his head. I'm thinking about which route to take next to avoid them. We have to go around it. Su Qing asked, puzzled. Do we have to do it this way? Yes, I will. Han Jiangxue interrupted her doubts and gave a direct affirmation. Han Jiangxue glanced at the heavy armor on Su Hao's body. They glanced at the giant beasts surrounding the three of them. I took a look at the other person's talent. If you were a leader, what reason would you have not to stop us? To put it nicely, it's for everyone's sake. To put it bluntly, it belongs to everyone. It's only the beginning of the apocalypse. Are you going to use this to deliberately test others? Faced with Su Hao's batch of treasures, which ones can withstand the test? Whether it's people, men, women, cars, superpowers, objects, etc. These are things that others are currently dreaming of. If you go near the safe zone now, aren't you just testing others? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Su Qing notet tao wu fun. After a moment of contemplation, she understood. Never underestimate the evil in human nature. Humans are creatures with both extremely high and extremely low limits. Remember that. Su Hao patted Su Qing on the shoulder. He cautioned, even the apocalypse is a chaotic world. Think about how things evolved after periods of chaos in history. The present is no different from, or even worse than, those chaotic times in history. Su Qing doesn't understand history, but she still knew the general situation. Throughout history, every period of chaos has inevitably led to widespread disorder. If the Central Plains are weak, foreign enemies will invade. If the Central Plains are strong, regional warlords will seize power. Even in the era of guns and cannons, the country still fell into a state of warlord rule. After all, the country has a vast territory and a large pool of talented people. The only difference is that the external enemy has now become monsters from the apocalypse. There will definitely be good people, bad people, and neutral people in the future. Who is born willing to be abandoned? How can one remain subservient to others for long? This will definitely happen. Whether the future is good or bad, no one can guess. Su Hao couldn't, and he didn't want to guess. There was no need to guess. He only needs to keep getting stronger and live a good life. He doesn't have that much ambition. He's an honest man who loves farming. Just then, the aroma of cooked rice wafted over. Su Hao's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. All right, let's go eat first. We're leaving this afternoon, so we don't need to stay here any longer. The three returned to the back of the car. The rice cooker is plugged into the extension cord, which is plugged into the car. Opening the rice cooker immediately releases a burst of steam accompanied by the aroma of rice. Su Hao took a deep breath beside him. The pure aroma of rice. I really miss the taste of these carbohydrates. When Su Qing opened a pre-made vegetable packet and poured the stir-fried pork with chili peppers into the rice, the three of them could no longer resist and began to eat heartily. Su Hao ate a mouthful of rice, chili, and stir-fried pork together, and immediately let out a satisfied sound. My requirements aren't high. In the apocalypse, I want to be able to eat these delicious foods at least every day. Chapter 73, 300-Step Flying Sword. Activate the behemoth and set off on the road. At noon, Su Hao's team finally got to eat hot rice and rice bowls in the apocalypse. Although they are pre-made vegetable buns, the problem is that the fresh ones have all gone bad, so there's nothing we can do about it. I'll have to find the vegetables and meats myself later. The meat in the cold storage had already spoiled after the power outage, and so many days have passed, the backup power supply is not enough. After lunch, everyone began to rest. Su Hao stood in the empty parking lot on the giant vehicle and began to test the limits of his abilities. Previously in the mall, he has already tested the limits of using sword control combined with telekinesis, but it wasn't detected. The mall is too small, but the longest distance on the first floor is nearly 200 meters. It's amazing that we couldn't test the limits of sword control. Prior to this, Su Hao's sword flying distance was about 90 meters. At that time, my mental age was only around 80. With my current spirit stat of 158 plus my psychic powers, I can fly over 200 meters on my sword without feeling much strain. This shows that the limit is far from here. So Su Hao climbed onto the top of the giant beast carriage. Standing over 4 meters tall, with a field of vision nearly 5 meters high, he could see very far, enough to test distances. Looking at the zombies on the road, Su Hao waved his hand, and a large horizontal sword appeared in the air. He put 2 fingers together and pointed to a small group of zombies on a main road. Go! Buzz! The large horizontal sword shot out. Due to its high speed, it no longer produces a whistling sound, but rather a buzzing sound like a wind cannon, capable of stirring up air currents and blowing away relatively light objects. This sound also attracted Su Qing and Han Jiangxue. The two of them sat in the carriage, looking in the direction of the flying sword. Because it is too small and too fast for the naked eye to observe the flying sword in flight, only after images or trailing shadows can be seen. By the time they realized what was happening and looked over, the zombies on the road have all been beheaded. The head flew several meters high. Make their eyes look upwards, then downwards, until they see the head roll and thud on the ground. Su Hao glanced at the number of zombies he had killed. Mission: slay 10,000 zombies. 10,000. Not bad, 1/3 done. The group of zombies was about 200 meters away. Not enough. Su Hao controlled the flying sword with his mind and continued to fly forward. 250,270,290,300. It flew up to over 300 meters. Su Hao's eye felt the flying sword was heavy and difficult to control. Although it can still be controlled, it will lose control if it flies a few dozen meters more. Receive. Su Hao flicked his 2 fingers, and the flying sword instantly flew back, hovering steadily beside him. I never imagined that thoughts could be used in this way. The control distance is multiplied and doubled. Before the development of telekinesis, when the distance to the sword reaches the last third, signs such as heavy control, trembling, instability, and eventually loss of control will appear. With the enhancement of telekinesis, the remaining power of the sword will only tremble and give a final warning of losing control when it is in the last tenth of its range. This greatly increases the stability of handling and operation at extreme distances. It's easier to use. Furthermore, with the enhancement of telekinesis, the speed, power, and strength of the alloy flying sword have all been significantly improved. The buff Han Jiangxue applied to the weapon was a milky white special effect. The buff Su Hao gave to the weapon was an invisible and intangible psychic power. The results were roughly the same, but the causes and processes are completely different. And most importantly, the control distance has doubled. With the spirit of 158, the maximum control distance for sword flight was previously 160 meters, so the safe and flexible control distance is about 0 to 110 meters. Now the distance for flying swords is over 300 meters. That's almost the length of a straightened school track, or the length of 3 football fields. The flexible control range is 0, 300 meters. Only when you reach the last tenth of the distance will your instincts automatically warn you, and your consciousness will tell you how much further you will go before you lose control. A flying sword that can travel 300 steps. Su Hao gripped the hilt of the sword with his right hand and gently stroked the blade with his left. Wait until the day you have the 1,000 steps flying sword. At a distance of 300 meters, there's already the effective range for normal automatic rifle bullets. That's already quite exaggerated. Wow! Su Qing exclaimed in the carriage, amazed by the longsword's incredible range and its lightning-fast speed. Su Hao's flying sword is no slower than a bullet, is it? Han Jiangxue compared in her mind. It should be subsonic, about the same as the muzzle velocity of a pistol. Subsonic speeds are those with speeds below 340 meters per second and very close to them. This speed is not comparable to the initial velocity of a rifle, which is several hundred kilometers. But this is a flying sword, not a bullet. With subsonic speed and this mass, the kinetic energy is already quite impressive. Penetrating a steel plate in seconds is not a problem. It just depends on how thick it is. Everyone rested for a while. Su Hao was half reclining in a space chair in the driver's cabin. At this moment, Su Qing opened a small window in the carriage and asked, "What are we doing this afternoon? Are we going to pry open the fuel tank again?" Su Hao thought for a moment, then shook his head. "No need to go. You can leave now." He has nearly 5,000 liters of gasoline on him and in his car, enough to last him for a while, so there's no need to waste time here. Su Hao's main objective. 1. Follow the tasks. Do whatever tasks are available, prioritizing tasks. 2. The direction is towards the Central Plains and the plateau. The ocean will definitely be polluted in the future, and we don't know how far the white fog will spread. So we must take precautions. 3 means attracting goddesses, developing and expanding the team, and living a good life. It is commonly known as the 3-step process. So the next step is to find plantations and breeding farms. While doing the tasks, make sure to replenish your supplies with fresh vegetables and meat. Go and call Han Jiangxue over. We need to get ready to leave. Good. A short while later, Su Qing and Han Jiangxue opened the door from the carriage and entered the driver's cab. By the way, the carriages and the driver's cab are connected, but it's not a strong connection. It's a soft connection, like the connection between a subway and a train. It's fine under normal circumstances, but it needs to be closed when driving aggressively. The 3 sat in the driver's seat. Su Hao sat in the driver's seat and transferred the map from his watch to the car. Then, the light screen inside the car was used to project the image onto the screen for everyone to see. Find the locations of the plantations and ranches. Han Jiangxue pointed to a corner of the projection, in that spot. Meanwhile, the monster AI also manipulated the map, zoomed in on the view, and marked several downward arrows. The locations of major livestock and plantations before the apocalypse have been marked. Have routes been planned? Su Qing and Han Jiangxue, under the surprised gazes of the 2 women. Su Hao smiled and said, "The route with the least traffic before the end of the world is the easiest for the behemoth to pass through." Behemoth, 3 routes marked? Navigate now? No need, the roads in the apocalypse are too bad, I'll drive manually. Look at the location on the map. Su Hao raised an eyebrow, sat in the space capsule, and started the vehicle. Then let's go. Su Qing, Jiang Shui, prepare to slaughter pigs and cattle. Upon hearing this, Su Qing looked like she was sharpening a knife. It's all right, I'm used to it, they're all pretty much the same. Han Jiangxue is the same. Suddenly, Su Qing thought of something. By the way, there's a medium-sized zoo nearby marked on the map. Could the lions and tigers there have mutated? Chapter 74 demands in various safe zones. Someone stopped cars and blocks the road? Under the apocalypse. Noon. In the vast city streets, only one imposing heavy truck was driving on the road. Its entire body was pitch black, exuding a striking aura. Those rows of enormous wheels, with their top-of-the-line suspension, rolled over rows of uneven roads and zombie bodies. The triangular pusher forcefully smashed through all the zombies. The behemoth's vehicle wasn't fast, but any zombie that was touched would fly to the side like a rag doll and fall to the ground. If you're lucky, your body will be intact. If you're unlucky, you might break your limbs or get your head smashed. Heavy trucks can be driven with such impunity, let alone zombies. They just crush the zombie bodies one by one. If there's a broken down car blocking the way, even a small car can be easily pushed open by the triangular front of a heavy truck without any problem. Su Hao watched as rows of zombies were crushed in front of him, but the interior of the car felt very small. This reminded him of a quote he once saw online. I thought it was a speed bump. Su Qing watched from the sidelines with a delighted expression. It's just like bumper cars, haha. Let me drive it sometime, I like to crash it too. Suawanadi, okay. Next, the behemoth was either creating zombies or pushing a car away. The noise generated attracted many zombies, but the speed simply couldn't keep up. If you're too far away, you won't be able to hear it unless there's a collision. If you're too close, the car will be gone by the time you react. If you're in front of the car, you'll be killed instantly. We drove for several kilometers. It created at least several hundred zombies. For this reason, Su Hao even took a special look at the kill missions. Mission: slay 10,000 zombies. 10 Okay, kills caused by driving don't count. In the passenger seat, Su Qing and Han Jiangxue, meanwhile, took their radios and adjusted the channels, trying them one by one, just like Su Hao. They actually managed to try a few of them. After listening to several official announcements, the 3 of them now have a general understanding of the situation. Su Qing explained from the side. Now it can be basically confirmed that most of the provincial capitals have large security zones. It depends on the situation in the city and how the army is stationed. However, the security zones are basically established by the military regions because they have large radio stations and equipment to spread the news so widely. Su Hao nodded in agreement. Yes, self-established security zones generally don't have this kind of equipment. Those that do are mostly military. The content spread in the safe zones is basically the same. The first method involves recruiting the masses and implementing militarized management. Men aged 16 to 45 are basically forced to participate in labor or receive weapons. In short, they must provide productivity. This is normal. In the apocalypse, labor is very important, especially in densely populated areas. Another point is that military weapons also require human operators. If you have 100,000 guns, but only 10,000 people, you can only use the combat power of 10,000 at most. And that's the situation on Earth right now. We have weapons, but no one to use them. The second method is to spread the message. Instruct the crowd to protect themselves as much as possible, and then move to a nearby safe zone. If we don't go, there's no force to rescue us now. We must fend for ourselves. The third method is to attract talent. STEM and technical talents can be given priority in rescue, but first, contact must be made with them. The fourth type is people with special abilities. The radio broadcast explicitly stated that those with special talents, extraordinary abilities, or exceptional performance could go to the military region on their own and receive generous treatment and support in terms of manpower and resources. That concludes the basic information. These are undoubtedly official announcements. Su Hao nodded after hearing this. The current situation is acceptable. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing nodded in agreement. The fact that things haven't descended into chaos is good news. When things get chaotic, it will be a time when demons and monsters appear everywhere. Small places are chaotic, so it doesn't matter. Real chaos will only occur when even large safe zones are in disarray. That's all. The behemoth continued its journey until you reach a bridge. This is the only way to get to the plantations and farms. All the destinations require crossing this river. Su Hao kept his eyes on the road as he drove. When the distance is about several kilometers, he slowed down a bit. No, that's not right. Huh? Su Qing was taken aback. What's wrong? Su Hao looked at the bridge surface. The situation there doesn't seem to be natural. It must have been arranged by humans. Wait until the vehicle gets a little closer. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue also saw the situation at the bridgehead and in the middle of the bridge. At the bridgehead, the green belts, sidewalks, and shops on both sides of the road were all blocked off by cars. In the middle of the road, only a distance of 15 car lengths was left for passage. On the bridge surface, they even used cars to create a racetrack. Once forced onto the bridge, the car can only travel in an S-shaped path and cannot keep accelerating recklessly. This is clearly caused by human intervention. Su Hao glanced at the 3D map inside the car. Around the bridge, there are hardware stores, small shopping malls, auto repair shops, secondhand markets, you name it. Right in the middle of the river, there is a small island. The watch scanned the surroundings and saw that the simple houses on the island had been modified, along with some survival tools. Su Hao immediately confirmed, there is a gathering place here. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue manipulated the map projection from the side, and after finding several points, Han Jiangxue pointed to several locations on the 3D map, including rooftops, roadsides, bridgeheads, and bridge lock frames. These places should all be guarded. Su Qing was a little nervous. Then what should we say? Should we go around it? Or, there's no way around it. Su Hao shook his head. Since the destination is across the river, the bridgeheads nearby have basically all been controlled. If the other side were even slightly smarter, that would completely block all the other small bridges, so you only need to send 2 people to guard them. The remaining bridge has a gap, which we will guard with all our might. This is called leaving an opening when besieging an enemy, one of Sun Tzu's art of war. Then, Su Qing reached out and made a cut on her neck. That's all I can say. Han Jiangxue looked at Su Hao with a firm gaze, her mind set on Su Hao's interests. Su Hao nodded in agreement. But before that, he sighed and added, let's keep a positive outlook for now. Drive the car over there. If they let us go, then we'll pretend nothing happened. If they block our way, then don't blame us. Upon hearing this, both Su Qing and Han Jiangxue nodded in agreement. Yes, that's what they say. Su Hao opened the car window, took out the alloy crossbow, and placed it on the car door. Then I closed the car window, stepped on the gas, and accelerated. The giant beast slowly approached the bridgehead. The roads are getting narrower and narrower. 2 kilometri, vienas kilometras penki, shimtai metru, shimtas metru, penkes de shimt metru. When we finally arrived at the bridgehead, several people suddenly appeared around us. People on the rooftop also leaned out, raised their hands, and pointed at the behemoth's cockpit with a small gadget in their hands. Su Qing exclaimed upon seeing it. A gun? Han Jiangxue's face darkened. The next moment, bang 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 bang. A soft, muffled thump 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 sound could be heard inside the car. Sai, Suao Saif. He shook his head, looked around, and waved 2 fingers. The next moment, buzz. The large alloy blades on the car door shot out instantly. At the same time, Su Hao floored the accelerator and drove straight into the ambush group behind the pile of wrecked cars at the bridgehead. Chapter 75 Bulletproof Heavy Truck. Dump truck. Go talk to your insurance company. Prior to this, when the giant heavy truck was still 2 kilometers away from the bridgehead, on the rooftop, 2 people were chatting and smoking with binoculars and walkie-talkies in hand. One of them had already smoked the cigarette to the last drop, but couldn't bear to throw it away. Sai, What's the point of controlling cigarettes? I don't know why the boss wants to control them. Even if we stop producing them, there's still plenty left. Another shook his head. Just because we don't produce it means it's yours? It all belongs to the boss. We're already lucky to get some for free. They never include us when they're out with women. What a bunch of bastards. You and I are not worthy of each other. We used to be property security guards, while he is the boss of a joint security company. He has a lot of thugs under his command. He used to be involved in organized crime. In ancient times, that would be called a trusted confidant. So you have to achieve something to be like them, right? Yeah, we could do bad things. Luckily, it's the end of the world, so it doesn't matter what we do. Who can stop us? Really? The two continued talking. One of them burned his hand with a cigarette, hissed, and quickly shook it off. Then he turned his head. Not far away, a powerful and imposing heavy truck with a triangular front end, resembling a troop carrier, was seen speeding towards the bridgehead. Holy crap, they're here. Look, the man patted his companion on the shoulder and said in surprise. What kind of heavy truck is this? It's so imposing, even cooler than Optimus Prime from Transformers. This truck must be worth a lot of money. Another person looked around and exclaimed, what kind of things are they carrying in this carriage? Is it all food or machines? Report this quickly using the walkie-talkie. Yes, tell me quickly. As he spoke, another person pulled out a walkie-talkie that the property management used before and quickly reported the situation. Hello. A black heavy truck is approaching. It's huge, and I've never seen this model before. It must have something good inside. Get ready quickly. Okay, just one car. There definitely won't be many people. After saying that, he hung up the walkie-talkie. The other man excitedly finished his last puff of cigarette and threw it away, then quickly said, let's go, hurry up and follow. We're rich. Now we can play too. Here, at the bridgehead, they used to stay indoors playing cards like Texas Hold'em. Upon hearing the news, he quickly got up, grabbed his gun, and headed to various locations. The man in the lead, wearing a gold chain and with a piece of his ear missing, gave orders while smoking and squinting. Be careful with your ammo. The station doesn't have much stock. Once we make a big splash, we'll go to the military region and get an AK for each of us. Good. Haha. Don't worry. I'm incredibly accurate. It's just a heavy truck, not an armored car. You can't just shoot at it. That's right. There aren't many bulletproof cars in the country. Following the boss's instructions, a group of people with tattoos of dragons, tigers, Guan Yu, and Buddha agreed while swearing. Some people went to the bridgehead, some went to the rooftop, and some lay in ambush in a green belt. Some were walking on the road. He even told his accomplices things like, it would be best if a few more women came. After the leader finished giving instructions to the group, he gave them his orders. They then went to another room. There were only 3 people in this room, but all 3 of them were playing around with women, and some were even on drugs and acting like lunatics. But they all have one striking characteristic. That is, they are physically strong and healthy, and they all seem to have awakened superpowers. The eldest brother has arrived here. His serious expression instantly transformed into a smile. Hey guys, brothers, the piglets are here again. Let's go for a bit and come back to play later. They're really going all out, one of them said angrily, but still got up and prepared to fight. The rest of the people all walked away while cursing. There was even one who completely ignored the original leader, never giving him a second glance. He simply put his arm around the shoulder of the person next to him and walked out. The boss looked rather grim, but he didn't say anything. They simply closed and locked the door. Then they left. Once everything is in place, as the giant heavy truck slowly approached, the eldest brother from the second floor near the house picked up a walkie-talkie by the window and gave orders. Beat! Bang, 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 bang! There was firing at the bridgehead, and firing was also being done from the rooftops on both sides. Gunshots rang out everywhere. The owner of the second floor initially had a smile on his face. When he pulled the giant beast, his expression of unexpected joy was palpable. He'd never seen such a handsome and imposing car before. What was inside? What was the car for? How many people were inside? Were there any pretty women in it? These are all pleasant surprises. Let's bring on the big fish. But the next moment, his expression seemed a little stiff. The pistol fired repeatedly at the car. The car windows, roof, windshield, and so on were all being smashed and banged. But nothing has changed. Even the windshield wasn't broken. An armored vehicle? The leader exclaimed in shock. This isn't troop transport vehicle. But something even more surprising happened. From his perspective, I happened to see a horizontal knife pasted on the driver's side door. He couldn't see anything through the car window, because it is one-way glass. But that long sword was not an ornament. It shot out instantly. It made a buzzing sound like a cannon. After disappearing in the blink of an eye, the heavy truck sprinted off at full throttle. Don't! On a nearby rooftop, a person's head was already pointing skyward, and as a large amount of blood gushed from their neck, their body collapsed. Another person shouted, "No!" He had barely uttered a single word when the blade flashed with a cold light and vanished from the spot, along with a man's head disappearing from his neck. Fresh blood sprayed directly onto the wall. The leader exclaimed in shock, "Superpowers! They have superpowers too." He originally thought that having 3 awakened superpowers under his command was already quite good. 2 of them are relatives, my cousins. But looking at it now, what is this? Flying sword? The alloy crossbow whizzed through the air, making a buzzing sound. In just a few seconds, everyone on the rooftop was killed on the spot. Then they attacked the people on both sides of the road, and the behemoth heavy truck. Then it floored the accelerator and charged towards the abandoned car fortress at the bridgehead. A heavy truck, traveling at over 100 yards, crashed head-on into the fortress made of wrecked cars, accompanied by the crackling sound of gunfire from the bridgehead. Bang! Snap! The people inside the wrecked car fortress didn't even scream when they were hit. Only those who were lightly hit have the right to scream. Those who were hit by the heavy truck didn't even scream. With a loud bang, the wrecked car, the person, the wrecked car, piled up together like a compressed biscuit, like the iron gate of a scrap car. It turned into meat wrapped in iron, or canned meat. The heavy truck came to a stop as a result, but it was not damaged at all. At most, the paint on the triangular pusher head might have chipped a little. And the next moment, the driver's side door of the heavy truck was opened. A person dressed in full heavy armor, who looked to be at least 2 meters tall, jumped off the vehicle. With a bang, a cloud of dust was kicked up. The man slammed the car door shut and walked toward the bridgehead, seemingly intending to perform an autopsy. The leader on the second floor couldn't quite hear what was being said. It seemed as if all that was heard was a single sentence spoken by the heavily armored warrior. Go talk to the insurance company. Chapter 76 Mission. Highway robbery, 1-punch kill. Just tell the insurance company. The gangster, half dead from being trapped in the steel cage, suddenly widened his eyes like 2 swollen fish bubbles. And then, unable to catch his breath, he died. Oh, so I was native. Then he turned around and walked back. Mission triggered. Highway robbery. Mission introduction. While traveling, you've encountered an evil force from the post-apocalyptic world blocking your way. They plunder supplies, commit arson and murder, and imprison their own kind. Truly evil. But most importantly, they've dared to block your path. Show them your fists and blades, and wipe out this evil stronghold. Mission reward. 1 unlimited God-level lottery draw. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing spoke through a small crack in the door beside the car. When can we go down? Let me down. Su Hao was wearing full heavy armor, so he was naturally not afraid of pistol bullets. His armor can withstand 7.62 millimeters rounds, let alone these small caliber pistol bullets. But the 2 women are not ready yet. Humanity still has a long way to go before it can become immune to firearms. I'll take care of the guy with the gun, or I'll test it out so I won't be afraid of small guns anymore. Su Hao raised 2 fingers and pointed at the last few people nearby who had guns. Buzz! The horizontal blade shot out instantly, like a firecracker exploding. With a a man holding a pistol had his head blown off. What's the difference between a living person and a zombie being beheaded? Zombies don't bleed, but living people can, and they're quite tall. The people around were stunned. He quickly threw the gun away, shouting, "No, don't kill me. I'll throw the gun away. I'll kneel before you." There are no exceptions. Under Su Hao's gaze, everyone on the roadside was slaughtered. Only 3 people who looked different remained on the street. All 3 of them possess supernatural abilities. Su Hao could tell, so I deliberately left 3 to observe. Okay, you can get down now. After Su Hao finished speaking, he walked away. Upon hearing this, Han Jiangxue and Su Qing quickly got out of the car. Su Qing got out of the car. They didn't even look at the body. Let's first look at some of the places on the car that were hit by the handgun. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that there was nothing wrong with the car, except for some minor dents that were not visible. Thankfully, the car is alright. The car is definitely more important than these people's lives. Su Hao awoke to hith. After inspecting the car, Su Qing quickly caught up with Han Jiangxue and followed behind Su Hao. They arrived not far from the 3 thugs. At this point, the 3 thugs were also somewhat stunned. Who would have thought that such a person would appear so soon after the supposed apocalypse? They've only just awakened their superpowers. Su Hao looked around and couldn't help but chuckle. Should I say you guys have some intelligence? Or have you learned the things left by our ancestors? The strategy of leaving an opening when besieging an enemy is quite effective. If it weren't Su Hao who came today, most of the people who encountered him would have gotten into trouble and been harmed here. Do you think they have high IQs? It's neither too high nor too low. They just know how to use what their ancestors left behind. And at this time, the burly man at the head of the group wiped his sweat and spoke to Su Hao with a somewhat obsequious tone. I don't know how a fight broke out like this. I just came out to take a look. Why don't you leave? Do you need anything to eat or drink? We can get you some. Another chimed in. We stockpiled a lot of cigarettes here. We seized quite a few cigarette transport trucks back then. There were several truckloads of cigarettes and all sorts of things. And the last one. They then slowly retreated. Although the three were reckless and gangsters, they weren't stupid. Gangsters sometimes know how to read people's expressions and treat them differently depending on who they are. They're even more obsequious to powerful people. The two were flirting. One of them wanted to slip away. Before long, the person had already moved quite a distance away. Suhao turned his head to look. The man paused. Then he suddenly turned around and ran into the shops on the side of the street. He twisted his body, his leg muscles bulged, and he even broke the sole of his shoe with a tearing sound, rushing several meters away in a second. Body enhancement. Without saying a word, Suhao's eyes narrowed. The next moment, the sword beside him shot out. In an instant, he killed the gangster who turned and ran away. The headless corpse rolled several times on the ground with its remaining strength before finally stopping, twitching. And at the very moment that person died. That is the instant the sword flew out. Seeing that they were unarmed, the remaining two gangsters immediately turned on them and launched a surprise attack. The two men had ferocious expressions on their faces. They all rushed towards Suhao. The person on the left has long, cone-shaped claws that glow with a ghostly green light. The person on the right was completely black, as if covered by a hard shell, and was waving his fist at Suhao. The two attacked simultaneously. Su Qing wanted to remind him from behind, but then suddenly remembered something. Han Jiangxue crossed her arms, held the Miao sword to her chest, and stared coldly at them with an expressionless face, as if she had already foreseen their fate. The two attacked very quickly. After all, they had all awakened their innate abilities. But Suhao's reaction and speed were far faster. The next moment, Suhao kicked forward, striking the figure covered in black armor. The iron boots, reflecting a metallic sheen, kicked him hard in the stomach. Bang! The person instantly bent backward, his whole body folding like a screen into a U shape, and flew backward. He pounced very fast, but it flies backwards at even faster speed, almost twice the speed, in the other person's menacing yet terrified gaze. Suhao's large left hand reached out to grab his face. Smack! The man with long claws on both hands pounced over, but Suhao grabbed his cheek in midair. He was about to resist when his hands and feet struck at the same time. Suhao then punched him in the abdomen with even greater speed. Bang! I fell silent instantly, sending a silent response. His hands and feet went limp immediately after being hit by the heavy punch, and the pain caused him to lose control of his central nervous system. Through the gaps between the iron hand's fingers, the man looked at Suhao's imposing mask. They looked at Suhao with various expressions, including regret, pleading, and pleas for survival. Such a heavy blow to an untrained person. He was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. The pain was so intense that I couldn't resist. He could only slowly raise his hand, as if to beg for mercy. But he responded. It was the second iron fist that was raised. Suhao moved his left hand slightly, half scratching his cheek and half scratching his head, revealing the other side of his face and temple. Then, in the man's terrified and pleading eyes, "Don't!" Heavy blow. Puff! In an instant, the eyeball flew out and blood spurted out. My head looks like a watermelon that's been slapped open, with the temple sunken in, no longer in an oval shape. Suhao let go. The body fell to the ground with a thud, blood gushing from its mouth, nose, and ears. Su Qing looked on with a sigh. Han Jiangxue bit her lip lightly, her face flushed, and her breathing rapid. A black-clad gangster, kneeling on the ground in the distance, retching and convulsing, saw this scene out of the corner of his eye and was filled with despair. But only a fleeting glance. He saw the boss on the second floor across the street pick up a pistol and point it at Suhao. He was immediately overjoyed. Continued to writhe in pain to get attention. 2 breaths later, bang! A shot rang out. The man was overjoyed and suddenly looked up at Suhao. "Oh, what about you?" They looked up, but the scene they imagined did not unfold. No one fell, no woman screamed, nothing happened. Instead, it was under his horrified gaze. Suhao raised his hand, and in his hand was a small, bright yellow bullet. Impossible. The gangsters were dumbfounded. The people on the second floor chose to continue firing. Bang, bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. The boss, who had just hidden on the second floor, fired all his bullets again. But all the bullets inexplicably deviated, hitting nearby wrecked cars, then ricocheting into the air and heading towards Suhao, before finally being caught in midair by Suhao's outstretched hand. Grab it. Chapter 77, A Deviation of Thought. Catching bullets barehanded. All cigarettes. Bang, bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. In the eyes of those around them. The gang leader who had just hidden on the second floor reappeared and launched a sneak attack, emptying the magazine in his pistol. He fired a shot at Suhao first. It turned out to be ineffective. He immediately emptied the magazine towards the woman behind him, but strangely enough, no matter which direction he fired, the bullets automatically flew towards the surrounding wrecked cars, then cleverly ricocheted, becoming stray bullets that flew back towards Su Hao. And Su Hao, under everyone's watchful eyes, he reached out and grabbed a handful of air. When he opened his palm again, the bright orange bullets were all in his hand, not one missing. Su Qing stared wide-eyed at Su Hao, then looked at her palm. Han Jiangxue pulled the Miao sword out halfway, then silently put it back in. She was shocked too. So shocked that he could hardly hide his expression and feelings. She knew Su Hao reacted incredibly quickly. It was so fast that she had no chance to defend herself. Even launching an attack or a sneak attack was useless. But she never even considered it. Su Hao's reaction time is fast enough to see the direction and timing of the bullet. Han Jiangxue could see through this process. It involves using telekinesis to deflect bullets, directing their trajectory, and then catching stray bullets with bare hands. It's very simple, right? You can go and try it, no matter how exaggerated it is. Catching a bullet can be considered good luck, but grabbing a handful of bullets is a completely different story. This shows that Su Hao calculated the trajectory of each bullet, saw it clearly with his eyes, and then caught it precisely with his hands. The physical abilities required for this set of movements. It cannot be summarized simply by being quick to react. This level of performance requires a combination of factors, including calculation, reaction, coordination, speed, and intensity. Otherwise, you either foresaw it but failed to seize the opportunity. Got hit. Or perhaps other situations where trying to show off fails. But now Su Hao has done it. They still grabbed a handful of bullets. No, that's impossible. The gangster who had been kicked more than 10 meters away stood up, his face full of fear and shaking his head. He backed away, his words tumbling out in a panic. How could someone possibly catch a bullet with their bare hands? Is this some kind of movie scene or special effects? You. That's all. He suddenly turned and ran. The black armor on his body must provide more than just defense. It must also enhance other abilities. Otherwise, it would have been because of the kick Su Haojing gave him earlier. Now, let alone standing up and running. It's good enough that you can sit up and recover enough to speak. Watching the man run away, Su Hao didn't plan to chase after him, mainly because he was too lazy to do so. But he held up 2 fingers, preparing to send the flying sword after it. At this moment, Han Jiangxue walked over and patted Su Hao on the shoulder. I want to experience it in real combat. Su Qing looked at Han Jiangxue in surprise. Su Hao thought for a moment and nodded. Go ahead. Han Jiangxue, carrying her Miao sword, immediately gave chase. Su Hao reached out and pulled the fleeing people and the boss on the second floor out of the air, driven by mental power. Bang. The 2 of them flew backwards towards Su Hao at the same time. The gang leader smashed through the second floor glass, his arms and head covered in blood, and collapsed in front of Su Hao, howling in pain. His pistol lay to the side, long since out of bullets. People fleeing in the distance. He was pulled back several meters by telekinesis. Han Jiangxue immediately came to his side, drew her sword, and slashed fiercely. Wait a moment. The man saw a Miao sword, radiating a milky white light, swinging towards him. He shouted for people to wait a moment, but his hands kept moving. He swung a punch at Han Jiangxue's side. If Han Jiangxue really believes him, she should wait for him. So we waited. She will definitely be knocked down by that person who talks a big game, but doesn't play their part. It can be described as extremely insidious. They're all low-class street fighting tactics. But she is Han Jiangxue, and to be honest, she has seen this kind of underhanded tactics before, even in the arena. Even if we take a step back and say that. She wasn't the type to go easy on someone just because she heard about it. The enormous Miao sword slashed down diagonally. A motion blur effect with light effects. Under that man's furious gaze, he was hacked from head to toe. One slash. Split from right shoulder to left armpit. The man's chest cavity split into 2 sections and was thrown out like chopped meat. The person instantly collapsed to the ground, unresponsive, with a large pool of blood flowing out. One strike solves it. Han Jiangxue didn't even glance at the corpse. He took a deep breath, feeling both slightly dissatisfied and somewhat comforted, and turned to walk back. The boss wailing in front of Su Hao. Hearing the noise, I turned my head to look. His last large hand had been severed, and he lay on the ground. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Brother, listen to me. Don't kill me yet. Sir, it's true we've stockpiled a lot of stuff, and we've also collected a lot of women, all in the basement and the nearby warehouses. Trigger mission. Collect supplies and provide assistance along the way. Mission description. This mission is a complete loss if it doesn't yield any profits. The wasted time must be compensated. Please loot the evil forces' stockpiles of supplies and release the imprisoned civilians as well. Evil forces like this have messed with you, so you must strike hard. Mission reward. 1 unlimited God-level choice. Please don't kill me yet. I'll take you there, okay? I really... Puffed. He hadn't finished speaking. Su Hao moved his fingers, and the alloy broadsword was used to behead him on the spot. Thud! The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, gushing blood. Su Qing stepped back, the blood almost splattering on her, making her a little dirty. Su Hao smiled helplessly. I've already said all the key points. What do I need you for? Supplies and women are the 2 most important things. Nothing else matters. They don't have anything good to offer either. After listening, Su Qing simply commented, a newborn. At this moment, Han Jiangxue came back. She glanced at the corpse, then exchanged a look with Su Hao. Su Hao could see another meaning in her eyes, an unbearable thirst and an unbearable repression. He understands. Han Jiangxue has seen too much and killed too little. The urge to chop is kicking in. I'll practice with you tonight, just bear with it for now. Su Hao waved his hand, sheathing his broadsword which floated beside him. Go collect the supplies first. Release the people before you leave, otherwise this trip won't be profitable. Killing so many people, though effortless, was a waste of time and energy. If we don't make money, wouldn't that be a loss? We have to earn it back first. Moreover, all the supplies have been collected for him. He just needs to go and collect them. Hanyang Su nodded. Okay. The 3 walked toward the buildings on both sides. Su Hao turned on his watch, scanned the surrounding terrain, and then created a 3D model. Aside from being difficult to reach by people, the terrain and supplies are easy to find. With a simple scan of the watch, the car's AI system automatically identifies the warehouse with the highest probability of being compromised. The warehouse has been found. Let's go to the warehouse first. In the case of organized crime groups, there's no such thing as a rabbit having 3 burrows in its warehouse. The warehouses weren't even categorized. Everything was just piled up together. Su Hao came over and opened it to take a look. You really weren't lying. Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. So many cigarettes. This is the first time I've ever seen so many piled together at once. The first large warehouse was full of cigarettes that could be counted by the truckload. They estimated that they would have to hijack the Tobacco Bureau's cigarette transport vehicles and seize cigarettes from major supermarkets to collect this amount. I'll take them. Su Hao waved his hand and took them all. In a post-apocalyptic environment characterized by mental oppression, lack of entertainment, and soaring stress, the status of cigarettes will rise significantly again, and they will undoubtedly become one of the consensus currencies in the future. Chapter 78 is fully resolved. 2 tasks completed, including making popcorn. After that, we looked at a few more warehouses. Rice, flour, oil, coal, and daily necessities were all available, and there was even a generator to power the freezer, which contained a considerable amount of pork, mutton, and beef. They've also ransacked the supermarket. With a wave of his hand, Su Hao collected everything from the warehouses. He was trapped in the school a few days before the end of the world. There's nothing we can do. We don't have that kind of meat. These gangsters were numerous and audacious, and had already begun their robberies long before. Su Qing licked her lips and said, they've all been given to us, haha. Yes. The meat from those several freezers, if put together, would weigh several hundred pounds. It's enough to feed Su Hao and his 2 companions for almost half a year. Eating and drinking to your heart's content would last for 2 or 3 months. Of course, that doesn't mean that's enough. This amount of meat is certainly not enough. The storage capacity cannot be calculated based on the consumption of the 3 of them. It should be calculated based on the system's space. As long as there is still space, you have to keep pretending. Let's go and find out where they've hidden their people. After collecting the items, Su Hao waved his hand and started recruiting again. This is a good deed that can be done easily and readily. He still quite enjoys doing it. He doesn't care how many good deeds he does, as long as there's no cost to it. The watch scans the surrounding terrain. Several basements and locked rooms were quickly marked. Without a doubt, these rooms are definitely used for a specific purpose. Su Hao led his men to the nearest room, looked at the locked door, and waved his hand. The door lock and the bolt broke off simultaneously. The door even opened automatically. A woman wearing only a top was revealed. She had been leaning against the door, but was now slumped over. The door was opened. The woman was startled and quickly got up, trying to rush out. Su Hao and the other 2 automatically stepped aside to let her out. After the first person went out, once the women behind them saw that they could leave, they didn't care who the newcomers were. Everyone was scrambling to rush out. Su Hao and his 2 companions took a few steps back, made sure no one was locked inside, and then turned and left. There's nothing to say. Su Hao shook his head. He also reviewed everything using information reconnaissance. These women all have average system ratings, neither high nor low, and are not worth recruiting. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue sighed slightly. But there was nothing more to say. There's nothing to blame them for. They were all pitiful people. They were tied up and humiliated, and now that they saw a glimmer of hope, they naturally scrambled to grasp at that lifeline. There's no time to care who's saving you. They might still be thinking. The gatekeeper today was blind, and he didn't stop them from leaving. That's just how reality is. And then, Su Hao and his two companions found the other locked basements and cut the locks with their knives, allowing the people inside to come out. Not long after the apocalypse, the people inside were still in relatively good spirits. There was one person in the room who was the least attractive, but they're among the group with the best mental health. Therefore, in the apocalypse, beautiful women without power may suffer more. They were also startled when they opened the door, but when they saw Su Hao in full heavy armor and the two women behind him, they immediately realized that he was the one who could save them. They kept thanking them as they came out. Two of them even knelt down before Su Hao, sobbing as they thanked him. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I kept saying thank you, but it was what I was really thinking. Su Hao waved his hand and pointed in another direction. Let's go. There should still be a small batch of supplies in the supermarket warehouse over there. Let's take them and survive. They all nodded emphatically and immediately jogged off in the direction Su Hao pointed. Several people looked at Su Qing and Han Jiangxue with envy. They knew it very well. These two women must be the women around this man. Judging from her temperament and appearance alone, she is no ordinary woman. But I also understand. I don't deserve it at all. These two women alone completely outclass them in every aspect. So they have feelings for Su Hao, but they all knew there was absolutely no chance. They're all pitiful people. Su Qing shook her head helplessly as she watched the women leave. Han Jiangxue glanced at it once, then looked away. It didn't matter to her. In this world, there is no distinction between men and women, only between those with power. The strong rule the weak, and superiors dominate subordinates. Without strength, everyone is the same. Slap, slap. Everything is resolved. Su Hao clapped his hands and nodded in satisfaction. Let's go, let's keep going. Before leaving, he used his telekinesis to collect all the pistols present and put them into his system space, planning to look at them later that night. Although it's not very useful, I might as well take it. Su Qing smiled again and said as she headed toward the heavy truck, get some corn kernels and sugar oil. I'll make popcorn for the road. Okay, suao agadiv. After leaving the basement, I came to the roadside. All the previous women had already left, and Su Hao had checked the system ratings. Basically, none of them met the standards of Goddess. However, two of his special abilities are quite good, scoring over 70 points. Once they absorb enough of the energy released by the rain of supernatural power, they will soon awaken their supernatural abilities. The three got back into the car. Mission completed. Highway robbery. Mission complete. Collect supplies and provide assistance along the way. The trip was over 50 kilometers long, and they had only traveled about 10 kilometers so far. They still had a little while to go. Although there are only 30-odd kilometers left, the road conditions in the apocalypse are extremely harsh. You'll either crash or bump into things, making it very difficult to drive. When road rage strikes, people basically explode after just a couple of steps. The behemoth heavy truck slowly crossed the bridge. Once they reached the other end, the road suddenly opened up, because beyond that is the real suburbs and there is much less traffic. The zoo was built nearby to attract visitors and boost the economy, as there are many related industries in the vicinity. The behemoth is moving. After a while, Su Qing excitedly opened the carriage door and came out carrying a large bucket of popcorn. Try it, it tastes really good. Han Jiangxue took a bucket of popcorn, picked up two, ate one herself, and then fed the other to Su Hao. Su Hao drove the car and opened his mouth to eat. Popcorn with a hint of sweetness is just so delicious in this environment. It tastes really good, Su Hao praised. Han Jiangxue nodded and asked curiously, you can also make popcorn? They've known each other for years, but they've never seen each other make popcorn. Haha, Su Qing grabbed a handful and started eating. The machine has an ingredient list, I know this one well. Han Jiangxue and Su Hao immediately understood. Make things based on data. For Su Qing, who conduct experiments and perform surgeries every day, it's not just familiar, it feels like coming home. Making popcorn isn't difficult. Just make the right ingredients and time it right. That should basically make it delicious. That's all. The behemoth heavy truck rampaged through the roads, heading towards its final destination. Su Hao sat in the driver's seat and drove. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue stayed by his side, eating popcorn and taking turns feeding Su Hao. He didn't have to lift a finger. He just had to open his mouth. Wait until the last 5 kilometers. After the road conditions improved, Su Hao then gave up the driver's seat so that Su Qing could experience the feeling of bumper cars. The other person immediately became excited and sat down with great anticipation. I drove the last 5 kilometers carefully. Chapter 79 Mutant Vegetables, New Mission, Find the White Mice. Su Qing is watching the last 5 kilometers. Su Hao sat in the passenger seat and took out all the handguns he had previously hidden to examine them. Several pistols were placed to the side. They were all Type 92 pistols, except for one other model. The Type 92 pistol is the one with a 5-pointed star on the grip. Well, how should I put it? It's neither good nor bad. It's a standard sidearm. Thanks to the gun control environment in China, some police stations have even worse guns than this. To put it bluntly, even the worst handgun can't kill a person unless it hits a vital organ. How's this gun? Su Qing asked after taking a look. It can only be used for self-defense, I guess. Su Hao shook his head. You can use it when the time comes. Su Qing shook her head. I don't need it. Even if I really need it, it will be useless. And firing it normally will attract a bunch of zombies. Han Jiangxue nodded in agreement. She's right. Su Qing is considered a support and healer in the team. By the time she can be cut down, she won't even know what kind of enemy she's facing. At this point, this pistol had a hammer to use. If you're using it normally, firing a shot will attract a bunch of zombies, which is too much trouble and not worth it. Therefore, firearms will be obsolete in the end times. The most effective approach is to form a dense and massive firepower. The best way to clear out hordes of zombies. It was also an artillery position, of course. But now, apart from military regions, it's basically impossible. Moreover, everything is evolving. Since pistols are not very useful, Su Hao glanced at it, then tossed it back into his spatial storage. Keep it as a collectible. The three continued eating popcorn. The last few kilometers were reached quickly. Before even reaching their destination, Su Hao saw vast fields and livestock breeding bases. Although it's called a base, neither of the two areas is actually very large. They're all small to medium-sized, and together they are about the size of 2 residential communities. Moreover, modern breeding bases are all located inside factory buildings. It's impossible to tell how many livestock there are, or what their condition is. Only the farmland can be determined. It seems the vegetable patch is all fine. Su Qing was pleasantly surprised to see. As long as these vegetable plots are all stored in the system space, it will be enough for them to eat for a very long time, because the flow of time within the space is almost forbidden. Su Hao was also watching, but as the vehicle drew closer, his expression grew increasingly speechless. Han Jiangxue glanced at it, then looked more closely at the vegetable garden. After a while, after the giant beast arrived nearby, Su Qing and Han Jiangxue only understood after they saw it clearly. What kind of dish is this? Su Qing was stunned. In front of the 3 people, the large vegetable fields have all become strange. The Chinese cabbage was more than half a meter tall, and its original greenish-white color had turned purplish-green, making it look like a giant seaweed. There are cucumber fields in the distance. The cucumbers weren't green. They turned a deep yellow, each one exceptionally large, thick, and long, with sharp bristles. It was almost unbearable to look at. There are other vegetable plots as well. They all look pretty much the same. Some are extra large, while others are so misshapen that it's almost impossible to tell what they are. The tomato trellis had become a thicket of thorns. It was covered in barbs and hooks, inside and out, and they were curved. The tomatoes inside had changed too, and it was unclear what they looked like now. The behemoth heavy truck came to a steady stop near the vegetable garden. Su Qing leaned against the glass and looked around. I was completely dumbfounded. Is this still edible? Han Jiangxue and Su Hao both shook their heads. Whether it's edible or not is unknown, and I wouldn't dare gamble on it. The key question is, who would dare to try it? Trigger quest. Investigate the mutant plants in the vegetable garden. 0 to 3. Mission introduction. After the supernatural rain, plants and animals are rapidly mutating, and you need fresh food. Don't miss this opportunity. Please analyze and identify 3 edible mutated plants. Mission reward. 1 unlimited God-level choice. After reviewing the task, Su Hao sighed. Looks like we'll have to find an animal to be our guinea pig. These words were spoken. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue both nodded in agreement. Of course, we can't test this mutated plant on ourselves. Even if we don't use animals, we have to use other people to test it and observe it. Smack! Su Qing then clapped her hands, showing interest. Leave it to me, I'll do the experiments, but you'll have to catch the lab animals. Han Jiangxue immediately agreed. No problem. Su Hao nodded. Any other needs? Su Qing thought for a while, taking into account the overall conditions after the apocalypse. She made only one final request. The experiment must be conducted on small animals, preferably smaller than chickens. Mice would be even better. Other animals are also acceptable, but pigs, cows, and sheep are not allowed. Upon hearing this, Su Hao suddenly understood. He understood immediately. Different antitoxic organs means smaller individuals react more strongly, right? That's right. Su Qing's expression was correct. An animal's body size largely reflects its basic resistance to toxins and its immune system. Cancer in humans is a huge tumor in the body, and people who get it are likely to die. But for a blue whale, it's just a tumor the size of a ball. How could it die? This is the fundamental difference caused by body size. If vegetables become toxic after mutation. So, let's discuss toxicity without considering dosage. It's easy to demonstrate in experiments that cows might not die from eating mutated plants, but mice would. Let's put the plantation on hold for now. Suha turned to look at the breeding base next door. Let's investigate the breeding base first. There are usually rats in places like this. They've been here for quite a while, and there hasn't been a sound from inside the greenhouse. The animals are too quiet. Or are they all dead? Or has something else happened? It's unlikely that a breeding farm will always be quiet. The animals aren't always well behaved. The three got off the bus. Suhao saw scattered zombies around him. He waved his hand. The alloy broadsword flew out, instantly beheading all the surrounding zombies. After dealing with the surrounding zombies, there were no further disturbances for the time being. Let's take a look at the plants in the field first. Stepping onto the ground, I approached the plant to observe it. Suha took out a knife and cut the first cabbage into several different shapes, both horizontally and vertically. Then the three of them squatted down to observe it carefully. Su Qing smelled it and began to analyze. There's no strange colored liquid spilling out, no odor, and no toxic organs. For now, it seems there's nothing wrong. Let's dig up the root and take a look. Suhao nodded and beckoned with his finger. The purplish-green cabbage, more than half a meter tall, sprouted from the soil and lay on the ground. The soil on the roots was automatically shaken off, making them look clean and white. After the mutation, the Chinese cabbage's root system also became unusually developed, growing very deep, just like tree roots. Su Qing broke off a few strands, looked at them, and then smelled them. Finally, he nodded in agreement. It should be non-toxic, but we still need to test it on mice first. Okay, Suao nodded. He noticed that the system task progress hadn't changed. It was still 0 to 3. This shows that analysis alone is useless in determining whether something is toxic or not. You need to verify whether it's toxic or not. Either you eat, or you watch the other animals eat. Then we'll have to suffer for other animals. He will bear the blame. Let's go to the farm and look for some animals. Chapter 80 Super Cow, Breeding Farm, Preparing for Experiment. The farm is just a few hundred meters away. Su Hao and the other two got into the car, drove straight there, got out, and then put the car back into their spatial storage. We arrived at the perimeter of the breeding farm. Looking from the outside in. In the distance, on the open grassland, there are also some fences. Inside the fence were the carcasses of cattle, the corpses of zombies, and several enormous cows. Generally, farms have more female cows. Most bulls are breeding bulls. The same applies to other types of farms. The vast majority are female, used for milking, raising offspring, or for meat. The males are bought for breeding. But right now, Su Qing looked at a three-horned cow inside the enclosure and swallowed hard. Did it kill the zombie by shoving it? I'm afraid so. Suao nodded. The zombies on the ground were clearly former staff members. But what was being trampled on was completely mangled, riddled with holes and covered in mud. Only the work clothes still identified the workers. There were 3 cows in the enclosure at that time. One of them, the one Su Qing mentioned, has 3 horns. The rest have 2 horns. At the end of the 3-horn structure, there are 2 pairs on the left and right, and one on top. Like a narwhal, with a spiral horn. Su Hao felt a bit scared after seeing it. If you're not wearing armor and get bumped, it might hurt a bit. Let me calculate. Su Hao looked at the 3-horned cow and made a mental estimate. This cow is bigger than a normal bull. Not only is it several times larger in size, but it also weighs more than a ton, about the size of a yak. Han Jiangxue took a closer look. It shouldn't be a zombie cow. Su Hao nodded. That's right, the eyes are normal, without the blood red of a zombie. The cow's eyes are normal, and it is highly likely that it is not infected. Or, after the animals mutate, they may become less susceptible to infection. Su Qing looked at it carefully. Then, out of curiosity, she asked, then why doesn't it come out of the fence? It's been inside the fence all these days. Han Jiangxue guessed, it must be an instinct from before the mutation. It means it's not very intelligent. Su Hao was basically certain. It doesn't even know how strong it is. It still relies on its instincts from birth to the present, spending its whole life in the factory and the fence. So it doesn't know it should go out. It will probably only come out on its hunger instinct after it has finished eating the hay and food in the fence. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's eyes lit up immediately. Then why don't we just leave it alone? We can bring some vegetables over then and see if it eats them and if it reacts. Suao nodded. Okay. He's quite capable, but he's not sick. Although he has a sword that allows him to kill the bull from a distance, there are other bulls available to kill now, so there's no need for him to challenge a large, obviously mutated cow. Cows can be quite fierce when they go crazy. I wonder if that spiral angle has any special abilities. It can be shot out and penetrate steel plates, etc. That would be hilarious if you got tricked. It's always good to be cautious. This isn't like a game where you can revive after dying. Let's go take a look at the factory. Good. The three entered the breeding base and then headed towards the breeding workshop area. After walking in, we hadn't walked far towards the factory. Just a few corners later, I saw several cows wandering around nearby. These cows are all female cows, but it was much bigger than the cow before the apocalypse. Cows raised in large numbers like these typically weigh several hundred kilograms when they reach adulthood. But the cows around them each weigh several hundred kilograms. They are not zombie cows yet. After Su Hao and his two companions turned a corner, they saw so many cows. Su Qing suddenly became a little nervous. But the cow glanced at it, then ignored it and continued grazing. This indicates that the previous habits have been retained. They all seem to be normal cows. Su Hao nodded in satisfaction and continued walking inside. We arrived inside the factory. I looked inside. The cattle pen was mostly broken, and the starving cattle had all rushed out to find something to eat. The supernatural rained that night. These cows must have drunk a lot. Therefore, it is also evolving. Seeing this, Su Hao felt much more at ease. Most of the cattle should be near the hay barn. This is just a part of them. Su Qing also agrees. However, he still asked, should we kill the cow first, or figure out the vegetable garden issue first? Su Hao thought for a moment. Let's start with the vegetable garden. We need to find some small animals first. The cattle can be slaughtered collectively later. Even if an ordinary cow mutates, he can easily kill it with his flying sword. He was only a little cautious about that mutated cow. These are completely unnecessary. Slaughtering the cow was a huge undertaking, and he planned to leave it for last. Then let's look for mice. Before the apocalypse, rats would definitely be hard to find, but things are different now. Su Hao used his telekinesis to search. At first, I thought it would be easy to find. As a result, the three of them wandered around the farm for 2 hours. They found a nest of rats in the warehouse where the workers usually store their food. It was really hard to find you. Su Hao sighed and used his telekinesis to lift the rat up. These are typical black rats from the south, also known as the yellow-breasted rat. The improvement is quite significant. After drinking the supernatural rain, the nest that Su Hao caught was filled with weasels, each one as big as a weasel. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mice were chirping and squeaking in the air. After being lifted up by telekinesis, they bared their huge yellow incisors and tore at each other in the air, which looked a bit scary. As a result, some cows nearby heard it. They even came over out of curiosity to take a look. These cows have clearly gotten bigger, but their intelligence seems to have decreased. Their gazes were much more vacant than the original oxen's. This rat is really fierce, Su Qing exclaimed after looking at it. It's much fiercer than the lab rats, and it's so ugly too. Is this enough? Su Hao asked. That's enough. Su Qing note that. If they all die from eating them, then there's no need to try anymore. We can just go find the seeds. If they don't die from eating them, these few will be enough. Han Jianxue smiled and said, that's right. There's still plenty of seeds, and they are not contaminated. If you can find a batch of seeds, that would be a very good option. Su Hao readily agreed. Okay, then remember to raid the seed wholesale market next time. That's right. X2. Let's go back first. We'll slaughter these cattle tomorrow or the day after. Suel Wuff. The cow beside him was still watching the mouse, squeaking, its eyes filled with foolishness and curiosity. Su Hao patted it, signaling it to move aside. Get out of here. I'll come and deal with you in a couple of days. The cow remained motionless, still staring at the mouse. Oh, Suel smiled helplessly. Su Qing and Han Jianxue both had smiles on their faces. He shook his head helplessly, so eager to deliver it to our door. Under the cow's continued gaze upon the mouse, a large alloy sword appeared in the space behind it, with a ripple in the space. After the alloy broadsword appeared, Su Hao nodded slightly as he aimed it at the cow's cervical spine. One stab. It directly severs the connection between the cervical spine and the brain, then cut off the brain's activity signals. The cow, weighing several hundred kilograms, didn't react at all. Suddenly, its 4 legs went weak and it collapsed to the ground. Su Hao waved his hand. As the cow fell to the ground, a ripple of spatial energy flashed across her body, and she was absorbed into the space. Han Jianshue's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. This technique is incredibly sophisticated. Nyo was taken into the system space without any warning. If it's half dead, the system space can't be used to store it. Su Hao put away a cow, then used his telekinesis to lift a nest of large rats. Let's go back and feed them vegetables. Chapter 81. Han Jianshue's loyalty skyrockets. She is absolutely loyal. After returning to the empty road, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The sun is setting, and it's almost dusk, but isn't it a bit too early? Han Jianxue recalled. The days have become noticeably shorter. Upon hearing this, Su Qing took a moment to assess the situation and said, it's not that hot anymore. Logically speaking, it should be getting hotter and hotter in July. It looks like winter is approaching, Su Hao sighed. The temperature has definitely dropped. Su Hao raised his watch and checked the historical temperature records. Without weather forecasts from the weather station, the weather function on the watch can only record and check past and present temperatures and cannot predict future temperatures. Based on the records, the temperature before the apocalypse was nearly 32 degrees Celsius, but it has been declining ever since the apocalypse began without a single improvement. 31, 35, 30, 29, 5, 28. The temperature has dropped to 26 degrees Celsius, to the point where there's no need to turn on the air conditioner. It really has been getting colder. Su Hao had a bad feeling. Su Qing's eyes widened slightly. At this rate, will August be like winter? The worst part isn't the approaching winter in August. Han Jiangxue shook her head. It's whether the temperature will rise again in the future. The problem is it might be almost winter by August. What about January? Will temperatures really rise by next August? I have a feeling that it's going to be cold for a long time. Su Hao clicked his tongue. Let's prepare in advance and be prepared for the worst. The whole world may cool down to an ice age. The atmospheric environment and even various other factors have completely changed the Earth's environment. We not only need to go to the plateau, but also collect more supplies needed for the winter. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing both nodded in agreement. It's only been a few days. Summer clothes are already outdated. If the temperature drops a few more degrees, we'll have to prepare to wear long sleeves and trousers. Of course, since the three of them have high physical attributes, they don't need it as much, but this represents global temperature change. Next, Han Jiangxue started cooking the rice. Boil another kettle of water and soak the food packet in it. Su Qing and Su Hao were in the vegetable garden. They fed the mice. How do I feed them? Will they even eat? At this moment, Su Qing was holding a large, purple-green cabbage, unsure how to feed it to the large rats that were still struggling in the air. She held the end of the vegetable leaf and handed the front part to the big rat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The big rat gnawed around wildly and actually managed to eat a few bites. I ate it. Su Qing quickly fed him a few more bites. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It turned out that the big rat was very clever, much smarter than the cow from before. It took a few bites and then stopped eating. It turned into something that only squeaks but doesn't bite. What should we do? Su Qing looked at Su Hao. We've only fed them a little over half. They haven't eaten much yet, so it's definitely not enough for the purpose of the experiment. Su Hao nodded. I'll do it. He had a sudden thought. The vegetable leaves on the ground floated up and were then torn, stirred, and mixed by telekinesis, eventually turning into juicy vegetable balls. And it's not just these mutated cabbages. There were also other vegetables and fruits, and Su Hao planned to feed each mouse one of them. Each mouse is of a different kind, and all receive the same rain and dew. Smack! Su Hao snapped his fingers again. Squeak! The rats that were originally squeaking suddenly had their mouths pried open by an invisible force, their tongues even being pulled out. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue both laughed as they watched. Immediately afterwards, the juicy vegetable balls were divided into portions and started being stuffed into the bellies of the large rats. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. In no time at all of them had their bellies stuffed full. After Su Hao had finished looking at it, he stopped feeling stuffy. Squeak. These mice all had their tongues hanging out, their eyes were lifeless, and they looked like they had been played with terribly. I'm so bored. I'm going to be played to death. But he's not dead yet. That's enough. Su Hao clapped his hands and looked at Su Qing, who was blushing slightly. How about that? Is that enough? That's enough. Su Qing suddenly came to her senses and nodded. Han Jiangxue, who was standing to the side, blushed slightly as she watched. Su Hao was completely baffled. What are you all thinking about? Isn't it just coercion, feeding, confinement, and so on? That's all. After feeding the nest of mice, Su Hao tied them up tightly, threw them under the car, and had the car's AI monitor them, alerting them if they tried to escape. He can't keep binding her with his telekinesis forever, or she won't be able to sleep. Of course, if there's AI, then there's the exploitation of AI. After a while, the aroma of rice wafted over. Let's eat. The three of them happily started eating. It was only a little past 6 p.m., but the sun had already almost set. The lights inside the carriage turned on automatically. The three of them ate, drank iced beverages, and chatted. While eating, Su Qing wanted to take a shower later. Su Hao simply took out several buckets of water and told her to fill them up in the water tank later for a shower. Wouldn't be a problem. There were only 3 of them. Even if we use water frantically, we won't use much in the short term. There won't be a shortage in the short term, but a shortage will only occur in the long term when water resources are polluted. Su Qing was overjoyed. Han Yang studied. She also wanted to spar with Su Hao. She wasn't satisfied with killing that superpower gangster today. Moreover, it wasn't even a fight. The opponent's sneaky attack failed, and she chopped him down with a single slash. That's equivalent to being instantly defeated. Okay, after we finish eating, Su Hao nodded in agreement. A smile immediately appeared on Han Jiangshue's face, and she happily finished her meal. Night. It was completely dark. Su Qing took a shower inside a separate sanitary napkin in the train carriage. The sanitary napkin was integrated with a heater and a shower, but the water had to be added to the tank by herself. Outside the car, the behemoth turned on its single-sided headlights to illuminate the left side of the vehicle. Su Hao and Han Jiangshua packed away the wooden sticks and steel pipes again and began preparing for sparring. Come on. Su Hao didn't waste any words. A simple hook of the hand signifies an attack. Han Jiangshua also spared no effort and launched a fierce attack in an instant. Due to the improvement in physical fitness after awakening superpowers. In addition, there's the amplification from superpowers. Han Jiangshua's combat power and performance at this time are far superior to those at school, and her speed is also much faster. But when facing Su Hao, they played a game of ping pong for a while. Her attacks looked fierce every time, but Su Hao caught them all. Because he caught every single one of Su Hao's attacks with the same force, Han Jiangshua couldn't even judge the extent of Su Hao's strength. They fought with all their might for quite a while. Han Jiangshua finally stopped, panting heavily, and her sides were once again flushed red. The two went to the cockpit to sit down and rest. Han Jiangshua gulped down her water, and the longing for battle and slaughter in her eyes finally subsided. She glanced at it out of the corner of her eye. Only then did he realize that Su Hao had been looking into his eyes the whole time. She was startled and almost choked. No, cough, cough. Han Jiangshua quickly stopped herself, explaining, No, I'm not that kind of woman. No, you are. Su Hao nodded, interrupting him directly. Han Jiangshua was stunned, her eyes glazed over. Su Hao glanced at it and added, You're not a bloodthirsty or crazy person, but you're someone who craves battle to the extreme, even to the point of addiction. Pain is actually a kind of pleasure for you, isn't it? Han Jiangshua pursed her lips tightly. Then slowly he nodded. Su Hao noticed heranjiti. He knew what kind of person Han Jiangshua was the moment he saw her. He had assumed that Han Jiangshua would be released slowly on the day of the apocalypse. However, Han Jiangshua patiently endured it. That won't do. This is going against the natural order in the end times. So, not wanting to play games, she went straight to the point. Then why are you ignoring or even denying this feeling? What are you worried about? I'm scared, Han Jiangshua said weakly. This isn't a normal woman's reaction. Isn't this your talent? Suawari Dortif. Han Jiangshua suddenly looked up. You think this is talent? What else? Su Hao spread his hands. If it were before the apocalypse, I wouldn't say much about your talent. At most, I would suggest that you go to UFC and dominate the women's division. But this is the end of the world, Jiang Shui. You have this talent, so you should accept it, unleash it, and treat it as a talent and an advantage. But I see you've been holding it in, not even wanting me to know. Is that right? This is your fault, Jiang Shui. You need to correct this. These words were spoken. Han Jiangshua stared at Su Hao in disbelief. That look in his eyes. She was certain that Su Hao was telling the truth. I am completely sincere, and there is not a single lie in my words. Tears welled up in her eyes instantly. He nodded emphatically, laughing through his tears. Okay. And in that very instant, Han Jiangshua's loyalty has increased. Loyalty, 86-100. Su Hao was taken aback. He had given her some advice, but it was too much. Absolute loyalty? But before he could figure it out, Han Jiangshua then began to undress and pressed herself against him. Stop talking. Chapter 82 Su Qing's loyalty increases. Infinite water purifier. Inside the train carriage, Su Qing is taking a shower. She hummed a song while accompanying herself with a tune playing from the small speaker. In temperatures around 20 degrees Celsius, a warm bath is very comfortable, neither too hot nor too cold. Su Qing felt extremely comfortable. But as I watched it, things started to go wrong. The front of the car started shaking. Su Qing initially thought she was mistaken. She stopped and took a closer look. As expected, the front of the car was indeed wobbling slightly. And along with the shaking, there were suppressed sounds coming from inside the carriage. The sound was like a cat scratching at my heart. The sound couldn't travel outside, because it's very well sealed. But a little bit could be transmitted into the carriage because they are connected. Jiang Shui. Su Qing immediately understood. She quickly dried herself off and changed into the bathrobe she had gotten from Mall. Then, simply opened the small door connecting the carriage to the locomotive. Bang! The small door opened. Su Qing then saw Jiang Shui, whom she knew. Jiang Shui, with her explosive fighting power, is the epitome of womanhood. Now it's surprisingly red with the top facing up. Their toes were all tightly clenched together. I heard the door open. Han Jiangshua was biting her finger and glanced at her sideways. That unique charm. Su Qing was stunned. She had never seen or imagined that Han Jiangxue could have such an expression and look at her eyes. But what Han Jiangxue said next broke her down even further. If you're not going to play, close the door behind you, Han Jiangxue said, biting her finger. Su Qing was stunned. Then came shame and indignation, a breakdown in defenses, and then a sudden burst of rage. Who said that? I'm playing. The next morning, Su Hao was brushing his teeth alone at the back of the car. After brushing his teeth, he stretched comfortably. I feel so relaxed. After our heart-to-heart talk last night, Han Jiangxue's loyalty skyrocketed from a stable 89 to an absolute 100. This was something Su Hao hadn't expected. His initial idea was to have a heart-to-heart talk. Actually, most of them genuinely felt that Han Jiangxue's behavior was wrong. Even in the apocalypse, why do people still think this kind of talent is bad, or that it's too abnormal? What's wrong with this talent? Let's not even talk about before the apocalypse, but after the apocalypse, isn't this a naturally divine body? The remaining 30% of their thoughts were indeed driven by self-interest. He hopes to strike at the heart of the matter. This will make Han Jiangxue even more loyal. It actually happened, and to an extent beyond imagination. But all things considered, this is a good thing, right? Su Hao stretched and smirked. Last night's gains weren't limited to Han Jiangxue and Su Qing. Su Qing's popularity also soared significantly. Su Qing's loyalty has increased. 8996. Su Qing went from being stable and loyal to someone who trusts her for life, and with unlimited trust in one fell swoop. While not as extreme as Han Jiangxue's, this is normal. Han Jiangxue's promotion. There are various reasons for this. Strength, circumstances, mind, spirit, thought, redemption, and so on. But Su Qing is not currently in the picture. Or perhaps, Su Qing doesn't really need it. Han Jiangxue needs so much, and another reason is that she is inherently difficult to handle. If she were to meet another man, she probably would never be able to handle him in her entire life. That's why there's so much demand. But once you've won them over, they'll be absolutely loyal. However, a naive and sweet mature woman like Su Qing doesn't present the same level of difficulty as Han Jiangxue. What she needs more is the companionship of someone who perseveres through hardship. In other words, as time went by and a few major events occurred, she reached almost 100. There are no mandatory requirements. Now, it was Su Hao's turn to hum a little tune and start preparing breakfast. The two women are sleeping in the carriage now. When Su Hao woke up, they were all fast asleep, and their appearances were not even very presentable. Let's make a sauerkraut, beef, lao gan ma, and egg fried rice. Su Hao's only specialty is fried rice, and among the dishes he can cook, fried rice is one of the few. He started making fried rice at the back of the car. It's in my mind. Start using the rewards you didn't use yesterday. Let's use up all the rewards, starting with the highway robbery. You have already used your reward attempt. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1. 3 unlimited air filter breathing masks. Reward 2. 1 self-healing radiation protection suit. Reward 3. Unlimited water purifier X1. Oh, Su Hao found the reward somewhat novel. While using his mental powers, he simultaneously cracked eggs, heated oil, and prepared rice, sauerkraut, and beef. He glanced at the reward description in his mind. Let's look at them one by one. Unlimited air filtering breathing mask. This is an air filtering breathing mask that can be worn and used indefinitely as long as it is not damaged, without the need for replacement. Wearing it, you can navigate through extreme air environments such as toxic gases, pollution, parasites, plankton, drought, and freezing temperatures. As long as the air contains oxygen, it can even filter out oxygen underwater. 3 breathing masks are awarded as a bonus. To be honest, this mask is pretty good. It's very versatile and can even be used for underwater breathing. Consider it from a backup perspective. This breathing mask is definitely worth having as a spare. Then let's keep it as a backup option. We won't pass on it. Next, self-healing radiation protection suit. This suit can temporarily serve as a space suit. It has a built-in oxygen supply system and will protect you from extreme environments such as corrosion, high temperatures, freezing temperatures, toxic gases, and radiation. It can self-repair minor damage, but damage exceeding 5 millimeters is irreparable. There is only one of these protective suits. But in terms of applicability, strength, rarity, and effectiveness, it is more useful than the previous breathing mask. There are 3 face shields, but only 1 protective suit. This was the first time Su Hao had been put in a difficult position. Both are good and are the best choice for backup inventory. Let's keep that as an option. Next one. Su Hao sighed helplessly and looked at the next one. Unlimited water purifier. A machine with dimensions of 1 meter in length, width, and height, capable of purifying an unlimited amount of water, filtering out pure water resources, whether it's Ganges water or radiation-contaminated water, ultimately producing pure water that can be drunk directly. It is truly an essential machine for extreme environments. After seeing the last reward, Suhao fell into deep thought. To be honest, this is also top-tier backup equipment. Water, although it seems easy to obtain now and can be stored in large quantities in the system space. But what is its biggest problem? It's too big. What a waste of space. Didn't you see that astronauts have to be very careful with water resources when transporting them on rockets? Because transporting water is a huge waste of space, it has to be recycled. The volume of water is extremely difficult to compress. It is essentially the same as its volume. So if I have to choose one of the three, which one should I pick? It can withstand cold and heat, and it doesn't need to be affected by radiation and corrosion. Breathing masks and protective suits are used in special environments and are rarely needed and can be avoided in most cases. However, water is an essential and mandatory requirement for humankind in the long run. In the future, there might even be a situation where even bottled water becomes a form of currency. In addition, there are various visual phenomena, such as nuclear power plants, supernatural rain, and environmental changes. Suhao pondered for a moment and then made a decision. Choose option 3. I want the unlimited water purifier. Selection successful. Reward has been stored in system space. Chapter 83 5-axis CNC lathe, mass harvesting vegetables with telekinesis. After the infinite water purifier entered the space, Suhao took a look first. Yes, it's square. It's all silver white, shaped like a cube. You either pour water in or pump water in. It has an inlet and an outlet, and that's it. I don't know why. He was still making a choice when he hesitated before. But when I finally got my hands on this air purifier, Suhao felt much more at ease than he had felt from those 3 breathing masks or protective suits. Perhaps this is why water is so important to people. With this, we won't lack water to drink unless there's a complete water shortage. In his system space, you only need to prepare enough water for 1 to 3 months. There's no need to fill in too much. That's all. After selecting the first reward, in real life, Suhao really did start making fried rice with eggs. With a splash, it was thrown into the pot. We need to hurry. Suhao decided to finish quickly and chose the reward as soon as possible. Don't burn the fried rice. Use the last reward to sweep up the warehouse rewards. You have already used your reward attempt. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1, 100 tons of Rebi soda. Reward 2, 1 5-axis CNC lathe. Reward 3, 100 cubic meters of space. Suhao glanced at it. Then this time, it'll be easier to choose. Take one more look. Wrong. Suhao was certain he hadn't misread it. It's lay by, not shwe by. The character has an extra vertical stroke. This made Suhao laugh. No, the rewards are also for counterfeit goods, right? Suhao smiled speechlessly. But then it suddenly dawned on me. Laby and Sprite are both products, so they are the same, just with different values, and they are drinkable. Absolutely amazing. There are 2 left. A 5-axis CNC lathe and a 100 cubic meter space. Honestly, he really wanted a 5-axis CNC lathe, but he didn't settle down. 2. He doesn't know how to use it. 3. There is no shortage of industrial parts now. Therefore, pass. In the end, there weren't many good options left. I need 100 cubic meters of system space. The reward has been issued. Space, 400 cubic meters, 500 cubic meters. In an instant, the space in Suhao's consciousness increased by another quarter, reaching 500 cubic meters. Previously, they raided shopping malls, warehouses, and streets. In addition, there are behemoth-heavy trucks. His system has already used up about 300 to 350 cubic meters of space. There is less than 100 spaces left. This made Suhao feel a little anxious. It's half relieved now. Half remains. But this half is difficult to remove. As someone who likes to hoard supplies, he will always feel a sense of crisis as long as the system space is not unlimited. But reality is not like phone linguang. Just 1 drop is enough. Sizzle. At this point, the fried rice was ready. It smells so good, came Su Qing's drowsy voice from inside the carriage. She was awakened by the fragrance. Han Jiangxue also woke up. The 2 exchanged a glance, rolled their eyes, and then couldn't help but smile silently. Finally, they all got dressed and got up to wash. Let's go out for dinner. I'll cook myself. They're here. The 2 women got off the bus. I started washing up. After washing up, Su Qing started eating, still smelling of toothpaste. Han Jiangxue, on the other hand, had a drink before eating. Su Qing took a bite, and suddenly her eyes widened. Delicious. Really delicious. After saying that, she started frantically peeling and frying eggs. Exclamation point. Han Jiangxue glanced at Suhao in surprise. She quickly drank a few sips of water and immediately started serving herself rice. 1 bite. It's really delicious. Suhao was eating as well. He nodded in satisfaction. I guess there was some kind of telekinetic enhancement. I controlled the temperature, doneness, and portion size perfectly this time, without the slightest error. Using experimental level skills to cook, this kind of mental power can be considered practical. Su Qing thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Including the cow you killed yesterday, it reminds me of a line from a game. Precision is the difference between slaughter and surgery. Su Hao was a little surprised. You play this game? The medical students around me have said this several times. That's right, it's a perfect match. The three of them finished breakfast. As Su Qing was drinking water, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, what about the whole mouse family? Are they dead? Probably not. Su Hao made a hooking motion in the air with one hand. The nest of mice that had been restrained flew out from under the car. The fact that the car's AI didn't issue any alerts means the mice are all fine, which is why it didn't. As expected, after the whole family of mice was brought out. After a night of digestion, all the food I ate yesterday is gone, and my stomach is empty. Squeak, squeak. The newly emerged mice were very fierce, and they were yelling and shouting at the air. But when he turned around, he saw Su Hao. They seemed to remember. He immediately lowered his voice. Su Qing walked over and looked at it carefully. You're in good spirits, which means the food you ate yesterday wasn't poisonous. Or if it was negligible. It's normal for food to be toxic, but it depends on the dosage. As I said before, discussing toxicity without considering dosage is nonsense. Many things that humans eat are poisonous, but not all of them are eaten. So, judging from these mice, they're all very lively and healthy, and there are basically no problems. That's good. Su Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. This means that the fruits and vegetables that were not poisonous before are likely to remain non-poisonous after mutation, but we still need to test them in the future. Su Qing agreed. There were 6 rats in this nest. Su Hao also tried 6 kinds of vegetables, and none of them were poisonous. He was lucky. They are Chinese cabbage, bok choy, cucumber, tomato, potato, and pepper. The chili pepper one elicited the strongest reaction from the hamster. But it seems to be spicy, not poisonous. It looks very spicy. However, the moment the test was completed. Complete the task. Investigate the mutated plants in the vegetable garden. 3 to 3. Mission reward. Unlimited God-tier choices. The task of tending the vegetable garden is complete. Suao nodded in satisfaction. But the mice didn't throw it away because their task wasn't finished yet. There are other varieties in the vegetable garden. We have to try everything before we release these mice back home. Let's try the rest. Su Hao and Su Qing exchanged a smile. Then, under the desperate gaze of the mouse, their stomachs were stuffed full once again. Su Qing watched the rats suffer a fate worse than death, their faces filled with despair and utterly broken, and she was both amused and exasperated. Why don't we release them after the experiment is over? Okay, Suao Nadith. That's what I was planning to do too. So what's next? It means harvesting this patch of mutated vegetables that was tested and found to be non-toxic. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue quietly rolled up their sleeves. When both women were getting ready to work, Su Hao shook his head and raised his hand to stop him. If you two go and harvest, you might not even finish by next month. What should we do then? Su Qing was taken aback. Su Hao gave her a look that suggested he lacked intelligence, then slowly walked to the center of the vegetable garden. Look around. Then he raised both hands in the air. The next moment, under the gaze of the two women, the mutated vegetables in the entire field were pulled out of the soil in batches, like a computer program. They all pulled upwards, then neatly shook off the mud. Then they all flew together to Su Hao and gathered there. Finally, the entire space flickered and shimmered. These vegetables seemed to fly into a portal, entering the system space one after another. Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. You can do that? Pull out so many at once. Chapter 84 Giant Creature, Venomous Dragon. Tens of thousands dead and injured. Su Qing knew that Su Hao could use his telekinesis to pull vegetables. I saw them yesterday. But she didn't expect that telekinesis could be used like playing a game, pulling up large swaths of soil, shaking them off, gathering them together, and collecting them, repeating this process over and over again. It's exactly like playing a game. It's amazing that it can cover such a vast area. The details are so subtle. That's an exaggeration. Han Jiangxue was also slightly surprised. Looking at the magnificent scene before her, she admired Su Hao's swordsmanship even more. Even harvesting vegetables can be this amazing. Needless to say, sword control is even more advanced. No wonder Su Hao could decapitate them all with his sword, without missing a single one. Han Jiangxue was truly amazed. The more important point here is, Su Hao wasn't like this before. When he first met her, it's impossible to kill them all in the midst of chaotic battle. Sometimes when you cut down a lot of trees, you just cut them randomly. And now it's all about soaring control. Such terrifying talent. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue were secretly shocked. A while passed like this. Su Hao harvested most of the mutated vegetables from the 6 vegetable plots, and also collected the mutated vegetable plots that have been tested and found to be non-toxic. In total, we harvested about 10,000 gene, 5,000 kilograms. Fortunately, this plantation is not a large-scale mechanized plantation, and it's not the kind where land is measured in hundreds of acres. Otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to collect them all. There certainly wouldn't be enough space. All right, after spending about 10 minutes harvesting the vegetables, Su Hao returned. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue watched the entire event. Wow, that's awesome. Su Qing quickly came over and stood on tiptoe to massage Su Hao's shoulders. You've worked hard. You've worked hard. Su Hao smiled and said, it's something that requires a bit of thinking. Yes, use your brain. Su Qing was taken aback. Does harvesting crops require using your brain? It seems that using telekinesis does require using your brain. Back in the car, Su Hao originally wanted to rest for a while. But Han Jiangxue looked at the breeding base not far away from outside. Suddenly, someone approached Su Hao and said, some cattle have already escaped. Should we slaughter a batch first? They escaped? Su Hao opened the car door and jumped out. I visited the breeding farm area. As expected, some cows have already begun to look around curiously at the gate, and some have even pushed open the iron gate and come out. We'll have to kill a batch of them first. Su Hao took out his alloy broadsword, activated it with his mind, and shot out. Buzz! There are 11 cows at the entrance. The sudden sound of the sonic cannon startled several cows, but a cold light flickered. The next moment, the enormous cow collapsed without even a scream. One by one, they fell down rapidly. It took no more than 3 seconds. All 11 cows collapsed without making a sound. Exclamation point. Su Qing stayed in shock. When she saw the wound on the cow's neck, she couldn't help but touch her own neck. It's a little itchy and a little numb. Su Hao waved his hand. All 11 cows went into the space. He glanced at the space capacity. Load another batch of mutated vegetables, then another batch of cattle, and we'll be almost done. Luckily, I just selected system space, which gave me an extra 100 cubic meters. Otherwise, there'll be vegetables and so many cows. It will definitely waste a lot of things that you can't take with you. Yes, it is a waste. For him, it would be a waste if he couldn't take it with him. More than a dozen cows were slaughtered. Su Hao went back to the car to rest. You've already used up a lot of energy. There's no need to rush like this. However, these dozen or so cows were slaughtered. Mission complete. Sweep through planting and breeding bases. Mission reward. 1 unlimited God-level choice. Upon seeing that the mission was completed, Su Hao immediately understood. Tens of thousands of kilograms of mutant vegetables were harvested. A total of 12 mutant cows were slaughtered. The system's task was to sweep through, and it has now been classified as a loot. That's not bad. Once back in the car, the 3 of them were drinking ice beverages. Su Qing fiddled with the radio, continuing to adjust the channel. Because they live in the suburbs, the radio signal and sound quality have improved a lot. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Su Hao and Han Jiangxue were drinking beverages and relaxing in the air conditioning. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At this moment, urgent notice, urgent notice. A clear announcement suddenly came from the radio. Su Hao listened intently, tilting his ears slightly. Please do not approach large rivers or lakes. Repeated. Please do not approach large rivers or lakes. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue were very curious. What happened? This is how you should warn someone. A giant creature, tentatively identified as a highly venomous dragon, has been discovered in Taihu Lake. It has destroyed a settlement, rendering the lake water undrinkable. Tens of thousands of people in the settlement have been poisoned and died, unable to resist. It is now unknown how many survivors remain. The highly venomous dragon is entirely eerie green, with a peculiar appearance and deformed mouthparts. It is about 50 to 60 meters long, and its weight is unknown. Conventional firearms and rocket launchers are ineffective against it. It requires missiles, explosives, tanks, and armor-piercing weapons. After saying that, a while passed. Repeat, do not approach large rivers or lakes. After listening to the news on the radio, Su Qing and Han Jiangxue were both deeply moved. A snake? 50 to 60 meters long. Su Qing thought she had misheard. A snake like that would have a waist diameter of at least 3 to 4 meters. Based on the length of the behemoth heavy truck, this snake is at least as long as 3 heavy trucks lined up end to end. That's at least several tens of tons in weight. As is usually the case, such a heavy weight would be impossible for the body to bear on land. His internal organs had already been squeezed to burst. I don't know how high the blood pressure needs to be for the heart to pump blood up, but now it's the end of the world. This must be a super mutation. That's a bit of an exaggeration, Su Hao said, stroking his chin. He had assumed that the cows on the farm, which were larger than yaks and had 3 horns, were already quite big. But I never expected to get it from the radio. A giant creature weighing tens of tons. And it's also poisonous. If it's poisonous, why are you so big? Suhao was completely baffled. It's poisonous, and it has a dosage. The water in the entire Taihu Lake is undrinkable. It must have been contaminated with poison. This alone is enough to tell us. It is indeed both toxic and requires a specific dosage. Otherwise, it would be impossible to poison so many people. The toxicity is not only water-soluble, but must also involve spraying, corrosion, volatilization, and other methods. But overall, it's quite exaggerated. More importantly, this is only what has been discovered. There are many places across the country with similar conditions and abundant animal life, highlighting the vastness and richness of a land. And these are places with vast lands and abundant resources. It's easy to raise a super monster out of a venomous creature. This is why Suhao is unwilling to go to crowded places. The potential risks are too high. Han Jiangxue pressed her temples and offered her advice. From now on, we can't just go near mountainous areas, and the same goes for large rivers and lakes. Suawanadi, Jis. At this moment, Su Qing suddenly clapped her hands and said with some lingering fear, Suhao, do you remember the zoo I mentioned yesterday? Isn't it just a few kilometers away from us? That zoo is very rich. It has lions, tigers, white tigers, and leopards. We don't know how they are now. Why don't we finish this quickly and run away? Su Qing's suggestion. This left Suhao both amused and exasperated. It also reminded him of several people he knew before the apocalypse. Their main strategies are stability, survival, stealth, caution, and staying behind the crowd. It seems I need to learn properly myself. The apocalypse is not only terrifying for people. This super mutant animal is huge. Suhao nodded. Then let's move quickly today. After we've rested at noon, we'll slaughter all these cows this afternoon, then collect one last batch of mutated vegetables and make our escape. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue both nodded. Agreed. Chapter 85 Planting Ecological Space, 15 Attribute Points. Noon. Suhao meditated in the car to regain his energy. Su Qing, standing beside him, used her jade-green fluorescent power to massage and spa Suhao, massaging his temples and eyebrows to restore his energy. According to the plan, they slaughtered all the cows in the afternoon, then checked whether the rats had been poisoned by the last batch of mutated vegetables they ate. If they weren't poisoned, they collected the vegetables and ran away overnight. At the same time, Suhao now had 2 more reward options. Without saying a word, use them all during your break. He thought to himself, I'll use one of the rewards first, the one with the experimental mutated vegetables. You have already used your reward attempt. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1. 1 pack of super mutant vegetable seeds. Reward 2. 1 acre of ecological space for planting. Reward 3. 1 multi-purpose planting and harvesting machine. Upon seeing the reward, Suhao immediately became interested. Same as always. Read it quickly. Otherwise, you won't know anything. Super mutant vegetable seeds. Yields 5,000 kilograms per moo, approximately 0.16 acres. After maturity, the root stock can be cut into pieces for unlimited replanting. This vegetable has undergone a beneficial mutation, is rich in various nutrients and vitamins, and can meet most of the body's needs. Long-term consumption may also improve physical fitness. A yield of 5 tons of leafy greens per moo. After reading the introduction, Suhao looked at the demo images provided by the system. The process from seed to maturity. Its final mature form is somewhat similar to the ones Suhao picked today. But the ones he's already picked are clearly not as good as this systematic variety, both in appearance and in every other aspect. What a pity, Suhao shook his head. I can't stay in one place forever. I have to keep traveling, so I can't choose. If he's in a base, he can farm. That one is definitely worth choosing. A yield of 5,000 kilograms per moo, unit of land area, could feed so many people. Next, planting ecological space. Within the system space, a 1-acre plot of land is designated for planting only. Watering and fertilizing are handled independently. Note that living organisms cannot be stored in this space, as it will encourage plant growth. It is for planting only. The moment I saw this reward, Suhao raised an eyebrow. He could tell at a glance that this reward had many advantages, or rather, loopholes that could be exploited. The only option is to plant them, which is equivalent to indirectly hoarding fruits and vegetables. Furthermore, it didn't specify how much space there was above and below. This means that even if you plant a world tree in the future, as long as it doesn't exceed 1 acre, it's fine. Besides, the crops planted are not necessarily single crops. You can grow crops that can be harvested repeatedly, such as trees, apple trees, pear trees, bamboo shoots, and so on. This looks good. Suhao was very interested in it. I'm even more excited about these seeds than before. Moreover, it is extremely practical. Hurry up and finish reading the last one. multi-purpose planting and harvesting machine. One machine to cultivate thousands of acres of land. With it, farming is no longer so arduous and time-consuming. It can handle the entire process from planting to harvesting. This one is also very good. Paired with a first seed reward, it's a perfect match. But I'll say it again. There's no place to plant it and no time to wait. Taking all factors into account, the available farmland is still the most useful. After watching it, without the slightest hesitation, Su Hao made his decision directly. I want reward 2. The reward has been issued. Please check your account. The instant after choosing the reward, in Su Hao's mind, space became 2 spaces. The first type is the normal space, which can only store items. The second type is ecological space, which is an acre of land with black fertile soil, but nothing else. You don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is, and there's no point in investigating this. This space can only be used for planting. The soil cannot be removed at all. Furthermore, the soil contains no stones at all. It is so clean that it contains only nutrients and minerals. It's as if it was created out of thin air. Could this soil be used for cultivation? Su Hao tried to extract the soil but couldn't. QQ farm? But no matter what, this field gave Su Hao a lot of peace of mind. There's this field. Su Hao can guarantee an extremely long food supply no matter where he goes. Do you expect to starve to death in the future? Instead, we should consider what to do if we can't finish the food. Although 1 mu, a Chinese unit of area, is not large, equivalent to 666 square meters, Su Hao only has 3 people to feed here for the time being. There won't be many more in the future, based on production forecasts. That's more than enough. Not bad. Su Hao nodded in satisfaction. Hurry up and finish reading the last one. Use the reward. You have already used your reward attempt. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Bonus 1, 100 tons of pesticide. Bonus 2, 100 tons of cotton. Reward 3, 15 attribute points. Su Hao glanced at the rewards and immediately decided what he wanted. The 2 rewards are pesticides and cotton. He would only need it if he had a base. I'll say it again. If you have combat power, enhance your combat power. If you don't have combat power, enhance practicality and applicability. Therefore, the choice is obvious. Give me 15 attribute points. The reward has been issued. I got 15 attribute points in no time. Su Hao suppressed the urge to focus all his energy on mental exertion and chose to allocate his strengths. Advantage allocation means allocating half of the resources to strengths. The remaining half will improve overall attributes. Adding just a little bit to everything would make it too unbalanced. Only triangles possess stability, thus becoming a hexagonal warrior without weaknesses. Add 4 points to strength, 4 points to constitution, and 7 points to spirit. Skill points added. Name, Su Hao. Attributes, strength 106 110, constitution 101 105, spirit 158 165. The average human adult has a score of 60, and the normal human limit is 100. After adding points, the fact that the decimals had all become integers made Su Hao feel a sense of satisfaction. Wait until you add dots to make it a 10-digit integer. This makes it look and feel more comfortable later on. The spirit of 165. Su Hao estimated that the distance he could travel by flying sword could reach 350 meters, which was another improvement. And it's not just about distance. Improving one's mental strength and psychic power will enhance the speed, intensity, and control of sword control. This is also why Su Hao is now focusing on increasing his spirit stat. Advantageous stat allocation method. We waited until after 1 p.m. After resting, Su Hao and the other 2 had fully recovered their energy. Let's go slaughter the cow. At Su Hao's command, the 2 women got out of the car. Han Jiangxue, holding her Miao sword, asked, "Is it troublesome to cut off the whole bull's head?" "No trouble at all." Su Hao shook his head. "There's not much to eat in Yo too. If you want grilled beef tongue, just remove the tongue later." "Okay." Han Jiangxue nodded, and she helped as well. Upon hearing about charcoal grilled beef tongue, Su Qing immediately raised her hand. "I can try charcoal grilled beef tongue. I'll make it tonight." "Okay." Su Hao nodded. The 3 arrived at the breeding farm. Because the group at the entrance was all killed, Su Hao went in and killed the batch inside the factory. We arrived at 2 factory buildings. The cows looked even bigger than yesterday. Su Hao didn't have time to wait any longer. He took out a large alloy sword and pointed it with his index finger. Buzz! The large scalpel flew out instantly and began slaughtering the cows present. It moved so fast that even the cow couldn't react. Su Qing looked at the speed of the flying sword and tilted her head. It seems to be a little faster again. Han Jiangxue was carrying a Miao sword at this moment. Go out and slaughter the scattered cows outside. But after slaughtering a few, Han Jiangxue returned and asked Su Hao in a puzzled tone. "Su Hao, something's not right at the ranch warehouse." Question mark. Su Hao had already slaughtered all the cows in the factory area and stored them all in the system space, waiting to be processed. Something's not right. Han Jiangxue pointed to the location of the warehouse. The cows are kneeling and lying down in front of a warehouse, as if on a pilgrimage. They dare not approach, but they are unwilling to leave either. As soon as I got close, I felt very dangerous. The cows were looking at me with human-like eyes, completely different from the cows in the outer pen. Su Qing was bewildered. Then what's in the warehouse? Han Yang Su noted, I am afraid Su. Su Hao had a bad feeling. It was mainly due to the information I heard on the radio at noon, plus the previous large mutated cow. Go check it out. If something seems wrong, just slip away. We've already got enough meat. Okay, X2. Chapter 86 Flower and Bird Market. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing go to kill zombies. After collecting the beef from both factories. On the way out, I also put Han Jiangxue's remains into the system space. In this space, there were approximately 50 carcasses in total. Under normal circumstances, small farms typically have around 100 cattle, with a maximum of 300 to 500, while medium-sized farms start at 4 figures. This farm is naturally small, but there are other farms around it, and there aren't many cattle left on this cattle farm. Follow Han Jiangxue to the breeding farm warehouse. This warehouse, none of the 3 of them, including Su Hao, went to see it that day. After all, it's for grazing pastures. Let's see what use it is. Along the way, Su Hao didn't see any more cows, but when they got near the hay warehouse, Su Hao only watched from afar. Something fell off. In a warehouse, the warehouse door was completely rotten, with a huge hole that was almost as tall as a building, whereas factory warehouses are usually 2 stories high. It was pitch black inside, and you couldn't see the end. But something looks very wrong from the outside. Su Qing hesitated and asked, is this some kind of ritual? Yes, it really looks like some kind of sacrifice or ritual. Around the warehouse, there were about 30 cows lying down nearby in a regular pattern, or rather, kneeling. Some of them stared blankly at the warehouse. Some lowered their heads and closed their eyes, as if they were resting. Lie down like this. If you don't have a regular routine, then forget it, just treat it as a break. But on a cement floor, in places like this, they gather and lie down in a regular pattern. Something just doesn't look right. They even lost their minds a bit. Su Hao had never seen such a scene before. I doubt anyone has ever seen it. That's the main point. That's so weird. You 2 stay here, I'll come a little closer to take a look. Su Hao told the 2 women to watch from behind. He planned to get a little closer. Feel the eerie atmosphere. Is it caused by one thing or a coincidence? It's still about collective consciousness. If it's a coincidence, then take it as a joke. If it's a collective consciousness, then something's really wrong. Su Hao moved closer. The cows on the outer ring all turned to look at Su Hao. From their eyes, Su Hao could tell that it was definitely not the same as before, or rather, the same look in his own eyes. He looked at each of the cows. Take another moment to feel it. Finally, he looked up at his watch and began to look at the map inside the factory. Inside the factory building, it was completely empty. But it's not normal for it to be fenced off. That is, there are things inside the factory. Walk slowly. Su Hao nodded, then turned and left. Combine all the information. This is clearly not a coincidence. There is some reason behind it. A collective consciousness. What's inside the factory? Su Hao wasn't curious. He just left. Let's go. Su Hao waved his hand, telling the 2 women to leave. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing immediately agreed. Su Qing, standing beside Su Hao, quickly said, this is very strange. This shouldn't happen normally. Let's run away. Han Jiangxue strongly agreed. Let's go. She had been close by, but after sensing this strange phenomenon, she immediately returned. You can't describe how eerie this scene is until you experience it for yourself. The 3 arrived outside the factory area. Su Hao checked on the mice to see how they were doing. After pulling them out from under the car, when the group of mice realized it was Su Hao, they immediately stopped making a sound and became very obedient, keeping their mouths tightly shut. It should be fine, Su Qing commented. Go ahead, Su Hao nodded. Then they threw away this batch of mice, leaving them at the entrance of the original factory. The mice, now free, stared at Su Hao in astonishment. Then he left in a hurry. Immediately afterwards, Su Hao quickly collected the last batch of mutated vegetables and fruits. Then they got in the car and left. The 3 got into the car. After starting the engine, Su Hao stepped on the gas and turned around to head towards the plateau in the Central Plains. Inside the car, Su Qing and Han Jiangxue looked at the map. Which direction should we go to? To a higher place. Su Qing asked at this moment. Head from J Province towards the middle and higher areas. There are many routes to choose from. But for Su Hao, there were only 2 options. If you want to avoid the coastal route, the major river route, and detours, the best route is to go along the Yangtze River. Along the Yangtze River, there are many suburbs near major cities where supplies can be replenished. They don't want to go into the city center, but they also can't go too far out. Therefore, the Yangtze River route is the best. Su Hao pointed to the general continuity of the map. He continued, "We will stop near Sichuan to observe the situation and gather information before deciding whether to go up or down to the plateau. From Jie Province to Sichuan, it basically spans half a country. But this is only halfway there." After listening, Han Jiangxue nodded in agreement. That's not bad either. There's no better option for the time being. Upon hearing this, Su Qing suddenly remembered something. It seems to be similar to a trending topic that's circulated online before, something about the westward migration of industries. That does look quite similar. But that news was just a false alarm. Su Hao's destination was not just Shu. The behemoth heavy truck just kept running like that. We drove for over 20 kilometers. They suddenly stopped and began a sweep. This is because we arrived at a flower and bird market, as well as a bonsai garden, and there were also various seed for sale nearby. In terms of scale, the flower and bird market nearby is quite large. The potted plants are all there. There are trees and flowers of all sizes. Even some trees and flowers have mutated. Some are very brightly colored, some look poisonous, and some are very large. But all the animals in the flower and seedling market, such as cats, dogs, birds, turtles, and fish, are gone. Occasionally, you can also see animal carcasses. The rest. These are the zombies wandering around the flower and bird market. Not many, probably a few hundred. Su Hao looked around and decided, let's rest here tonight. It's already past 4 in the afternoon. It wasn't long before dark, and with the looting to do, there was no time to travel, so it was better to rest. Okay, X2. Both women agreed. Han Jiangxue got off the car, carrying a meow sword. She volunteered, saying to Su Hao, let me kill them. If I can't kill them all, you can help clean them up before dark. Okay. Su Hao agreed. Han Jiangxue's actions indicate that she also needs to strive to grow. How can you train your superpowers and make them grow without training and fighting enemies? Su Qing Li's then. He immediately raised his hand to report. Then I'll go help Jiang Shui too. I'll help her recover her strength, but then there won't be anyone to cook dinner. I'll do it. Su Hao was ready. Anyway, it's all about making meal kits. It's all the same and simple. He can do it with his telekinesis. So what happened next? Su Hao sat in the car, playing music on a small speaker. He watched as Han Jiangxue, wielding a glowing meow sword, began to imitate Su Hao, violently hacking and slashing at zombies. But Su Hao's violence is pure, a violent aesthetic. Han Jiangxue's violence, however, presents a unique elegance that is difficult to describe in words. Every move she makes exudes a distinctive style and charm, as if it were a system of its own. It's a combination of her superpowers and violence. This beautiful young girl, Xiaoyu, rampages through hordes of zombies, hacking and slashing, beheading, and dismembering them. It has to be said that it's a unique kind of enjoyment. Pretty cool. Su Hao also found it pleasing to the eye. He opened the car window, leaned against the car frame, and crossed his legs, while eating popcorn, listening to music, and watching Han Jiangxue and Su Qing kill each other. Comfortable. Chapter 87. A herd of cattle in the dead of night. A fierce battle between a giant bull and a giant tiger. At dusk, Han Jiangxue killed several hundred zombies in one go, almost wiping out all the zombies in the entire flower and bird market. From this perspective, Su Hao doesn't even need to take action. After Han Jiangxue acquired that basic enchanting ability, the Meow Sword is just as efficient at cutting down zombies as the Alloy Broadsword. There's not much difference. The only difference is the user. Han Jiangxue was personally dealt with one by one, but if Su Hao were come, he would be using a sword, so the efficiency would be completely different. But for Han Jiangxue, the efficiency she can achieve is already beyond the reach of most people today. And Su Qing is also there. She stayed by Han Jiangxue's side, constantly giving her buffs. It's not about restoring physical strength or energy, but about enabling Han Jiangxue to keep fighting. I'm tired but not exhausted. It got dark. Han Jiangxue returned, panting, after hacking down all the zombies. Su Qing was helping her regain her strength and energy from behind, which also made her very tired. But their results were outstanding. Slap, slap. Su Hao clapped his hands and tossed them 2 bottles of drinks. That's impressive. 2 people taking care of hundreds of zombies in half an afternoon. That's very efficient. Han Jiangxue smiled and nodded. She had a great time killing, and with a look of complete satisfaction on her face, she took a big gulp of her drink. Su Qing also shared her thoughts. I suddenly realized that when I help others restore their physical and mental strength, I also deduct my own physical and mental strength, but the proportion is very small. However, using too much will also make me tired. Upon hearing this, Su Hao understood. Then you'll need to work on your physical fitness from now on. Su Qing smiled wryly. It should be. She didn't refuse to exercise, she just smiled wryly. because she knew that in a post-apocalyptic environment, one had to train their superpowers, otherwise they would be nothing. Let's take a break and eat first. Night. The side lights on the vehicle were turned on. Suhao took out a table and chairs from his spatial storage, and the three of them began to eat. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue were both eating heartily. There's no such thing as a ladylike person. If someone moves a lot and eats little, that would be strange. Human energy is conserved. People who exercise more will inevitably eat more, unless there are other ways to resupply. After dinner, the three of them sat at the back of the carriage to rest and look at the stars in the sky. It's so bright, Su Qing exclaimed, looking at the starry sky. I've never seen a starry sky like this before, living in the city. Yes. Han Jiangxue moved Su Hao's arm over, pressing and playing with it while touching it. But there's too little. Su Qing, yes. Su Hao looked at the starry sky. Some of the stars, when connected, look like animals. Thinking of animals, he suddenly remembered something. Su Qing, where's that zoo again? Su Qing looked around and pointed to the side and rear of the farm where they had been during the day and where they were now, that direction. Su Hao glanced at his watch again. The zoo is actually located not far from the breeding farm. It's nearby. Why did you think of the zoo? Su Qing asked. The news of the giant beast during the day, the strange events in the warehouse, the ferocious beasts in the zoo. How could I not have thought of them? Su Hao shook his head. Oh dear. Su Qing waved her hand. We've already gone this far, it's all right. Even if the zoo animals have mutated, they'll still fight each other. Who knows which animal will survive in the end? Hanyang Suigu Sid, Tiger. Su Qing countered. Why not a lion? That zoo didn't have lions. Besides tigers, it only had leopards, crocodiles, and snakes. All right. Su Qing Suden Li Zilit. The three of them chatted like that. Let's chat a little longer, then it'll be time for bed. Su Hao lay in the carriage. With my hands behind my head, drowsiness gradually crept over me. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing's conversation grew quieter and quieter. They were clearly about to fall asleep. Puff, puff, puff. But suddenly, Su Hao seemed to hear the sound of hooves. He thought he had misheard. I opened my eyes, then closed them again. Puff, puff, puff. But it reappeared, and it was even bigger than before. Su Hao was now certain he hadn't misheard. He sat up. The two slightly sleepy women beside him immediately sat up. What's wrong? Su Qing asked. Han Jiangxue also looked at Su Hao with a puzzled expression. Didn't you hear me? Suawari tortif. No. Su Qing asked, bewildered. What did you hear? It seems that Su Hao's attributes are too high, his abilities are too numerous, and his perception is too strong. He opened the carriage door and jumped out. Then I listened again, while keeping my ear close to the ground. Puff, puff, puff. Sure enough, there was that sound of hooves. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing also came down to listen. That's when they really heard it. The sound of horses' hooves? Su Qing asked in confusion. Why would there be the sound of horses' hooves in the city? It wasn't a horse's hoof. Han Jiangxue shook her head. The sound was too loud, much louder than a horse's hoof. It was much heavier than a horse, and it still made the sound of hooves. So the closest one is the sound of hooves. Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. The three exchanged a glance. Where could so many hooves be coming from? Without a doubt, it was the cattle ranch area during the day. The problem with the cows is easy to solve. But the key point is, why are cows running around wildly in the middle of the night? And what are they doing in the city? Su Hao didn't know, but he could prepare in advance. Let's go up to a building and see what's wrong with these cows. Good. The three got off the bus. Su Hao waved his hand and put the car away. The three of them then went to a nearby office building and ran up the stairs. There's zombies in the stairwell too, but it was resolved in an instant. The three of them ran all the way to the rooftop and looked into the distance. Fortunately, the moon was very bright on nights after the apocalypse, so it wasn't pitch black at night. On the contrary, you could see very far. Under Su Hao's gaze, he saw that there were indeed dozens of cows running wildly in the direction they came from. The zombies nearby were immediately blasted away. It's no different from being hit by a car. Some were scared away, and some were even knocked over or driven away by the force of the impact. So many cows. Suking mumut. But why are they running like that? Is someone chasing them? You'll find out soon enough. The continuous sound of cow hooves grew closer. Further on, it was a very heavy hoofbeat. The hoofbeats were deep and muffled, but not as distinct as the sound of a herd of hooves. Neither of the women heard it. But the next moment, boil! The sudden, loud roar startled Su Qing. Immediately afterwards, it was another violent roar. Roar! Su Qing immediately realized, this is a tiger's roar. Here, the situation is pretty much clear now. Two loud roars came from two different animals. The one behind was a tiger, and the one in front was probably a cow. The question is, how did they meet? Han Jiangxue grabbed Su Hao's hand and reminded him, Suao Nadif. There's a 90% probability. Take a look and leave if something seems off. Not long after, the cattle ran past the building where Su Hao was standing and headed into the distance. Immediately following behind came the sounds of violent collisions, heavy breathing, and roars. Under the watchful eyes of the three, at an intersection, two colossal beasts, each a story and a half tall, or 4 to 5 meters high, suddenly appeared from around the corner. They fought each other, pounced on each other, pushed each other away, crashed into a small building by the roadside, and with a loud bang, the balcony was completely blown off. All the glass was shattered, the traffic light was knocked over to the side, and a car was crushed into a folding screen under 1 foot. These two are a giant mutated bull and a tiger. Both of them are about 4 to 6 meters long, much larger than elephants, about the size of 2 elephants. Han Jiangxue and Su Qing looked on in surprise. Su Hao was also gazing into the distance. But the next moment, he was visibly stunned. What's wrong? Su Qing and Han Jiangxue asked from side. Su Hao pointed to a corner near where the two giant beasts were fighting, a place hidden on the edge of small building. There were 2 animals. No, it was a person holding an animal which looked like a tiger cub, and they were also watching the battle. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue were stunned. Chapter 88 Triggering Dual Missions, Girl and Little Tiger. It's too late. Even if the moonlight is very bright, it's still not easy to see clearly from that distance. Besides, the man and tiger at the corner didn't move. The 2 giant beasts were constantly moving while they were fighting. For Su Hao's super dynamic vision, the effect is not significant if he doesn't move, but he can see it at a glance if he moves. For the 2 women, the 2 giant beasts fighting was surprising, but also expected and reasonable. But what's with that person holding the little tiger? Why did you dare to watch it from such a close distance? Why? In short, a whole host of problems. Su Qing immediately asked curiously, how old was that person? Was it a man or a woman? Su Hao couldn't see it very clearly. The person was hiding in the corner, and not much of their body was visible. I'm not sure, but he's not very old, and not very tall, probably around 1.55 to 1.6 meters. Upon hearing this height, Han Jiangxue and Su Qing were once again surprised. At this height, neither men nor women are very old. And why would he be holding a tiger cub while watching the battle from less than 200 meters away from the 2 giant beasts? Keep in mind that 200 meters is already very dangerous. Once they rush over, the only option is to run towards the back of the house. How could this happen? Su Qing couldn't understand it no matter how hard she tried. Han Jiangxue was also watching intently. At this time, the ordinary herd of cattle has already run away. The 2 giant beasts were fighting less than 1,000 meters away from their small building. At that moment, Su Qing suddenly noticed something. She pointed to the giant bull and said, Su Hao, look, that bull also has 3 horns. Suao Nadif. He had already discovered this. Just like the cow I saw before. This bull is about 5 meters tall, with a pair of horns about 2 meters long on each side. These bull horns alone radiate a metallic luster, so dark they can even reflect light. And there's only 1 corner left. It's also spiral-shaped. It was right on the head of the giant bull, like a unicorn. The entire bull was a giant, with bulging muscles and veins that looked like a spider web. With each breath it took, it roared out a massive amount of air, making a booming sound. This is precisely the kind of commotion that only a massive object could create. On the other side, tigers are enormous, about the same height as a bull, but a full half-size smaller. Their muscles are even more exaggerated when they swing their paws. The muscles on a tiger's arm can only be described as ferocious. And its tail, which looks like an iron lock, is at least 4 meters long. The traffic light was snapped off by its tail. If this tail were to lash someone, it could kill them instantly. That's incredible. Suking et golim. 5 meters is already like this, almost 2 stories high. What would a 50-meter long giant snake in Taihu Lake look like? Han Jiangxue watched closely from his side. She didn't consider that. After watching for a while, he turned his gaze to Su Hao. She knew. Since Su Hao is here watching, he must have some ideas and plans. Otherwise, it should be moist by now. They just ran away. But he was met with Han Jiangxue's gaze. Su Hao was thinking. His mind was frantically calculating gains and losses, costs and rewards, possibilities and future bonuses. He was constantly asking and countering questions in his mind. Should we help the tiger or the ox? No way. Should we kill the tiger or the cow? Neither is an option now. Let's observe first, and then strike when the time is right, reaping the benefits. It seems like it could work. What truly attracted Su Hao were these 2 enormous creatures? What changes occur to their bodies after they mutate? Is there anything we can get from the corpse? After he determined that he could wait, the system's voice also echoed in my mind. Trigger quest. The fisherman reaps the benefit. Mission introduction. The inexplicable battle between the 2 behemoths presents you with an opportunity to strike last and reap the benefits. You choose to seize this chance and prepare to act at the opportune moment. Become the ultimate winner in this unexpected event. Mission reward. 1. Unlimited God-level choice of combat-type superpower. We're on a mission. It's still a task with targeted rewards. This shows that the task is difficult, but the reward is also high. Suhao was overjoyed. He knew there would be a mission. With such a major event, the system couldn't possibly not assign a task, but it requires his participation and a choice to trigger, rather than being forced. With this opportunity, Suhao continued to ponder, thinking about triggering more tasks. Having many tasks is fine. If you can't finish it, you can't finish it. It doesn't matter. There's no reward, so there's no punishment. But there's a reward for doing it. Therefore, he wants as many as possible. Now that the behemoth had been triggered, Suhao turned his gaze to that corner. Who is that little guy? And what is his connection to this sudden incident? Why was he or she holding the little tiger? Then what is the relationship between the tiger cub and the tiger? A series of questions. Suhao found this matter quite interesting. There must be a significant connection between these two things. Trigger quest. Girl. Tiger cub. Two giant beasts. Mission introduction. A sudden incident, a battle between two giant beasts, a girl observing. Why is she holding a tiger cub? What is the relationship between them? Please fully understand this incident and investigate the cause and effect. Mission reward. 1. Unlimited God-level choice. As expected, another quest has been triggered. Suhao nodded with great satisfaction and then tried it again. After a while, no matter how Suhao tried, he couldn't trigger the third task, which means that there are only 2 tasks for this matter for the time being. That's not bad either. Suhao nodded, then looked at Han Jiangxue and Su Qing. We'll go around to the girl's side later and find out what's going on. The giant beasts are fighting like this. It looks like they're determined to fight to the death. I'll see if I can take advantage of the situation. Su Qing and Han Jiangxue looked surprised. Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. That's a girl? You're going to take down those 2 giant beasts. Han Jiangxue frowned. She was a little worried. Isn't that too dangerous? Those kinds of behemoths are beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Suhao took a deep breath and patted the 2 of them on the shoulders. Believe me, these words were spoken. The 2 women exchanged a glance and said nothing more. He simply nodded in affirmation. Suhao wouldn't say much, explaining that he wasn't an ordinary person or what he was like, having proven their strength in the previous steps. If you want to do it, then you naturally want to do it. There's no need for excessive explanations about waiting for the behemoth to weaken or for something else to happen. The 2 women definitely trust him. They also knew that Suhao would use the optimal solution to solve the problem. Let's go to her first. Okay, X2. The 3 of them went downstairs. He immediately strode off in the direction of the girl. The 2 giant beasts were still fighting fiercely. They were truly fighting with their lives on the line. Pounds of blood splattered onto the building and the road, spreading across a vast area like graffiti, a truly horrifying sight. But for these 2 giant beasts, they didn't stop. Instead, the blood became a stimulant. This caused them to fight each other with even greater ferocity, roaring as they battled. He only saw clearly when Suhao got closer. The bull, its eyes bloodshot, was clearly furious. The tiger's eyes were bloodshot and even bleeding, and the color of the blood from its wounds was also wrong. There was a hint of eerie green in the fresh blood. With this discovery in mind, Suhao and his 2 companions had already arrived near the girl. Chapter 89, The New Goddess, the precursor to the incident. The tiger has gone mad. Come on. If you can't keep going, then stop fighting, tiger. The girl hiding in the corner was holding a small tiger and praying sincerely. She seemed to know the big tiger and was very worried. And in her arms. The little tiger looked around blankly, completely oblivious to the battle in the distance. She even yawned, looking a bit sleepy. The girl looked down. He immediately looked up and focused intently on the battle. She looked at the tiger's wounds, her fingers clenching tightly, causing the little tiger in her arms to kick its legs. You're poisoned, tiger. Are you still not better? Frustrated, she shook her ears and swished her tail. But. At this moment, she heard the sound of running. When she turned around and realized it, a man and 2 women were less than 50 meters away from her. She was so frightened that she turned and ran away. But as soon as he took a step, the person opposite him suddenly stopped, as if they were caught in a whimper. The girl recognized the 3 people. She looked closely at the man leading the group and decided he wasn't a bad person, and the 2 women behind them. Adding to that my intuition, I sensed that they weren't bad people. But she still shrank back a little. They were quite vigilant. On the other side, Su Qing and Han Jiangxue were very surprised. What did they see? The 3 exchanged a glance. Su Qing made ear gestures with both hands, placed them on her head, and then made tail gestures. How did her ears move up there? Han Jiangxue nodded in confirmation. There's also a tail. And now, fighting the giant bull is an orange tiger. The girl was holding a white tiger, also known as a white tiger. At the same time, her ears and tail are also white. Even her hair, with the roots about 10 centimeters long, was white. The rest is still black, but this clearly indicates that the new hair is white, while the previous hair was black. This is so strange, Su Qing exclaimed, a hint of excitement in her voice. Su Hao, I'm very interested in her. Shall we go and ask her more about it? Su Hao was naturally curious as well. The girl's appearance reminded him of his previous superpower options. The superpowers he didn't choose might have turned out like this. This proves that the girl's condition was indeed acquired later in life. It must be a change in superpowers. He's still human. Okay, Suao and Nadif, shall we go take a look? Be careful. Su Hao led the two women over. Su Qing, who was beside him, patted his hand and whispered, "Get some drinks and lollipops." Question mark. Su Hao looked at Su Qing with a puzzled expression. Han Jiangxue looked at her in surprise. Su Qing explained, "Isn't this a young girl? Let's get to know each other with delicious food first." All right. With a flick of his hand, Su Hao instantly produced a lot of snacks and drinks, as well as popcorn and the like. The three of them each took a little. It was like walking through the streets, eating and strolling before the end of the world. The girl glanced at her warily. It was moved away, but then he suddenly turned his head and looked over. Her pupils were both round and vertical, as if they could switch seamlessly. At that moment, her eyes lit up. The tail behind it was swishing back and forth, indicating that the owner was very happy, expectant, and in a lively mood. The three of them walked up to them. Su Hao glanced at the giant beast that was still fighting. He turned around and handed over the popcorn bucket, asking a question. "What are you doing watching two wild beasts fight? Aren't you scared? How old are you?" The girl held a white tiger that was half her height in one arm. With his remaining hand, he tried to grab a popcorn and tasted it. His eyes lit up, and he ate several in a row. Then he answered, "That big tiger is little tiger's mother, so I'm definitely not afraid." Imdi said,